On the porch floor there lay an unexpected fish. To be precise, it was a dead fish corpse bearing a human face. Its grayish-brown scales shimmered under the firelight as if wet, while its murky eyes fixed unblinkingly on the ceiling and faint human features could be discerned. A putrid stench mingled with the briny tang of seawater invaded his nostrils. Lu Yuan stared intently at the object beneath his feet, covering his nose with a hand, and murmured in a tightened voice, "If I'm to traverse worlds, then starting with this absurdity. Can it be any stranger?" The wood in the fireplace crackled as its dim flames cast twisted shadows upon the walls. Just a moment earlier, the hapless treasure hunter Lu Yuan had been eluding a black bear deep in the mountains. Now he had been dragged into this hellish place. Compared to the man-eating bear, though the sight before him was repulsive, it was at least lifeless. There was no immediate fear of meeting his end. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow and cautiously lifted his foot to gently prod the object. The fish remained utterly still. Is it really dead, he wondered. After waiting a while to ensure it was completely inert, he picked up a piece of clothing to cover his shoe and used his foot to press against the fish's side, gradually shifting it aside. A slick, slimy texture crept up his shoe, sending shivers over Lu Yuan's body. As for whether the smell was contagious, that was no longer something he could afford to ponder. Since its appearance, he had been overwhelmed by the odor. After finally shifting the heavy, slippery corpse into the corner of the porch, Lu Yuan felt as though the stench of the dead fish was beginning to suffuse him. Only once he was sure he had avoided direct contact with the murky slime did Lu Yuan turn to survey the house. Upon entering, he found a moderately spacious porch. To the left stood a shoe cabinet and several small cabinets. One of them displayed a copper-cast rotary telephone, beside which lay a logbook filled with numbers and names. The first floor lacked a conventional living room. Instead, a large open space was filled with an assortment of bottles and jars, and two small beds were placed side by side. A somewhat yellowed curtain hung between the two beds, while a dim light bulb overhead swayed slightly with any movement. Shelves were laden with glass bottles of various sizes, within which were immersed nameless plant roots, and even some items resembling animal organs. Lu Yuan leaned in toward a dust-covered wide-mouthed jar and squinted at its yellowed label. It bore a sequence of unfamiliar characters that looked like Latin script. "I can't understand it at all," Lu Yuan murmured, his brow furrowing with worry. Without a grasp of the language, the very question of surviving in this strange world loomed large. No sooner had that thought flitted through his mind than it felt as though something had sprouted within, and a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. Then an uncanny scene unfolded. Before his eyes, the strange characters began to writhe, rotate, and disintegrate, as if alive. In only 2 seconds, those worm-like letters rearranged themselves into Chinese characters familiar to Lu Yuan. Dried red-leafed roots. At the same time, a small black frame suddenly appeared at the lower right of his vision, while a fleeting line of pale gray characters emerged and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned, instinctively rubbing his eyes. Was it an illusion? Lu Yuan quickly turned his gaze toward another jar nearby, where the same process of twisting and reassembling characters recurred, albeit slightly swifter this time. It read, "Extract of san yima used to alleviate pain." Then a thought escaped him. It even comes with built-in translation and proficiency. Lu Yuan's inner panic subsided somewhat as he reflected, if traversing worlds grants a golden finger, then it has not deceived me. In this strange and unfamiliar place, being able to decipher the text meant he could at least access crucial information. In short, Lu Yuan would not starve. Bypassing the infirmary, Lu Yuan cautiously circled the building and quickly deduced one thing: this was indeed the home of that fish. In the first-floor bedroom, the desk held everyday items alongside a heap of old clothes and miscellaneous detritus. Several time-worn newspapers blanketed in dust lay abandoned in a corner. The second floor, by contrast, was crammed with an assortment of books, though he hadn't examined them closely. Among the papers resting atop the logbook on the first-floor desk, Lu Yuan discovered several neatly pinned sheets that outlined the basic details of the homeowner and their recent itinerary. The first note was good news. The fellow who had transformed into a fish appeared to be a doctor with a decent reputation in the area, as evidenced by scattered records of patient cases and fees. The second note was more of an unexpected delight than mere good news. It bore a notice stating, "Due to my departure to the royal capital for further studies in medicine, my clinic is temporarily closed." It continued, "In the event of a prolonged absence, I have entrusted a friend to oversee matters." Lifeline. Lu Yuan glanced back at the unmourned fish in the corner and clicked his tongue. For until the moment Lu Yuan was summoned, the doctor, or rather the humanoid monstrous fish, had been lying obediently at the doorway. Advanced studies. Perhaps in a certain sense he had already graduated. The lie was crude. If any neighbor were vigilant, the flickering lights would eventually betray his presence, though it seemed there were no neighbors. Soon Lu Yuan realized this presented an excellent cover. Since the doctor outwardly claims to have entrusted a friend, he mused, why not pretend to be that friend from now on? In a place devoid of any formal identification, assuming the role of the doctor's friend could spare Lu Yuan countless troubles. provided that Lu Yuan could ascertain exactly what misfortune had befallen this license and whether he had merely fabricated a story rather than truly forming a friendship. Lu Yuan resumed his seat and reopened the logbook not from the beginning, but by flipping directly to its final pages. December 15th, 2 days ago, my waking hours are dwindling. The sea of dreams calls to me. My moments of lucidity are diminishing. I have a premonition that my remaining time is scarce. I hope that ritual can save me. The hasty, almost frantic handwriting with parts of the paper punctured by the pen's nib revealed a state of profound anxiety and frenzy. Ritual. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he turned the page. December 03, damn it. The strange dreams aboard the Iron Whale are contagiously transmissible. Clearly many doctors had come into contact with those crew members. But why was I the only one infected? Must I then report to the night watch? When the crew slept, they were haunted by dreams of the vast sea. Some even envisioning themselves morphing into a fish unable to distinguish dream from reality. The medicine he prescribed could only delay the inevitable. Damn it, aren't the other doctors coming back? With a sharp snap, Lu Yuan closed the logbook, his face tinged with a bluish hue. Because the diary mentioned the ritual, it was evidently the very culprit responsible for his transmigration. Yet one problem remained: if that doctor had been infected, could he too fall prey to the contagion? But now matters had advanced beyond remedy, and judging by the outcome, the doctor's attempt at self-salvation had clearly failed. The doctor had not summoned a wish-granting divine dragon or a blessing-bestowing deity, though instead he conjured a dark-haired, dark-eyed figure that resembled nothing more than a meager remnant, a half-eaten dinner barely escaping calamity. Lu Yuan lowered his head and gazed at the scroll placed beneath the diary, a yellow document that felt as though it were fashioned from some sort of leather. No sooner had Lu Yuan withdrawn the scroll than a chilling coldness crept along his fingertips. He rubbed his hands before fully unfurling the ancient document. Upon the scroll, a distorted dark red pattern was intricately drawn. The dense interlacing of lines even suggested upon close inspection a hint of an obscure script. Beside the pattern, lines of trembling, quivering text appeared. Lu Yuan focused, intently waiting for his translation system to act, yet seconds passed, and his recently activated golden finger seemed to stall. This is not right. Lu Yuan suddenly realized that it wasn't his golden finger at fault, but that the very text on the scroll was resisting. The lines on the scroll, reminiscent of blood vessels, writhed and tangled frantically, much like a swarm of insects contorting in maddened frenzy. At length a line of gray text emerged into view, and at that very moment Lu Yuan sensed that the world before him began to tremble. Without warning, a faint whisper began to resonate in his ears. Hiss! Great! Mercy! That sound, initially distant as though conveyed across vast depths, in the very next moment seemed to cling intimately to Lu Yuan's ear. The cadence quickened and the tone turned acutely shrill and piercing, imbued with a nauseating fervor. Lu Yuan sensed that something was amiss. When he attempted to avert his gaze, he found his vision as if glued in place, leaving him no choice but to fixate on the twisting scroll. At that moment, excruciating pain erupted from the depths of his mind, as if something were striving to break free. Meanwhile, at the edge of his vision, a gray-white frame flickered wildly. Damn! At the critical moment of life and death, Lu Yuan's fierce will to survive momentarily reclaimed control over his body. With every ounce of strength, he jerked his wrist and flung the scroll away. Thud! The scroll collided with the floor, still trembling. Yet in the very next moment, an invisible force materialized, slowly subduing the scroll until it returned to its original state. At that precise instant, the maddening whispers in Lu Yuan's ear abruptly ceased. The room instantaneously reverted to a deathly silence, save for the occasional subtle crackle of wood within the fireplace. Lu Yuan collapsed into the chair, gasping heavily as cold sweat instantly soaked his back, with the frenzied murmur still faintly lingering in his ears. After patting his head, Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the scroll lying on the floor, a trace of apprehension flickering in his eyes. What kind of damned world is this? Lu Yuan glanced at the pop-up prompt, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and once the residual abnormality in his ears subsided, he rose to contemplate how best to handle the scroll before him. Should I just toss it into the fireplace? But Lu Yuan swiftly dismissed the notion. For if this scroll was indeed intertwined with the so-called ritual, then should he ever wish to return home, he would need to decipher the secrets it concealed. But definitely not now. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan gathered several other books from the table, swiftly shoved them into the drawer, and further pressed it down with a few hefty medical tomes. After completing these actions, Lu Yuan sank onto the sofa, exhaling slowly, while suppressing the prickly sensation of goosebumps rising on his arms. Lu Yuan harbored an ominous premonition that had he continued to stare at the scroll for even a few more seconds, the forbidden lore might escalate, and such an escalation could yield unforeseen consequences. But I might also perish outright, Lu Yuan murmured, inwardly forcing his attention away from that drawer. There was no time for idle thoughts. An important matter loomed. How to dispose of this deathly fish stretching a person's length. Based on the current temperature, within mere hours the colossal dead fish would begin to decay and emit a foul stench. Beyond 15 hours the entire building would be rendered uninhabitable. Yet another conundrum confronted Lu Yuan: how to dispose of it. Digging a pit large enough to accommodate a human would take an eternity, and merely transporting it was an enormous challenge in itself. Furthermore, Lu Yuan was deeply reluctant to come into contact with the dead fish, for the diary had clearly stated that Li Sun, the hapless doctor, had been infected by the Ming aboard the Tijingho, and by avoiding direct contact, he could somewhat reduce his own risk of contagion. Yet the mere memory of the scene that had unfolded upon unrolling the scroll plunged Lu Yuan into silence. Can abstaining from contact truly reduce the likelihood of infection? He wondered. After a series of deliberations, Lu Yuan realized that he could not devise a satisfactory solution. Now dusk was approaching and night had already enshrouded everything outside. At that moment, seeking help was impractical, not to mention the inexplicable origin of a fish as large as a person. There was no alternative but to face the challenge alone. After rummaging throughout the small house, Lu Yuan finally made a discovery among the row of small beds on the first floor. One had a pair of metallic wheels affixed beneath one of its legs. Lu Yuan decided to repurpose this bed as a cart. He then retrieved two ill-fitting garments from the wardrobe, spread them on the floor, rolled the fish atop the cloth, and gradually hoisted it onto the small bed, securing it with ropes. After opening the door, Lu Yuan set out to locate a spot to cast the fish. The diary revealed this was a coastal town, an ideal setting to return the fish to the sea. Moreover, from outside one could faintly hear the crashing of ocean waves, suggesting that the small building nestled in the woods lay not far from the sea. Yet pushing a bed out the door was undeniably peculiar, especially given his current attire. With no other option, Lu Yuan rummaged through the doctor's residence, and eventually managed to find two sets of wearable clothes in the wardrobe. One a dark tailored suit complete with a pocket watch and top hat, the other an old-fashioned vest. After changing out of his original attire in favor of the suit, Lu Yuan gazed into the mirror with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes. At last he no longer appeared so out of place. Furthermore, should he encounter any patrol teams, he could easily claim that he was a doctor transporting emergency patients or medical equipment. Of course, that was contingent upon the existence of such patrol teams. At the same time, this allowed Lu Yuan to surmise that the technological civilization of this world was rather disordered. While electric lights and rotary telephones were still in use, colossal steel behemoths capable of long sea voyages also roamed the land. In effect, it corresponded roughly to that period between the mid-18th and the late 19th century, in Lu Yuan's recollection. Donning a bowler hat, he finally stepped out into the world. The doctor's house is somewhat secluded, located on a high slope surrounded by woods on three sides. As Lu Yuan walked along the bluestone path, the scenery before him suddenly opened up. Before him lay a tiered landscape, cascading down in layers until it met the sea. Various Gothic buildings with rounded tops stood in orderly layers arranged according to some hidden pattern. On both sides of the bluestone street, electric lamps stood, their shades stained with a ring of gray grime, yet the light they emitted remained relatively steady. The distance between the lamps was quite close, allowing the light to cover nearly every spot on the bluestone road. This sight left Lu Yuan feeling somewhat puzzled. Are there too many electric lamps here? A thought suddenly crossed Lu Yuan's mind. Is there something lurking in the darkness of this world? Perhaps. Lu Yuan contemplated returning, but the lingering scent of that fish and the so-called strange dream churned unease within him. Looking up, he found the street empty with only a few scattered buildings nearby. Is there no one around? Lu Yuan glanced around resolutely, deciding to quicken his pace. Back at the small building, he pushed out the small bed and walked along the bluestone path towards the sea. Although Lu Yuan had already torn the sheets to wrap around the rusty iron wheel, the bed still emitted a dull thudding sound as it rolled over the gaps in the bluestone. Glug, glug. In the stillness of the night, the sound was deafening. Lu Yuan could only hope for a stroke of good luck and hurried his steps. Fortunately, there was indeed no one on this road, which spared Lu Yuan much trouble. But as he turned a corner, the light ahead noticeably dimmed. On the left side of the street, the glass shade of an electric lamp had developed a crack at some point, causing the filament to flicker erratically, barely illuminating a small circle of dim yellow light. Further ahead lay an expanse of darkness. Lu Yuan paused, for he heard some movement coming from the shadows. It seemed something was moving in the darkness at an incredibly slow pace, accompanied by a sticky plopping sound, as if wrapped in seawater, exuding a pungent fishy odor even more acrid than the doctor on Lu Yuan's bed. Following the sound, Lu Yuan looked over. Although the area was not completely dark, he could see nothing clearly. It felt as if the darkness had come alive, lurking in the unlit spaces, watching him with predatory intent. Gazing at the writhing darkness, Lu Yuan fell into a brief silence. For within that darkness, a line of twisted characters slowly emerged at the edge of his vision, deep abyss affinity. The characters, though few in number, rippled with the force of ocean waves. The 2 or 3 lines of text continued to swim back and forth in the darkness like sharks sensing prey in the deep sea ready to hunt. Lu Yuan did not know what deep abyss affinity was, but he was certain it could not be anything good. Suppressing his inner unease, Lu Yuan cautiously edged towards the lamplight behind him, as only the light could offer him a modicum of safety. However, those hidden entities lurking in the darkness seemed to sense something. In the next moment, a pair of eerie green eyes materialized from the shadows. Lu Yuan locked eyes with them. Suddenly, a series of strange syllables erupted from the darkness, resembling the gurgling speech of someone drowning. "Can you see?" "See." Lu Yuan could not tell if the bizarre sounds were language or the mindless howls of those deep abyss affinities. At that moment, Lu Yuan found himself inexplicably piecing together a sentence in his mind. "Can you see us?" He was unsure if it was them in the darkness asking the question, yet he understood eerily well. Moreover, there was no need for Lu Yuan to respond, for in the next instant the green glowing eyes began to appear one after another, turning the darkness before him into a sickly starry sky. Lu Yuan barely discerned a silhouette. That twisted form seemed to be crumpled together, its hunched shape. Its surface was covered in shimmering scales, and those glowing green eyes were embedded all over its body, blinking as they watched him. Lu Yuan stared at the nearly unified green starry sky before him, feeling utterly bewildered. It seemed the world before his eyes was distorting the surrounding air exceedingly hot, as if the oxygen was being continuously siphoned away. "Water. I need water," Lu Yuan struggled to mutter. But in the next moment, ding, 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 the resonant chimes of a distant bell tower echoed. At that instant, Lu Yuan's consciousness was abruptly awakened. He jolted, as if he were a drowning diver gasping for fresh air. Simultaneously, a gray-white frame jumped into the corner of Lu Yuan's vision, pulsating several times, the numbers displayed fluctuating before finally stabilizing. Forbidden knowledge, observer 510. Everything that had just transpired was no illusion. The entities lurking in the surrounding darkness continued to draw closer, but specifically, they were heading towards the doctor on the bed. Lu Yuan discerned the intent of those deep abyss affinities and thought, "Want it? Then I'll give it to you." Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan quickly untied the bindings, securing the corpse, pressing his hands firmly against the head of the bed, and with the downward slope of the ground, he exerted a sudden force. "Go." The bed carrying the corpse shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling into the thick darkness. Bang! Hiss! The sound of fabric tearing and the crunching of some slick flesh echoed from the darkness. The bed suddenly felt lighter and nearly tipped over. Lu Yuan's quick reflexes allowed him to grab the end of the bed tightly, forcibly pulling the now empty iron bed back into the light. Only the corpse had vanished into the darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the street was once again filled with the faint hum of electric currents. With a glance, he swept over the surroundings. The darkness no longer twisted. Those areas he could instinctively perceive gradually revealed their outlines. They were merely ordinary flowers and grasses, and a few scattered trees standing on the ground. The words "deep abyss affinity" no longer appeared. Lu Yuan leaned against the lamppost, his fingers stiff and palms sweaty. He stared at the patch of darkness for a long time, and upon confirming that there were no further anomalies, he finally relaxed his tense muscles. At the same time, the fourth heavy chime of the bell tower resounded from afar. Along with the tolling came a line of small text and a prompt in his line of sight. Rationality 210. 150. Experience rationality. You are gazing into the abyss, and the abyss is gazing back at you. Increasing rationality can enhance mental resistance, allowing you to survive a bit longer in this insane world. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already confirmed that in just this short day, he seemed to have acquired quite a few skills. Surviving a great disaster must surely bring some blessing. He mused with a hint of self-deprecation. Lu Yuan prepared to hurry home as the electric light above him flickered under the strain. By the time he returned, the sky had completely darkened. The streetlights became increasingly dense and clustered. Beneath one lamp, 2 or 3 figures wrapped in tattered blankets were curled up. One person rested on an empty wine bottle, while another curled into a circle, their eyes vacantly fixed on the shadows at the edge of the light. Lu Yuan pushed the empty bed past them. The creaking sound drew their attention. The homeless men had merely lifted their eyes in caution, but one of them caught sight of the bed Lu Yuan was pushing, his expression stiffening before he said, "At this hour wandering around outside, you must be new to Grim Harbor, sir." Lu Yuan stopped, raised an eyebrow, and then nodded. "Grim Harbor? Oh, indeed, this is my first time here. Are there any rules I should know? Don't go to the port at night, and just stay in well-lit areas." He pointed to the buzzing light bulb overhead, revealing a rather unpleasant smile. "What if the lights go out?" Lu Yuan casually asked. The homeless man looked at him as if he were foolish, then pointed to a nearby pitch-black alley. "Then pray that the Lord who governs this town sends someone to fix it quickly." An old man huddled in a tattered blanket muttered softly, "Why bother telling him this? Do you really expect this young man to toss a few copper shields your way for a drink? Shut up, Fei. Your drunkenness has no place here." The homeless man flashed a broad smile and said, "Sir, I know that talking to a homeless man at night is a dangerous affair. But for the sake of Dr. Lyson, I offer you this advice. You must be a friend of Dr. Lyson, right? Isn't that so?" Lu Yuan revealed a hint of surprise and continued with the homeless man's words. "He entrusted me to look after his clinic here in Grim Harbor for a while." "Who are you?" The man waved his hand and continued, "Dr. Lyson saved my life. He pushed me on that bed. Grim Harbor is not like the inner city. The conditions here are not so good. So, sir, you must stay in well-lit areas at night. Never be like those lords outside who recklessly lose their lives. Hurry back." After saying this, he ignored Lu Yuan, burying his head, a clear signal for him to leave. "I will remember your words." Seeing this, Lu Yuan lifted his foot to leave, but thought better of it, and added, "My name is Lu Yuan. If you need anything, you can find me at the clinic." With that, Lu Yuan left without looking back, leaving the homeless man to mumble to himself, "Lu Yuan. Is that an Eastern name?" Returning to the clinic, Lu Yuan locked the door. Only after scrubbing the foul-smelling bed 3 times did the residual chill on his body ease. After tidying up in the washroom, he finally lit the fireplace, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, taking out a new notebook to plan his next steps. First on his agenda was the experience bar. Lu Yuan thought about it and prepared to conduct the most basic test. He picked up a book titled Basic Herbalism from the bookshelf on the second floor and began to flip through it. This book on herbalism contained very basic content detailing the identification and effects of 100 herbs and even included several common medication recipes. Even though Lu Yuan had very little knowledge in this area, he could still understand the book. However, the experience bar did not appear in his line of sight. Lu Yuan was not anxious. He kept flipping through the pages until he memorized the effect of one of the herbs. Basic Herbalism 0. 5. 20 Imperial Language Reading 1. 1000. The gray-white experience bar appeared in Lu Yuan's line of sight, beginning to pulse slightly as he read. During this time, Lu Yuan hardly paused. The further he read, the more awake his previously drowsy mind became, automatically organizing the unfamiliar herb names and their detailed effects. Lu Yuan lost track of time in his relentless study. It wasn't until his neck ached unbearably that he relaxed his grip, folded the corner of the page, and closed the book. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already read more than half of Basic Herbalism. Basic Herbalism 720 Imperial Language Reading 51,000. I actually entered a state of deep learning. Lu Yuan set the book down, stood up, and gently rotated his neck, suddenly realizing. It seems the experience bar's function is not simply to visualize progress, it's more than that. If that's the case, then perhaps disguising myself as a doctor could really work. Moreover, Lu Yuan gazed out the window at the brightly lit world beyond, a flicker of fervor passing through his heart. This world seems to hold many secrets yet to be uncovered. However, there's one thing Lu Yuan still didn't understand: what specific effects would leveling up the experience bar entail. For now, he only knew it increased his rationality and spiritual resistance, but what about the other attributes? Just as Lu Yuan pondered this, the gray-white experience bar appeared once more. Rationality 2-150 Experience Basic Herbalism 720 Imperial Language Reading 51,000 Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 5-10 Among these attributes, besides rationality, which had a description, the others had no explanations at all. So it became clear the experience bar seemed to provide descriptions only for upgraded attributes. Therefore, neither Imperial Language nor Forbidden Knowledge showed specific explanations. For the time being, one could disregard Imperial Language since it offered translation abilities, and whether he learned it quickly or not wouldn't matter much. But for Forbidden Knowledge, if he could see a summary, it might deepen his understanding of this world. Without overthinking it, Lu Yuan prepared to conduct some small tests tonight, attempting to turn knowledge into tangible products. After all, Lu Yuan was currently facing one problem: he was hungry. Although he inherited this small building, the unlucky one left behind a pitiful amount of money. Only a few silver shields and dozens of copper shields. Though he was unsure of the purchasing power of the Imperial shield, it surely wouldn't be high. The few Imperial shields in the drawer would likely only suffice for a frugal living for a short time. As for researching new herbs in the future, that was out of the question. Thinking of lifting the blanket covering him, Lu Yuan arrived at the infirmary and stopped in front of a wooden cabinet filled with bottles and jars. Lu Yuan decided to first prepare the simplest pain relief medicine, the red grass ointment. As a coastal town, Grim Harbor is never short of workers at the port who inevitably suffer scrapes and bruises while loading and unloading cargo. At this moment, a good red grass ointment is theoretically guaranteed to sell well, provided that its effectiveness justifies the price. The formula is quite simple: red grass, 3-leaf hemp, and pine sap. The difficulty lies in the vague description in the basic pharmacology textbook: extract the active ingredients of 3-leaf hemp with appropriate heat. What does appropriate mean? This vague description is just a means to monopolize knowledge. It's a pity that it ran into me, Lu Yuan thought as he set up the iron pot, his gaze fixed on the lower right corner of his vision. When the 3-leaf hemp was placed in water and boiled vigorously, there was no reaction in experience points. Not right. Lu Yuan immediately discarded the waste and opted for soaking it in warm water, stirring slowly with a wooden stick. At the moment the liquid began to turn cloudy, a line of grayish-white text finally popped up. Pharmacology 01. You are extracting medicine. That's right. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly. Because he didn't need to understand pharmacology, he only needed to play the game, trying and failing until he triggered the conditions. This was his absolute advantage. This convenience, akin to having operation assistance in a game, pushed Lu Yuan to continually process the medicinal materials. Half an hour later, 3 deep red pills exuding a faint aroma of pine would lay quietly on the tray. Pharmacology 150 beginner, you successfully made a low-quality red grass ointment, which looks decent, but has mediocre effects. As long as it won't kill anyone, it's a good medicine. Lu Yuan carefully placed the pills into a glass bottle, satisfied as he tidied up the countertop. As long as the experience points slowly accumulate, I can establish myself in this world. However, I still need to think about how to let people know that the clinic is reopening. The next morning, a thick lead-gray fog enveloped Grim Harbor. Lu Yuan opened the door, and a rush of salty sea air mixed with coal smoke hit him. In the distance, the sound of a foghorn could be faintly heard, along with the coarse shouts of dock workers. Lu Yuan took a deep breath of the damp air, removed the original sign hanging outside that belonged to Dr. Listen, and replaced it with a new wooden board. On it was a line written in the Imperial language: the strokes sharp. Listen clinic reopens. New physician on duty, specialized in external injuries, abdominal pain, and various complicated ailments. Fair prices on his service. However, when writing the section on specialties, Lu Yuan hesitated. As a fraud who had barely touched a medical book, this felt somewhat deceptive. But after feeling the 2 jingling copper coins in his pocket, he put on a composed face and hung the sign up. As long as I can heal them, it'll be a miracle worker. As for how I did it. Lu Yuan glanced at the experience bar in his field of vision, which was charged and ready. That's my ancestral skill. After placing the sign properly, Lu Yuan returned inside and began to flip through books related to medicinal materials. The clinic door was slightly ajar, and occasionally the sound of footsteps could be heard on the bluestone street outside. While flipping through the book, Lu Yuan silently calculated whether he would receive his first business today. If not, would he need to write a few more copies of the sign and find someone to promote it at the dock? Just as Lu Yuan was pondering this, he heard faint footsteps outside the courtyard. The footsteps were strange, one heavy and one light, as if one leg was severely injured or something was dragging a heavy load. Lu Yuan was sitting behind the counter flipping through medical books to gain experience when he heard the noise and instinctively pulled out a scalpel from the drawer. But then he realized it was daytime. Finally, a knock sounded, followed by a voice calling out, "Doctor, is anyone there?" The voice was loud, slightly hoarse, with a heavy dock accent. Lu Yuan closed the book, stood up, and walked to the door to open it. A man stood outside, his skin darkened by the sea breeze and sun exposure, with somewhat messy hair, wearing a coarse fabric coat that had been patched several times, and the cuffs still showing damp salt stains. The man had a slight limp on his left foot with obvious mud stains on his pants, and he instinctively protected his left leg while standing clearly injured. The man looked at Lu Yuan, clearly taken aback, seeming not to expect the new doctor to be so young, and also an East Asian with black hair and eyes. Are you the new doctor?" the man asked cautiously, the one named Lu Yuan who took over from Dr. Listen. "Yes." Lu Yuan nodded, stepping aside to make way. "Come in and talk. By the way, my name is Lu Yuan." "Thank you," the man said, smiling somewhat awkwardly as he dragged his leg into the porch, leaving a long muddy trail on the floor. The man appeared quite familiar with the treatment room, feeling for a chair and sitting down on his own. "What should I call you?" "People in the town call me Thomas." "Thomas." Lu Yuan repeated the name. "What seems to be the problem?" Thomas hesitated for a moment, but then extended his left leg, rolled up his pant leg, and revealed his left calf. On his leg was a strange bruise, and along the edge of the bruise, several circular marks resembling suction cup impressions were faintly visible. Lu Yuan looked at the shallow yellow marks remaining at the edge of the bruise, and asked, "Have you seen anyone else?" "I went to the church over there for medicine. When I got there, the medicine was too expensive, and I only used it for 2 days. If I kept using it, I would have to share the northwest wind with my family. Fortunately, I made a little money a few days ago." After saying that, Thomas seemed to remember something and added, "Dr. Listen's fees weren't too high. We used to come here for treatment. Since you took over, the price shouldn't be too high, right?" "No, the same as before," Lu Yuan replied casually. "That's good. Jack didn't lie to me. He said you were like Dr. Listen, and at least not a heartless guy." Thomas smiled, a look of relief on his face. "Jack?" Lu Yuan asked casually. "Oh, he always says he's a bard, but in reality he's just a drifter. We worked together at the dock before, and lately he's been hanging out at the tavern picking up odd jobs." "Understood." Lu Yuan nodded, remembering the name Jack, while also realizing that the only person who knew his name was that drifter from last night under the electric light. He really did me a huge favor. I should meet him someday. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then gestured for Thomas to lie down on the small bed near the door, pulling the curtain to separate them while he sat on a stool by the bed to examine the wound. The moment Thomas' wound came into view, his sight jolted slightly. Basic medical 0. 5 observation of injury. 20 You have discovered an atypical external injury, suspected to be a contusion caused by some marine creature. Seeing the prompt pop up in his vision, a smile crept onto Lu Yuan's face. Indeed, the experience bar could be applied to treating injuries. Lu Yuan donned gloves and gently pressed around the edge of the wound. The area that was bluish-purple was extremely stiff, entirely unlike ordinary human tissue. Instead, it resembled frozen flesh. Does it hurt here? Lu Yuan inquired. It doesn't hurt. It just feels very numb, like something is drilling into my bones, Thomas replied, drenched in cold sweat. Doctor, do you think my leg can still be healed? Lu Yuan did not answer immediately. At that moment, a line of gray-white data was rapidly analyzing in his vision. Contact with abnormal muscle texture. Basic medical experience. 1 analysis result: residual toxins from deep-sea mollusks, mild, accompanied by tissue necrosis. Recommended course of action: bloodletting, detoxification, and hot compresses. It can be healed. Lu Yuan turned and took down the red grass ointment he had refined last night from the shelf, along with a sterilized small knife. Bear with it. Before he could finish, the knife tip precisely pierced the centers of the several suction cup-like marks. Sizzle. A stream of foul-smelling black blood gushed out, instantly falling into the tray and emitting a sound reminiscent of strong acid corrosion. Thomas let out a cry of agony, nearly jumping off the bed. Don't move. Lu Yuan pressed firmly on his leg with one hand while the other quickly filled the wound with the reddish-brown ointment. The moment the ointment made contact with the flesh, the nauseating corrosive sound ceased, replaced by a faint scent of pine. Thomas' rapid breathing gradually calmed down as he looked at the black blood in the tray with some alarm. What is that? What kind of ghastly thing is it? It's coagulated blood, Lu Yuan casually fibbed while bandaging his wound. Don't you know where your injury came from? Lu Yuan spoke lightly, but his heart raised its vigilance. This toxin was clearly not something an ordinary sea fish possessed, and the medicine provided by the church could actually suppress the spread of this toxin. Otherwise, Thomas would have already succumbed to poisoning. It seems necessary to take a look myself. However, Thomas seemed reluctant to explain the source of his wound. He merely smiled helplessly. Lu Yuan seemingly casually asked again, is the doc not peaceful lately? It's indeed a bit unsettled, Thomas replied, perhaps to divert the topic, and he began to speak more freely. Did the Iron Whale not return recently? However, the people on that ship were quite strange. I heard that as soon as they docked, the Night Watch took them away overnight, and they didn't even return home. Moreover, since then the doc has frequently caught some bizarre things, and my injury. Thomas realized he had let something slip and smiled awkwardly. Lu Yuan paused slightly. Another mention of the Iron Whale. All right. Lu Yuan tied off a neat knot, straightening up. 4 silver shields. No credit. Thomas tried to move his leg, and was pleasantly surprised to find that the piercing numbness had truly vanished. He readily counted out 4 silver coins and placed them on the table, thanking Lu Yuan profusely as he left. The price Lu Yuan quoted was neither high nor low, and it roughly referred to the figures in his ledger. Of course, this price was not particularly cheap for an ordinary dock worker, but it wouldn't leave them eating dust after a few days of medicine. As Thomas left, a line of text appeared. Completed first diagnosis, basic medical 2. 520 unlocked information, current status of Grim Port 650. Lu Yuan pinched the few warm silver coins, gently rubbing them with his fingertips. Have all of them been taken by the Night Watch? It seems that what was written in the diary is indeed true. After Thomas left, no second patient came to the clinic. Of course, this was within Lu Yuan's expectations. After all, forgetting to promote the clinic business shouldn't improve significantly in a short time, unless he waited until Thomas' leg was healed by him. Take it slow. Lu Yuan returned to his chair and resumed reading. The time passed quickly, and throughout the morning, aside from reading, he did nothing else. There were no patients at all. Instead, his knowledge of herbal medicine improved a little. Basic herbalism 8. 520 Imperial Language reading 61,000 at this rate in 3 days at most. Basic herbalism would level up, and he wondered what effects that would produce. Lu Yuan also didn't plan to wait any longer, as his stomach had begun to growl. The clinic had nothing but a few cans that had been there for who knows how long. With no other choice, Lu Yuan could only take a few silver shields and head out to the street, intending to investigate the prices in this world. At the same time, Lu Yuan intended to gather more information about this world to confirm some of his speculations. Dressed in a suit and hat, Lu Yuan tucked 10 silver shields into his pocket and set out. Under the gloomy sky, the streets were narrow and damp, flanked by towering and oppressive Gothic architecture. The less than ideal weather did not affect the residents here. Even in the relatively remote area where Lu Yuan resided, he could see many people coming and going. After walking a short distance along the bluestone street and turning a corner, the street suddenly became lively. A few children looking not too big were setting up stalls by the roadside, constantly moving about. They approached well-dressed men passing by, eager to promote their shoe-shining skills. After being rejected, they even pulled out a newspaper from their pockets, actively promoting it. The newspaper was exactly what Lu Yuan needed. But before Lu Yuan could approach, a small, thin child came up to him. Sir, Do you need your shoes shined? Of course I'm not saying right now, but if you go to the dock your shoes will probably get dirty. My shoe shining skills are excellent, and the price is very reasonable. Only 2 copper shields. If you decide now, I'll only charge you 1 copper shield when you return. Lu Yuan paused looking at this overly clever little brat. Very clever, Lu Yuan said, pulling a silver shield from his pocket and spinning it on his fingertip, the shiny glint instantly capturing the boy's attention. No need to shine the shoes. But I have a better business for you. Lu Yuan leaned down looking into the boy's eyes. I want you to keep an eye on the movements at the dock and also deliver the latest newspapers to that clinic up there every day. This silver shield is a deposit. The boy swallowed hard and nodded vigorously. No problem, sir. My name is Brent, and there's nothing in this neighborhood I don't know. Very good, Brent. Lu Yuan flicked the silver coin to him. Now tell me what's the latest news at the dock. What I want to know is not what's in the newspaper. Brent tightly gripped the silver coin and lowered his voice. Sir, if you don't want to get involved with anything strange, you mustn't eat fish recently. Why? Because recently some fish have been caught, or rather they shouldn't be called fish. The boy's eyes glimmered with an incongruous fear. My uncle works in the cold storage at the docks, and he said there are things being caught lately that look like things only people have, like fingers. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted. Fingers. This instantly reminded him of the Dr. Lyson who was dragged into darkness. Moreover, Brent swallowed hard. Even when those fish are chopped to pieces, the chunks still twitch. Despite this, there are still influential people buying them at a high price. Who is buying them? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, listening intently. I don't know, my uncle didn't tell me. Brent, I will remember what you said. Lu Yuan nodded, indicating he remembered. All right, sir. I guarantee that everyone who gets their shoes shined at my stall will know that Lyson's clinic has reopened. The boy thought for a moment and asked, Sir, is the Lyson's clinic you mentioned the one run by Dr. Lyson? That's right, Dr. Lyson won't be back for a while, though I've been entrusted to take over the clinic for some time. Lu Yuan nodded and placed the silver shield into the boy's money box. All right, I'm going to stroll around, Grim. Remember to keep your promise to me. The boy watched as Lu Yuan stood up and hurriedly stepped forward, counting out a handful of copper shields. Doctor, wait. You're a friend of Dr. Lyson, which makes you our friend too. Dr. Lyson will always enjoy a half discount here. This is the information fee. The boy approached with a small bag of copper shields. Lu Yuan noticed a flicker of reluctance in the boy's eyes, but he stubbornly offered the copper shields, prompting a smile from Lu Yuan. It seems Lyson is doing quite well in this area, having friends from all walks of life. But keep the copper shields. Oh, remember to deliver a copy of the daily newspaper to Lyson's clinic every day. Goodbye. As Lu Yuan spoke, he left the boy's stall and continued along the bluestone street. You have learned some secrets about Grim Harbor 950. The sudden appearance of this experience bar corroborated Brent's words. There indeed seemed to be abnormalities in the sea recently. But this was not something a mere imposter doctor like Lu Yuan could intervene in. At this time the sun was already high overhead. Occasionally a rickshaw would pass by, and the dock workers had taken a break, leaving a few boats of various sizes anchored in the harbor. Lu Yuan walked along the bluestone road until he finally spotted a bakery. The aroma wafting through the air made him swallow hard. Finally, I can eat something. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan spent a silver shield, which was almost a quarter of his earlier earnings, to buy 2 white breads that could barely be called food, and a large piece of black bread as hard as a brick. Damn these prices. Lu Yuan bit into the white bread, feeling a sharp pang in his heart. This also made him realize the purchasing power of currency in this world, and a sense of urgency began to rise within him. He needed to make money, quickly improve his medical skills, and understand what kind of organization the Night Watchers truly were. Ultimately, he needed to ascertain whether this world was safe. Was it filled with anomalies, or was yesterday's incident merely a coincidence? Returning to the clinic, he took a bite of the freshly baked white bread, feeling satisfied. After that, Lu Yuan sat in a chair and began reading. It wasn't until dusk that new footsteps outside interrupted his immersion in the sea of books. Basic Herbal Medicine 15. 120. The footsteps outside were light, sounding like those of a child. Dr. Lu, are you there? A somewhat familiar voice came from outside the door. Closing the book, Lu Yuan stood up and opened the slightly ajar door. Standing outside was Brent, whom he had met in the morning. Brent was holding a box and approached Lu Yuan as he opened the door, saying, Sir, this is the newspaper related to Grim Harbor from a while ago. Since you just arrived in Grim Harbor, you should be unfamiliar with things here. These newspapers may be useful to you, the boy said as he extended the box towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was somewhat surprised by the boy's thoughtfulness. After a moment's consideration, he decided not to be polite, but simply reached out to take the box. Come in and sit for a while. Lu Yuan gestured for the boy to follow him inside. The boy hesitated for a moment, but waved his hand, saying, Sir, I need to go back. I'm worried about my sister being home alone. I see. Wait a moment. Lu Yuan returned to his room and took out a pouch containing 30 copper shields, handing it over. This is a token of gratitude. Brent quickly shook his head, saying, Sir, you misunderstand. I brought the newspapers not to ask for your money. The silver shield you gave me during the day was too much, and as a friend of Dr. Lyson, I brought these newspapers simply to thank you. Lu Yuan observed Brent's sincere eyes and did not press the matter. He simply replied, I appreciate your kindness, and I will pay for the newspapers you deliver in the future. And Brent, if you need medical help in the future, you can come find me. Lu Yuan did not make any promises, merely mentioned it casually. Brent's face could not help but show a hint of joy upon hearing this. Of course, he had his own small thoughts, but it was merely about delivering some sold newspapers. Running errands, if he could really gain the attention of this new doctor, it would be easier for him to seek treatment in the future. As for other places to seek medical help, the Church's assistance was nothing short of vampiric. Previously, Dr. Lyson was willing to treat patients at a low cost, but now that he was gone, Brent certainly wanted to build a good relationship with this new doctor in advance. Of course, there were other doctors in Grim Harbor, but their prices were simply unaffordable for someone like him. Lu Yuan could see through Brent's small thoughts, but did not mind, as he might be able to obtain useful information from Brent in the future. Closing the door and returning to his room, Lu Yuan prepared to browse through the recent newspapers regarding Grim Harbor. There were some things he was reluctant to ask directly. Appearing in this small town as an Eastern person was already as conspicuous as a black sheep among a flock of sheep. Moreover, he had appeared out of nowhere without any basis for entering or exiting. As long as the police in this world were willing to investigate, his excuse of being a friend of Dr. Lyson would easily be exposed. In this seemingly bizarre world, how would an anomaly that appeared out of thin air be dealt with? It seemed that Dr. Lyson's diary had already made it clear. Setting aside these chaotic thoughts under the dim light, Lu Yuan spread several clippings on the table and circled a few keywords with a red pen. On November 15, the iron whale returned fully loaded, bringing back a mysterious mineral. On November 17, the church established a branch chapel, and the archbishop in purple made a sudden appearance. On December 14, the misty ship passed through. There is an issue with the timeline, Lu Yuan pondered, subconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. Though mass leg injury appeared after the return of the iron whale, and Dr. Lyson's diary began to show signs of madness shortly thereafter. The iron whale did not bring back minerals at all, but rather some unspeakable living being. And the sudden arrival of a high-ranking archbishop at this juncture of the church is clearly too coincidental. Perhaps the church is preparing to suppress something. This port seems to have turned into a powder keg. I think I need to act quickly. Intelligence analysis, successful, current status of Grim Port 5, 1450. The subsequent newspaper articles recorded either ships setting sail or the opening of a new bakery in the port or advertisements for low-rent housing. As for the information Lu Yuan wanted to know about the night watchers, the newspaper had almost no news. The only useful information was in a June newspaper, a statement jointly issued by the Viscount of Grim and the Night Watchers claiming that Grimport had officially connected all its lights. And upon reaching this point, the experience bar also appeared. Current status of Grimport 1 of 1550, but then there was no further movement. Lu Yuan couldn't even tell if any unusual incidents had occurred at the port recently. Putting down the newspaper, Lu Yuan felt a headache coming on. The lack of movement in the experience bar meant that he could only obtain information related to Grimport from the newspaper up to this point. Despite the peaceful and idyllic portrayal of Grimport in the newspaper, the events of last night were still fresh in his mind. No matter how one looked at it, this was contradictory and extremely strange. With no better options, he could only slowly investigate. Putting down the newspaper, Lu Yuan decided to read more books recently to raise his basic herbalism experience to level 2. Perhaps this would bring some unexpected results. As night fell, Lu Yuan sat in front of the fireplace, using the firelight to review basic herbalism, trying to gain some experience points. Until a strange sound broke the tranquility. It was the sound of shoes dragging heavily against the floor, slow and stiff. Lu Yuan looked up at the window. Night had fallen, the fog was thick, and outside only clusters of lights stood by the roadside in the distance. At this hour, seeking medical help, Lu Yuan's heart instantly alerted. The sound stopped at the clinic's door, followed by a heavy knock. "Doctor, are you there?" The voice was very hoarse, as if something was stuck in his throat. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened the door a crack. A man stood outside the door. He wore an expensive pure black wool suit, leaning on a silver-handled cane, looking out of place on this slum-like street. But what set off alarm bells for Lu Yuan was not his attire, but the scent emanating from him. A strong perfume trying to mask a faint salty odor. This salty smell was something Lu Yuan had only ever detected on Dr. Lyson, who had turned into fish. "Good evening, doctor." The man took off his top hat, revealing a thinning head of hair and a somewhat pale face. Then he grinned, revealing a row of somewhat sharp teeth. "I am Lawson, the landlord of the nearby low-rent housing and the owner of this building. You can call me Mr. Landlord." Lu Yuan remained calm, though he tightened his grip on the doorknob. "Landlord, if this person has come to collect rent, then a fraud might be exposed at any moment, as I have no idea about the rent or any agreements. Worse still, this landlord before me seems to be quite ill. You have observed traces originating from the deep sea. Forbidden knowledge. Observer 5:10. The hint that appeared in the corner of his eye confirmed Lu Yuan's suspicion. Just by observing, he could gain experience. Oh, what would happen if he got closer? Lu Yuan held the door, his gaze lowered as he hesitated for a long time, ultimately choosing to let Lawson in, because leaving this place would make it difficult for him to move in the short term, and at this hour, what else could someone search for besides medical help? Please come in, Mr. Lawson. Lu Yuan stepped aside, forcing a smile. I assume what you need tonight is not rent collection, but rather some medical advice. Lawson's eyes flashed with an odd expression, and he did not answer. He simply walked slowly behind Lu Yuan, as if dragging something heavy, the sound of his feet scraping against the floor, making a rustling noise. The clinic's lights were dim, giving off a somewhat hazy glow. Lawson surveyed his surroundings and naturally took off his hat, hanging it on the hook by the door, then chose a chair to sit down. Lu Yuan took out a notebook and pen, returned to the sofa, and said, Mr. Lawson, please tell me about your symptoms. However, Lawson shook his head as if he had heard a joke, saying, You're just like Lyson. I am not sick, I just have been sleeping poorly lately and need some medication that prevents dreams or calms me down. Lu Yuan did not respond, writing sleep in his notebook before looking up to signal Lawson to continue. For a moment, the clinic fell silent, with only the sound of crackling from the fire in the fireplace breaking the quiet. By the way, what is your name? Lu Yuan. Oh, someone from the east. How rare in Grimport. When will Lyson return? I don't know. Lu Yuan did not intend to continue this meaningless conversation with Lawson. It was clear that this so-called Mr. Landlord not only did not trust him, but also maintained an air of nobility. His time was valuable, especially since it could translate into experience. The most critical point was that this landlord seemed unwilling to speak the truth. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to clarify whether the symptoms on Dr. Lyson matched those of this landlord, which had a direct bearing on Lu Yuan's safety. If they matched, it would significantly increase the danger of the other dream, and he might also be infected. So he had to apply some pressure to make Lawson speak the truth. Lu Yuan decided to issue an eviction order. Mr. Lawson, if you only need sedatives, I'm afraid we don't have any available at the moment. The medications left by Lyson do not include these, or you can check with the church. After saying that, Lu Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, merely picking up a book to peruse. At this point, if Lawson was seeking a doctor, Lu Yuan could not believe he was not in a hurry at all. So as long as he was anxious, he would certainly speak up. Occasionally, the match crackled and popped. The room was eerily silent, save for the occasional sound of Lu Yuan turning the pages of a book and Lawson's somewhat heavy breathing. I've been having the same dream lately. Lawson finally spoke up. But upon hearing the word dream, Lu Yuan swiftly closed the book with a snap and instinctively looked up. Because Lu Yuan suddenly had a bad premonition. At the start of the dream, I always find myself standing by the sea at night with my goatskin shoes getting wet from the waves, and then I wake up right here. Lawson looked at Lu Yuan and continued. After that, as soon as I fall asleep, I dream of being by the sea, listening to the sound of the waves, watching the ocean illuminated by the moonlight. It initially felt quite good. After all, not everyone has the chance to witness the night sea up close. But Lawson's face appeared pale under the light of the flames, his eyes revealing deep fear. I found myself getting closer and closer to the sea. Upon hearing this, a chill surged through Lu Yuan's heart, for he had already guessed what Lawson would say next. The alien dream. Lawson had undoubtedly been infected by this thing. A sense of unease began to rise from the depths of Lu Yuan's heart. The circumstances that awaited Grimport could far exceed Lu Yuan's imagination. The alien dream might have already swept through the entire port. Sitting in the shadows, Lu Yuan quickly calculated in his mind, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, not interrupting Lawson's narrative. For he was observing. Observation target Lawson. The alienation symptoms in the deep sea are increasing slightly. Lu Yuan had no intention of interrupting the memory as he prepared to see just how many more characteristics the alien dream was hiding. After all, if just a memory could increase the infection rate, that would be too terrifying. In the subsequent dreams, the sea drew ever closer, the water nearly swallowing me whole, cold and piercing. I can no longer tell if it is I who am approaching or if the sea is trying to swallow me. Lawson's face was ashen, his voice trembling slightly, and after a significant pause, he continued. In any case, every time I fall asleep, I end up dreaming of that damned sea. All I want now is to have a peaceful sleep. Have you consulted any other doctors? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan finally spoke up. Yes, I went to the church and also consulted Dr. Blen. Lawson seemed to have shed some burden, his tone gradually calming down. It was only after Lawson's emotions steadied that the words he could see disappeared. Has the alienation stopped? Lu Yuan wondered. What did they say? Lu Yuan leaned against his notebook, jotting down emotion memory for reference. The church's physician just said the same old things, claiming I had attracted something from the darkness, at least having me drink a few cups of holy water. He also prescribed a bunch of overpriced but utterly useless medicine. Lawson's tone noticeably rose at this point. Whatever they mixed that holy water with, I never want to drink it again in my life. What about Dr. Blen? What did he say? Lu Yuan asked next. Dr. Blin. He only prescribed me some medication and advised me to stay away from the seaside for a while, suggesting I leave Grimport for some time. Lawson said this with an obvious headache. It was clear he was dissatisfied with Dr. Blin's advice, as how could a landlord of a cheap rental leave his own place? Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, inquired, after drinking the Chuch's holy water, did you feel any alleviation of your symptoms? For instance, did the dream duration shorten, or did you stop dreaming altogether? Lawson pondered carefully. It seems to have some effect after drinking the holy water. The scenes in my dreams that night became quite blurry. But what I want is not delay. Oh, I want to blast this damn dream out of my head. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan wrote in his notebook, Church holy water. From Lawson's previous words, it could be inferred that the Chuch's holy water seemed to have a certain degree of suppressive effect on this kind of dream. But the effect was not obvious, likely due to dilution. It would be good to find time to visit the church later. And what about Dr. Blin's method? Did you not try it at all? Lu Yuan paused his pen and continued. I did try. I have been keeping my distance from the seaside, now staying in the inner port, but asking a landlord of a cheap rental to be away for a long time is simply impossible. Lawson set down his teacup with a grunt. If I dare to leave even a little, those bastards in the cheap rental will surely mess up my place. They might even delay the rent. As a landlord, I need to take good care of my property. So after staying away from the port, how do you feel? Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to deal with Lawson's airs, clearly another one who prioritizes money over life. Silently labeling Lawson in his mind, he then asked, also, I need to know when you started having this dream. Staying away from the port has indeed helped a bit, but as soon as I sleep, the dream continues. Lawson continued, it was around mid-November. I remember those days the iron whale was just returning, and then I started dreaming of the sea. Before you started having this dream, did you encounter anything strange? Or did you go into the sea or something? Lu Yuan tried to extract useful information from Lawson. No, this dream appeared suddenly. Oh, everything was normal before that, receiving guests, sending off a batch of guests. Lawson was clearly becoming impatient. So Dr. Lu, how long are you going to keep asking? Or do you have any solutions for my condition? In response to Lawson's skepticism, Lu Yuan was unhurried, merely comforting him. Don't worry, Mr. Lawson, there are just a few more questions left. During the time the iron whale docked, did you receive any of their crew members? Or any unfamiliar faces? Lu Yuan shifted positions on the sofa. And one more question, Lawson, besides yourself, have you heard of anyone else experiencing similar symptoms, including your tenants? Lawson restrained his emotions and replied, I have not received any of the iron whale's crew. They always come ashore mysteriously, and I never get to do that business. As for unfamiliar faces, Lawson seemed to recall something. I did receive a few unfamiliar faces during that time. I would always encounter a few, but what does that have to do with my illness? Could it be that they transmitted it? Then why aren't my tenants having issues? Also, Dr. Lu, do you really have a solution? If not, it's best to say so. It's already late. Lawson displayed displeasure, feeling dissatisfied with Lu Yuan's barrage of questions. I can't guarantee it, but there is a kind of medicine you can try. After writing slow infection in his notebook, Lu Yuan got up and retrieved the leftover light silver grass mixture that Lawson had used. Lu Yuan was unaware of the exact components of this mixture. However, the diary's entries revealed that this medicine had a good effect on the alien dream. Although it couldn't cure it, at least it could delay it for a while. At the same time, it could verify whether Lawson was indeed afflicted by the alien dream. At the same time, it can be verified whether Lawson's condition is indeed the nightmare. Hearing this, Lawson immediately became interested, leaning on his cane and stepping forward to catch the silver potion sealed within a glass bottle the thickness of a finger. The color of the potion was dreamlike, especially under the light, as the silver liquid inside the glass bottle changed its shades with every angle. Is this silver light grass? Lawson recognized the main ingredient of the potion at a glance. Yes, it was left by Dr. Lawson. Lu Yuan nodded. How much do you have? I want it all. Lawson clearly knew what he was doing and decisively intended to buy all of it. But Lu Yuan would not agree. I am sorry, but silver light grass is rare, and I need to reserve some for myself. I can give you at most 2 bottles. 3 bottles for a gold shield. Lawson directly pulled out a gleaming gold coin from his pocket. Looking at the shiny imperial gold shield on the table, Lu Yuan did not rush to accept it. He pushed 3 bottles of potion forward, but held 2 of them down. This gold shield buys the potion, but I also need you to help me with something. Lawson eagerly grabbed a bottle of potion to examine it. What is it? As long as it lets me sleep soundly. These potions were left by Lawson, and they will be gone once used. If you want more potions later, you need to help me obtain the raw materials. Lu Yuan took out a prepared list. Mercury, silver light grass. No matter what method you use, I expect to see these items at your next checkup. Hearing this, Lawson shifted his gaze from the glimmering bottles to Lu Yuan, staring at him with somewhat murky eyes for a while. You are bolder than Lawson. Interesting. It's a deal. Deal. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yuan's lips as he pushed the remaining silverlight grass mixture toward Lawson. This transaction was guaranteed to be profitable because the procurement records of Lawson were clearly recorded in the notebook. A single silver light grass was about 10 silver shields, and none of the other herbs recorded alongside it exceeded the price of the silver light grass. So regardless of how it went, the price of 1 gold shield far exceeded the value of this potion itself. Of course, Lu Yuan also needed money because he needed to quickly improve his skill level. And that required money, a lot of money. Lawson left with the potion. Lu Yuan then closed the door, safely storing the gold shield, and reassessed Lawson's condition. From the current situation, it was highly likely that it was the nightmare, and that nightmare could be contagious. This matter was almost confirmed. But what puzzled Lu Yuan was why the time of Lawson's infection coincided almost exactly with Dr. Layson's. And why did Lawson's symptoms remain at the initial stage? And what was the mode of transmission for the nightmare? Would he also be infected? Lu Yuan could not understand and could not make sense of it. After all, he was just an ordinary person. If a professional doctor could not handle it, how could he manage it easily? Shaking his head helplessly, he decided not to think about it. He just picked up Basic Herbalism and began to flip through it. I should level up first. While thinking, Lu Yuan sat on the sofa continuously reading. The fireplace had some firewood adding warmth, but fatigue quietly crept in. Crash. The cold sound of crashing waves echoed in his ears. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Looking around, there was no clinic, no fireplace, no warm blanket. Looking up, an endless expanse of black sea suddenly appeared. A pale moon hung in the gloomy sky, casting an eerie white light on the surface of the sea. Lu Yuan tried to control his body, but found his feet rooted to the spot, nailed to the beach. The seawater was rising. The icy, bone-chilling seawater crept over his feet, that kind of cold penetrating into his bones, carrying a nauseating salty taste. Is this the nightmare? Lu Yuan also realized, struggling desperately, but his body did not respond at all. At this moment, Lu Yuan could only watch the vast sea before him. Watching the waves gradually rise on the surface of the sea. The cold seawater continuously crashed against Lu Yuan. The bone-chilling temperature made him shiver. Until the distant sea surface inexplicably turned pitch black. No way. There was something beneath the surface. Boom. A huge wave crashed down, and the feeling of suffocation instantly engulfed Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan suddenly jumped up from the sofa, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked in cold sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of the sea. The fire in the fireplace had extinguished at some point, and a cold breeze occasionally swept through the room. The clinic remained silent, glancing at the clock hanging on the wall. It had just passed midnight. Lu Yuan looked around, confirming that he was awake, before sitting back down on the sofa with lingering fear. In the recent dream, the suffocating feeling of seawater filling his nostrils was terrifyingly real. But before Lu Yuan could catch his breath, a gray experience bar appeared in his line of sight. Staring into the abyss, nightmare sanity assessment ongoing. Sanity 25649 experience. The sanity experience surprisingly increased this much. However, something was off. Lu Yuan looked at the experience bar that appeared before him and suddenly noticed something. The total experience required for sanity upgrade has decreased. Lu Yuan remembered clearly that the previous requirement was 50, but now it had decreased by 1. What does this mean? Lu Yuan fell into silence as he was unclear. But it certainly was not good news. One thing was for sure: he had been infected. The experience bar served as proof, and the glimmer of hope he once had completely vanished. Although he knew from the diary that this day might come, he did not expect it to arrive so quickly. Sighing, the urgent task was to prepare in advance. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, and then took out his notebook to record his plans. 1. Observe the changes in the dream while utilizing it to increase his sanity level and understand the reasons and effects of the decrease in total sanity. 2. Keep in touch with Lawson and find a way to identify the reasons for the slow progression of Lawson's symptoms. 3. Go to the church to gather information and purchase some holy water. Stopping here, Lu Yuan put down his pen. If none of the above works, there is one last resort, which is to actively contact the night watchman. Although everyone seems to know about the night watchman, they seem to vanish from both newspapers and daily life. The most critical point is that he was not clear about the night watchman's attitude towards the strange. Of course, the worst outcome would simply be being eliminated. If Lu Yuan's later symptoms indeed turned him into a dead fish like Dr. Layson, he would prefer to take a chance with the night watchman. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Lu Yuan took out his book and began to study hard, hoping he could quickly level up his experience. The next day, Basic Herbalism 11. 5:20. Lu Yuan rubbed his somewhat sore eye sockets, glancing at the progress of the experience bar, revealing a satisfied expression. With the depth of his studies, Lu Yuan found that both the pace and efficiency of learning were accelerating synchronously. Moreover, the knowledge related to the skills he had already mastered allowed him to quickly get started in subsequent studies and then master them. This could be considered good news. After a simple wash in the bathroom, Lu Yuan tidied his clothes, preparing to head out to the church. The main purpose of going to the church was to find some holy water, and secondly, to see if he could buy some herbs. Of course, before that, Lu Yuan needed to have a meal. In the early morning, Grim Harbor was bustling with people. Many laborers in gray shirts had already taken to the streets, chatting with friends while gnawing on somewhat brownish-black bread. Exiting Mrs. Green's bakery, Lu Yuan now had 2 freshly baked loaves of bread and a small bottle of milk in hand. To the church. Lu Yuan hailed a light blue rickshaw. The driver was a dark-skinned young man squatting by the roadside munching on black bread. Upon hearing the word church, his eyes lit up. After a few bites of bread, wiping his mouth, he said, "Sir, that's in the central district. It's a long way, 15 copper coins." Lu Yuan did not haggle and got into the vehicle. The rickshaw passed through the crowded and noisy slums with the lingering smell of fish and mold gradually dissipating. As the pavement shifted from uneven flagstone to a neat black boulevard, the surrounding scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. The low shanties disappeared, replaced by standalone villas with independent gardens. The streets were lined with neatly trimmed sycamore trees, and even the sunlight seemed to grow brighter. "So you can only walk from here." The driver stopped at an intersection, pointing ahead. "The church requires that to show piety, everyone must walk the last mile. But it's quite close, sir. If you follow this road ahead, you'll see the church." The driver indicated a direction, the middle one of the 3 roads. Lu Yuan nodded and paid, stepping onto the wide white boulevard paved with marble. At the end of the boulevard, a magnificent Gothic spire pierced the sky. The gray-white exterior reflected a holy radiance in the sunlight, with enormous stained glass windows adorned with intricate religious patterns. Yet beneath that holiness, Lu Yuan felt a subtle sense of repulsion. Is he Ming rejecting the church? Or is it that? Lu Yuan continued forward with a blank expression, and as he approached, he noticed that quite a few people were already waiting at the church entrance. Before Lu Yuan could step through the door, a nun in a white robe came out holding a large horn. Woo! With the nuns blowing, it sounded like the low growl of some great beast instantly spreading through the air. The people who had been queuing in the square all paused, bowing their heads in prayer with reverence. Only Lu Yuan felt a sudden tightening in his chest, a nauseating sensation rising within him. So obvious. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly, forcing down his discomfort as he approached a man who was waiting in line. "Friend, do you know what this is for?" Lu Yuan spoke to a nearby man. You don't know." The man was surprised by Lu Yuan's question. However, upon looking up at the dark-haired, dark-eyed man before him, he suddenly understood. "Are you new to Grim Harbor?" "It's normal not to know." The man continued. "The church stationed in Grim Harbor worships angels, and they perform this ritual every day when they open the doors." He pointed at the giant horn in the nun's hands. "It's a sort of daily prayer after which you can queue normally. But brother, you don't seem to be a local. Are you here to seek treatment?" "I just arrived recently and plan to buy some holy water and medicinal herbs," Lu Yuan said, frowning at the long line ahead. "You should go that way. That's where they sell medicines and holy water." The man pointed Lu Yuan in a direction while he himself stayed at the end of the line. "I'm here for treatment and to pick up this month's holy water as well." Lu Yuan thanked him and headed towards the direction indicated by the man. After walking a short distance to the left, he indeed found a small door that was already open. Entering through the door, he saw a wooden counter. A nun in white robes was sitting at the counter, looking down at a scripture, her lips slightly moving as if in prayer. Hearing the footsteps, the nun finally raised her head, her gaze somewhat dazed. "Lost lamb, what do you need?" "I need some medicinal herbs and holy water," Lu Yuan said, taking out a piece of paper. "This lists the types and quantities of the herbs I need." The nun came forward to take a glance, and then looked up, saying, "The herbs are not common, doctor." "Yes, I am a friend of Lyson, here to take over for him for a while." Lu Yuan recited the prepared lines. "Dr. Lyson." The nun's smile momentarily froze, her gaze becoming somewhat intriguing. "He hasn't come to confess to the angels for a long time. I hope he is well." Lu Yuan felt a slight alertness rising within him. If he truly was Lyson's friend, he had to be extremely cautious with his words. Any slip could expose his identity. "I suppose so." The nun seemed reluctant to discuss further and actively ended the topic. "However, since you are taking over Lyson's clinic, you are considered a doctor in Grim Harbor, and according to the regulations, you may purchase holy water of different grades. So what grade of holy water do you need?" "What grades are available?" Lu Yuan inquired. "Beginner, intermediate, advanced." The nun flipped through a manual on the counter and then added, "You can purchase unlimited beginner holy water. You can buy 3 bottles of intermediate holy water this month, and you can buy 1 bottle of advanced holy water within 6 months. What are the prices?" Lu Yuan became interested upon hearing this. Holy water was indeed classified into different types. He just didn't know the specific differences. Of course, if the prices were reasonable, Lu Yuan would love to take one of each type back to check them out. 1 silver shield, 10 silver shields, 1 gold shield. The nun revealed the prices. 2 bottles of beginner, 2 bottles of intermediate, and no advanced holy water for now. Lu Yuan decisively abandoned the idea of purchasing advanced holy water, as his imperial shields were quite limited. Unless he gave up on purchasing other medicinal herbs, but those were meant to enhance skill levels, so he could only temporarily forego the advanced holy water. After a brief calculation, the nun quoted the final price. 80 silver shields. Lu Yuan handed over a gold shield from his pocket. Thank you for your generosity. The nun took the gold shield, and then led Lu Yuan into a deep corridor. The interior of the church was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside. Straight Roman columns stood regularly on the perimeter, while the spaced stained glass reflected dreamy colors under the sunlight. The angelic figures carved into the walls wore smiles, appearing somewhat sacred under the colorful light. Lu Yuan followed behind the nun until they reached a room, and it was at this moment that he finally understood what holy water really was. Holy water must be taken directly from the holy spring by the faithful to receive the blessings of the angels, the nun softly said behind Lu Yuan. In the spacious dome-shaped room, an octagonal fountain was continuously gushing forth water. At the center of this fountain stood a pristine white sculpture. To be precise, it was a statue of an angel. The statue was exquisitely carved, its wings layered gracefully around its body with its eyes covered by a ribbon and its hands clasped across its chest. Though it was an inanimate object, the moment Lu Yuan stepped into the hall, he felt as if those covered eyes had opened. Buzz. His mind went completely blank. In the next moment, an indescribable sense of holiness surged violently into Lu Yuan's mind. Warning. High-level spiritual invasion detected. Rational assessment in progress. Suddenly, an invisible pressure descended upon the area where Lu Yuan stood, causing his knees to weaken as he was on the verge of uncontrollably kneeling down. Not far away, a nun observed this, seeing her hands clasped together, her head slightly bowed, lips parted in a whisper. She stood in the shadows, watching Lu Yuan's reaction from the corner of her eye. This was the Church's identification test. As long as this Dr. Lu lost control here, mutated, or displayed any inhuman characteristics, they could directly deal with him on the spot. Move. Just move for me. Lu Yuan roared inwardly, his teeth biting into his lip until it bled. At the moment when Lu Yuan's will was about to collapse, the gray-white text in his vision suddenly burst forth, transforming into a refreshing sensation that instantly dispersed the pressure enveloping his body. You have been gazed upon by the indescribable. You have gained its attention. The angel's gaze has shifted away. You have noticed the secret of the sky, forbidden knowledge. Peeper 2:6. 2:10. You have directly gazed upon the indescribable holiness. Rationality 2:5. 11:50. Experienced the overwhelming pressure of authority and divinity suddenly vanished. Lu Yuan felt a lightness in his body, finally halting the urge to kneel. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he observed the nun's reaction, already understanding in his heart. The church definitely knew something, otherwise they would not act this way. The nun in the shadows, seeing that Lu Yuan was fine, looked from expectation to astonishment. You are fine, she instinctively asked. Should I be in trouble? Lu Yuan countered, his gaze calmly meeting the nun's. The nun looked deeply at him for a moment, her scrutinizing gaze finally dissipating. No, Dr. Lu, you actually rejected the grace of the angelic Lord. Your will is so strong. Join us, and you at least have the potential to become a priest, if not even the hope of becoming a bishop. Lu Yuan looked into the nun's fervent eyes. I still prefer being a doctor. Are you sure you won't reconsider? The nun's tone rose a few pitches. Not for now. The nun looked at Lu Yuan's now calm eyes and finally shook her head. Without further discussing church matters, she pointed to the basin. You are qualified to take water now, Dr. Lu. The angel has acknowledged you. Lu Yuan turned around, his shirt already soaked with cold sweat. That was close. If it weren't for the system's emergence, my strange dream would have definitely been exposed, and not only that, I might have become the angel's most devout follower. But who is that? The angel's gaze was averted. Lu Yuan suppressed the unease in his heart and glanced back at the statue one last time. Confirming that his rationality had not changed, he finally shifted his gaze to other parts of the church. The church indeed was not a good entity. Knowing the statue would have a bewildering effect, they still placed it plainly in the hall. If one did not make preparations in advance, the church would gain another powerful believer. After all, only those who took the small door would be brought to this grand hall. The nun, seeing Lu Yuan's silence, knew what he was thinking and said candidly, Dr. Lu, do you know what the most basic requirement is to work as a doctor in Grim Harbor? The nun, looking at the still silent Lu Yuan, didn't mind and continued, that is to pass the Church's examination. After all, the church needs to ensure that he has the qualifications to practice medicine. Otherwise, if something goes wrong with the citizens of Grim Harbor, it won't be the church that steps in. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan understood everything. As the new doctor taking over the clinic, the church did not care whether he had the ability or whether he was capable at all. The church only knew that their territory had gained a pest that would compete for their resources. As for the examination, whether he passed or failed, the church would incur no loss. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan sighed deeply in his heart, as he could only remain silent for now, but he would remember this matter. So, does that mean I passed the Church's examination? Lu Yuan looked directly at the nun, inquiring calmly. I suppose so, Dr. Lu. All right, don't you need the holy water? The nun in her white robe still wore a smile, standing in the sunlight filtering through the stained glass at the top of the hall, appearing somewhat sacred and solemn. So what? The nun handed Lu Yuan 2 fist-sized glass bottles from the next room. Remember to maintain piety. Otherwise, the nun intentionally left her sentence unfinished. Lu Yuan took the bottles, feeling surprisingly heavy in his hands, the black bottle body engraved with layered wing patterns obscuring its material. Opening the bottle, Lu Yuan focused his gaze on the surface of the fountain's water. The spring water rippled clear and bright, indistinguishable from ordinary water. Even the process of Lu Yuan collecting the water was uneventful. Instead, the nun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing Lu Yuan fill 2 bottles with holy water. All right, Dr. Lu, the remaining herbs will be arranged for delivery to the clinic by the church. If you're fine, you can take a look around the church. The angel will protect you. The nun still wore a smile, then carried the scripture in her hands and left. She seemed not at all worried about what Lu Yuan might do with the holy spring. Watching the nun depart, Lu Yuan had no intention of lingering any longer, merely casting a final glance at the angel statue standing in the spring before turning to leave. From now on, unless in special circumstances, I will try to minimize my visits to the church, Lu Yuan thought as he had already exited through the small door of the church. At this moment, the line outside the church was not diminishing but increasing, with a few clergy members dressed in black robes and purple shawls maintaining order. They wore smiles, holding scriptures, maintaining order while imparting doctrines to the waiting patients. Lu Yuan saw the patients occasionally showing humble expressions, knowing that yet another had become a believer of the angel. Ignoring these people, Lu Yuan retraced his steps, and at this moment an experience bar quietly appeared. Grim Harbor Status 5, 2050 is the church giving this much experience for such a minor exploration. Lu Yuan walked forward, his gaze lowered in thought, until he boarded the returning rickshaw. The figure in the purple robe, standing behind the second-floor window, withdrew its gaze. Your Excellency, the bishop. The previous nun Avril stood respectfully behind. That Lu Yuan passed the test. Under the gaze of the angelic lord, he showed no signs of mutation even. His mental fluctuations are even more stable than those of ordinary people. The purple-robed bishop turned around, revealing an aged and weary face. Since he has passed, then temporarily remove him from the cleansing list. He rubbed the center of his brow, his voice hoarse. The pressure from the night watchman is immense. Recently, the things in the deep sea have been increasingly restless. Since he poses no issue, we need not concern ourselves with him for now. When Lu Yuan returned from the church, the sun had already climbed to its zenith. He carefully placed the 2 bottles of intermediate holy water, which had cost him 20 silver shields, into the bottom compartment of the counter. As his fingers touched the bottle, a line of grayish-white small characters appeared. Intermediate holy water, water infused with the essence of the sky, capable of significantly suppressing diseases and low-level pollution. I hope it's worth the price. Lu Yuan closed the cabinet door and slumped onto the slightly worn-out sofa, rubbing his swollen temples. In this port where everything felt peculiar, this item was not just a medicine, but a life-saving trump card. Rationality 21149 experienced. The numbers in the lower right corner of his vision hovered silently. Lu Yuan stared at the incomplete 49, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the armrest. There were still 49 points left in the limit. At the current rate of loss, if he didn't do something in at most 2 months, he'd have to lie down at the door alongside Dr. Lawson. As he was pondering, a rumbling sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones came from outside. A black carriage stopped at the door, and a servant in uniform got down and wordlessly unloaded a large box. Dr. Lu, this is the first batch of goods that Mr. Lawson instructed to be delivered. The servant put down the items, bowed, and turned to leave. Lu Yuan opened the box. A strong, bitter aroma of herbs surged forth. The box was stuffed with dried silverlight grass, several sealed containers of mercury, and some miscellaneous mineral powders. This client is quite efficient. Lu Yuan casually grabbed a handful of silverlight grass, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. The quality was decent. It seemed that the landlord, tormented by the strange dream, had indeed invested heavily to get a good night's sleep. With these raw materials, Lu Yuan could attempt to create a silverlight grass mixture. Of course, Lu Yuan did not understand the specific ratios, but he had Dr. Lawson's notes. He walked to the bookshelf, retrieved the thick experimental record left by Lawson, and quickly found the section on handling silverlight grass. Although the handwriting was scrawled and stained with an unknown liquid, it did not hinder reading. 3 portions of silverlight grass, 1 portion of mercury, heat to boiling. Lu Yuan spread the notes on the table, set up the crucible, lit the alcohol lamp, and began processing. Throughout the entire afternoon, the clinic was filled with the scent of simmering herbs. Lu Yuan worked like an unflagging machine, fixated on the constantly fluctuating pharmacology experience bar, in his vision, mechanically repeating the actions of refining, merging, and bottling. Pharmacology 0. 5. Pharmacology 0. 5. Watching the experience points slowly rise, this pure feedback temporarily made Lu Yuan forget everything around him. Until the outside world was completely shrouded in darkness, a timid knock on the door broke the tranquility of the clinic. Dr. Lu, are you there? The voice was very soft, mingled with the sound of the wind. Lu Yuan put down the still smoking bottle, frowning slightly. Pharmacology 6. 550 beginner. At this hour the likelihood of good news was slim. He walked to the door and unlocked it. Outside stood the shoeshine boy he had seen yesterday, Brent. Brent was holding a large stack of newspapers, his face a bit dirty and his cheeks flushed from the wind. When Lu Yuan appeared, the originally clever eyes were filled with anxiety and he shivered in his thin coat. "It's you." Lu Yuan stepped aside to let him in. "Today's newspaper. Just put it on the table." Brent placed the newspapers on the table but did not take the money and leave as usual. Instead, he stood there twisting his hands nervously and struggling to speak. "Is something wrong?" Lu Yuan sensed something was off, casually tossing him a piece of bread from the plate. "Since you helped me before, whatever the problem is, just tell me." Brent clutched the bread without eating it, his eyes suddenly turning red. "Dr. Lu, please save my uncle." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Uncle?" He remembered the uncle Brent had mentioned before, who worked in the dock's cold storage and had advised him not to eat fish. What happened to him? Lu Yuan sat back down, picking up his cup for a sip of water. "My uncle is ill, very seriously." Brent's voice trembled, suppressing his inner fear. "He has been locking himself in his room for the past few days, saying he's cold and that his skin itches. When I went to see him today, I found my uncle. He has strange things all over his body." "Strange things?" Lu Yuan paused in his actions, holding the cup. "Yes. It's like he has a layer of new skin, wet and slimy." Brent swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. "And that stuff is ugly and smells foul. Have you been to the church?" "He refuses to go." Brent knelt on the ground in desperation. "He said those people at the church would burn him alive." "Dr. Lu, you are a friend of Dr. Lawson. You must have a way, right?" "I have money. I have money." As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of copper shields from his pocket. Lu Yuan looked at the pile of copper shields, remaining silent. If he refused to go to the church, there was usually only one reason. His uncle likely knew that he was not suffering from a disease, but from some form of transformation. Moreover, judging by the description, the symptoms were entirely different from Lawson's kind of mental strange dream. New skin, wet and slimy. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, gently rubbing his chin. This sounded quite dangerous. But if he could handle it, perhaps he might uncover something. He glanced at the experience bar at the edge of his vision. Taboo Studies Observer 6. 210. He was not far from leveling up. Engaging with such an obvious abnormality posed a high risk, but the potential rewards could also be considerable. "It seems there's new work ahead," Lu Yuan thought to himself. "Keep the money for now." Lu Yuan stood up, brushing off the residue from his hands, his tone calm. "It's impossible to lead you today, or it's dark outside. You should go back for now. Come pick me up at 8 tomorrow morning." Brent paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously, tears and snot streaming down his face. "Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lu." After sending off the overly grateful boy, Lu Yuan closed the door, and his expression instantly turned cold. Skin covered in strange things. Refusing the church. He walked to the window, gazing out at the porch shrouded in thick fog. The darkness there was denser than anywhere else. "I hope it's not too troublesome." That night, Lu Yuan slept uneasily. He dreamed again of that sea. Still the pitch-black water, still the self that was nailed to the beach. But this time the sensation of the waves crashing against him felt even clearer. The cold, slippery touch was like countless wet tentacles caressing his skin. Under that pale moonlight, a massive shadow seemed to rise from the surface of the sea. That thing was quietly staring at him through the profound waters. Who? Lu Yuan abruptly awoke from the dream, his heart racing, his body feeling as if it had just been pulled from the water, completely soaked. Rationality 2-4. 1548 experience. Well, it should have been +5. But since there are too many changes to the following text, let's just add 4 points as if I had consumed it. The limit dropped slightly again. Lu Yuan stared intently at the fluctuating number, feeling a sense of urgency. 48. I hope tomorrow brings me some surprises. The next morning, the fog over Grim Harbor was thicker than usual, and the salty, fishy smell in the air was almost suffocating. Lu Yuan dressed neatly, deliberately changing into a convenient dark trench coat. He tucked the finely sharpened scalpel into his pocket and stuffed an entire bottle of mid-level holy water into a nondescript leather pouch at his waist. "Let's go," Lu Yuan said briefly, looking at Brent, who had dark circles under his eyes at the door. Brent clearly hadn't slept well, and his dirty little face was full of anxiety. He led Lu Yuan through the bustling central district, heading towards the lowest and dampest port area. The further they went, the more dilapidated the surroundings became. The cobblestone road turned into a muddy mess, and the buildings on either side transformed from Gothic-style houses into crooked wooden shanties. A foul stench of decaying matter mixed with sewer gas permeated the air, making one's head ache. This was the slum of Grim Harbor, the place closest to the ocean. Just ahead, that low-rent building. Brent pointed to a rickety black wooden house not far away. The house looked as if it had been pieced together from scrap wood taken from ships, covered in moss, with a pile of garbage that had been there for who knows how long stacked against the wall. Before getting closer, Lu Yuan already caught a whiff of a foul odor hanging in the air. The smell was intense, even mixed with a hint of blood, prompting him to instinctively cover his nose. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks and glanced at the lower right corner of his vision. Environmental perception, abnormal concentration of biological traces, extremely high. Lu doctor. Brent turned back to look at him, his eyes pleading. It's fine, let's go, Lu Yuan said, adjusting his collar and following Brent into the dimly lit hallway. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot, the corridor was pitch black, and the doors on either side were tightly shut. Occasionally muffled coughing could be heard from inside. This is the one. Brent stopped in front of a door covered by a ragged curtain, his hand trembling slightly. Uncle. It's Brent, I brought the doctor to see you. There was no response from inside. Only a strange sound like a wet rag being dragged across the floor, accompanied by heavy breathing. Without wasting words, Lu Yuan reached out and pushed the door open. The room was very dark, with the windows boarded up tightly, allowing hardly a sliver of light in. Moreover, the foul odor in the air was almost overwhelming at that moment. Lu Yuan took a few seconds to adjust to the darkness before he could barely make out the scene inside the room. The room was chaotic, with water stains and slime everywhere. In one corner, a figure was curled up on a shabby bed. With the faint light filtering in from the hallway, Lu Yuan clearly saw what that thing was. It was a grotesque creature. Its skin had completely sloughed off, revealing gray-brown scales underneath. Its head was swollen and deformed, with bulging eyes protruding to the sides, and its mouth split open to the roots of its ears, exposing a row of sharp, fine teeth. The most terrifying part was the 3 bright red slits on either side of its neck, expanding and contracting with its breath. Those were gills. Witnessed deep aberration, low-tier fishman, kin, incomplete form, warning, rationality, judgment ongoing. Judgment failed, observing target continuously incurs slight rationality corruption. A gray-white warning box popped up. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he silently took a step back. Uncle. Brent hadn't yet seen what was on the bed and was about to step inside. Lu Yuan reached out and pressed his hand on Brent's shoulder, pulling him back slightly. Brent. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the figure in the room, his voice calm. I need to talk to your uncle alone, you come back later. Huh. But. Brent hesitated for a moment. This treatment needs to be undisturbed, Lu Yuan said, looking at the creature that was slowly turning its head, his tone leaving no room for argument. Hurry up. Brent was intimidated by Lu Yuan's stern tone. Although he was worried about his uncle, out of trust for the doctor, he gritted his teeth and turned to run out. Listening to the sound of footsteps fading away, Lu Yuan closed the door behind him. But he didn't lock it. In this narrow space, facing such a creature, it would be easier to escape if things went south. Lu Yuan turned around and looked at the creature that had crawled off the bed, pulling out the scalpel from his pocket. Roar. The creature let out a murky, low growl from its throat, its dead fish-like eyes fixated on Lu Yuan, and murky slime dripped from the corners of its mouth. It seems there's no saving him. Lu Yuan looked at the creature before him, gripping the handle of his knife tightly. It appears that Brent, you might lose an uncle, but hopefully he has other relatives. Before he could finish speaking, the creature lunged at him. Its speed was astonishing. Lu Yuan felt a flash before his eyes, and a gust of foul wind rushed at him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, and the creature's webbed hand with sharp claws slammed hard against the door frame. Bang! The solid wooden frame was directly clawed, leaving 3 deep grooves with chips scattering everywhere. Detecting low-tier fishman kin analysis initiated head hardness 4 times that of an average person, bone density. Weak points located in the gill area, eyeballs, and abdomen. In his field of vision, gray-white text kept appearing, but Lu Yuan only saw a small segment of it. The weak points were directly marked out. Is it the gills, eh? Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened, and the scalpel in his hand glimmered coldly as it surged towards the creature's neck. However, the creature's reaction was faster than Lu Yuan had imagined. The scales covering it suddenly opened up. Clang! The scalpel struck the scales, producing a sound like metal clashing, leaving only a white mark. It seems not to be effective. Let's try again. Lu Yuan assessed the situation, rolling to evade the creature's sweeping leg just in time. That leg was covered in slime, slapping against the wall and leaving a corrosive black streak. The room was too small to maneuver properly. The creature, missing its attack, grew even more frantic, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and lunging at him again. This time it sealed off all escape routes. No choice left. Lu Yuan's eyes hardened as his left hand plunged into his pocket, pulling out the black glass bottle. He twisted the cap off, aimed for an opportunity, and splashed half of it into the creature's open mouth. Sizzle. It sounded like water being poured into a boiling pot of oil. The moment the holy water touched the creature's oral cavity, it erupted into intense, white smoke. Roar. The creature let out a piercing scream, rolling on the ground in agony while covering its mouth. Its soft flesh inside the mouth rotted at a visible speed, turning charred and emitting a nauseating burnt smell. Looks like it's effective. Lu Yuan gasped for breath, retreating to the window, but he didn't pursue the attack. Because he saw that although the creature was in pain, its scales became more vivid red under the stimulation of the holy water, and its size even swelled again, the originally gray-brown eyeballs instantly filled with blood vessels. It seems this thing has entered the second phase. Warning, target has entered rage state, danger level elevated. Lu Yuan glanced at the remaining holy water in his hand. Only half a bottle left, it probably won't kill it. The creature, though its mouth was rotting, was exuding even stronger, murderous intent, staring intently at him. Can't fight it, retreat. Lu Yuan made a decisive call, grabbing a nearby chair and smashing it hard towards the creature. Taking advantage of the moment it blocked, he turned to pull the door handle. However, at that moment, boom. The creature, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up. Its thick tail swept over, smashing the chair in Lu Yuan's hands to pieces, and the residual force heavily struck Lu Yuan's back. Cough. Lu Yuan was knocked flying, crashing against the wall, nearly spitting out blood. The creature with red eyes slowly approached, its sharp claws raised high. Lu Yuan struggled to get up his hand, feeling for the holy water bottle in his pocket. Just as the claws were about to fall. Clang! A silver flash of sword light sliced through the dim room like lightning. The claws, as hard as iron, were as weak as tofu in front of the sword light, snapping into two pieces and falling to the ground, still twitching. Immediately after, a tall black figure stood in front of Lu Yuan. Clad in a black trench coat and wide-brimmed hat, wielding a silver greatsword that emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Step back. The figure didn't turn his head, his voice deep and hoarse, exuding the aura of a strong person as he stood in front of Lu Yuan. Unrelated personnel, please leave. The silver sword light was too swift. So swift that Lu Yuan could hardly discern how the sword was swung. He only felt a chilling afterimage flash before his eyes, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The previously arrogant and frenzied aberration had now been reduced to a pile of scattered flesh on the floor. The incision was smooth as a mirror with not a hint of adhesion. Even the black blood from the wound gushed forth half a second late due to the sword's incredible speed. Target life signs have disappeared. Aberration source has been eliminated. Leaning against the wall, Lu Yuan felt a lingering pain in his chest from the earlier impact. He did not speak immediately, but quickly adjusted his breathing, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the black silhouette blocking his path. The figure wore a long black trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, with a silver giant sword still dripping blood. Without needing a system prompt, Lu Yuan could guess the identity of the newcomer. In this port, the only type of person who could slice a monster as neatly as sashimi and dare to intrude into the slums at this time was one specific kind. Night Watchman. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse as he tentatively asked. His grip on the holy water bottle did not loosen. Instead, he subtly pulled it into his sleeve. The man turned around. His face was as hard as rock, with stubble on his chin and a pair of gray eyes sharp as a hawk's, scanning Lu Yuan up and down. Not bad reaction. The man flicked his giant sword, splattering black blood against the wall. He did not answer Lu Yuan's question, but walked over to the pile of flesh and used the sword tip to prod a twitching piece of tissue. Corroded by high concentration holy water, severed some vocal organs, and even utilized the terrain to evade for quite some time. The man raised his head, a hint of surprise in his eyes. As a doctor, your combat skills are better than I expected. Ordinary people encountering such things usually end up in one of two fates: becoming one of them or becoming food. I am a doctor. Lu Yuan adjusted his disheveled collar, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and replied in a flat tone. In the eyes of a doctor, it's merely a patient with a severe condition. A patient? The man raised an eyebrow, seemingly non-committal to this explanation. He sheathed his sword, the sound of metal scraping echoing harshly in the cramped room. I am Hans, captain of the 3rd Night Watchman Squad. Hans stepped in front of Lu Yuan, his tall shadow casting an invisible pressure. Dr. Lu, although you appear brave, according to regulations, anyone who has had close contact with a deeply aberrated entity faces a high risk of infection. So you need to come with me. Hans' tone was firm, not sounding like a suggestion. I need to ensure the safety of others. Lu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds. He knew he had no choice. In front of that silver sword, resistance was futile, and he indeed wanted to make contact with the official organization of this world. All right. Lu Yuan nodded. But I need to handle things here first. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside the door. Dr. Lu. Uncle. Brent, who had been waiting outside, seemed to have heard the sounds of the earlier fight subside, and finally could not help but rush in. As soon as he entered, he was hit by an overwhelming stench of blood. Then he saw the ground strewn with flesh and the 2 men standing amidst the carnage. Uncle. Uncle. Brent stared blankly at the remaining scales on the ruined bed, and then at the indistinguishable mass of tissue on the floor. His entire being seemed to lose its soul. Hans furrowed his brow, seeming to want to say something. Lu Yuan, however, stepped forward first. He did not utter any meaningless condolences, but simply bent down to pick up a recognizable piece of fabric and handed it to Brent. He has gone. Lu Yuan's voice was soft, but clear. Before he became a complete monster, let him be freed. He left quickly without suffering. This was the truth for someone who was irreversibly sliding into the abyss, suffering both physical and spiritual agony. Death was indeed the only release. Brent trembled all over, tears streaming down silently. He knew his uncle was ill and that it was a difficult illness to cure, but he had never imagined it would end like this. Brother. A small voice came from behind the door. Lu Yuan turned to look only to see a small head peeking out from behind Brent. It was a little girl about 5 or 6 years old wearing ill-fitting old clothes, her hair a dull yellow. Yet her large eyes were surprisingly bright, timidly observing everything in the room. Brent suddenly snapped back to reality, covering his sister's eyes with his hand and protecting her behind him. It's okay. It's okay. He comforted his sister while crying, then turned to Lu Yuan hastily, pulling out a copper shield stained with sweat and shoe polish from his pocket. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Although he was young, he had spent enough time at the docks to understand that if his uncle really turned into a monster and ran out, the night watchman would not only kill his uncle, but also treat him and his sister as contaminants. Lu Yuan not only freed his uncle, but also saved the lives of the brother and sister. Lu Yuan looked at the dirty little hand reaching out and did not refuse. He reached into the pile of coins and pinched one out. This copper shield will count as the consultation fee. Lu Yuan placed the copper shield into his pocket, his tone calm. The rest should be saved for your sister to buy bread. After saying this, he turned to Hans. Let's go, Captain. Hans glanced at the siblings kneeling on the ground, and then at the expressionless Lu Yuan, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Follow me. After leaving the Laurent housing, Hans led Lu Yuan not to the police station or church, but through a series of twists and turns to an old street on the edge of Grim Harbor. The fog here was less dense than at the docks, but felt even colder. Hans stopped in front of a dilapidated building with a sign that read, Old John's Tavern. We have arrived. Pushing the door open, a mixture of cheap beer, tobacco, and rotting wood assaulted their senses. The tavern was sparsely populated with only a few weary individuals in trench coats sitting in corners nursing their drinks. Seeing Hans enter, they merely nodded slightly, their gazes lingering on Lu Yuan for a moment before shifting away. It was the kind of look reserved for the dead or trouble. Take him to the basement room, number 2. Hans shouted to the bartender, then turned to Lu Yuan and said, Stay here and don't wander off. If no aberration occurs, you should be able to leave alive. Lu Yuan shrugged, showing neither fear nor excessive curiosity, and obediently followed a servant down to the basement. But inside, he was rapidly calculating. Contacting key faction stronghold, night watchman base, Grim Harbor, status 2550. It seems that this move was the right one. Lu Yuan was led into a cramped room with only a table and 2 chairs. As the iron door slammed shut with a clang, silence enveloped the surroundings. Lu Yuan sat on the chair, closing his eyes to rest. He knew the real test was just beginning. The confinement did not last long. After about half an hour, the iron door was opened again. It was not Hans who walked in, but a woman. She appeared to be around 30 years old, dressed in a sharp bartender's outfit, playing with a lighter in her hand, her red curls casually pinned up at the back. Her gaze was quite languid, but Lu Yuan sensed a dangerous aura about her, a flavor acquired from long dealings with the bazaar. I am the person in charge here. You can call me Mary. The woman pulled out a chair and sat down, tossing a document onto the table, the lighter clicking between her fingers with a crisp sound. Lu Yuan, male, Oriental. Claiming to be a friend of Dr. Lyson, entrusted to take over the clinic. He had just arrived at Grim Port the day before. She lifted her eyelids, her green eyes fixated on Lu Yuan. Your background is very clean, as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. But I'm curious, how does a newcomer like you remain unfazed in front of a deeply mutated entity, even managing to fight back? The interrogation began. Lu Yuan adjusted his posture, aiming to appear neither nervous nor arrogant. When Lyson wrote to me, he mentioned the strange disease here. Lu Yuan replied half-truthfully. As a doctor, although I have not seen it, I have mentally prepared myself. As for fighting, that is the instinct for survival. Instinct for survival. Mary scoffed. An ordinary person's survival instinct is to scream and wait to die, or desperately flee, not to grab a scalpel and slice the neck of a mutated being. She leaned forward, the pressure intensifying. Just say it. Did you hear any sounds when facing that thing? Or see any hallucinations? This was a test of sanity. Lu Yuan knew very well that if he said yes, it would mean he had been tainted and likely awaited a bullet. No, Lu Yuan answered decisively. That thing was just ugly and smelly. The only remaining impression was revulsion. Mary stared into his eyes for a full 10 seconds, seemingly trying to find a hint of deceit in his pupils. But Lu Yuan's gaze was clear and calm. Sanity 2-1548 experience. His sanity had indeed not dropped. He had not lied, merely stated the truth. Very well. Mary withdrew her gaze, her tone slightly softened. It seems your mental resilience is quite high. This is a rare gift in Grimport. She then asked a few questions about pharmacology and anatomy. This was not difficult for Lu Yuan, who possessed experience in pharmacology. Combining his previous practical experience, though his wording was not elaborate, it was precise and logical, causing Mary to nod frequently. All right, it seems you are indeed a doctor. Mary closed the document. The test is over. You may leave now. Lu Yuan stood up, but did not move immediately. Is that it? He asked. What else? Should I invite you for a drink? Mary raised an eyebrow. I've also helped you solve a bit of trouble and provided first-hand information about the mutation. Lu Yuan looked at Mary, his tone calm. And I am currently facing a life-threatening situation. What do you mean? Brent's uncle mutated at home. This meant the source of pollution was right at the port and likely spreading. Lu Yuan paused, throwing out his chips. Lyson complained to me in his letter that many doctors had mysteriously disappeared or had incidents recently. He was very scared, and the key point is that Lyson really died. Don't say you night watchmen are unaware of this. So someone is targeting doctors. Lu Yuan looked directly into Mary's eyes. Or rather, someone is targeting those who can detect the abnormal. Now that Lyson was dead and he had taken over the clinic, would he be next? The air in the room instantly thickened. The languor on Mary's face vanished. She examined the young Oriental man before her, once again a hint of seriousness in her gaze. You are very clever and perceptive. Mary paused for a moment, slowly speaking. Indeed, doctors in Grimport have been dying a bit too quickly lately. Not only doctors, but also scholars, alchemists. Anyone who has come into contact with knowledge is facing incidents. Because we are short-staffed. At this moment, Hans pushed the door open and walked in. He had evidently been listening outside. Though the night watchmen are powerful, we can only wield swords at the moment, but we cannot summon enough brains. Hans spoke plainly. We need doctors, personnel who can handle pollution and analyze pathology. But those renowned doctors have either been co-opted by the church or have long fled out of fear. He walked to the table, resting his hands on the surface, looking at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, since you've made your point clear, I won't hide anything from you. Are you interested in joining the night watchmen? Join you? Lu Yuan frowned. Sorry, I just want to survive. I don't want to grapple with those monsters. No, as a consultant. Hans threw out an enticing bait. You need protection, and we can provide it. You need money, I'll offer you double. Most importantly, he lowered his voice, his tone laced with temptation. Don't you want to know why you can see those things? Or rather, don't you want to master the kind of power that can truly combat the bizarre? Lu Yuan's gaze flickered. Power. In this world, the only way to fight monsters is to become a monster. Or surpass them. Mary interjected, her voice low. We call this power the extraordinary path. Some gain power by consuming the flesh and blood of monsters. That is the mutation path, lowly and disgusting. Some make deals with the bizarre. That is the bizarre path, powerful but prone to madness. Some are naturally favored by the gods. That is the chosen path, but their lives are short. And then there are the madmen of the church who gain power through faith in the gods. That is the believer path. At this point, Mary paused and looked deeply at Lu Yuan. But there is one most special and extremely mixed path. It requires neither flesh nor faith only. She pointed at her own head. Knowledge. Power can be gained through reading, researching, and analyzing the taboos of the world. We call this the knowledge path. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck through Lu Yuan's mind. Forbidden studies. That skill which only required reading forbidden books and observing monsters to gain experience. So this is what the so-called knowledge path is. If before he was merely blindly grinding for experience, now a door to a new world slowly opened before him. Knowledge equals power. Lu Yuan murmured. But within the gray-white text prompt there was a second half. He did not voice knowledge also equals pollution. What do you think? Hans looked at Lu Yuan's changing expression. Join us. The library of the night watchman is open to you. There you will find all the answers you seek. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Protection, salary, and a channel for advancement. This was a condition he could not refuse. How is the salary calculated? Lu Yuan raised his head, restoring the demeanor of a businessman. Hans and Mary exchanged glances and smiled. 5 gold shields per week. Tasks are calculated separately. Deal. Lu Yuan extended his hand, grasping Hans' calloused hand. Joined faction Night Watchman external consultant, unlocked new map access, Night Watchman library, gained crucial intelligence, extraordinary path system, the experience bar, in his view, danced joyfully. Lu Yuan knew that from this moment on he was no longer a mere quivering fake doctor hiding in the clinic. He had officially embarked on an irreversible path leading to the abyss or to godhood. Beneath the Old John Tavern lies another hidden world. Mary led Lu Yuan through a concealed door disguised as a massive oak barrel, descending the rusty iron ladder for quite some time. In the air, the previously mixed scents of ale and tobacco gradually faded, replaced by a musty odor of paper. The underground space of the base was far larger than Lu Yuan had imagined. Looking up, he saw the ceiling covered with black rocks alongside thick metallic pipes sprawling across the walls like veins, occasionally emitting a low rumble. Every few meters, explosion-proof lights encased in wire mesh cast a ghastly white light, illuminating the long corridor. Don't look around too much and keep your hands to yourself. Mary walked ahead, her high heels clicking on the hollow iron grating floor, creating a crisp sound. The things locked up down here can take your life if released casually. If you don't want to become part of the warning signs on the wall, it's best to control your curiosity. Lu Yuan followed behind, discreetly shifting his gaze, only glancing at the heavy iron doors tightly closed on either side of the corridor. The doors bore various colored signs, each depicting twisted skulls or symbols of unclear meaning. Environmental perception, high concentration of anomalous biological traces, warning, rationality assessment ongoing. Assessment successful, status stable. Lu Yuan quickly retracted his gaze. It was evident that this place was the core area where the night watchman detained or researched those anomalies. Up ahead is the main hall. Mary pushed open a pair of double iron doors at the end of the corridor, the metallic hinges squeaking painfully. It was a spacious area with an extremely high dome. Directly opposite the entrance, a massive blackboard hung on the wall plastered with numerous task orders. Lu Yuan quickly scanned it, and most of the tasks were mundane jobs like sewer cleaning and investigation of anomalous noise in a certain district with minimal rewards. A few weary-looking night watchmen in black coats were gathered around the blackboard speaking in hushed tones. Upon seeing Mary with a newcomer, they merely cast a detached glance, their eyes filled with a numbness born of constant exposure to life and death before turning away. Your logistics personnel, if this kind of reckless task is not for you. Mary pointed to a room in the corner of the hall marked resource management. From now on, your tasks will be assigned there. You can call that person Old Morgan. At this point, Mary paused, turned to look at Lu Yuan seriously, and said, "Remember, speak less and do more." Old Morgan is the only extraordinary person in this base who has embarked on the path of knowledge and serves as its administrator. Anyone who walks that path is bound to be a bit strange. Lu Yuan nodded. In this world, knowledge often comes with contamination. The more learned a person is, the closer they are to madness. He adjusted his collar and pushed the door open. The room was exceptionally quiet. The walls were lined with towering file cabinets stuffed with yellowing folders. An elderly man with graying hair and thick glasses sat behind a cluttered desk. He held a magnifying glass, nearly pressing his face against a piece of black stone, seemingly studying its texture. Without lifting his head upon hearing the door open, Old Morgan spoke in a hoarse voice, "A new doctor. That kid wielding a scalpel fighting against the aberration. I am Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan stepped forward, standing at a polite and safe distance. Old Morgan finally lowered the magnifying glass and slowly raised his head. What met his gaze were murky eyes, the pupils appearing somewhat unfocused, as if he had been staring at a non-existent focal point for a long time. As he was stared at like this, Lu Yuan felt an unsettling sensation, as if he were being scrutinized on an autopsy table. Since Mary brought you here, it indicates you have chosen the most difficult path, the path of knowledge. Here, fill this out, then choose a direction. It's best to select one that suits you, otherwise the only outcome will be death. Lu Yuan picked up the pen, his gaze sweeping across the form. Several branches were listed: pharmacology, focused on drug formulation, toxin analysis and neutralization. Mechanics, focused on precision machinery, alchemical item creation and repair. Anatomy, focused on biological structure analysis, insight into weaknesses and corpse handling. Anomalies, focused on the study of the habits of anomalous creatures, tracing origins, and interpreting forbidden knowledge. Young man, let me remind you of something. Old Morgan suddenly spoke, his tone flat. Knowledge is the most sacred thing, but it also harbors the deepest darkness. Until you find your own path, do not attempt to understand what you should not. He pointed to his murky eyes. I am a repairman, which means I follow the mechanics. Thus I can understand those complex mechanical blueprints and repair those damaged alchemical weapons. But I cannot comprehend corpses, nor can I understand the ramblings of madmen. So do not think you can learn everything. Once you cross the line, your mind will become the food for that knowledge. Believe me, that kind of death is far worse than being chewed up by the monsters outside. Lu Yuan looked at the options on the form and did not hesitate for too long. His gaze finally settled on the last option, anomalies. This was the direction deemed the most difficult, with the highest mortality rate by the night watchman. Because it required reading a large number of primary records about anomalies, confronting those indescribable descriptions, with each learning experience testing the limits of one's sanity. But for Lu Yuan, this was precisely what he needed. Because now Lu Yuan's Forbidden Knowledge Observer 6.210 was just one step away from leveling up. Moreover, the translation ability that accompanied his crossing allowed him to see information that others could not, which was itself a tremendous advantage. To not choose this would be a waste of resources. I choose this. Lu Yuan picked up the pen and circled anomalies. Old Morgan was taken aback for a moment, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. Anomalies? Are the young people today so eager to seek death? He shook his head, seemingly mocking Lu Yuan's ignorance, but did not stop him. He turned and rummaged through a cabinet behind him, pulling out a small box wrapped tightly in black cloth and tossing it to Lu Yuan. Since you seek death, I'll assist you. This is your entrance test. Lu Yuan caught the box, feeling its icy touch, even carrying a hint of bone-chilling cold. 1 month. Old Morgan picked up the magnifying glass again, no longer looking at him. Go to the library below and find out what this piece of flesh belongs to and what characteristics it has. If you can't find out, just go back to being your ordinary doctor and don't waste time here. Lu Yuan said nothing, merely lifting a corner of the black cloth. Inside lay a piece of dark red tissue resembling dried, cured meat. But its surface was covered with a faint layer of white frost which was emanating a chill. At the moment his gaze made contact, familiar gray-white small characters jumped into Lu Yuan's view. Observed icefield ghoul, larval muscle tissue, Forbidden Knowledge Observer 0. 1. Is this the end? Lu Yuan struggled to suppress the twitching of his lips. With his golden finger, this was far too simple, even requiring no flipping of any book. But he could not show it, otherwise he wouldn't be able to explain the reason. 1 month. Lu Yuan covered the black cloth again, feigning a serious expression. I will do my best. Old Morgan waved his hand, as if shooing an insufferable flyaway. The library is on the next level down. Remember, you can only stay for 4 hours each day. 1 more minute, and you might lose yourself in those texts, becoming a drooling fool. The Library of the Night Watchers is located at the very bottom of the base. The defenses here are much more stringent than those above. As I descend a little further, I see 2 large doors come into view. These doors are overall dark gray, covered with intricate and obscure runes, and in the center, there is a protruding sculpture shaped like a lion's head. The lion's mouth is slightly open, revealing a palm-sized groove inside. Lu Yuan places the identity badge he just received into the lion's mouth. With a click, the lion closes its mouth, and a mechanical sound echoes dully. In the next moment, the doors split neatly in the middle and slowly slide open to the sides. A strong, musty scent of aged books rushes towards me. The internal space of the library is vast, yet it is not filled with bookshelves. The black metal bookshelves reach up to the ceiling, and there is a considerable distance between each shelf, giving the place an unusually empty and desolate feeling. Countless light bulbs are scattered across the ceiling, some lit, while others have already gone out. The interplay of light creates a chilling atmosphere in this hall of sacred knowledge. As Lu Yuan steps inside, the sound of his footsteps echoes in the empty space. Upon closer inspection, the books on the nearest shelf do not appear too old. Most of them are handwritten copies or photocopies, while more are neatly arranged black iron boxes. New here. A sharp voice suddenly rings out from above Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan quickly looks up. At the top of the highest bookshelf sits a small creature. It is only the size of a palm, with limbs resembling those of a human, but it has a pair of wings made of crumpled old newspapers. Its skin has a light yellow parchment-like texture, with flowing black patterns resembling ink. At this moment, it is holding a thick book, and like munching on a biscuit, it is crunching a page, tearing it off, and stuffing it into its mouth, chewing with delight. Witnessing a special containment object, book spirit characteristics feeds on knowledge and can also serve as a knowledge index. I am the new consultant, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looks at the strange little creature without showing any surprise. Since the Night Watchers can counteract the bizarre, they must possess means unknown to him, and he continues speaking. Old Morgan sent me to look up some information. That blind man, Old Morgan. The little creature spits out a piece of chewed book cover, flapping its newspaper wings to fly down and hover in front of Lu Yuan. Its pair of pitch-black eyes scrutinize him, exuding a shrewdness. I am the steward here, you may call me Ink. The book spirit licks its lips, its voice sharp. What book do you wish to see? I charge a fee, a piece of fresh ink block, or a story I've never heard before. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. After all, Old Morgan did not mention this matter, so it must be fine to not meet the requirements of this book spirit named Ink. Next time he'll bring an ink block. Lu Yuan thought for a moment, then took out a form. For now, I need to see introductory books on anomalous studies. The book spirit pouts, seemingly displeased with this credit behavior, but out of respect for the rules it flies towards a bookshelf in the corner. Over there. The moldy ones at the bottom of that shelf are what you need. It points to the bookshelf, then flies back up, resuming its lunch. Lu Yuan approaches the bookshelf. There are a few thick, aged books here. The covers are heavily worn, without titles, only depicting a twisted eye symbol. Lu Yuan pulls out a book titled Beginner's Anomalous Chronicles and opens it. The content inside is quite simplistic, mostly providing basic descriptions of why one should stay in the light and common monsters found in the dark. For example, the living habits of corpse eaters, materials ghosts dislike, and so on. There are not even any illustrations, just a few lines of dry text. Lu Yuan quickly flips through it. Forbidden Studies Observer 0. 1. Forbidden Studies Observer 0. 1. The experience increases very slowly, I should say extremely slowly. This causes Lu Yuan to frown, or at this rate, it would take several more days to unlock the extraordinary pathway. Moreover, the shallow experience gained decreases as one progresses further. In the end, it might not even provide any experience points. Can I get a book that contains more knowledge? Lu Yuan hesitates, but ultimately gives up. Regardless of whether he can obtain it, how would he explain that he would not be contaminated by knowledge? He is utterly ignorant of the extraordinary knowledge. Furthermore, the Night Watchers daring to throw him into this library must have their own reasons that he does not know. Sighing slightly, Lu Yuan can only retract his distracting thoughts and begins to earnestly absorb the knowledge within the books. Just as he becomes engrossed in reading, suddenly a gray text appears. Copper damage has mutated the source of corpse eaters, hence copper can resist some mutations, especially against corpse eaters. Lu Yuan stares at this prompt in surprise. Isn't this exactly what he is reading about? Lu Yuan ponders over the mention of corpse eaters fear copper in the book. Does his golden fingers seem to allow him to see deeper information? Thus Lu Yuan begins testing. As he fixates on a line about common types of ghosts, another gray text emerges. Ghosts belong to his subjects. The moment the text appears here, Lu Yuan promptly averts his gaze. The last time he had a translation problem, it was with that roll of parchment. Fortunately, this time, there were no bizarre occurrences. At this moment, Lu Yuan confirms that as long as he concentrates, the translation ability that has always accompanied him will activate. It can penetrate these withered words and analyze deeper information. As these notes continue to appear, the experience bar at the edge of his vision also keeps fluctuating. Forbidden Studies Observer 0. 2. However, it is important to note that some information contained in the text is toxic and should be read with extra caution. Lu Yuan's eyes flicker and a subtle curve appears at the corner of his mouth. Since he can gain experience through this analytical method, even if the book's content is shallow, as long as the quantity accumulates, the effect will be the same. Then let's read all the books on this shelf. Lu Yuan calms himself and begins to rapidly flip through the pages one by one. The only sounds in the library are the rustling of pages and the crunching of the book's spirit chewing on paper above. Unknowingly, 4 hours have passed. Forbidden Studies Observer 1. 6. Current progress 7. 810. Lu Yuan closes the book and rubs his somewhat aching temples. Though his sanity hasn't faltered, he can feel a profound sense of fatigue. A month. Lu Yuan feels the icy chill from the box in his pocket containing the flesh of the corpse eater. Perhaps in just 3 days I can embark on that path. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the metallic door of the library, he unexpectedly bumped into Mary. She leaned against the wall of the corridor, deftly flipping a lighter in her fingers, producing a series of crisp click sounds. Noticing Lu Yuan's emergence, she raised her wrist to check the time. Exactly 4 hours. Mary's lazy green eyes flashed a hint of surprise. I thought you would linger inside like those newcomers who have just been introduced to knowledge until being kicked out by the book's spirit or carried out with a fried brain. Knowledge is alluring, but life is more important. Lu Yuan adjusted his slightly wrinkled collar. Though his face appeared weary, his eyes remained clear. Very rational. Mary nodded, standing up straight. It seems you are indeed well suited for this path. But don't rejoice too soon, you haven't encountered the truly dangerous knowledge yet. She put away the lighter and led Lu Yuan upstairs. Let's get to business. We investigated the situation regarding the targeting of doctors that you mentioned earlier. Mary's voice echoed in the empty spiral staircase. Your intuition was correct. Recently, there has indeed been a force covertly eliminating doctors in Grim Harbor, especially those who have dealt with anomalous cases. Although we haven't caught any leads, yet I can assure you they won't dare to act against you in the short term. After all, you are now one of us. In the short term, Lu Yuan keenly grasped the key phrase. The Night Watchers cannot provide 24-hour protection for an external consultant. Mary shrugged, her tone very realistic. We will increase the frequency of nighttime patrols passing by your clinic. Of course, if you can embark on the extraordinary path quickly and prove your worth, we can consider relocating your clinic to the inner city. It is much safer there than in the harbor district. Lu Yuan remained noncommittal. Moving to the inner city would indeed be safer, but it also meant distancing himself from sources of information and his current pool of experience packs. Those are matters for the future. Lu Yuan stopped and looked at Mary. I might not be able to wait until then. Since the contract is signed, the Night Watchers can't just watch their consultant be killed unarmed, can they? He spread his hands. So, I need weapons that can deal with those people. Mary stared at him for a moment before smiling helplessly. You are quite demanding. She pulled out a compact single-shot pistol from the holster at her waist and casually tossed it to Lu Yuan. It was a silver-plated engraved pistol, its body covered in intricate runes, the grip made from some kind of black wood, heavy and cold to the touch. This is an alchemical weapon, though it is an outdated model, Mary explained. It can only load one bullet at a time. The loading speed is extremely slow, and unless very close, it is almost impossible to inflict fatal damage on a person. However, it has a great characteristic: the silver bullets and the runes on the gun can deal substantial damage to ghosts and low-level anomalies. Lu Yuan took the pistol, fiddling with it, feeling a trace of joy in his heart. Weak XXX, unlocking new knowledge, engraver XX. This is enough. After also asking Mary for a holster, Lu Yuan returned to the clinic. By the time he arrived, the sky had already darkened. Lu Yuan quickly nibbled on a piece of cold bread before diving back into the tedious study and potion making. With the accumulation from those 4 hours in the library, his understanding of anomalous studies deepened significantly. Though he had yet to break through that thin barrier, the intuitive grasp made handling medicinal materials much smoother. The mixture of silvergrass in the crucible was boiling, exuding a faint silvery glow. It's still a bit short of the right heat. Lu Yuan stared at the potion's color, his brow slightly furrowing. Although the success rate was higher than before, the final refinement step always fell a bit short. It seems I need to level up basic herbalism to level 2 first. Just as he was preparing to extinguish the fire and start over, the clinic's door was violently shoved open. Bang! A cold wind mixed with a strong smell of blood rushed in. Doctor, hurry, save him. 2 soaking wet dock workers reeking of fish rushed in, carrying a plank. Lying on the plank was a person covered in blood, his face as pale as paper. Lu Yuan set down the test tube and quickly walked over. To his shock, the person on the plank was a familiar face, Thomas. The dock worker who had previously been injured in the leg was also his first client. At that moment, he looked far worse than before. His abdominal clothing was torn apart, revealing a gruesome wound, flesh rolled back, and one could even vaguely see the writhing intestines inside. Get him onto the bed. Lu Yuan instructed the two men to move Thomas to the bed, swiftly cutting open his clothing to clean the wound. The edges of the wound displayed a jagged, tearing mark as if it had been violently ripped off by some creature with densely packed teeth. Moreover, the skin around the wound was somewhat blackened, emitting a foul odor reminiscent of rotting seaweed. Examine injury: severe laceration accompanied by slight infection from unknown toxin. Treatment suggestion: stop bleeding, stitch, detoxify. Basic medical 0.8. Lu Yuan did not pause his movements. With the help of the crow's beak clamp to analyze the injury, he pinched the bleeding point. What happened? Lu Yuan asked while attempting to stitch the wound. The worker beside him wiped his face, still shaken, and said, "We were patrolling the sea. Thomas had a leg injury earlier, and the boss let him do some light work to prevent any cargo from falling into the sea. As a result, a box fell into the water today, and Thomas jumped in to retrieve it. Not long after he went down, a large splash of blood appeared in the water." The worker swallowed hard. "When we pulled him up, he was like this. If it hadn't been for a boat passing by, he would have been dead." Lu Yuan paused his stitching slightly. The waters near the harbor had become dangerous to this extent. This was not a good omen. He had heard Brent mention that although those fish were bizarre, there had been no incidents of them attacking humans once caught. The fact that they were actively attacking in shallow waters indicated that the situation in the sea was worsening, and Lu Yuan couldn't help but think of Brent's completely mutated uncle. Things are indeed not peaceful. Lu Yuan thought to himself, his hands continuously turning under the guidance of the gray text. All right. Lu Yuan tied the last knot, applying a layer of special anti-inflammatory herbal medicine to the wound. The wound looks frightening, but it hasn't injured the internal organs. His life is safe, but this toxin is a hassle. We need to change the dressing daily. At that moment, Thomas slowly regained consciousness, grimacing in pain. "Dr. Lu, am I going to die?" "You won't die." Lu Yuan tossed the blood-stained gloves into the basin. "But your luck is indeed quite remarkable." He gazed at Thomas, his eyes sharpening with quiet scrutiny. "What did you see in the water?" Thomas's gaze remained unfocused, still trapped in the aftershock of terror. "Eyes," he murmured, voice hollow. "Countless eyes. When I fell into the sea, the depths below were covered in them." Thomas would survive, but he could not move. After piecing together 10 silver shields for Lu Yuan, 2 deeply grateful co-workers finally carried him away. Judging by their demeanor, they seemed on good terms. Silence settled once more over the clinic. Lu Yuan sat behind the counter, fingertips gliding slowly over the cold silver-plated barrel of his revolver. Thomas's ordeal confirmed his suspicion. In the shadowed corners of Grimport, a storm was gathering, silent, inevitable, and dire. Those things from the abyss no longer lingered in the deep. They were probing upward, into shallower waters, even toward the shore. All eyes. Lu Yuan replayed Thomas's words in his mind, and unbidden the image from that night surfaced, the body cast into darkness. Those faint emerald glimmers flickering in the blackness, they too were eyes. Grimport status 5, 3050. Lu Yuan glanced at his experience bar, calculating decisive. This intelligence held real value, not only for accruing intel experience, but perhaps also for bartering something tangible with the Night Watchers. After all, as an official consultant, reporting such anomalies fell squarely within his duties. Just then a newspaper slid silently beneath the door. Lu Yuan picked it up, delivered by an unfamiliar face. The courier, spotting him, called out, "Brent asked me to tell you. He's still settling his family in and will come personally in 2 days to thank you." Lu Yuan gave a brief, acknowledging hum. So the boy truly had honor, still remembering his employer, even amid his own turmoil. That night, Lu Yuan did not force himself to stay awake brewing potions. He extinguished the lamp early, lay down, and deliberately eased himself into a state of light, watchful sleep. The sea roared again. At dawn, fog clung thick and heavy. Sanity 2, 2048 experience. His sanity had eroded further, yet he stood closer than ever to tier 3. Fatigue lined Lu Yuan's features. Even with careful rest, the other dreams tormented him. Sleep, he feared, would remain fractured for a long time yet. He packed the newly brewed substandard lemon silver herb mixture into his satchel, locked the clinic door, and replaced the sign outside with, "Appointments now available only afternoon. For urgent matters, seek me at Old John's Tavern." Then he headed straight for Old John's Tavern. This time he navigated the concealed door with practiced ease, descending into the underground base. Mary sat in the mission hall, a vast factory-like chamber, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, leafing through a dossier. She raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised as Lu Yuan entered. "So early. Care for some coffee?" "No, thank you." He pulled up a chair opposite her. "I have new intelligence." He recounted Thomas's assault in full, the jagged tearing wounds, the nature of the toxin, and, most chillingly, Thomas's whispered refrain, all eyes. He offered no embellishment, only the detached clinical observations of a physician grounded in evidence and deduction. As he spoke, Mary's habitual languor melted away. She set down her cup, her expression hardening. An active assault in the shallows. Her fingers tapped once sharply against the table, and in broad daylight. What does that mean? Lu Yuan asked. It means something is emerging, Mary replied, voice low and grave. I must alert them, immediately. She rose, pacing twice across the room. This intelligence is critical. Our field agents will verify it, and if confirmed. Her urgency was palpable. We're stretched thin. Turning to Lu Yuan, she said, as consultant, you've performed exceptionally well. Verification will earn you formal credit. From her drawer, she withdrew a stamped voucher and handed it to him. With this, claim 2 boxes of silver-plated rounds from supplies. Consider it in advance, discretion advised. Lu Yuan accepted the voucher, a subtle satisfied curve lifting one corner of his mouth. 2 boxes of ammunition. When it mattered, they were worth far more than gold shields. Anything else? Mary asked. No. He stood. I'm going to the library. Watching him leave, Mary tilted her chin thoughtfully. He adapted swiftly. Back in the library, that familiar bone-deep chill enveloped him once more. The librarian's spirit ink dangled drowsily from a lamp fixture. Upon sensing Lu Yuan's entrance, it sniffed the air, cracked open one eyelid, and offered no greeting. Another fraud, it muttered. Lu Yuan, well aware he was still deep in arrears, said nothing, and walked directly to yesterday's shelf. His objective was clear: fill the forbidden lore, the Peeper's experience bar, then unlock the so-called transcendent pathway. He selected Illustrated Compendium of Deep-Sea Fauna fragmentary volume and began flipping pages rapidly. Though the texts remained superficial, the translation system granted him uncanny insight, allowing him to read hidden meaning in the slant of illustrations, the rhythm of glyphs, and the subtle arrangement of script. Truly formidable, this translation. A quiet admiration stirred within him. Forbidden lore, the Peepers 0. 2. Forbidden lore, the Peepers 0. 3. Time slipped away. When Lu Yuan closed the final volume, the experience bar at the edge of his vision pulsed, reaching its threshold. Forbidden lore, the Peepers 9. 910. Just one fragment remained. His gaze settled upon the deepest recess of the shelf, a slim, unassuming volume bound in matte black leather. He had not reached it yesterday. Its title, Whispers and the Edge of Reason. He extended his hand. At the moment his fingertips brushed the spine, a faint electric current surged through his nerves. This is it. He opened the cover. This time the characters did not lie still. They writhed, alive, twisting and reassembling across his retina before erupting as a torrent into his consciousness. Forbidden lore, the Peepers 0. 1. Condition met. Level up. Congratulations. You have crossed the threshold of the forbidden. Forbidden lore, the Seeker 050. Forbidden lore, to pursue truth, to unravel reality. This is no task for mortal hands. Poor trespasser. May fortune favor your folly. Your resilience of sanity has been profoundly enhanced. Your eyes shall now perceive traces of him. As the grayish-white text faded from Lu Yuan's sight, he felt a crisp sound echoing deep within his mind, as if some sort of restriction had been broken. The familiar sensation of the words twisting and reassembling in his vision did not dissipate as usual, instead it intensified. The words in his field of vision began to surge wildly, no longer confined to books, but instead climbing up Lu Yuan's arms like black vines, instantly engulfing him. The book's spirit ink, hovering atop the bookshelf, suddenly raised its head, its pitch-black eyes revealing surprise for the first time. Killing intent. This scent. It stared intently at Lu Yuan, who was cocooned in black text, its paper-like wings fully unfurling, illuminating countless dense runes on its pale yellow skin. If you are consumed by knowledge, I will ensure your death is a gruesome one. Lu Yuan was unaware of what was happening outside. He felt himself plummeting. He passed through countless layers of clouds made of words, symbols, and murmurs, ultimately landing on a silent land. There was no sky, only a chaotic gray mist. Lu Yuan stood up and looked around. What met his eyes was a vast and boundless wasteland sparsely dotted with several uniquely styled buildings. Each building emanated a completely different aura, a concrete manifestation of the path of knowledge. Is this what they call the extraordinary path? Lu Yuan maintained his composure and did not act recklessly. He remembered old Morgan saying that everyone who steps into the path of knowledge sees their own road. He turned to the left. There stood a twisted tower interwoven with black and blue colors. The tower's surface was damp as if it had just emerged from the deep sea. Through the tower's windows, Lu Yuan vaguely saw an endless deep sea where countless figures swam through the profound darkness, and in the unfathomable depths an enormous, indescribable shadow faintly surfaced. Even just glimpsing that shadow, Lu Yuan felt a suffocating pressure wash over him. Deep sea scholar exploring the ancient secrets beneath the boundless deep sea. How deep can you, a mere mortal, delve? The grayish-white hint was brief and cold. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the right. There stood a red castle seemingly constructed from blood. The walls of the castle were overrun with countless branches resembling veins that pulsed silently, constantly oozing a thick red liquid. Inside the castle, Lu Yuan saw a realm filled with slaughter and blood where countless withered beings fought in the darkness, the dead merging into pools of blood while the living continued to wail. Blood scholar, you will embark on the path to understand life, but amidst the endless blood and wails, how far can you proceed? Further away there was a ruin entwined with green vines. Faces of the tortured emerged from those vines, their roots writhing in the soil, guarding a massive black tree that pierced the clouds. Forest scholar. Lu Yuan walked across the wasteland, passing by buildings representing different fields of expertise. They all called out to him. The whispers of the deep sea, the temptation of flesh, the murmurs of the forest. Each voice promised powerful strength. Perhaps others entering this hall would become lost in these choices. But Lu Yuan did not. He walked past those magnificent halls with a terrifyingly clear gaze. Too narrow-minded, Lu Yuan assessed in his heart. Choosing the deep sea means only understanding the deep sea. Choosing flesh means only studying life. The path is too narrow. This is not what I desire. He possessed the experience bar and the ability to analyze all things known as translation. His path should not be confined to a narrow field. Lu Yuan continued forward until he reached the very center of the wasteland. Here stood a solitary building. It was a black tower with a pointed apex devoid of any decorations, and it emitted an ancient, unchanging loneliness. The tower door was slightly ajar. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and entered. The hall was empty save for countless blank books floating in the air. At the end of the hall stood a broken figure. The figure stood still, flickering in and out as if it would vanish at any moment. As Lu Yuan entered, the figure seemed to awaken, slightly bowing and rasping. It has been a long time since anyone has made it this far. Where is this? Lu Yuan asked. This is the hall of the erudite. The figure raised a hand, and the surrounding blank books began to flip open. Although there were no words, Lu Yuan could feel the immense flow of information contained within. On the path of forbidden studies, most people's minds are insufficient to support them in glimpsing the entirety of this world. Thus, they choose to compromise to specialize, becoming scholars of the deep sea, flesh, or curses. The figure looked at Lu Yuan, and a hint of appreciation seemed to flicker across its vague face. And those who come here are all unique madmen. You refuse to compromise, attempting to understand everything. Erudite. Lu Yuan chewed on this word. It means you can explore the deepest secrets of this world, whether they be deities, demons, or ancient gods. The figure's tone grew serious. But this is also the most dangerous path. For the more you know, the more you will become a thorn in the side of all existence. Especially those indescribable existences, their secrets are not meant for humans to know. Lu Yuan nodded. I don't care. Good. The figure ceased its rambling, extending a finger to gently touch Lu Yuan's forehead. This is your reward, and the key to unlocking this path. Keep it safe, and keep yourself safe. Boom. A torrent of vast knowledge surged into Lu Yuan's mind. Career advancement successful. Forbidden Studies Seeker 050 acquired core skill. Forbidden Studies specialization. Forbidden Studies specialization. Based on your extensive knowledge, you can perceive the deep characteristics of your target and strip away and reorganize a unique understanding of your own. As the system prompt fell, the surrounding scenery began to collapse. Go back. The figure waved its hand as a bizarre vortex appeared behind it. In the moment before Lu Yuan was swallowed by the vortex, he heard the figure softly say, I have blocked the gaze of the outsiders for you. Do not return lightly until you truly ascend to the erudite. Outsiders. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Is it the deep-sea entity that has been entangling him in dreams? Or is there something even more terrifying behind this so-called dream of the other? Before he could comprehend it, a strong sense of weightlessness hit him, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Wake up. Hey! A searing, stinging pain flared across his face, as if he had just been slapped. Lu Yuan jolted awake, gasping for breath. Above him stretched the familiar ceiling of the Night Watcher library, and hovering inches from his nose was Mo Shui, the book spirit. Mo Shui had transformed utterly. The once fluid black glyphs swirling across its body now boiled violently, while countless words orbited its slender frame, so dense and volatile that Lu Yuan could feel a palpable aura of peril simply by looking at it. In its grasp, Mo Shui held a pen forged entirely from script, suspended directly above Lu Yuan's eye. Had he awakened, even 1 second later, that quill might have pierced his pupil. Only when Mo Shui saw clarity return to Lu Yuan's gaze did its taut form abruptly relax, the inky darkness receding from its beady eyes. It retracted the bone quill. The turbulent glyphs on its body gradually calmed, settling back into their usual serene pattern. Lucky you. Mo Shui huffed. a sharp acerbic tone still lacing its voice. Yet beneath it Lu Yuan detected an unmistakable undercurrent of profound relief. If you'd truly been corrupted, I'd have had to haul your corpse out myself. And I refuse to sully my library with filth. Lu Yuan touched his stinging cheek and sat up. He gazed at the awkward little being and suddenly smiled. Thank you. Who asked for your gratitude? Next time bring double the ink blocks. Muttering indignantly, Mo Shui zipped back to the top shelf and bit savagely into a book, clearly trying to mask its embarrassment. Still, you've got nerves of steel, ascending to the transcendent right here in this place. Didn't you fear knowledge itself might come knocking? Lu Yuan rose, stretching his stiff limbs as he spoke. Knowledge actively seeks people. Mo Shui sneered. You truly know nothing. Didn't old Morgan tell you? Lu Yuan shook his head. Old Morgan had said absolutely nothing. Old Morgan deserves death. Not only is his vision failing, he's lost his mind too. Mo Shui rolled its eyes. Well, at least you're unharmed. Go ask him yourself. Lu Yuan watched Mo Shui dart away unfazed, because he realized something extraordinary. The gnawing weakness had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented lucidity. He scanned the surroundings. The once gloomy library now shimmered with cascading streams of luminous information. Instinctively, he reached into his pocket and withdrew the black box old Morgan had given him. He lifted the black cloth. Inside rested the frozen limb muscle of an Arctic ghoul hatchling. But to Lu Yuan's newly awakened perception, it was no longer mere flesh. Item: forelimb muscle of Arctic ghoul juvenile. Property analysis contains trace quantities of frostbite toxin. Muscle fibers contract upon thermal exposure. Forbidden lore, specialized activation. Extraction protocol combined with fire lizard powder and distilled water to formulate temporary cryo compound. Highly effective against combustion-based aberrants. Estimated success rate 4. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. This was the power of a scholar. Not only perceiving essence, but instantly generating viable protocols. Though admittedly the success probability left much to be desired. No matter. How much knowledge have I even encountered? Besides, this trial should be over. Lu Yuan closed the box, a confident curve lifting the corner of his mouth. He straightened his clothes and strode resolutely out of the library. Supplies Management Office. Old Morgan remained frozen in the same posture, scrutinizing the stone through his magnifying glass. At the sound of the door opening, he looked up, irritated. For hours already. Go back, tomorrow perhaps. His words died mid-sentence as Lu Yuan placed the black box onto the desk. Arctic ghoul, juvenile. Forelimb, inner muscle. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, measured. Its defining trait is residual frostbite toxin. It fears fire, but when refined into medicine, that very toxin neutralizes most adverse reactions. Silence swallowed the room whole. Old Morgan's magnifier slipped from his fingers, clack, landing on the desk. His clouded eyes locked onto Lu Yuan, wide with disbelief, as if staring at a specter. You ascended. His voice trembled with incredulity. Yes, Lu Yuan replied, tapping his temple. I acquired something valuable within the Hall of Knowledge. Old Morgan fell silent for a long, heavy moment. Then abruptly he rose, circled the desk, and stood before Lu Yuan, as though examining a relic of incalculable rarity. A genius, no? A monster. Old Morgan murmured, then seized the telephone and dialed fiercely. Mary, now, immediately. Rewrite that so-called new recruit file. This boy is a born eldritch scholar. 10 minutes later, Mary stormed into the office on sharp heels. After hearing Old Morgan's account and confirming Lu Yuan had completed in 8 hours what normally took novices a full month, and had even proposed insights absent from any textbook, Mary's gaze toward Lu Yuan shifted irrevocably. As a transcendent herself, she understood precisely what such aptitude implied. Where before she'd seen merely a promising novice, she now beheld a future transcendent scholar. Lu Yuan. Mary drew a slow, steadying breath. We'll conduct a full reassessment and deliver a revised developmental path. Until then, however, you'll remain here for a period. Lu Yuan nodded, noncommittal. Truthfully, he hadn't intended to reveal his ascension so openly, but neither had he anticipated it would trigger such a conspicuous resonance. Especially not within the Night Watcher library, and especially not with a book spirit bearing witness. Yet with events set in motion, discretion seemed futile. Better to present himself boldly and compel the Night Watchers to reassess his true worth. There was another reason. At the moment of ascension, his rationality remained wholly intact. He didn't yet understand what that signified, but he knew one thing for certain: the anomalous dream clinging to him was a grave complication. Neither the church nor the Hall of Knowledge had registered its presence, except at the very end when that shadowy figure murmured, I shielded you from outside eyes. Lu Yuan knew he couldn't resolve the anomalous dream alone, so he needed to determine whether the Night Watchers possessed the means to eradicate it. And yet, he would not disclose his infection. First, his position was precarious, his displayed talent was exceptional, but his actual strength lagged far behind. If the Night Watchers learned of the anomalous dream, only two outcomes were plausible: elimination or coercion into absolute unconditional allegiance. Second, Lu Yuan had observed that the anomalous dream had yet to infect anyone, including Thomas and Brent. That mystery deepened his curiosity. What was this affliction truly? Setting aside these thoughts, Lu Yuan resolved to use this time to question Old Morgan thoroughly about the ascension path and all its hidden prerequisites. Old Morgan, for his part, appeared mildly embarrassed, having never imagined Lu Yuan would ascend so suddenly. After all, he had required 2 full years, and that was only after nearly a decade of foundational accumulation, before barely stepping onto the knowledge ascension path. The original test had merely aimed to gauge Lu Yuan's innate affinity for knowledge and incidentally encourage diligent study. He'd never foreseen such rapid transcendence, hence many critical warnings went unspoken. Yet Old Morgan, ever thick-skinned, deftly masked his fluster with a few well-chosen phrases. Indeed, ascending via knowledge demands strict precautions. For instance, advancement requires a meticulously prepared environment. Take my own path, structuralism. To ascend, one must master the internal architecture of nearly 100 specific artifacts, down to their minutest interlocking components. One must also deeply absorb all related structuralist theory. Only then does ascension become possible. Before the final breakthrough, one must construct an environment perfectly attuned to structuralism. Its importance cannot be overstated. It doesn't merely facilitate ascension, it safeguards against knowledge contamination. Knowledge is the bedrock of the transcendent. At the moment you enter the hall of knowledge, your soul is blank parchment. Should corruptive knowledge inscribe itself upon that page, the consequences range from irreversible idiocy to utter descent into eldritch aberration. Old Morgan's expression darkened, as if recalling a buried horror. Fortunately, you ascended within the library, on the eldritch lore path. Though its knowledge is vast and volatile, Mo Shui's presence ensured relative safety. Hearing this, Lu Yuan finally grasped how fortuitous his circumstances truly were. Looks like I owe Mo Shui several ink blocks, he mused, and pressed further questions, until Mary entered, pushing the door open. She pulled up a chair, her expression grave. We offer 2 paths. You must choose one. First, immediate relocation to the inner city. Their imperial protection ensures greater safety than almost anywhere else. Your clinic may operate in the noble district, profiting handsomely from aristocratic patronage. But the cost is steep. You instantly become visible to every faction. Those hunting physicians will almost certainly mark you as their primary target. Second, Mary pointed upward. Relocate here. A safe house owned by the Night Watchers lies near the Old John Tavern. You'll reside there under the official pretext of assisting an ongoing investigation. Information strictly sealed. The advantage is absolute security, unless the entire Night Watcher contingent in Grimport falls. The drawback is, you forfeit the reputation you've just begun cultivating in the Harbor District, and your movement will be severely restricted. Lu Yuan didn't hesitate. I choose the second. Inner city. He judged himself far from strong enough to withstand covert assassination. Moreover, though chaotic, the Harbor District teemed with knowledge, be it the Night Watcher Library or Lawson, his reliable supplier, all clustered nearby. But I have one condition, Lu Yuan added. I retain full authority to accept patients, though I reserve the right to screen them. You wish to continue practicing medicine? Mary frowned slightly. With your current capabilities, dedicated research. I am a physician. Lu Yuan cut her off. Medicine is my vocation. I came here to fulfill a promise made to Layson, even though he is gone. He left the sentence unfinished. Of course, treating patients remained the swiftest method to accrue foundational medicine experience. He had no intention of limiting himself to forbidden lore. Other disciplines awaited his study. As for Layson, he had saved Lu Yuan's life, though more crucially sustaining Layson's name served as a calculated persona for public perception. Agreed, Mary said briskly. Our base physicians specialize only in amputation and purgative dosing. You'll significantly elevate our standards. The relocation proceeded with astonishing speed. The Night Watcher's efficiency manifested in full force. That very afternoon, an unmarked carriage halted before Layson Clinic. Lu Yuan packed lightly. Little warranted carrying. Only his medical texts, herbs supplied by Lawson, and the eerie forbidden scroll he kept hidden deep in his drawer. Everything else remained behind. He penned 2 letters, one for Brent, one for Lawson, informing them of the clinic's move. Finally, he removed the wooden sign reading Layson Clinic from the doorway. Gazing at the modest 2-story building where he'd stayed only days, Lu Yuan felt no nostalgia. Time to go. He tossed the sign into the carriage and climbed aboard. The new clinic occupied a freestanding stone house tucked behind the Old John Tavern. Though smaller than his previous residence, its thick walls and location, encircled by concealed Night Watcher sentinels, offered unparalleled security. Lu Yuan rehung the Layson Clinic sign. He had no intention of using his own name. Wealth was no longer scarce, but experience remained indispensable. In this perilous world, fame could prove more lethal than any blade. Letting Layson, a man already dead. Continue fronting the practice was for him the safest course. Personal safety for now is assured. Lu Yuan stood by the new clinic's window watching lantern light spill from the tavern across the alley. He touched the silver-plated pistol in his pocket and glanced at the newly unlocked progress bar, glowing faintly in his vision, forbidden lore, seeker. Now, it is time to cultivate in peace. On the first night in the Night Watcher's safe house, Lu Yuan slept uneasily. Even after stepping into the threshold of the forbidden studies, the profound fatigue that stemmed from the depths of his soul lingered like a shadow. As soon as he closed his eyes, the damp sea breeze laden with the scent of fish rushed towards him. The cold sea waves crashed against his ankles. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. It was still that familiar despair-inducing black sea with the pale moon hanging high in the sky. However, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that this time seemed a bit different, for the feeling of being nailed to the beach had vanished. In its place was a weak, yet real sense of control. I can actually move. Lu Yuan tried to lift his foot and took a step back. The sensation of the gravel scraping beneath his feet was incredibly vivid. The waves missed him, leaving behind a pool of white foam where he had stood. Lu Yuan did not dwell on why he could suddenly move, but immediately turned around and hurried deeper into the island. He did not want to miss this opportunity, he just wanted to figure out where exactly he was. As he ventured further, Lu Yuan discovered that it was a desolate island. In the moonlight, he could see a raised highland in the distance. There were clear signs of artificial excavation, with several broken stone pillars standing amidst the wild grass, seemingly inscribed with a complex formation. The line's direction made Lu Yuan's heart skip a beat. The twisted vein-like patterns instantly reminded him of the scroll of parchment locked away deep in a drawer. Something very similar. He dared not approach too closely. His instincts told him that with his current level of rationality, attempting to read the formation would likely lead to unpredictable consequences. Diverting his gaze, Lu Yuan then noticed countless shadowy figures standing along the lengthy coastline. They resembled forgotten statues facing the sea, standing rigidly as the cold waves crashed against them, even submerging their heads, yet they remained motionless. Are these other dream-infected? Lu Yuan counted. There were at least dozens within his line of sight. This number made Lu Yuan frown, as it was simply too small, though he had no idea what had happened to the iron whale. But it could be confirmed that the crew on the iron whale had at least all been infected, which was already a significant number. Not to mention ordinary people like Lawson, who had been unintentionally infected. So what are the infection criteria for the dream? Moreover, Lu Yuan could not understand why he was able to move. Was it because his rationality was not high enough? Or because he hadn't stepped into the extraordinary? Lu Yuan had no intention of approaching those figures. In this bizarre dream, any unnecessary movement could attract unwanted attention. Following a path that seemed to be trodden by people, Lu Yuan groped his way inward on the island. Along the roadside were scattered small wooden houses built against the mountains. The doors were tightly shut, and the windows were dark. Lu Yuan tried to push one open, but it did not budge. It seemed there was a force continuously restraining his actions. With no other choice, Lu Yuan decisively abandoned the idea of exploring the rooms. What he needed to do now was to gather as much information as possible. After all, whether he could move the next time he entered this dream was uncertain. At the end of the small house, a bottomless mine appeared on the mountainside. The deep cave continually exuded a chill. Faintly, Lu Yuan seemed to hear a deep roar coming from the depths of the cave, along with thud, thud, thud. It was like the sound of a massive heart beating. As the sound echoed, the entire island began to tremble violently. The sea surface instantly boiled, and the sense of being targeted returned. Damn it, run. Lu Yuan turned and fled without hesitation. Whooshed. Lu Yuan sprang up from the bed, panting heavily. The small bedroom was silent, with only the ticking of the wall clock breaking the stillness. You have observed something strange. Rationality 25, 25, 47, experience down a little more. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The sound of the heartbeat seemed to still resonate in his eardrums, causing his head to throb. 47. He glanced at the time. It was 5 in the morning. Since he was awake, he could no longer fall asleep. Lu Yuan got out of bed feeling parched. He picked up the cup on the table, walked to the washroom, and turned on the faucet. Puffed. A stream of dark red liquid gushed out. Immediately, an indescribable stench exploded in the small space. It was not the smell of sewage, but the scent of thousands of dead fish fermenting in a sealed space. What the hell is this? Lu Yuan quickly turned off the faucet and stepped back. He looked at the murky liquid in the sink. In that dark red water, several tattered, translucent scales were even floating. Severely polluted water source analysis contains high concentrations of deep-sea biological fluids and decayed tissues. Drinking will lead to acute aberration. Shed keratinous scales analysis, worthless metabolic waste. The gray-white text danced on his retina coldly, declaring the reality. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Yesterday it was just a bit murky, but today it had turned into corpse water. This indicated that the source of pollution had erupted overnight, and the scale was astonishing. Had the entire Grim Harbor's water supply system collapsed overnight? This is bad. Lu Yuan stared at the faucet, his expression grim. As a doctor, he understood better than anyone what water pollution meant. Plagues, aberrations, panic. This port would instantly become incredibly fragile. Just as he was contemplating whether to use holy water to purify some water for emergency, Yu's hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Bang, bang, bang. Dr. Lu, are you awake? It was Mary's voice. Lu Yuan frowned and walked over to open the door. Mary stood at the door, and even her heavy overcoat could not conceal the chill emanating from her. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched a document sealed with wax. Something has happened. Without further ado, Mary stepped inside and said, the town hall exploded last night. All the city's water has been contaminated, and those nobles in the affluent district are pressuring the viscount like crazy. So, Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe. Shouldn't this be the town hall's responsibility? All the people at the town hall are dead. Mary sneered. None of the teams they sent to investigate the water source returned. They are now missing. Upon assessment, this is likely an anomaly or a large-scale aberration event. Conventional forces cannot handle it. It must be taken over by the Night Watchers. She slapped the document she was holding onto the table. This is the emergency summons issued by the Viscount. Lu Yuan, your name is on it too. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. I am merely an advisor, he spoke coldly. This kind of suicidal task is not within the scope of the contract. Moreover, why is my name on the Viscount's desk? I recall you mentioned that my identity would be kept confidential. Because this matter is too significant, that fool Viscount, in an attempt to shirk responsibility, included all the professionals he could mobilize on the list, including you, the external personnel responding to the summons. Mary rubbed her temples with a hint of helplessness. We didn't expect him to do this. The list has now been made public. If you refuse, it would equate to defying the wartime summons, and your identity would be immediately exposed, potentially leading to a manhunt. Lu Yuan fell silent. Refuse. His identity exposed, hunted by the forces targeting doctors, while simultaneously losing the protection of the Night Watchman. Accept. Head to the already missing water source and face unknown dangers. Yet looking at the pool of red stagnant water, Lu Yuan knew he had no choice. If the water source issue wasn't resolved, even if he wasn't killed, he would die of thirst or be forced to drink this putrid water. I have two conditions. Lu Yuan held up two fingers, regaining his usual composure. First, I must act alongside someone at the captain level for this mission, like Hans. No problem, Hans will lead this time, Mary nodded. And you will be the deputy captain responsible for technical analysis and medical support. Second, Lu Yuan pointed to his eyes, this counts as overtime. I want the library to unlock higher-level permissions for me. Mary paused for a moment, then laughed. You really are a madman. But it's a deal. After all, you have already embarked on the extraordinary path, and most knowledge won't be able to taint you anymore. Half an hour later, the team was assembled. Besides Hans and Lu Yuan, there were 4 fully armed senior night watchmen. Lu Yuan tucked the last bottle of intermediate holy water into his pocket and carefully wiped the silver-plated pistol before loading it. Though its power was limited, having it provided a sense of security compared to wielding a scalpel. The group took a carriage and left the city. There are 2 water sources in Grimport. One is the purification tower located in the inner city, and the other is the Black Pine Forest water plant built deep in a remote forest. The latter was the one that encountered trouble. The carriage stopped at the forest's edge. The fog here was so thick it was nearly impenetrable. The trees twisted grotesquely, and a familiar nauseating salty smell lingered in the air. Get off, we will proceed on foot. Hans unsheathed the giant sword from his back, his expression grave. It's too quiet ahead. Indeed, it was excessively quiet. There should have been station guards and workers here, but now apart from the eerie silence there was nothing. The group advanced in a tactical formation. Lu Yuan was shielded in the middle, his gaze scanning the surrounding trees. Environmental perception: the plant roots are contaminated, and the soil contains high concentrations of decaying materials. Watch your step, Lu Yuan whispered a warning. The soil here is problematic. Slow down, everyone, heed the deputy captain. Hans shouted in agreement with Lu Yuan, causing the entire team to slow down instantly. Lu Yuan didn't mind that no one was listening to him. He just needed to fulfill his duties as the deputy captain. After about 10 minutes, the entrance to the water plant came into view. It was a fortress-like building with towering outer walls. However, at this moment the iron gate was wide open, and the interior was eerily quiet with no lights on. Prepare for battle. Hans signaled, his aura shifting as if he were a blade unsheathed, and he took the lead into the facility. The fierce battle they had anticipated did not occur, because there were no living souls left here. In the yard of the water plant lay a dozen corpses strewn about. No, to be precise, they were cocoons. They were wrapped in a translucent viscous substance, drained of moisture, leaving only shriveled human skins. Next to the massive water reservoir, several gigantic monsters were prowling. Their bodies were covered in festering boils, limbs on the ground, backs adorned with sharp spikes, and long tongues lolling as they greedily lapped up the black water overflowing from the pool. Witnessed mutated creature corrupted water toad in the process of evolving a contaminated organism highly toxic possessing considerable vitality, weaknesses abdominal gas, sac fears flames. Lu Yuan rapidly relayed information. Toxic it can be subdued by targeting the abdomen and using flames. Received. Hans roared, swinging his giant sword with a gust of wind. The other night watchmen also began throwing Molotov cocktails. Boom. Flames erupted. The monsters let out piercing screams in the blaze, their abdominal gas sacs exploding one by one, releasing nauseating toxic mist. However, thanks to Lu Yuan's warning, everyone had donned gas masks in advance, preventing any casualties. The battle ended swiftly. A few minutes later, Hans shook off the viscous substance from his sword and approached Lu Yuan. How is it? Lu Yuan squatted by the reservoir, collecting a water sample with a test tube. It was black, viscous, as if alive, writhing against the walls of the test tube. High pollution source, a highly active contaminant diluted to form this. Completely contaminated, Lu Yuan stood up and tossed the test tube into the fire. Moreover, the water is filled with eggs and excrement. The waterway here likely needs a thorough cleaning. Damn it. Hans slammed his fist against the railing, causing the rust above to fall off in flakes. Where are the guards? There should be a half-step extraordinary being stationed here at the mutated passage. How could it possibly fall without a sound? Despite his anger, his gaze remained sharp. Hans strode to the entrance of the water plant's control room, checking the door lock and surrounding defense runes. The doors and windows are intact, and the runes are still operational. Hans squinted, his voice turning cold. There are no signs of a strong assault, nor any fluctuations of large-scale psychic energy. A half-step extraordinary being and a dozen fully armed guards relying on the fortifications here could hold out against a small beast tide for half an hour. But they died too quietly, not even having time to sound the alarm. Hans turned to Lu Yuan, his tone assured. This place was not breached, it collapsed from within. Someone, or rather something, appeared directly within their defensive line. Lu Yuan nodded, agreeing with Hans' assessment. Not only that, Lu Yuan pushed open the control room door and walked straight to a corner trash bin. The room showed no signs of blood, appearing normal. However, what seemed to be ordinary ashes from burnt paper in the eyes of an average person emanated a visible black aura in Lu Yuan's perception. The aura twisted like tendrils, swirling and ultimately pointing directly at a drain in the corner of the room. The effects of the Forbidden Study special research had quietly activated. Here, Lu Yuan indicated the inconspicuous drain. Someone conducted a ritual here or deposited something. It connects to the sewage system, which is the entire underground network of Grimport. Hans strode over, looking at the drain with a face as dark as storm clouds. The sewage system. He kicked open the drain cover, and a strong, fishy wind rushed out instantly. Did those rats crawl in through the pipes? No, they not only crawled in. Lu Yuan gazed into the seemingly bottomless pipe, feeling the nauseating deep-sea aura within his eyes deep. They opened a door here. The atmosphere in the water plant's control room was tense to the extreme. Next to the kicked-open drain cover, a black aura visible only to Lu Yuan continued to swirl. Confirmed. Hans withdrew his gaze, his face grim. This is likely the source. That group of bastards has utilized some kind of ritual to open a node here. And then they invaded the water plant through the pipes, turning this place into their stronghold. He turned around, scanning each person present, swiftly issuing orders. Toby. Hans looked at the youngest and fastest member of the Night Watch. You need to go back immediately and report the situation here to the base. Tell Mary that the water plant has fallen, the underground water system is severely polluted, and organized ritual traces have been discovered. Make sure she sends at least one more captain-level support. I'm worried that we few won't be able to handle this. Understood. The young man named Toby wasted no words, shouldering his great sword and rushing out of the control room. Hans looked at the remaining three and continued. Ed Gray, same old routine. One scout, one to cover the rear. Who's in? A man of slender build with two pure silver curved blades at his waist stepped forward. He pulled down his mask, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. He'll handle the scouting. This is Ed, who is more adept at reconnaissance. The silent, burly man resembling a bear muttered. He'll cover the rear. He is Gray, the heavy firepower specialist of the team, carrying a heavy tower shield and an alchemical firearm on his back. Ron. Hans looked at the last team member, a middle-aged man with a cautious expression. You will be responsible for protecting Lu Yuan. He is the vice captain and our only doctor and scholar here. I do not wish to see him lose even a single hair. Understood. Ron nodded, stepping half a pace closer to Lu Yuan, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword. After arranging everything, Hans turned to Lu Yuan, his tone slightly softened. Dr. Lu, do you have any suggestions regarding this combat deployment? Lu Yuan shook his head. Professionals should do professional tasks. Lu Yuan checked the magazine of his pistol. I only provide you with some book knowledge. How to cut is your expertise. Hans grinned, seemingly pleased with this response. Then let's move. The entrance to the sewer was right in the basement of the water plant. The group first cleared away a few scattered aberrant creatures at the entrance, ensuring a safe retreat. and leaving two specially made climbing ropes before they filed in. The underground drainage system of Grim Harbor was exceptionally vast. It not only handled the sewage discharge of the entire city, but also connected to smuggling tunnels from the old days. The main road was wide enough for 3 adults to walk side by side with maintenance walkways elevated above the water on both sides. But at this moment, everything had changed. The walls, which should have been damp and dark, were now covered with a thick layer of dark green moss. They resembled some form of living skin subtly writhing under the flashlight's beam, even secreting a viscous liquid. A strong, fishy odor permeated the air, mixed with a rotting smell that made people wrinkle their noses involuntarily. "Stop!" Ed, leading the group, suddenly raised his fist, signaling to halt. He crouched down, carefully touching the moss on the wall with his silver curved blade. Ziz, a sound of corrosive erosion rang out, and a wisp of green smoke rose from the edge of the curved blade. "This stuff is corrosive, and..." Ed glanced back. "It seems to want to wrap around my blade." A sense of tension gripped everyone. Hans looked at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remained silent, taking a long pair of tweezers from his medical kit, pinching a small piece of the moss sample, and placing it into a prepared test tube. Under the grayish-white prompt, this seemingly plant-like substance immediately revealed its true nature. Witnessed aberrant creature corpse moss, low-level collective characteristics, possesses weak vitality and predatory instincts, prefers to attach to decaying flesh or living beings to absorb nutrients. The secreted mucus has both paralyzing and digestive effects. Weakness, strong acid flames. Corpse moss. Lu Yuan shook the test tube, watching the green substance violently collide against the glass walls, his tone calm. "This thing is not a plant, it is alive. They feed on meat. If you dare to stick to the wall within 10 minutes, you will become their fertilizer. Moreover, their mucus has paralyzing effects. If it accidentally touches the skin, it must be cleaned immediately. By the way, they are afraid of fire." Hearing this, Ed instinctively moved a little further from the wall. The night watchmen, who had previously looked down on this parachuting vice captain, now changed their expressions. Being able to provide such precise analysis in this environment, this doctor indeed had some skills. "Continue forward and don't touch the walls," Hans ordered. The team pressed on. As Ed scouted further ahead, that sense of unease grew stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan walked while observing the surroundings. He noticed an extremely discordant phenomenon. "Something feels off." Lu Yuan suddenly spoke up. "What is it?" Hans immediately halted, looking around cautiously. "It's too clean." Lu Yuan pointed at the walkway beneath their feet. "This is the sewer, the dirtiest place. Logically, there should be rats and cockroaches everywhere. But we've been walking for so long, aside from these corpse moss, we haven't even seen a single cockroach." Everyone was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. Yes, this was too abnormal. "Where have all the rats gone?" Ed asked in a low voice. "Perhaps they were all eaten." Lu Yuan looked at the plump, writhing corpse moss on the walls, his voice a bit chilling. "Corpse moss like this can only survive by eating decaying flesh. To grow this luxuriantly, there must be a large source of flesh. All the rats and bugs have become nutrients for these things." At this point, a hint of unease flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. But just relying on rats cannot sustain such a massive colony of corpse moss. They are still spreading deeper, and the further in, the better they grow. What does this indicate? Hans tightened his grip on the great sword. "It indicates that inside there is a larger source of meat," Lu Yuan said slowly. "One that could feed the entire sewer." Cafeteria. This speculation sent a chill down everyone's spine. What was stored in the cafeteria? Without saying, everyone could guess about the missing workers. "Damn it," Hans gritted his teeth. "Speed up. We must locate it before the source spreads." The team's pace visibly quickened. This time, no guidance from Lu Yuan was needed. The direction was unmistakable. Wherever the corpse moss grew thickest, that was the way forward. They pressed on for another quarter of an hour. A strange sound suddenly echoed from the darkness ahead. Glup, glup, like soft-bodied creatures rubbing against one another. Ed, leading the vanguard, froze abruptly. He had seen something unspeakably horrifying, and stood utterly rigid, paralyzed in place. Then, with a sharp, urgent motion, he signaled extreme danger. "Halt, advance." "What's wrong?" Hans whispered, gesturing for Ron and Gray to shield Lu Yuan, while he crouched low and crept silently to Ed's side. One glance was all it took for this battle-hardened captain of the Night Watch to inhale sharply, his breath catching in his throat. Before them, in a vast confluence basin, loomed a mountain of corpses. No, these were not mere corpses. They were the dozens of missing water plant workers. Among them, Hans even recognized a familiar face. They were not dead, but neither were they human anymore. Stripped bare, their bodies were encased in thick, translucent membranes. Their skin had taken on a ghastly translucence. Within their veins no longer flowed crimson blood, but viscous blackish-green fluid. Naked and animalistic, they lay heaped and entwined, blocking the entire drainage outlet. And beneath them, embedded in the mire, lay countless fist-sized translucent eggs, densely packed, pulsing faintly. Each subtle undulation of the eggs drew forth a guttural, agonized groan from the humans, as though their very life force were being siphoned away drop by drop. It was a living incubator, These people reduced to nothing more than warm, nutrient-rich breeding grounds. A flash of savage fury crossed Hans's eyes, the tendons on his sword-wielding hand bulged taut. At that moment, perhaps the beam of their flashlights disturbed the abominations, or perhaps the scent of living flesh had roused them. Grua. A figure atop the corpse mound suddenly lifted its head. Half its features had melted away, its mouth gaped open to the ears, unleashing an inhuman shriek. Instantly, the entire mound convulsed violently. The water exploded upward, and from the depths 4 black shapes shot forth like arrows landing before the mound. They were 4 massive, grotesquely mutated beasts, resembling hairless, oversized hounds, powerfully built limbs, jagged bone spines bristling along their backs, mouths crammed with interlocking fangs dripping viscous slime. Cited mutant corrupted hound variant. Traits: exceptional agility, bite delivers corrosive neurotoxin. Weakness: blunt force trauma. Worse still, thin skittering sounds now emanated from the silent crevices of the walls. Dozens of palm-sized mutant rats surged from every direction, each bearing rows of human-like teeth. These were the corrupted native inhabitants. We're surrounded. Retreat. Full withdrawal, immediately. Hans bellowed, his earlier fury hardening into cold, resolute slaughter instinct. Trapped in this narrow, suffocating pipe, hesitation meant death. Within moments, they would all become part of that grisly mound. Gray, incendiary grenades. Seal the rear. Ron, get DR. Lu out first. Ed, follow. These dogs, I'll handle them. With those orders issued, Hans did not retreat. He stepped forward. His silver greatsword carved a shrieking arc through the air, trailing pressure so fierce it seemed to tear the very atmosphere, slamming downward toward the lunging, corrupted hound. SCHLLT. A sickening crunch of bone and sinew. Mid-leap, the hound never even uttered a cry. It split cleanly down the center, cleaved head to tail. Before the blackish-green ichor could spatter, Hans spun on instinct, driving the pommel of his blade deep into the skull of another hound, slamming it headfirst into the wall. Go now. Hans kicked aside a leaping hound, then snatched 2 incendiary flasks from his belt and hurled them straight at the writhing corpse mound. Boom! Flames roared skyward, instantly forging a blazing barrier, halting the tide of mutant rats surging from the shadows. Gray retreated backward, shield held high, firing precise bursts from his flame rifle to suppress the rats swarming down from the pipe ceiling. Lu Yuan was tightly shielded by Ron as they fled, but Lu Yuan did not simply run. He noticed it beneath the murky wastewater at their feet. A dense, nearly solid black aura churned violently just below the surface. Like a colossal silent vortex, it drifted inexorably into their path. The true threat, far deadlier than any hound. Stop! Don't step in the water. Lu Yuan seized Ed's arm just as he raised his foot to wade forward. Something's beneath the surface. Ed staggered, yanking his foot back instinctively. Almost simultaneously, splash. The placid water erupted. A barbed, thigh-thick tentacle shot up from the depths, a whip of muscle and chitin, piercing precisely where Ed's foot had been poised to land, embedding itself deep into the wall. Had Ed not pulled back, his leg would have been shattered beyond repair. Wow, what is that thing? His face drained of color, cold sweat drenched his back. Don't look, keep moving. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. He could see the black mass still coiling underwater, searching, calculating, seeking its next strike. To higher ground, away from the water. Lu Yuan shouted, raising his silver-plated pistol and firing at the tentacle as it began to withdraw. Bang! The silver round struck home, erupting in a shower of black sparks. The tentacle recoiled with a shudder, vanishing beneath the waves with a violent splash. Follow the deputy captain, up onto the walkway. Hans reappeared, fighting his way back, blood streaking his armor, his greatsword dripping thick black-green slime. Gray, use the mithril barrier behind us. Understood. Gray answered, drawing from his pack a vial of intensely vivid, almost luminous liquid. He hurled it into the advancing rat swarm. Crockum! A thunderous detonation erupted. Then silver fire bloomed, consuming every mutated creature that dared touch its searing edge. The argent flames faded rapidly, but they had severed the pursuit entirely. Under their fleeting, brilliant cover, the 5 battered survivors burst from the death pipe, at last sprinting wildly toward the exit. Though the process of escaping the sewer was chaotic, it was not as desperate as one might imagine. Behind him, the mutated creatures seemed to be blocked by some invisible boundary as they reached the entrance of the water plant's basement. After a frenzy of furious howling, they reluctantly retreated into the depths of darkness. Huff! Huff! The group slumped in the security room of the water plant, gasping for breath. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The feeling of being alive after a catastrophe made him tremble. Yet at this moment, Lu Yuan's attention was fully focused on the flickering notification at the edge of his vision. Witnessed and survived deep-sea hound corpse moss mutated rat tide forbidden knowledge seeker 350 rationality 22 2747 experience. Lu Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Gained 2 points of experience. You must know that being tormented by that damned nightmare all night only grants 5 points of experience. Yet that short frantic escape just now yielded nearly the same amount. Moreover, his rationality had increased. Risk and reward go hand in hand. Lu Yuan lowered his head, his fingers unconsciously stroking the grip of his silver-plated pistol. If his previous attitude towards these mutated creatures was one of avoidance, now the scales began to tip. Relying on nightmares for upgrades was too slow. In contrast, this visible danger seemed much more cost-effective. Looks like I need to tempt fate a little more in the future. Lu Yuan silently calculated in his heart. Of course, the prerequisite was having a powerful ally like Hans in front. During the rest period, the atmosphere in the security room eased considerably. Hey, doctor. The night watchman named Ed approached, offering Lu Yuan a somewhat squashed cigarette. Thanks earlier, if you hadn't reminded me, I probably would have lost my leg. Lu Yuan waved his hand in rejection. Just a small effort. The quiet giant gray also added, your mind is indeed very useful, much better than those doctors at the base. Only the indifferent night watchman who had been leading the way nodded at Lu Yuan from a distance, without speaking. To be honest, I was quite discontent when I saw the base send a temporary recruited doctor as the deputy team leader. Ed exhaled a smoke ring, speaking candidly. But now I understand sometimes brains really are better than blades. Lu Yuan smiled without picking up the conversation. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed at the empty metal frame in Gray's backpack. What was that last shot? It had a lot of power. That was mithril. Ed lowered his voice, a hint of reverence in his tone. It's a good thing, but also a deadly one. It was extracted by those madmen in the RD department using alchemy and some undisclosable materials. It has devastating lethality against polluted creatures and even the eerie. The silver flame is not ordinary fire, it burns spirituality. However, this stuff is extremely unstable. Even a slight shake can cause an explosion. Ed shrugged. So every time we go on a mission, each team can only carry 2 bottles at most. Carrying more would be like carrying a moving powder keg. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the night watchman's ability to stand unyielding in this world rife with anomalies was profound. By the way, doctor, Ed leaned in closer. I heard you opened a clinic behind Old John's Tavern. Yes, the Lyson Clinic. Can I come to you for help if I have any issues in the future? Ed thought of something, his expression disdainful. Those doctors at the base are too ruthless. They can prescribe a bottle of potent potion for a mere cold. I don't want to be crippled by them. You're always welcome. Lu Yuan laughed. But remember to bring enough money. Just then the sound of a horse-drawn carriage whinnied outside. Hans pushed the door open, his face still serious, but his eyes showed a hint of relaxation. Get up and get to work. Reinforcements have arrived. The reinforcements this time were of a high caliber. In addition to a young messenger named Toby, there was also a black carriage filled with wooden boxes and a man dressed in an elegant tailcoat. The man appeared to be around 30, holding a golden-laid cane, his lips perpetually curling into an elegant smile. Most striking were his emerald green eyes, deep as a stagnant pool. The captain of the second team of Night Watchman, Valentine. Hans, I heard you were chased out by a bunch of rats. Valentine stepped down from the carriage, his tone flippant, even covering his nose with a handkerchief. What a disgrace. Less nonsense. Hans shot him a glare. The situation below is worse than expected. It's not just a bunch of rats, but also a flesh mountain that is hatching. Flesh mountain. A glint of bloodthirsty light flashed in Valentine's green eyes, and he licked his lips. Sounds like perhaps a new flavor. Lu Yuan stood to the side, keenly sensing the dangerous aura emanating from this man. That was not the aura of a human, it was more like a beast clad in human skin. An extraordinary being from the eerie path. Lu Yuan made a judgment in his heart. After a simple tactical arrangement, the new offensive commenced. This time with ample supplies, the night watchmen were no longer timid. Several boxes of incendiary bottles were unloaded from the carriage, along with a special holy water that emitted a faint golden glow. Most importantly, Valentine brought 3 full bottles of mithril. This time our target is only that flesh mountain blocking the drain. Hans pointed at the map. Valentine will lead the attack, while I assist. The others are responsible for clearing out minions and providing cover. Considering the threat of underwater tentacles, Lu Yuan was also assigned a large-caliber copper shotgun and 2 bottles of special holy water that glimmered faintly with golden light. Lu Yuan reached out to take the 2 bottles of holy water. The moment his fingertips touched the glass, a warm sensation coursed through his fingertips, and the familiar gray-white text at the edge of his vision suddenly flickered. You have come into contact with new knowledge water infused with a faint light. Seeing the gray text appear in his peripheral vision, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Could contact with these things also grant new knowledge? Although it didn't directly enhance forbidden knowledge, it must be useful as a cumulative effect. Lu Yuan shifted his gaze to the mithril, but did not hurry, joining the night watchman, and coming into contact with these things was only a matter of time. They re-entered the sewer. This time they no longer skimped on ammunition, pushing forward while tossing incendiary bottles. The The corpse moss that had originally infested the walls let out a hissing scream and the flames turning to charred ash. Eek! Eek! Groups of mutated rats attempted to counterattack, but in the face of the dense firepower and the firewall constructed by the incendiary bottles, they could only turn into fiery balls dying in despair. Put on gas masks. Be careful of the toxic smoke. Hans shouted, swinging his massive sword with an impenetrable barrage, cleaving several escaping deep-sea hounds in half. At this moment, the second team leader Valentine displayed a frightening level of combat prowess. He shed his tailcoat, revealing a muscular upper body. He pulled out a vial of bright red potion from his pocket and downed it in one go. Roar! In the next instant, Valentine's body began to swell violently. Black keratinous layers erupted across his skin, his nails elongated into razor-sharp, hooked claws, and two massive fleshy bulges swelled from his back, as if something monstrous were straining to burst forth. The elegant nobleman was instantly transformed into a humanoid abomination. Without drawing a weapon, he charged headlong into the horde of creatures, his hands like cleavers, rending hounds and rats alike into gory fragments. Blood spattered across his face, blurring the line between man and aberration. Truly terrifying. The power of the transcendent, murmured Lu Yuan from the rear, raising his copper shotgun with quiet awe. Splash! The water exploded as a tentacle lunged to ambush the rampaging Valentine. Bang! Lu Yuan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Copper pellets detonated midair. The tentacle shredded into mangled, quivering flesh before recoiling in agony. Brilliant shot, Doctor. Valentine grinned over his shoulder, bearing rows of jagged teeth that rendered the smile grotesquely horrifying. As Valentine and Hans carved through the dense swarm of mutated beasts, a crimson path finally opened before them. Now, seal the breach. Hans roared. Gray without pause hurled a vial of mithril from his pack straight into the surging tide of rats pouring from the flank. Another vial soared from Toby's hand toward the colossal mound of corpses blocking the drainage outlet. Boom! Two blinding silver flames erupted simultaneously. The rat tide dissolved into ash within the argent fire, while the fleshy mountain ahead was consumed by searing silver conflagration. Piercing shrieks echoed through the pipes. The air thickened with the acrid stench of charred flesh. Is it over? Ed gasped, wiping black blood from his brow. No time for talk. If you value your breath, move now. Hans seized the still panting Lu Yuan by the arm and signaled the group to retreat swiftly beneath the flickering light of the flames. Yet events did not unfold as hoped. Just as the group believed the fleshy monstrosity had been incinerated by the mithril. Squelch! A gut-churning, wet, slithering sound suddenly drowned out the crackle of burning flame. Watch out! Lu Yuan whirled around, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. The fleshy mountain still ablaze and silver fire was moving. It was not dead. On the contrary, the mithril had merely burned away an outer chrysalis-like layer of its hide. Now charred tissue sloughed off in ragged flakes, revealing raw, glistening new flesh beneath. Its colossal form, nearly filling the entire pipe, began convulsing violently. Countless pallid arms erupted from its mass, clawing frantically at the walls like some grotesque insect seeking purchase to propel itself forward. Its target, Valentine, drenched in blood, witnessed high-order aggregate taint body rampage state traits, extreme craving for high-tier flesh. The epidermis possesses extraordinary regenerative capacity. Weaknesses, blunt force fire core. It's chasing us. Ed muttered in disbelief. The mithril didn't kill it. It's fixated on Valentine. Hans' face paled. He reversed his greatsword in one fluid motion and slashed at an incoming tendril. But the tendril proved unervingly resilient. The blade rebounded off its surface with a metallic ring. Roar! The fleshy mountain unleashed a ravenous bellow, its immense bulk hurtling forward like a derailed train of living meat, astonishingly swift. Where it passed, wall-mounted corpse moss and scattered rubble alike vanished into its yawning maw. Run! Run! None dared linger in combat. Damn it! How is this thing so tough? Valentine sprinted full tilt, glancing back to slash with his hooked claws. Yet each wound sealed instantly beneath surging pink flesh. No, it's useless. My attacks won't penetrate. The mountain closed in relentlessly, its nauseating fetid stench washed over their napes like hot breath. We have no choice. We must destroy it or none of us escape. Hans halted abruptly, resolve hardening in his gaze. Toby, do you still have mithril? One vial left. Toby skidded to a stop, pivoting mid-stride, clutching the last silver-glowing vial with white-knuckled intensity. But the last one failed. This one. Don't throw it yet. Lu Yuan's voice tore through the chaos, sharp, commanding, cutting off Hans' order before it could be issued. Don't waste it. Its regeneration exceeds the mithril's destructive threshold. A stunned silence fell. In that life-or-death instant, every eye instinctively turned to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. Beneath the faint gray-white script of his perception deep within the writhing mountain, he saw it clearly. A pulsating black orb, its core the wellspring of all its power. Yet it lay buried too deeply, encased in layers of fused cadavers. Such aggregates almost certainly harbor a core. Lu Yuan stared unblinkingly at the orb word's rapid fire. We must expose it. Only then will the mithril take effect. Follow my command. Valentine, can you tear it open? Yes. A savage grin twisted Valentine's bestial visage. Good. Watch my signal. Lu Yuan drew a slow, steady breath. Even as reason screamed, warning, his gaze never wavered. The fleshy mountain surged to within arm's reach, countless limbs reached for Valentine. Now, above the abdomen. That wound healing right now? Tear it open. Lu Yuan thrust his finger toward a seemingly ordinary spot along the mountain's midsection. A location utterly unremarkable to others, yet in his sight, the optimal conduit to the core. Die, open. Valentine hesitated not. With a feral roar, he charged into the storm of grasping tendrils. His claws, razor-edged and lethal, slammed into the precise point Lu Yuan indicated. Rydriup. With a grating visceral shriek of rending flesh, Valentine wrenched his arms apart, tearing a gaping wound across the mountain's belly. Black-green ichor gushed forth, yet he braced himself against the wound, refusing to yield an inch. And deep within the gore-strewn cavity, there it pulsed, a black, throbbing tumor finally exposed to the air. Toby, throw it now. As Lu Yuan shouted, Toby, coiled and ready, hurled the final vial with every ounce of strength, sending it arcing perfectly into the wound, striking the tumor dead center. Fall back. Valentine kicked off the mountain's flank, launching himself backward. Boom. An unprecedented silver radiance detonated from within the beast. Unshielded by its outer carapace, the fragile core vaporized instantly under the mithril fire. Then, the colossal pursuer froze. It released its final, most harrowing wail. A sound laced with invisible psychic force that swept across the chamber like a shockwave. Only Hans, with his prodigious constitution, managed to drop to one knee. All others lost their footing instantly. Ed and Gray collapsed unconscious, eyes rolled back, blood gushing from their nostrils. Even Valentine, still locked in berserker fury, was struck down hard, vomiting black blood. His form shrank rapidly, then crashed to the ground like a severed puppet, unconscious, perhaps dying. Ugh! Lu Yuan's vision dimmed, a warm liquid trickled from his nostrils. Yet he clenched his jaw, forcing himself to remain lucid. Direct observation of high-order aggregates, death, whale, sanity, 2 check. Passed. You have grasped a method of aggregation. Forbidden, Lore Seeker 5. Go now. When the crowd crawled out of the sewer outlet, they looked utterly disheveled. Hans was the first to emerge, covered in blood. But he couldn't care for himself. He immediately turned around and pulled the unconscious Valentine up. This once elegant captain of the second team had regained his human form, but his face was ashen and his breath was barely perceptible. Hans took just one look at Valentine's condition, and his expression changed drastically. He then grabbed Lu Yuan along with the unconscious Gray and Ed, finally hauling Toby out of the sewer. Get in the car. Quickly. Hans wasted no time stuffing the injured into the back of the black carriage, then gripping the reins tightly. The carriage jolted violently over the gravel road, the wheels splashing through puddles, soaking the surroundings in mud. Hans sat at the driver's seat, the reins taut in his hands, the whip cracking in the air repeatedly. He had to return to the base before Valentine completely collapsed. Dr. Lu, it's up to you in the back. Hans' voice sounded somewhat muffled against the howling wind as it carried through the wooden partition of the carriage. Lu Yuan knew he needed to take action. Inside the dimly lit carriage, Lu Yuan knelt beside the stretcher, struggling to maintain his balance amidst the swaying. The carriage was filled with people who, although Ed and Gray were unconscious, their breathing was steady, and they were not in serious danger. After a simple check and treatment of their wounds, he left them alone. Toby was merely exhausted, leaning against the corner and gasping for breath. The most critical situation was with Valentine. The captain of the second team was in dire straits. His tailcoat was nothing more than tattered rags, and the exposed skin had taken on a deathly gray hue. The veins beneath the skin had turned black, writhing like living creatures, clearly on the verge of going out of control. Lu Yuan reached out to press down on Valentine's bleeding chest. The moment his fingertips touched the skin, gray characters appeared before his eyes. Target contacted. Valentine, death from backlash information analysis, strange, extraordinary, 2-tier, unstable, extraordinary pathway, deep bloodsucker characteristics, achieves extreme physical power by burning blood, possesses flight and beast transformation abilities. Currently in a spiritual depletion state due to excessive blood expenditure, the strange phenomenon is backlashing against the body. Deadly weakness, holy attribute items, silver weapons striking the heart. You have accessed a new extraordinary pathway, superficial, forbidden knowledge seeker 0. One. Seeing that row of red, deadly weaknesses, Lu Yuan's hand, which had been reaching for a bottle of spare holy water in the first aid kit, froze in midair. For Valentine in his current state, holy water might directly take his life. Lu Yuan's expression hardened. He decisively pushed the holy water to the back and instead took out a bottle of high-concentration saline and a packet of hemostatic powder. Under no circumstances use holy water. Almost simultaneously, Hans, who was driving, suddenly turned around and shouted, "Valentine can't use that stuff." "I know." Lu Yuan did not look back. His hands continued to move without pause. He worked to carefully clean off the clothes stuck to Valentine, used saline to wash the wounds, then quickly applied hemostatic powder and bandaged them. "Valentine's reaction is severe. I can only perform basic hemostasis. Basic medical 1-2. 320 Forbidden knowledge seekers 0. 2. As the system prompt appeared, Lu Yuan wiped the blood from his hands, realizing that given the current conditions and his abilities, this was all he could do. Hans drove the carriage back to the underground base of Old John's Tavern, and it was already deep into the night. The medical team that had long been on standby quickly took Valentine and the others away to the intensive care unit. Lu Yuan and Hans were then taken to the purification isolation zone on the other side. It was a sealed room filled with the scent of steam and disinfectant. "Don't mind it, it's the rule." Hans took off his muddy coat and tossed it into the incinerator. Having come into contact with high-tier aberrant creatures, the danger lies not only in physical infection, but also in mental contamination. "We must stay here for 2 hours to ensure our sanity is intact before we can leave." Lu Yuan nodded and found a place to sit down. "What happened to Valentine?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before asking. "Strange, extraordinary." Hans lowered his voice. "His powers are borrowed from a type of bloodsucker. But which specific type of bloodsucker, only the commander knows." "Why? To survive." Hans exhaled a puff of smoke. "Although the strange pathway is powerful, its weaknesses are too obvious. If someone knows what he fears, a specially made bullet could take his life. For the Night Watcher's secrecy is akin to survival." Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. This further solidified his belief that joining the Night Watchers was the right decision. There exists a systematic body of knowledge channels for gaining experience and an official identity to serve as a cover. Of course, the prerequisite is that one must have sufficient means to ensure their survival. 2 hours later, the isolation ended, and after a preliminary examination by a Night Watcher, the two were finally allowed to leave. Hans brought Lu Yuan to the office area. "The higher-ups are pressing for reports. They need it tonight. Dr. Lu, you might have to stay a bit longer." Hearing this, Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless, not expecting to have to write a report after crossing over. But since he had already joined, and as one of the few still conscious, he had no choice but to start writing. Thus Hans pulled Lu Yuan to begin drafting the report. In this report regarding the downfall of the water plant, it primarily emphasized the existence of premeditated internal demolition and the Meat Mountain aggregation body, as well as recommending an immediate inspection of the city's underground pipeline. Towards the end, Hans paused his pen, thought for a moment, and said, "I won't mention your name in this report." Hans looked at Lu Yuan and continued, "The incident at the water plant is quite significant. There may be traces of followers behind it. Your current identity is merely that of a newcomer doctor. If your name appears in such a top-secret document, we may not be able to ensure your safety." Hans lit a cigarette, his expression somewhat weary as he continued, "I know this contradicts the conditions I initially promised you, but the situation at Grim Harbor has been quite unstable lately, as evidenced by the Black Pine Forest water plant incident. Moreover, the manpower of the Night Watchers is severely insufficient. Of course, I will convert your contributions into points, every bit of it." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan held no resentment, but rather felt relieved that Hans was not deceiving him, which at least indicated that the Night Watcher's internal attitude towards him was still positive. Deal. Lu Yuan had no objections, and indeed staying low-key was the way to go. A total of 10 points can be exchanged for plenty of items at the supplies office. I recommend exchanging them for weapons, though it ultimately depends on your choice. The supply office is located in a separate room below the base. After passing through a corridor, a massive metal door with a sign appears before him. Supply exchange office. Stepping through the entrance, he finds an array of dazzling equipment displayed. From ordinary firearms to cold weapons inscribed with runes, everything is available. As Lu Yuan entered, a girl crouched beneath the counter suddenly jumped out. "Hello. Huh. A new face. What do you want to buy?" The girl looked at Lu Yuan with great enthusiasm. Before coming here, Lu Yuan had already considered what he was lacking, and his current shortcoming was evident: a singular means of attack and a lack of explosive power. When encountering the bazaar, he could not say he had no means of resistance, but at most he could only run. "I need a weapon that can harm the bazaar. I also need it to be powerful and easy to carry," Lu Yuan added. The girl pondered briefly, then suddenly had an idea, leading Lu Yuan to a counter. On the counter lay several large-caliber firearms glimmering coldly. These firearms were predominantly silver and intricately engraved with numerous complex patterns, with black floral handles complementing them, looking mesmerizing. Lu Yuan scanned the selection and pointed at a revolver with dark red engravings on the barrel. "Can you introduce this one?" The girl immediately opened the counter upon hearing this, cheerfully retrieving the revolver and explaining this is an enchanted standard revolver called Flame, characterized by a slight fire element enchantment that causes a small explosive effect upon hitting a target. Moreover, this is something transported from headquarters, crafted by a master. It's definitely not comparable to cheap goods, and it's affordable. Only 8 points. Lu Yuan, noticing the joy that flashed in the girl's eyes after mentioning points, immediately understood that she must be getting a commission. He'll take this one, but throw in 2 boxes of silver bullets. Lu Yuan began to haggle. The girl furrowed her brows and said with a pained expression, "No way, how can I just give you 2 boxes of bullets? These are very expensive. Then how about I swap for another gun?" The girl's expression turned even more distressed. "Don't switch. This gun is so powerful it's definitely a good match for you. Besides, think about it. Let's see another gun. Hey, wait. As a newcomer, I'll give you 2 boxes of silver bullets for free. This is a one-time offer." The girl readily agreed, appearing fearful that Lu Yuan might change his mind. "Wouldn't that mean I'd lose out?" Lu Yuan pondered, and then asked, "Do you have ink blocks here?" "Ink blocks? What do you need those for?" The girl tilted her head and thought for a moment. "If I remember correctly, there are a few boxes in the collectibles area." Saying this, the girl walked deeper into the room, and after a while she emerged holding a small red brocade box. "This is ink from the East, quite precious. It costs 1 point. The girl placed the box before Lu Yuan. He looked at the box filled with ink blocks and nodded. "He'll take it." The girl was taken aback. "No refunds. Pay up." Lu Yuan left the supply exchange office with his items. He shook the small red box in his hand internally, sighing, "I hope the ink likes this, otherwise it would be a huge loss." This exchange was not only to thank the ink for its help earlier, but also to build a good relationship with that little thing. After all, it unlocked a higher level of access to the library. With the ink's reminders, finding what he needed would always be simpler. Returning to the clinic with his new gear, Lu Yuan felt a sense of stability. Sitting at his desk during this rare calm night, he summarized his current status: Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 3. 350 Rationality 2, 2747 Experience Pharmacology, 350 Basic Medicine 2. 320 Basic Herbal Studies, 1220 Grimport Status, 2750 Imperial Language Reading, 891000. Currently, the fastest progress was in Imperial Language, increasing significantly, without him noticing, followed by Forbidden Knowledge and Rationality. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before Rationality reached 3, though he was unsure how much the next upgrade would increase his overall intelligence. Otherwise, the dream would not be able to hold on for long. As for the current status of Grim, he had inadvertently gained 2 more points, but he still did not understand what use this had. His pharmacology skill had also increased a few points while learning to create a mixture of silvergrass. Lu Yuan contemplated that for the time being his top priority should be to enhance rationality and basic herbal studies, as he had gained virtually no experience at the Watcher's side these past few days. Moreover, the skill Forbidden Knowledge specialization must also be backed by a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, his strength was steadily improving. In a corner, unbeknownst to the protagonist, rumors about that reliable new doctor were brewing within the Watchers. Everyone knew Hans had brought back a powerful aide who was suspected to be a half-step into the extraordinary. Amidst the undercurrents, information was quietly transmitted, and next to Lu Yuan's name a red question mark was drawn. In the following 2 days, Lu Yuan hardly left his room. He immersed himself in the study of herbal studies, using the herbs available from the Watchers and his previous stock to grind for experience. Basic Herbal Studies 0. 5. Basic Herbal Studies 0. 5. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, Basic Herbal Studies 2020. Your knowledge of herbal studies is gradually becoming proficient, and you now understand this world's direction a bit more. Herbal Studies 030. Herbal Studies Qualitative Change caused by quantitative change. The originally obscure knowledge of herbs and plants is seamlessly integrated at this moment. Your understanding of substances is no longer limited to their surface, but rather touches upon deeper levels. Lu Yuan felt a sudden clarity in his mind, and now he was confident he could perfectly replicate the silvergrass mixture. Just as Lu Yuan was about to attempt it, a sudden urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was heavy and frantic. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he tucked the newly acquired enchanted revolver behind his waist and walked over to open the door. Standing outside was Lawson, but his current appearance made Lu Yuan's heart leap. Lawson was drenched with briny seawater continuously dripping from the edges of his clothes, pooling on the floor. His complexion was as pale as paper, and patches of white hard fish scale-like keratin had grown on the exposed parts of his neck and hands. Dr. Lu, help, save me. Lawson's voice was hoarse as if gravel was stuck in his throat. The medicine. Your medicine is useless. Come in. Lu Yuan pulled him inside, signaling to the outside that he had a situation, then quickly shut the door. Once Lawson was in the room, he collapsed into a chair, his face pale, and his expression despondent, no longer bearing the arrogance of the previous days. It was as if he had suffered some kind of shock, and he spoke each word with effort. The dream has changed. Everything has changed. Moreover, this is currently the only plan that can save Lawson, while also allowing him to acquire more anomalous data. Let's begin. Lu Yuan skillfully set up the crucible, adding the raw materials one by one. As the flames surged, the silver-colored liquid began to boil. This time I can't add holy water as a catalyst. Lu Yuan carefully controlled the heat, quickly stirring with a glass rod. I need to use mercury to replace the stabilizer. He dripped in 2 drops of mercury. Hiss! The liquid instantly became viscous. Finally, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, picked up a small pinch of black-green corpse moss powder with tweezers, and sprinkled it in. Since Lawson's soul is already linked to the deep sea, there's no need to attempt to sever it. Instead, one must deceive. If Lawson's characteristics can be transformed from human to bizarre, could it reduce the disturbances of the anomalous dreams? As the powder merged, the liquid in the crucible instantly calmed down, turning into a dull, lifeless, deep gray. It emitted an unsettling, fishy smell. It seemed Lady Luck was on his side. The liquid did not explode or turn to waste, but stabilized instead. Herbalism triggered. You discovered a unique way to combine herbs. Creation successful. Acquired item: deep sea sedative, improved concealed version, pharmacology 5, 850 pharmaceuticals, herbalism 2, 230 herb. Understanding, it worked. Lu Yuan poured the liquid into a bottle, gazing at the grayish liquid with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Back on the first floor, Lawson sat in a chair looking somewhat dazed. Drink this. Lu Yuan handed over the potion that looked like muddy water. Lawson hesitated for a moment as he looked at the unappealing, slightly fishy concoction. Are you sure this is effective? He asked, trembling. Do you have a choice? Lu Yuan did not elaborate further. The suffocating feeling deep within, as if he were about to drown, left Lawson no options. He grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. Ugh! The moment the liquid entered his throat, Lawson's eyes bulged out. He felt that what he swallowed was not medicine, but an ice-cold block of ice. As the ice fell into his stomach, it exploded into countless streams of cold that crazily surged throughout his body. Lawson fell to the ground, frantically scratching at his neck and arms. Hold on, Lu Yuan observed coldly, clutching holy water in hand, ready to sprinkle it at any moment. But Lu Yuan did not act, for the transformation had begun. With Lawson scratching, the hard white keratin covering his neck and hands began to flake off in large chunks. Like a snake shedding its skin, fresh red flesh was exposed to the air. Soon after, a layer of fine fish scale-like gray-black patterns emerged beneath the skin. They did not grow out, but rapidly vanished beneath the skin. Minutes later, Lawson stopped screaming and fainted. At that moment, although his skin appeared unhealthily pale and felt somewhat rough, the terrifying white keratin had completely disappeared. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary person who had fallen gravely ill. It actually worked. Lu Yuan checked Lawson's pupils, confirmed there was no dilation, and dragged him onto the empty hospital bed. The next morning, the fog around Grim Harbor was still thick, and the sound of seagulls came from outside the window. Lawson suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He instinctively touched his neck and then looked at the back of his hand. No keratin, no scales, just slightly pale skin. I am still alive. He turned his head and saw Lu Yuan sitting at the table holding a piece of bread and quietly watching him. How do you feel? Lu Yuan asked. Lawson took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling that had accompanied him, as if someone was choking his neck, had disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented clarity and a cold calm. Water no longer fills my nose. Lawson's voice sounded a bit distant, his gaze becoming deep and hollow. I floated up. Dr. Lu, I am no longer a drowning person in my dreams. I saw a magnificent city submerged beneath the sea where the buildings were crooked, but I heard the sound of bells. That bell sound is very pleasant. The moment Lu Yuan heard this, the bread he was about to put in his mouth stopped. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text flickered rapidly, listening to deep sea experiences, rational judgment in progress. Judgment passed. Rationality 213,943. 1 experience rational value is set here, cannot be moved temporarily. As for why it decreased so much, let's just say the protagonist has slept a few more days. Lu Yuan's heart trembled. Just by listening to Lawson describe his dream, it could actually increase rational experience. And it also reduced his rationality limit. Lu Yuan instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. The pollution level of the anomalous dreams was even more horrific than anticipated. Enough. Lu Yuan abruptly interrupted Lawson's rambling. He did not want Lawson to notice anything strange, nor did he want his rational limit to continue to erode. I'm not interested in your dreams. As long as you don't lose control, it doesn't matter if you dream of being a fish. After being interrupted, Lawson's dazed expression quickly faded. He blinked, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a familiar sharpness, even colder than before. He stood up, straightening his wrinkled, expensive suit from sleep, then touched his smooth neck. The fear and despair of facing death were gone. Dr. Lu, your medicine is very effective. Lawson did not kneel in gratitude, but rather regained his composure, even displaying a polite smile. It seems my return on this investment is quite high. This is just suppression. Lu Yuan was indifferent to Lawson's change in attitude and said calmly, if you don't want to revert to how you were last night, you must come to me for medicine every 3 days. I understand. Lawson nodded, walked to the door, and put on his top hat. Thank you for your craftsmanship, Dr. Lu. And regarding the previous raw materials, I will provide you with double. Help me keep an eye on whether there are any other tenants like you nearby, and also try to gather materials from the bodies of anomalous creatures. Lu Yuan responded. Don't worry, you'll get what you want. Lawson pushed open the door and walked into the morning fog. His back was straight and his steps were steady, completely unlike someone who had just crawled back from the gates of hell. Lu Yuan watched his figure disappear, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lawson might have embarked on a path to transcendence in a bizarre manner. Though it was still uncertain, one thing was clear: Lawson's status in the anomalous dreams had significantly increased. Lu Yuan was unsure whether this was good or bad, but collaborating with him was not necessarily a bad thing. Information from the port district could be continuously obtained, and exploration of the anomalous dreams could also accelerate. After all, in recent days, Lu Yuan found himself once again stranded on the beach, and to this day, he still had no idea why he suddenly regained movement before. Lu Yuan closed the door, glanced at the rationality limit that had returned to 44, and stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth. It tastes pretty good. Moreover, this is currently the only plan that can save Lawson while also allowing him to acquire more anomalous data. Let's begin. Lu Yuan skillfully set up the crucible, adding the raw materials one by one. As the flames surged, the silver-colored liquid began to boil. This time I can't add holy water as a catalyst. Lu Yuan carefully controlled the heat, quickly stirring with a glass rod. I need to use mercury to replace the stabilizer. He dripped in 2 drops of mercury. Hiss! The liquid instantly became viscous. Finally, Lu Yuan took a deep breath, picked up a small pinch of black-green corpse moss powder with tweezers, and sprinkled it in. Since Lawson's soul is already linked to the deep sea, there's no need to attempt to sever it. Instead, one must deceive. If Lawson's characteristics can be transformed from human to bizarre, could it reduce the disturbances of the anomalous dreams? As the powder merged, the liquid in the crucible instantly calmed down, turning into a dull, lifeless, deep gray. It emitted an unsettling, fishy smell. It seemed Lady Luck was on his side. The liquid did not explode or turn to waste, but stabilized instead. Herbalism triggered. You discovered a unique way to combine herbs. Creation successful. Acquired item: deep sea sedative, improved concealed version, pharmacology 5, 850 pharmaceuticals, herbalism 2, 230 herb. Understanding, it worked. Lu Yuan poured the liquid into a bottle, gazing at the grayish liquid with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Back on the first floor, Lawson sat in a chair looking somewhat dazed. Drink this. Lu Yuan handed over the potion that looked like muddy water. Lawson hesitated for a moment as he looked at the unappealing, slightly fishy concoction. Are you sure this is effective? He asked, trembling. Do you have a choice? Lu Yuan did not elaborate further. The suffocating feeling deep within, as if he were about to drown, left Lawson no options. He grabbed the bottle and gulped it down. Ugh! The moment the liquid entered his throat, Lawson's eyes bulged out. He felt that what he swallowed was not medicine, but an ice-cold block of ice. As the ice fell into his stomach, it exploded into countless streams of cold that crazily surged throughout his body. Lawson fell to the ground, frantically scratching at his neck and arms. Hold on, Lu Yuan observed coldly, clutching holy water in hand, ready to sprinkle it at any moment. But Lu Yuan did not act, for the transformation had begun. With Lawson scratching, the hard white keratin covering his neck and hands began to flake off in large chunks. Like a snake shedding its skin, fresh red flesh was exposed to the air. Soon after, a layer of fine fish scale-like gray-black patterns emerged beneath the skin. They did not grow out, but rapidly vanished beneath the skin. Minutes later, Lawson stopped screaming and fainted. At that moment, although his skin appeared unhealthily pale and felt somewhat rough, the terrifying white keratin had completely disappeared. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary person who had fallen gravely ill. It actually worked. Lu Yuan checked Lawson's pupils, confirmed there was no dilation, and dragged him onto the empty hospital bed. The next morning, the fog around Grim Harbor was still thick, and the sound of seagulls came from outside the window. Lawson suddenly opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He instinctively touched his neck and then looked at the back of his hand. No keratin, no scales, just slightly pale skin. I am still alive. He turned his head and saw Lu Yuan sitting at the table holding a piece of bread and quietly watching him. How do you feel? Lu Yuan asked. Lawson took a deep breath. The suffocating feeling that had accompanied him, as if someone was choking his neck, had disappeared. In its place was an unprecedented clarity and a cold calm. Water no longer fills my nose. Lawson's voice sounded a bit distant, his gaze becoming deep and hollow. I floated up. Dr. Lu, I am no longer a drowning person in my dreams. I saw a magnificent city submerged beneath the sea where the buildings were crooked, but I heard the sound of bells. That bell sound is very pleasant. The moment Lu Yuan heard this, the bread he was about to put in his mouth stopped. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text flickered rapidly, listening to deep sea experiences, rational judgment in progress. Judgment passed. Rationality 213,943. 1 experience rational value is set here, cannot be moved temporarily. As for why it decreased so much, let's just say the protagonist has slept a few more days. Lu Yuan's heart trembled. Just by listening to Lawson describe his dream, it could actually increase rational experience. And it also reduced his rationality limit. Lu Yuan instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. The pollution level of the anomalous dreams was even more horrific than anticipated. Enough. Lu Yuan abruptly interrupted Lawson's rambling. He did not want Lawson to notice anything strange, nor did he want his rational limit to continue to erode. I'm not interested in your dreams. As long as you don't lose control, it doesn't matter if you dream of being a fish. After being interrupted, Lawson's dazed expression quickly faded. He blinked, the confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by a familiar sharpness, even colder than before. He stood up, straightening his wrinkled, expensive suit from sleep, then touched his smooth neck. The fear and despair of facing death were gone. Dr. Lu, your medicine is very effective. Lawson did not kneel in gratitude, but rather regained his composure, even displaying a polite smile. It seems my return on this investment is quite high. This is just suppression. Lu Yuan was indifferent to Lawson's change in attitude, and said calmly, if you don't want to revert to how you were last night, you must come to me for medicine every 3 days. I understand. Lawson nodded, walked to the door, and put on his top hat. Thank you for your craftsmanship, Dr. Lu. And regarding the previous raw materials, I will provide you with double. Help me keep an eye on whether there are any other tenants like you nearby, and also try to gather materials from the bodies of anomalous creatures. Lu Yuan responded. Don't worry, you'll get what you want. Lawson pushed open the door and walked into the morning fog. His back was straight and his steps were steady, completely unlike someone who had just crawled back from the gates of hell. Lu Yuan watched his figure disappear, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lawson might have embarked on a path to transcendence in a bizarre manner. Though it was still uncertain, one thing was clear: Lawson's status in the anomalous dreams had significantly increased. Lu Yuan was unsure whether this was good or bad, but collaborating with him was not necessarily a bad thing. Information from the port district could be continuously obtained, and exploration of the anomalous dreams could also accelerate. After all, in recent days, Lu Yuan found himself once again stranded on the beach, and to this day, he still had no idea why he suddenly regained movement before. Lu Yuan closed the door, glanced at the rationality limit that had returned to 44, and stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth. It tastes pretty good. After the surgery in the clinic ended, Lu Yuan did not rush to rest. Lawson's mutation was just the beginning. Since the dream of aberration had begun to accelerate its erosion of reality, he had to quickly grasp more leverage. In the afternoon, shortly after Lawson left, Lu Yuan changed into a clean black trench coat and took with him the box of expensive Eastern antique ink blocks. He headed to the nearby Old John Tavern. Passing through layers of checks, Lu Yuan placed the badge into the lion's mouth, and the metallic gate slowly opened. The library was still dead silent, the pale light casting a lonely glow. Who? Isn't there no borrowing notification today? A lazy and somewhat impatient voice came from the ceiling. Lu Yuan looked up and saw a pitch-black shadow hanging upside down from the chandelier like a bat resting. As Lu Yuan focused, he recognized it was the book Spirit Ink. It's me, the thing I promised you before. Without further ado, Lu Yuan took out the exquisite red brocade box from his pocket and gently opened it. A rich and unique ink fragrance instantly spread through the air. This was not the cheap alchemical ink from the supply depot, but a genuine antique ink block from the East, aged for decades. Gulp. An extremely obvious swallowing sound came from the ceiling. The next moment, the shadow that had been pretending to be aloof suddenly dropped from the chandelier and directly pounced onto the table in front of Lu Yuan. At that moment, the ink acted like a little dog wagging its non-existent tail furiously at the brocade box. Lu Yuan couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Could a transcendent being who served as the librarian of the Night Watchman Library have such poor treatment? Lu Yuan pushed the brocade box forward. Wow! The ink cheered, and the entire shadow swelled instantly, as if a large mouth had swallowed the ink block whole. With a series of teeth-gritting crunching sounds, the runes on the ink's body glowed rhythmically. After finishing chewing the ink block, the ink finally noticed Lu Yuan was staring intently at it. The ink suddenly felt a bit awkward, coughed lightly, and then spoke. Wait, you don't have something to ask me, do you? Lu Yuan smiled slightly, and slowly replied, I need advanced books on mental defense and deep-sea creatures. The more detailed the better. These requests had been planned by Lu Yuan for quite some time. Among them, mental defense was one of his ideas. From the experiences of this period, whether it was the deep-sea kin Brent's mutated uncle or the amalgamation in the sewer, they all had one thing in common: facing them would result in a severe shock to one's sanity. Sanity is rationality, collectively referred to as rationality. And from the exchanges between Old Morgan and Hans, it was known that aside from knowledge transcendence, other transcendent paths would not have very high rationality values. This led Lu Yuan to suddenly realize how such low rationality could face the bizarre without losing control. The answer was clear: they all had methods to enhance their rationality. For alchemical items that enhance rationality, Lu Yuan knew he was unlikely to obtain them, as from his visit to the supply exchange there were many alchemical weapons, but he hadn't seen a single item to enhance rationality. So it was highly probable that there were methods to enhance rationality resilience that he was unaware of. As for the deep sea, that was even simpler, and most of what Grim Harbor was facing was related to the deep sea, so knowing a bit more wouldn't hurt. Hick. The ink couldn't help but let out a black burp, rolling its little eyes and giving Lu Yuan a side glance. I knew it, there are no good people among the Night Watchers. The ink mumbled while gathering the ink block Lu Yuan had given it. Although this was against the rules softening the heart, the ink still opened its mouth and spat out 2 heavy books covered in black goo. Fundamentals of Rational Barriers, Deep Sea Creature Compendium, From Eggs to Adult Fish. The knowledge content of these 2 books is just right for someone like you who has just embarked on the reading of knowledge transcendence. Remember, there will be no next time. Just put it down after reading. As the ink spoke, it flapped its little wings and darted off with the red box to who knows where. Lu Yuan didn't mind. The ink as a manager was clearly a thunder, a little creature, chatty, yet soft-hearted. Very interesting. Lu Yuan picked up the book, found a chair against the bookshelf, and began to read Fundamentals of Rational Barriers. Rationality is an essential resource for humans when facing the essence of the world, yet the strength of rationality is inherently linked to one's nature. To seek methods to enhance rationality, I propose. As Lu Yuan delved deeper into his reading, the gray and white text on the retina began to flicker. Your understanding of rationality has gained a more holistic recognition. You have acquired new knowledge. Forbidden Study Seeker 1. Analyzing the method of constructing rational barriers. You have initially mastered the application of rationality, unlocking a new skill, Basic Rational Barrier 1-3. Just as Lu Yuan was immersed in knowledge absorption, the ink popped up from somewhere and casually said, "By the way, let me give you a free piece of information. A few days ago, a guy reeking of stinky fish came to check the archives." The ink said in a disdainful tone. Although he sprayed a strong perfume, I could smell it. He exuded an abnormal aura. But his actions were all compliant, so I didn't pay him any mind. Lu Yuan abruptly halted his hand that was flipping through the book. Who did he check? He checked many people, including you, of course. The ink extended its black tentacles and drew a circle on the table. He looked through your employment file and made several marks on various names. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Someone was keeping an eye on him. It should be noted that his name was intentionally omitted in the report, and even his contributions were converted into points, all to reduce his presence. Before his employment, he had also been summoned under the pretext of conscription, and many people had been brought in under the conscription pretext. Lu Yuan was just one of them. Those brought in by the Night Watchers, true or false, were meant to serve as a protective measure. But evidently that person held a high rank, directly bypassing the report and uncovering his details. Lu Yuan thanked the ink. He suppressed the unease within him and did not intend to sit idly by. Ink, put away this book for now, and he'll read it when I come back next time. The ink nodded with some reluctance, then swallowed the book whole. Leaving the library, Lu Yuan did not leave immediately, but turned to the supply management office. The hall of the base appeared empty, exuding a chilling atmosphere. Just now he heard that a large-scale pollution incident seemed to have erupted in the dock area. Almost all combat personnel at the base were urgently dispatched, including Hans and Mary. At the moment, apart from logistics and scouts, there were hardly any signs of people at the base. Lu Yuan instantly sensed that something was wrong. A massive pollution incident occurring at this time, if someone were to come knocking. Lu Yuan's heart gradually sank. Old Morgan. Lu Yuan knocked on the iron bars. Behind the counter, Old Morgan, who was polishing a hunting rifle, lifted his eyelids and glanced at Lu Yuan, saying, "What are you doing here, instead of hiding at home at a time like this?" "Mo Inc. said someone check my file." Lu Yuan lowered his voice, staring directly into the old man's eyes. Old Morgan's hand froze while cleaning the gun. He slowly put down the hunting rifle, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. As someone who had been at this base for decades, he certainly understood what that meant. Someone had set their sights on Lu Yuan. After all, who would pay attention to a mere doctor called up for service? Old Morgan recalled the mission in the sewers and the inexplicable discussions about Lu Yuan that had erupted at the base. "I'm just a doctor. I don't want to die without understanding why," Lu Yuan said calmly, "so I need a bit of assurance. They'll issue you a certificate. You can stay here for a while. During this time, no one can transfer you. Once Mary and the others return, it will be fine." Old Morgan paused for a moment before speaking. "You could also choose to take what I prepared for you and head home first, but that would be quite risky since you're just a doctor right now." Lu Yuan understood the implications of Old Morgan's words. Old Morgan had presented 2 options. The first was to evade this coincidence, even if it wasn't directed at him. But those with ulterior motives would certainly not let it go. He simply needed to stay put with Old Morgan, and there would be no issues. The second was that Old Morgan would prepare something for him to deal with those lurking in the shadows who only dared to play petty tricks. After all, this coincidence could not possibly have been prepared for Lu Yuan. Thus, dealing with a small player involved shouldn't require anything too excessive. But the latter option was quite risky. Lu Yuan was by no means a soft persimmon to be squeezed. "Prepare something for me." Lu Yuan made his choice. Hearing this, old Morgan turned and walked deep into the warehouse. After a rustling sound, he emerged holding a black ball wrapped in oil paper, slamming it heavily onto the counter. Demon-slaying gunpowder type 3, a failed product concocted by those madmen in the alchemy department. Old Morgan snorted. "This thing isn't very powerful, and it's hard to detonate when it encounters a person. But if it's not a person, this contains a high concentration of flash vine powder, and the Chuch's demon-slaying powder enough for most strange beings to gulp down." Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan meaningfully. "Once this thing goes off, I'll have a reason to rush over, even if the other party is indeed a person." Lu Yuan took the heavy black ball and stuffed it into his trench coat pocket. "Insufficient knowledge of alchemy acquisition failed. Is my understanding of alchemy too little?" Lu Yuan glanced at the prompt before him, thinking to himself, "Thanks. Don't rush to thank me. This thing is very expensive, and you must keep a record. Just don't die outside." After hearing this, Lu Yuan left quickly. By the time he exited Old John's tavern, the sky over Grim Harbor had completely darkened, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. Pitter-patter. The rain had started falling, though he didn't know when. However, the smell of the rain was strange, carrying an eerie stickiness that felt slippery against the skin, and the air was filled with a nauseating salty smell. Fortunately, upon contact, he did not see any strange information. Lu Yuan turned up his collar and hurried back to the clinic. Just as he reached the door, he saw a small figure huddled under the eaves waiting for something. It was Brent. Dr. Lu. Seeing Lu Yuan return, Brent, with a pale face, hurried over, his voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. "Please, save my sister. Come inside." Lu Yuan opened the door, pulling the cold boy into the room, handing him a dry towel. "What happened?" "My sister. Something seems to be wrong with her too. Dr. Lu, I beg you to save her. She is my only relative." Brent was emotional, his voice already breaking into tears. Hearing this, Lu Yuan looked at the boy in front of him, who was at a loss, and patted his shoulder. "Don't panic. First, clarify what's going on. What exactly is wrong with your sister?" Feeling the strength of Lu Yuan's hand, Brent seemed to find his anchor, forcing himself to suppress his emotions, and stammered out an explanation. "Ever since my uncle died, my sister has also been acting strangely. Mina has refused to eat, staring out the window, and then Mina hums songs I can't understand every night. When I call Mina, she doesn't respond, but during the day she is fine. When I ask Mina, she just says she doesn't know. My sister is still so young, I'm afraid she won't last a few days." Brent's tears fell again as he spoke. "At night, huh?" Lu Yuan pondered, recalling a possibility. "Don't be afraid." Lu Yuan turned and walked into the pharmacy, diluted the silver light grass mixture with water, making 3 portions, then handed it to Brent. "Take this back to your sister Mina, and make sure she drinks it at night. After she drinks it, you must pay attention to how your sister is doing. If it works, use this to hold her over until tomorrow. If it doesn't, bring her directly to find me. If I'm not around, just go to the tavern next door and find Mary. Just tell them I sent you. They will take care of you." Brent finally couldn't hold back his tears, wiping them away in great handfuls. "Thank you, Dr. Lu. Thank you, Dr. Lu." Then Brent took out a few silver shields from his pocket, placing them on Lu Yuan's table. "Dr. Lu, this is the consultation fee. You must accept it." Lu Yuan did not refuse this time, merely nodding silently. Brent wiped his tears, tucked the medicine close, and before leaving took out a newspaper. "Dr. Lu, you must absolutely not eat fish recently, nor go near the seaside. Those fish were what killed my uncle." Brent spoke haltingly, but still pointed to the news article above for Lu Yuan to see. Lu Yuan looked down. It was today's Grim Morning News. The front page was printed in bold, alarming font, with a sensational headline: "Nearshore fisheries abundant. Fish prices plummet, a boon for the poor district." The accompanying image is a photograph of a fish market at the dock, where heaps of sea fish are piled like small mountains on the ground, with fishmongers smiling broadly, surrounded by workers eagerly buying. Lu Yuan fell silent. No wonder the night watchmen were all mobilized. It turns out that pollution was spreading rampantly through these cheap fish. How could such an important matter not have been communicated in advance? Lu Yuan's gaze deepened as a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. "I understand." Brent, hurry back and remember not to open the door for anyone tonight. "Of course I understand." Brent carefully cradled the medicine in his arms, as if holding onto the only hope. He deeply bowed to Lu Yuan, then turned and dashed into the thick curtain of rain. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Lu Yuan's expression darkened ominously. This rain could not have come at a worse time. Just as Lu Yuan was about to close and lock the door, a series of urgent hoofbeats pierced through the rain and stopped at the clinic's entrance. A messenger clad in a dark red uniform with thorny patterns embroidered on his chest jumped down from the carriage. He approached slowly under an umbrella, wearing a stiff smile. "May I ask if this is Dr. Lu Yuan?" The messenger slightly bowed and handed over a gold-embossed black invitation. "My master, the Baron of Thorn Manor, has long admired your medical skills. His nephew has recently contracted a strange illness, having seen many doctors without improvement. He specifically sent me to request that you visit the manor tonight." Lu Yuan looked at the invitation. The seemingly noble gold-embossed card emanated a faint, ominous aura. Lu Yuan raised his head, glancing at the messenger's fake smile, then looked toward the pitch-black rainy night. The base was empty, and the main force was all out. On this rainy night, when everyone else was preoccupied, was someone indeed preparing to eliminate me, this bug? What if I refuse? Lu Yuan asked nonchalantly. The Baron said you may refuse, but it would greatly distress him, possibly being seen as disrespectful to the nobility, and even. The messenger's smile deepened slightly, revealing a few sharp teeth. It may lead to suspicion that this strange illness is related to you. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with disdain, as if even the pretense was too much. It makes sense they addressed him directly, as Lu Yuan instead of my friend Lysander. The ink had indeed been thoroughly spilled over the files. He reached out to take the invitation, which had a fishy smell. Since the Baron holds me in such high regard, I shall not decline. However, I need to prepare first. Please wait a moment. Lu Yuan turned and walked into the clinic, fastening the newly purchased revolver to his waist. Then he reached into his pocket, ensuring the black ball was still there before he picked up the medicine box and stepped outside, subsequently sitting in the carriage with the messenger's assistance. Just as the carriage drove into the darkness, faint sounds of leather rubbing echoed from the surrounding shadows. Accompanied by a few crisp whistles like bird calls, the surroundings faded back into darkness. Old Morgan inside the base heard the dark signal come in and turned to unfold the map of Grim Harbor's inner city. A hint of gloom flashed in his hidden eyes. The fish is bitten, but I wonder if it has anything to do with you. Viscount. The black carriage passed through the heavy curtain of rain, rolling over the muddy cobblestone road, ultimately stopping in front of a manor on the outskirts of the inner city. Thorn Manor, aptly named, with towering iron railings covered in thorny rose vines. In the pitch-black rainy night, these vines resembled entangled black snakes tightly coiling around the ancient residence. Dr. Lu, please. The messenger responsible for driving the carriage jumped down, opened a black umbrella, his smile still stiff and standard. Lu Yuan tightened his overcoat and stepped out of the carriage. The moment he entered the manor's main gate, a scent mixed with damp earth and strong rose fragrance assaulted him. The fragrance was so strong it was somewhat pungent, as if to cover something up. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. From the perspective of research, a layer of nearly imperceptible gray-black mist enveloped the seemingly luxurious manor. The color of this mist was very familiar, reminding Lu Yuan of the traces seen in the sewer of the Black Pine Forest water plant. It seemed that the visitors were indeed not here with good intentions. As he continued forward beneath the strong rose scent in Thorn Manor, an imperceptible stench occasionally surfaced. This smell. Lu Yuan frowned. The messenger seemed to sense something, slightly slowing his pace, and explained, after the young master fell ill, the house has indeed become somewhat damp. This way, please. Entering the hall, it was brightly lit. A huge crystal chandelier cast down golden light, and the carpet was soft Persian red velvet. Everything looked full of noble luxury and dignity. But Lu Yuan keenly noticed that the servants in the manor were somewhat off. Whether it was the maid carrying a silver tray or the male servant standing in the corner. They all wore high-collared uniforms, thick white gloves on their hands, and some even wrapped scarves indoors. They kept their heads down, their walking posture stiff and sluggish like puppets with rusty joints. Observation target: deep sea contamination entity, beginner status, a human being slowly sliding into the embrace of the deep sea, contaminated by a strange substance originating from the deep sea. Weakness: any object tainted with holiness. Blunt weapons: what a den of wolves. Seeing the prompts appearing on everyone before him, Lu Yuan's gaze deepened. Dr. Lu, I have long admired your name. At the end of the long dining table in the restaurant, a middle-aged man dressed in a dark red velvet suit stood up. He raised a goblet, the crimson liquid swaying in the light. The master of Thorn Manor, Baron Thorn. The Baron is too polite. Lu Yuan did not step forward to perform a hand-kissing gesture, but merely nodded slightly while standing in place. This already indicated Lu Yuan's stance. Please sit. The Baron, however, seemed completely unconcerned as he casually waved his hand, the gesture carrying an innate arrogance. In his eyes, this young doctor was merely a dessert delivered to his door. Since the prey had entered the cage, he had no objection to displaying a bit of noble generosity and elegance before the meal. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the plate before him. On the plate lay a piece of fresh meat. Uncooked, the bright red chunk still bore traces of blood, emitting a salty and fishy scent. This is a deep-sea red trout freshly caught from the nearby sea, extremely rare. The Baron cut off a piece of bloody meat and put it in his mouth, not even chewing, letting it slide directly down his throat. He closed his eyes, a hint of sickly ecstasy appearing on his face, as if savoring some exquisite delicacy. What vibrant life force. Dr. Lu, won't you try some? Sorry, I don't like raw food. Lu Yuan leaned against the back of the chair, his hands still tucked into the pockets of his trench coat. Moreover, before eating, I would prefer to see the patient first. Do you really have a sick nephew? The Baron continued cutting meat, without pause, finishing the last piece on his plate. He slowly raised his head, his somewhat cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. That smile held a mocking condescension. Doctor, sometimes knowing too much is not a good thing. The Baron set down his knife and fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin, pretending to clean non-existent blood. But you are quite lucky to have connections with the Night Watchers. I have to take action myself, what a hassle. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, discreetly gripping the black ball in his pocket. The Baron noticed Lu Yuan's small movement, but was unconcerned. After all, he had received the blessing of Mother. How much harm could mere gunfire do to him? Dr. Lu, come with me. Since you are so eager to see my nephew, I shall accommodate you. Following the Baron up to the second floor, the air around became noticeably thicker. The corridor was lined with portraits of past family heads, but under the dim wall lights the features of the painted figures seemed somewhat distorted. The further they walked, the heavier the suffocating humidity became, the red carpet squelching underfoot as if it could squeeze out water, making a gurgling sound. We've arrived. The Baron stopped in front of a heavy oak door. The moment he pushed the door open, a foul odor almost materialized and hit them. The room was shrouded in heavy curtains, hot and humid like a steam chamber. In the center of the room stood a massive four-poster bed surrounded by incense, yet the smell still pervaded. This is my nephew, the unfortunate little Edward. The Baron stood by the bedside, his tone sympathetic, yet his eyes were filled with fervor. Lu Yuan stepped forward. A young man lay on the bed. His limbs were thin and emaciated, his skin so pale, it was almost transparent, with the veins beneath appearing a bizarre dark green. The most terrifying sight was his belly. It was bulging high, resembling that of a heavily pregnant woman. Beneath the thin skin of his abdomen, something was writhing violently, occasionally pushing out grotesque bulges that sent shivers down one's spine. Lu Yuan focused his gaze. In his field of vision, several lines of grayish-white text slowly emerged. Observation: target aberrant host, hatching phase status near death. In hatching analysis, the host's internal organs have been nearly consumed by eggs from the deep sea, leaving only the skin to maintain vital signs, serving as a breeding ground for hatching. Weakness: afraid of high-intensity holy items, warning the hatchling is about to burst. What do you think, doctor? The Baron's voice came from behind, laced with a chill. Can it be cured? Lu Yuan turned around. Unbeknownst to him, the Baron had already blocked the doorway while the 4 servants had silently surrounded him, sealing off all escape routes. It cannot be cured. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, his indifferent gaze sweeping over the creature on the bed before looking at the Baron. He is not sick. But Baron, you truly have a heart of stone, even willing to harm your own nephew. The air fell into a deathly silence. The elegance on the Baron's face gradually stiffened, but it was soon replaced by an extreme fervor and savagery. To sacrifice one's body for Mother is such an honor. The Baron's voice turned hoarse. The skin on his neck began to writhe unnaturally. No wonder that person insisted I eliminate you, Dr. Lu. Your eyes have seen a bit too much. Children, it's time to eat. At the Baron's command, the 4 servants' clothes suddenly exploded. They tore off their scarves and gloves, revealing scaled necks and webbed hands. Their jaws unhinged, exposing rows of sharp teeth as they lunged at Lu Yuan with beast-like growls. Meanwhile, the nephew on the bed let out a piercing scream, his belly suddenly splitting open, revealing several slick tentacle-like appendages covered in slime. It seemed like a situation where death was inevitable. Yet under the Baron's gaze, this young doctor did not panic or scream, not even drawing his gun. He simply pulled out a dark iron ball from his pocket. As the exorcism powder made contact with the almost tangible, eerie atmosphere in the air, the originally cold ball began to heat up. Since you all like to eat so much. Lu Yuan looked at the approaching monsters, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Then taste this. Lu Yuan slammed the iron ball down onto the floor in the center of the room, simultaneously shrinking back and kicking over the heavy oak table in front of him. In the next second, boom. It was not the violent shockwave he had anticipated. The explosion was light. A blinding light filled the entire room in an instant, illuminating the dim bedroom brighter than midday sunlight. Immediately after, a storm of silver powder spread wildly with the shockwave. For the aberrant creatures that lived in the dark depths of the sea and were restrained by holy properties, this moment of brightness was akin to staring directly at the sun. And those high-concentration exorcism silver powders were more like a highly corrosive strong acid. The room was instantly filled with the most piercing screams. The servants that had lunged halfway covered their bleeding eyes, rolling on the ground. The scales on their bodies hissed with corrosive sounds upon contact with the silver powder, emitting plumes of black smoke. Even the Baron screamed as he covered his eyes, retreating repeatedly. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Yuan peeked out from behind the table, his enchanted revolver already loaded. In his calm, almost indifferent gaze, these screaming monsters were merely moving targets. Bang! The first shot accurately shattered the skull of the nearest servant. The explosive effect of the enchanted bullet turned that fish head into a mushy mess. Bang! 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 Lu Yuan moved swiftly amidst the smoke from the light, his movements as quick as a seasoned hunter. With each gunshot, another aberrant servant fell. In the blink of an eye, all 4 servants lay dead. Lu Yuan aimed his gun at the octopus-like monster that had already burst forth from the bed and was attempting to escape through the window, trying to run. Bang! The last silver-coated bullet whistled through the air, drilling precisely into the monster's head. With a dull explosion, the hatchling that hadn't even had time to glimpse the world was reduced to a puddle of goo. No! A piercing scream filled the entire room. The Baron, originally cowering in the corner, seemed to have his spine extracted the moment he laid eyes on the pool of muck. Kneeling on both knees, he clutched his hair tightly with both hands, and the tears trickling from his eyes were no longer blood, but a murky black viscous liquid. That is Mother's vessel. That is the supreme glory our family has embarked upon. The Baron suddenly lifted his head, his eyes corroded by the exorcism powder, now mere white orbs locked onto Lu Yuan. His skin began to crack inch by inch, countless tiny flesh buds growing wildly, and he resembled a balloon that had been inflated. With a madness that seemed to promise mutual destruction, he roared and lunged at Lu Yuan. Assessing high-level mutated beings' rationality, judgment in progress. Judgment passed. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan took advantage of this brief moment to reload his revolver. It's all your fault. You did this. I will tear you apart. I will sacrifice you to Mother. Facing this desperate struggle, Lu Yuan did not meet force with force. He calmly sidestepped to the left while his revolver fired again. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets struck precisely at the Baron's knee joints. Crack! As he charged forward, the Baron staggered and fell heavily to the ground. But it seemed he felt no pain, still clawing at the ground with both hands like a mad dog with a severed spine. Dragging his broken body, he crawled slowly towards Lu Yuan, mumbling indistinctly, "Mother, look at me. I am your most loyal child." However, all he received in response was a deathly silence. No miracles descended, nor were there any powers granted. The pool of muck lay quietly on the ground, emitting a nauseating stench. The Baron's crawling slowed down gradually. He lay on the ground, reaching out to touch the pool of muck, but ultimately halted in midair. Why? The Baron's voice became weak and trembling, the madness receding, leaving behind an endless void and abandoned despair. Why won't you save me? Why abandon me? He finally realized that in the eyes of his great mother, he and that nephew were no different, merely expendable materials ready to be discarded. Because you are of no use anymore. A cold voice rang out from above him. The Baron's body stiffened. He suddenly flipped over, trying to make a final struggle, his hand, now a sharp claw, viciously clawing at Lu Yuan's abdomen. Bang! The gun fired. A plume of smoke erupted from the hot barrel. A blood hole appeared in the center of the Baron's forehead, and the claw fell powerless just a few centimeters away from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked at the Baron's lifeless body, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Phew! Lucky me. Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, glancing nervously at the Baron's mutated corpse. If at full strength, such a high-level mutated being could still retaliate, even when struck in a vital area. Thanks to old Morgan's exorcism powder type 3, that high concentration of silver powder and strong light had nearly incapacitated the Baron's combat power, leaving him to rage helplessly like a blind man. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who would live or die tonight. Lu Yuan crouched down, suppressing his nausea as he rummaged through the Baron's slime-covered suit. To his surprise, he actually found a piece of paper. As he pulled out the note, the familiar stench of decay rushed into his nostrils. By the light of the lingering flames, Lu Yuan clearly saw the content: take advantage of tonight's emptiness in the base to eliminate those doctors and transfer the incubation body to the dock warehouse. Mother is hungry. There was no signature, only a seal marked with intertwined thorns and tentacles. Lu Yuan's expression turned cold as he tucked the note into his pocket. Is this what old Morgan wanted? In fact, Lu Yuan had realized this the moment he stepped into the manor. He had been thrown out as bait by the Night Watchers after all the mutated characteristics of Thorn Manor were too obvious. Unless the Night Watchers were all incompetent, they would never have failed to notice. But it doesn't matter, I don't have to repay the points, and I can still extort some money from old Morgan. Just as Lu Yuan was pondering this, urgent whistling and footsteps came from outside. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. How long had he been waiting, and yet they managed to arrive just after the explosion. He decided to leave the rest to the professionals. He put away his gun, adjusted his slightly disheveled coat collar, and looked at the piles of corpses, his expression returning to calm. A few seconds later, accompanied by a series of gunshots and bizarre howls, a team of men rushed straight to the room where Lu Yuan was. Bang! With a violent kick to the door, the heavy oak door was kicked open and crashed against the wall with a loud bang. What stormed in was not the chaotic, noisy, ordinary patrol guards Lu Yuan had expected, but a mixed squad dressed in black uniforms, well-equipped and disciplined. They moved in perfect unison, instantly occupying every tactical dead angle in the room, their alchemical crossbows and firearms firmly locking onto Lu Yuan in the center of the room. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a high-ranking guard uniform. He sported a rugged beard appearing rough, yet the sharpness in his hawk-like eyes revealed a seasoned killing intent. Lu Yuan keenly noticed that this officer had an alchemical grenade hanging from his waist, which was not issued to ordinary guards. Are they our own? Lu Yuan made a judgment in his mind. The leader's gaze quickly scanned the entire scene. When he saw the grotesque corpses of the monsters corroded beyond recognition by silver powder and the Baron whose head had exploded. Finally, as he looked at Lu Yuan, who stood unharmed by the window, his pupils constricted slightly. A flicker of caution flashed in his eyes. Then the caution turned into satisfaction. The baiting plan had succeeded spectacularly. Their eyes met for just a second, and a certain tacit understanding was reached. Damn, what kind of hell on earth is this? The leader suddenly roared in fury, his voice causing the windows to rattle. The Baron has been infected by heretics. What the hell are those people in the Empire doing? And you holding alchemical weapons? Take him away. Take him away immediately. Conduct a thorough interrogation. Hearing the order, a few ordinary guards unaware of the situation rushed forward to handcuff Lu Yuan. Wait. The leader suddenly waved his hand, stopping the clueless guards. He turned around and pointed to a young team member with a similarly keen and cold gaze, clearly another one of their own. You take a few men and escort him away. This guy is a suspect, don't let him escape. The others secure the scene, no one is allowed to approach. Yes. The young team member strode forward, walking behind Lu Yuan. He did not take out handcuffs, but merely placed his hand lightly on Lu Yuan's shoulder, the action even carrying a trace of unnoticeable courtesy. Let's go, suspect. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly as he lowered his head in compliance, quickly walking out of the room under the escort of the young team member. The process of leaving the manor's main building was exceptionally smooth. Led by the young team member, they avoided the gaze of all unrelated personnel and swiftly crossed the chaotic garden along a servant's passage. The rain was still falling, but it had significantly weakened. Upon reaching the manor's entrance, they did not head toward the suffocating metal police van. A black carriage with no markings was quietly parked in the shadows. Advisor Lu, please. The young team member opened the carriage door for Lu Yuan, his voice low and his tone exceedingly respectful. At this moment, the tense atmosphere of interrogation had completely dissipated. No one has ever come here tonight. The young team member looked at Lu Yuan and spoke rapidly in a reporting tone. The Thorn Manor experienced a severe chain explosion and fire due to a gas leak from the old pipeline. The Baron and his family. Unfortunately, all perished with none surviving. Lu Yuan stepped into the carriage, pausing for a moment. He turned his head to gaze at the towering, eerie manor behind him. Under the blockade of that mixed team, several night watchmen were skillfully packing the corpses of the mutated monsters into special body bags, while others were pouring a certain alchemical agent that acted as an accelerant. This was a textbook-level cleansing and aftermath. All sins, conspiracies, and the unseen filth of the deep sea would turn to ashes in this accidental fire. This not only preserved the Empire's face, but also seized the desired leverage. A perfect cleanup, Lu Yuan commented before climbing into the carriage. To Old John's Tavern. Understood. The coachman flicked the reins, and the black carriage silently glided into the rainy night, racing towards the night watchman's base. At this time, Old John's Tavern had long closed, with only a dim kerosene lamp still lit in the supply room. Old Morgan was still awake. He wore an old military coat and was leaning over the counter, exhaling smoke while studying an unfolded map of Grimport. The ashtray was already piled high with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of low-quality tobacco. Upon hearing footsteps, Old Morgan did not turn around, but simply said, "Back already." "I'm back." Lu Yuan walked straight to the counter. Without any small talk, he directly pulled out the bloody and fishy-smelling letter from his pocket along with the now useless black powder type 3 shell, slamming them heavily onto the counter. Bang! The muffled sound echoed harshly in the silent basement. Using live humans as bait, this appearance fee is not cheap, Morgan. Lu Yuan's voice was cold, although he understood the night watchman's methods. That did not mean he would graciously accept such a concealed arrangement. Old Morgan finally lifted his head. He glanced at the shattered iron ball shell, and the corners of his wrinkled eyes twitched slightly. It was evident how valuable something so useful was, especially if even Lu Yuan could not glean new knowledge from it. His gaze then fell on the letter. Upon seeing the emblem entwined with thorns and tentacles in the corner of the letter, Old Morgan grinned. He revealed a set of yellowed teeth from years of smoking, and that smile bore no apology, but rather a cunning satisfaction of an old hunter. "Don't be so angry, Dr. Lu." Old Morgan exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, pointing at the letter. "The risk is a bit high, but the fish has bitten the hook, hasn't it? And the bait is still alive and kicking, even blowing up the fish pond. Is this your plan, or the night watchman's?" "It's both an entrance exam and a cleansing plan." Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on his eyes. Old Morgan did not deny it. He picked up the letter, his gaze turning somewhat cold. "We have long known that there is rotten flesh inside, but we could never find the spot to strike. Your knife is swifter than I imagined. Since I am the knife, I am also the bait." Lu Yuan leaned forward against the counter, his black eyes flashing with shrewdness. Then what about my reward? Old Morgan was clearly taken aback by Lu Yuan's sudden shift. You really? Speak, what do you want? Old Morgan seemed to have anticipated this outcome. First, Lu Yuan pointed at the discarded bombshell. Clear all the debts regardless of whether they are true or false. No problem. Old Morgan nodded. Fine, this bomb was originally meant to save your life. Second, Lu Yuan's finger gently tapped the signature of the letter. This letter is what you truly desire, right, considering its high value. In exchange, Lu Yuan's gaze drifted past Old Morgan, looking towards the heavily locked iron door behind him. I want to enter the real warehouse and pick one item. This statement was Lu Yuan's true intent, because enchanted firearms could no longer ensure his safety. If it weren't for the existence of the demon-slaying powder, he would have likely been torn to shreds by the Baron. Hence he needed a truly extraordinary item. Old Morgan paused in his action of cleaning the gun. He lifted his eyelids, surveying Lu Yuan with a newly scrutinizing gaze, as if seeing this young doctor for the first time. The deep-level warehouse was where the night watchman stored high-tier mutated materials and forbidden items. After a long silence, Old Morgan did not immediately refuse, but suddenly sighed and set his hunting rifle aside. I know you harbor resentment and confusion. Old Morgan's voice lowered, lacking the usual merchant's cunning. Now, imbued with seriousness, you must be thinking, since you have talent, why do the night watchmen allow you to take such a fatal risk instead of protecting you? Lu Yuan did not speak, merely observing him quietly. Because your path is too dangerous. Old Morgan pointed at Lu Yuan's head. The weird knowledge transcendence is the most dangerous and unstable path among all avenues. Especially for a genius like you. The faster you access knowledge, and the more you understand, the higher the probability of you becoming polluted. Old Morgan's gaze grew somewhat murky, as if recalling some unpleasant past. I've seen too many young people like you. They were talented and learned quickly, but in the end, they did not die at the hands of monsters, but rather transformed into monsters themselves. Even more terrifying than the monsters. Thus, this time allowing you to go is actually a rationality test for you. Old Morgan stared into Lu Yuan's eyes, his tone grave. If you can maintain absolute rationality in an almost certain death trap within the heavily polluted environment of Thorn Manor, it indicates you are safe. At least for now. At this, Old Morgan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Actually, after that sewer mission, Hans wanted to let you pass the test directly and promote you. But I vetoed it. Why? Lu Yuan asked. Because you were not the main force that time, you were merely a support. Old Morgan shook his head. Those who have never seen the abyss have no right to speak of rationality. So, I must throw you into the abyss to see if you emerge as a person. Now it seems my judgment of character is quite good. After finishing, Old Morgan took a deep puff of his cigarette and crushed the butt violently in the ashtray. He pulled out a brass key from his waist and placed it on the table with a crisp sound. Deal. Go in and choose. This is what you deserve. Lu Yuan picked up the key, feeling the lingering warmth, and the coldness in his gaze dissipated somewhat. Thanks. But before you go in, there's something you must know. Old Morgan turned the map and pushed it in front of Lu Yuan. On the map, several areas of Grimport were marked with red crosses, while the dock area was painted a glaring scarlet. Did you think you were the only one fighting hard tonight? Old Morgan pointed to the scarlet area. Recently, a group of unfamiliar faces arrived at Grimport. They call themselves deep-sea cultists, and their methods are much more ruthless and secretive than those previous scoundrels. This time, the fish and meat pollution throughout the city was actually something we deliberately introduced. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. You were fishing? Yes, fishing. Old Morgan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. If we don't let them feel that their plan succeeded, the rats hiding in the sewers will never reveal themselves. Our original plan was to control the pollution source and then catch everything in one net. But the plan went awry. Old Morgan tapped the edge of the map with his finger. The infiltration ability of that group of lunatics exceeded our expectations. Initially, there were only 2 pollution sources in the intel, but after tonight's operation began, we discovered there were actually 2 more. We don't have enough manpower. Hans, Mary, Jack, and even my old comrades in the guard were all thrown in just to barely seal the gap. At this point, Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan with complicated eyes. So Lu Yuan, you are indeed bait. But the ones you're fishing for are not the main players behind this pollution. From this letter and the Baron's methods, the ones targeting you are from another group. Old Morgan lowered his voice. They are a bunch of lunatics specifically targeting doctors and highly sensitive individuals. Although they might have some connection to the deep sea, they are completely not on the same side as those causing the fish and meat pollution. 2 groups, 2 conspiracies perfectly colliding on a rainy night. Old Morgan sighed and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Welcome to the real Grim Port, Lu Yuan. From today on, you've officially stepped into this quagmire. Lu Yuan looked at the alarming red crosses on the map and touched the somewhat warm revolver in his pocket. A quagmire, huh? Heh. Lu Yuan put away the brass key, still retaining warmth, and watched Old Morgan don his tattered black trench coat again, pushing open a hidden door behind the office bookshelf. Stay close. Old Morgan did not look back, carrying a dim kerosene lamp as he walked into the dark passage. The deep storage isn't on this level. Those things absolutely cannot leak, so they are buried quite deep. The two descended along a narrow, slippery spiral staircase. As they went deeper, the smell of alcohol and tobacco in the surrounding air gradually dissipated. In its place was a musty odor and a heavy sense of oppression pressing down on their hearts. Abnormal environment detected high concentration of spiritual residue. Lu Yuan silently calculated the depth. They had descended at least 50 meters, and dark red, glowing moss began to appear on the surrounding rock walls, resembling eyes peering in the darkness. After a while, Old Morgan finally stopped ahead. The light of the kerosene lamp extended forward, illuminating an ancient and imposing portal at the end. This is the deepest point where the Watchers have buried their treasures, the deep storage. Old Morgan stood in front of the door holding the brass key and said, "You have 10 minutes. Old Morgan turned the key, and the heavy mechanical sound echoed in the silent underground. Remember, do not randomly touch the items inside. Each item has a sign next to it simply describing its pros and cons. If you see something you like, you can try to take it, but if you feel any resistance from the item or discomfort at any point, immediately let go and try the next one." Old Morgan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. "The extraordinary items here have certain instincts. Don't provoke them." Lu Yuan nodded and stepped inside. Surprisingly, this so-called deep storage was not dark, but as bright as day. Countless pale alchemical lamps illuminated the place to the point where every detail was visible without a hint of shadow. The storage space wasn't large, or rather the items inside were not many. There were only a few rows of low black metal shelves sparsely holding dozens of items. Most of them were oddly shaped objects. As Lu Yuan passed the first shelf, his gaze was drawn to a transparent glass bottle. The bottle was filled with yellow preservative fluid, and a brownish heart, seemingly carved from stone, was beating slowly and powerfully inside, making a thump-thump sound. Each thump sent visible ripples through the surrounding air. Undergoing mid-level aberration impact. Rationality assessment in progress. Assessment passed. Gray-white text flashed across Lu Yuan's vision. He stopped and looked at the sign beside it. Name unknown, harmless replaceable heart description. Merging this heart with one's own will significantly enhance physical attributes and reduce one lethal weakness. Side effects unknown. Unknown side effects. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. But in his vision, another line of more detailed gray text quietly emerged, revealing the true nature of this item. Item name: the petrified heart of the Abyss Lord. Half-step extraordinary item details originating from the larva of a certain Abyss Lord. After fusion, the host will gain a certain degree of enhancement in physical attributes. Side effects: loss of taste. The host will gradually lose interest in human food, developing a strong desire to consume minerals and soil, and may ultimately be completely transformed into an abyssal creature. Eating stones. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he decisively averted his gaze. This kind of species-altering enhancement was not within his consideration. He paused momentarily before a grotesque surgical knife. Though it was exceedingly sharp, the description warned only offensive, no defense, and the user will gradually become bloodthirsty. As a frail doctor, Lu Yuan needed means of self-preservation. Time passed second by second. He traversed most of the warehouse, but found nothing particularly desirable. It wasn't until he reached a corner deep within the warehouse that he discovered a glass cover coated in dust devoid of any grand seals. Through the murky glass, he could see a pitch-black velvet cushion beneath, upon which lay a vintage dark golden pocket watch quietly resting. At the moment he saw it, Lu Yuan seemed to hear a faint sound almost resonating deep within his brain. Tick-tock. A strange allure caused Lu Yuan to halt. He lifted the glass cover and instinctively reached out his hand. The instant his fingertips touched the cold casing, a chill surged up his arm, and the text in his vision began to flicker wildly. Contacting high-level forbidden item. Analyzing. Item name: fragment of the divided time worm, disguised form pocket watch type parasitic details. This is a shell left behind by a high-ranking creature after its death, forcefully transformed into a pocket watch by a master craftsman. It longs to devour sanity to temporarily come back to life. One acceleration effect consumes 1 point of sanity per second, significantly enhances physical attributes. 2 stasis effect, basic consumption, 40 points of sanity. Can withstand most physical attacks and a certain intensity of sanity impact. 3 deprivation effect, basic consumption, 80 points of sanity. Initiates a time deprivation on the target within sight. All consumption will directly drain the holder's sanity. A very powerful item. Lu Yuan gazed at the heavy pocket watch in his hand, his eyes flickering. This item was simple and brutal, and for other extraordinary beings the cost of use might be too high. But for him, it was a perfect match, especially as his sanity continued to break through. Lu Yuan, time is running out. A shout from Old Morgan came from the entrance. Lu Yuan regained his senses, swiftly grasped the pocket watch, and turned to walk towards the door. When he stepped outside, Old Morgan's murky old eyes revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing what was in his hand. But it quickly transformed into a knowing expression. You actually chose it. Old Morgan looked at the dark golden pocket watch with complex eyes. We call it Timekeeper. Timekeeper. Lu Yuan's fingers traced the single eye pattern on the watch cover. Yes, it is a relic of a legendary night watchman from the previous generation. That guy was a genius like you. His power was already infinitely close to the third tier, a true monster, even in the inner city. But this item, even he could only use it with great difficulty. According to protocol, this item should have been returned to headquarters. But due to some special circumstances, it has remained here. Old Morgan turned his head, solemnly warning. You could consider yourself lucky to have stumbled upon such a significant find. However, I advise you, even though this item is coded as Timekeeper in the files, we privately prefer to call it the Death Watch. Several night watchmen have been drained to corpses already. Oh, I hope you won't follow in their footsteps. I won't, Lu Yuan replied, placing the pocket watch into his pocket. When he returned to the clinic, night had already fallen. Lu Yuan sat at his desk, illuminated by the light, and took out the pocket watch once more. The watch face bore no numbers, only distorted markings as 3 hands turned counterclockwise in an unsettling rhythm. Let's give it a try. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and gently turned the winding mechanism on the side of the watch. Click. In that moment, he felt as if something in his mind had been forcibly extracted. Sanity is being deducted. 1. A sense of indescribable weakness washed over him, but simultaneously the world before his eyes changed. The dust floating in the air seemed to freeze in place. The flickering flame of the gas lamp slowed to an excruciating crawl, allowing him to see every detail of the flame's curling edges. Outside the window, a seagull gliding by appeared to have been pressed by the slow-motion button, with every flap of its wings clearly visible. Is this acceleration? Lu Yuan tried to reach for a cup. In his perception, his movements were as swift as lightning. But in the very next moment, a wave of intense dizziness struck him. Lu Yuan quickly released his grip, stopping the operation of the pocket watch. Huff. Huff. Slumped in his chair, Lu Yuan calculated in his mind. From the moment of activation to the end, it probably lasted about 20 seconds, meaning with my current sanity, I could use it for a maximum of 30 seconds. Otherwise, I might fall into a coma, so it's better not to use it unless necessary. However, after tonight, my sanity limit should break through again. To prevent any mishaps from occurring in the dream tonight, they'll stop testing here. Lu Yuan stored the pocket watch away, enduring the throbbing pain in his brain, and laid down on the bed. Splash. The familiar damp, briny scent hit him. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, he was still confronted by the despairing Black Sea with a broken moon hanging above. Prepared to face the splashing seawater, Lu Yuan suddenly realized that he had regained control of his body. It was noteworthy that after inexplicably being able to move last time, he had remained in a state of standing on the beach for a long time. Ignoring why he could move again, he thought, time is of the essence. Lu Yuan wasted no time in contemplation and immediately headed deeper into the island. Recalling that he had discovered traces of human activity during his last exploration, this time Lu Yuan planned to venture further. As he delved deeper, he abruptly halted his steps upon passing a weathered ancient formation nearby. Moi. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The formation, which had been in disrepair and seemed on the verge of crumbling, had inexplicably been partially restored. The originally fractured lines were reconnected, and a dark golden liquid flowed through the grooves, emitting a faint, ethereal glow in the dim light, appearing both sacred and eerie. Is someone here? Lu Yuan hesitated, but chose not to approach. He didn't know when he would be able to move again, so he aimed to explore this island as thoroughly as possible while he could. His gaze fell upon a black stone mountain, not far away, the highest point of the island. After much effort, Lu Yuan finally climbed to the summit. As he looked over the scattered rocks towards the coastline on the island's back, he froze, a chill shooting up his spine. Amidst the surging black waves, a colossal warship was surprisingly anchored atop the jagged rocks. The ship's hull was immense as a mountain, yet it was covered in thick rust, and barnacles and sea snails crawled across the deck and hull like parasites. From a distance, it appeared to have been stranded here for decades. Lu Yuan's eyes widened and his heart raced violently. He was too familiar with that silhouette. Though decayed, the iconic ram and bridge structure. The iron whale. Before he could take a step to confirm, a familiar and grand heartbeat suddenly resonated throughout the realm. Boom. The entire dream world trembled violently. A strong sense of repulsion surged forth. Huff. Lu Yuan jolted awake on his bed, gasping deeply, the haunting image of a colossal rust-eaten warship still flickering behind his eyelids. Rationality 3073 experience. It appears you have shattered the human threshold of rationality. Congratulations, intrepid seeker. You have advanced further along the path toward unveiling the world's primordial truth. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, Lu Yuan stared at the message, but no joy stirred within him. Why had the Tai Jing Hao appeared in his dream? And why in such a desolate, ruinous form? Did the origin of these anomalous dreams lie in the ore samples he'd brought back? And had not a single night watcher succumbed to them? No, he had to go to the base and search for related archives. Just then chaos erupted outside his window. A violent explosion shook the entire port of Grimhaven. Lu Yuan strode to the window and gazed toward the slums. Thick black smoke billowed skyward, flames roared into the pre-dawn air, staining the heavens a deep arterial crimson. There was no need to ask. The Night Watcher's suppression operation had failed. Old Morgan's bold declaration last night, his confident talk of fishing, still echoed in Lu Yuan's ears. They had intended to use tainted flesh as bait, to lure out the hidden rats and exterminate them all at once. But now it was clear what lurked in the shadows was not a rat, but a ravenous beast. Lu Yuan set off for the base, not only to lend aid, but more urgently to locate the Tai Jing Hao archives. Underground base medical wing. Restrain him. Don't let him claw at his own wound. Desperate shouts pierced the air. On the innermost bed a young night watcher writhed in agony. At his throat beneath the gauze-wrapped wound, dark red granulation tissue pulsed and surged, like wild, untamable weeds, bursting through the bandage in an instant. Two physicians stood nearby, drenched in sweat, their forceps instinctively clamping down on the slick, burgeoning tissue. Where's the thaumaturgic elixir? Hurry, bring a vial now. The physician bellowed over his shoulder, hands never pausing. It's gone. Last vial was administered to Captain Hans 10 minutes ago. A supply officer rushed back, voice tight with anxiety. Reinforcements from the depot will take time. Time. By the time the elixir arrives, he'll be buried. What exactly are you people in logistics doing? Fury burned in the physician's eyes as he roared. Just as fate hung suspended on a knife's edge, a hand extended calmly into view, offering a vial of viscous black liquid. Use this. Lu Yuan's voice cut through the chaos, steady and unshaken, wormwood ash infused with concentrated holy water, and a trace of red phosphorus powder. It won't cure him, but it will buy time. The physician hesitated, glancing at the unfamiliar man, then at the patient's rapidly deteriorating wound, before gritting his teeth, snatching the vial, and pouring its contents directly onto the injury. SSSSS. A grating acidic hiss tore through the air, followed by rising plumes of white vapor. The wounded man arched violently off the bed, shrieked, and collapsed back unconscious. Yet the grotesque, writhing flesh at his throat had stilled, charred black, lifeless, inert. He's alive. The physician exhaled, sharply wiping sweat from his brow, then turned gratefully toward Lu Yuan. Thank you, but that formula is audacious. Tell me, friend, you're new here, aren't you? What's your name? Just emergency improvisation. I'm Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan removed his gloves and dropped them into a nearby waste bin. True healing requires the elixir. I've merely bought you time. There's more where that came from, as symptoms of this severity are well within its scope. Before him, gray-white text shimmered into existence. Protocol-generated contamination suppressor, basic mechanism, high concentration, holy water temporarily suppresses anomalous contamination, while wormwood ash and red phosphorus mitigate collateral tissue damage. Estimated efficacy, 85. Note: suppression lasts only several hours. Subsequent doses of similar agents will suffer drastically diminished effect. Pharmacology 3, 1150. Lu Yuan claimed no credit, lingered no longer, and turned toward other sections. The medical wing no longer required his presence. On a bench outside the medical wing, Mary sat, slumped, fingers curled around a flattened cigarette, disheveled, battered. Her elegant wynard gown was torn in several places, its hem splattered with mud and dried black blood. Spotting Lu Yuan approach, she gestured to the empty seat beside her and exhaled a slow, smoky ring. Sit. That moved just now? Impressive. Status report. Lu Yuan sat without preamble. Catastrophic. Mary gave a hollow, weary smile, her gaze distant, unfocused. Those fanatics sacrificed dozens in the slums and summoned something immense. We blasted it back into the sewers, but the cost was staggering. Our manpower is stretched too thin. She dragged hard on the cigarette, jaw clenched, as if suppressing fury. Had our elite squads been present, had today's defensive lines not been fractured by other assignments. She sighed, trailing off. Other assignments. Lu Yuan seized the phrase instantly. Grimhaven has grown unstable. Every corner demands personnel. Mary clearly wished to avoid the subject. She waved a dismissive hand and ground out the cigarette. Enough. Old Morgan's convening in the core zone. He sent word your advisory clearance is now active. You may access nearly any sector of the base. Stay cautious these days. Avoid venturing far beyond its perimeter. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, then rose and made for the archives. Located deepest within the base, even below the library, the archive wing was guarded by silent sentinels at its threshold. Lu Yuan presented his insignia. The guards acknowledged it with a nod and stepped aside. After traversing a long corridor and pushing open a heavy metal door, he entered the archive wing. Silence reigned, broken only by the faint sibilant hiss of gas lamps. Towering shelves of blackened oak stood in solemn shadowed rows. The atmosphere pressed down heavy and hushed. Lu Yuan wasted no time. Guided by signage, he moved swiftly to the section marked Maritime Incidents, fingertips skimming roughly textured leather document sleeves. September anomalous activity in coastal fisheries, October lighthouse apparitions, until his fingers halted upon a dossier, sealed with a crimson wax stamp. Designation 07 Tai Jing Hao, special voyage record. Found it. Lu Yuan withdrew the file, untied its coarse cotton cord, and unfolded its slender brittle pages. The first page was a cargo manifest. November 21st Port Entry Core Cargo Unknown or codename Deep Blue Description an unidentified mineral specimen inadvertently recovered by the Iron Whale during deep-sea patrol. Jet black in hue, it exhibited an exceptionally high energy signature. Lu Yuan's gaze flickered faintly. He continued flipping. Next came an anomaly report. November 22nd assessment in terrestrial environments this or displays extreme instability. Its emitted anomalous energy induces collective hysteria among nearby individuals with symptoms including auditory hallucinations of singing, vivid dreams of the abyssal sea, and progressive deterioration of rational cognition. Investigation reveals the or may carry a latent curse. Several exposed personnel have experienced recurrent identical dreams. The transmission vector remains unknown, and no therapeutic intervention has been identified. At this point, part of Lu Yuan's mystery unraveled. License grotesque transformation into a lifeless fish-like cadaver originated precisely from this shipment. Yet clarity brought only helplessness. Transmission unknown. Treatment unknown. This means even the night watchers are powerless against it. Can I solve it myself? Self-doubt crept in. Though his lucidity had evolved, its ceiling remained unrecovered. The nightmares clung to him like parasitic shadows. At this rate, every ounce of his reason would eventually be drained until he too decayed into a rotting fish-eyed husk, just like Lyson. Lu Yuan lowered his eyelids and stood in silence for a long while. One step at a time. At the dossier's end appeared an emergency directive. November 24th decision, given the profound danger and extraordinary research value of the Deep Blue or headquarters, has ruled out further storage in portside warehouses. Testing confirms that deep-sea conditions effectively suppress the ore's activity. Order upon resupply completion, the Iron Whale shall immediately re-embark. Mission objectives 1. Conduct isolated analysis of the or under open ocean conditions. 2. Trace and locate its geological origin. Lu Yuan's eyes skimmed the final line, personnel roster. Embark personnel, full crew of the Iron Whale, 5th Elite Squad of the Night Watchers, squad leader Gao 1. So that's how it is. He closed the dossier, his knuckles whitened with tension. No wonder Mary had mentioned the shortage of manpower. A crack unit of the Night Watchers had sailed aboard that vessel, believing it a routine survey, perhaps even a treasure hunt. But now, standing alone in the dim archive chamber, a creeping chill rose up his spine. If the dossier spoke truth, the ship should now be cutting through the waves, laden with elite, fully armed operatives. Yet in his dreams he had seen only a derelict hulk, its hull shattered, its soul extinguished. Had something warped the sea itself? Lu Yuan did not know, but he was certain the Iron Whale had almost certainly met catastrophe. Still, other possibilities lingered, such as the traces of recent human activity observed on the island. Lu Yuan exhaled slowly. After hours of searching, he had merely traced the source, not uncovered a remedy. Time to head back. As he left the base, the sky remained leaden and overcast. Street lamps cast faint halos along rain-licked roads, and untimely droplets began to fall. Rain was coming. He hurried back to the clinic. Lu Yuan shrugged off his trench coat, frustration simmering beneath his calm, stirred by his powerlessness against the dreams. Just as he reached for the door latch to close up for the night, a pallid hand shot through the narrow gap and locked rigidly onto the doorframe. "Help, save me." A voice frail and frayed pierced the drumming rain. Lu Yuan froze, then instinctively stepped half a pace backward, his right hand settling firmly over the grip of his concealed revolver. Another nocturnal visitor. The door creaked inward. A drenched man in a heavy overcoat tumbled across the threshold. His face twisted in terror, his abdomen bulged unnaturally. "Doctor, save me." He lifted his head, eyes hollow with despair. "Take it out, please." Trembling, he pulled open his coat. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Across the man's belly ran a single black suture, precise, surgical, unervingly flawless. "Doctor, save me." Whether from agony or dread, his voice cracked, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. Lu Yuan carried him onto the small examination cot. Several gas lamps, fitted with concave reflectors, focused their amber light into a single brilliant pool upon the prone figure. Donning protective gear, Lu Yuan steadied his hand and cleanly snipped the black suture. As layers of flesh parted, the stillness in his ancient, depthless eyes fractured, shaken to their core. No infection, no parasitic mutation. Where the left kidney should have rested, a humming mechanical apparatus pulsed, compact, intricate, seamlessly embedded within the abdominal cavity. Copper-hued microgears interlocked and rotated amid sinew and tissue. Dark crimson tubing, vein-like, branched into adjacent arteries, filtering the host's blood in steady rhythm. At the device's heart, a sapphire stone throbbed with rhythmic intensity, emitting a low, resonant hum. Contact detected alchemical prosthetic defective variant. Analysis in progress. Analysis, a radical experiment, attempting human transcendence via wholesale organ replacement with alchemical machinery. Warning: current medical capability cannot reverse integration. Forced extraction will result in immediate fatality. Turning men into machines. Lu Yuan drew a slow, deep breath, his spine prickling with cold. He had never imagined such reckless alchemical experimentation could exist in this age. Most astonishing was the wound's healing despite overwhelming immunological rejection. The surgery had succeeded. Still, this man is beyond saving. Lu Yuan made his judgment. The device had fused irrevocably with its host. He swiftly excised necrotic tissue, then resutured the abdomen with practiced speed and precision. This man must not die, not before revealing who implanted the device. Lu Yuan peeled off his bloodstained gloves and strode to the basin, turning the faucet handle. The rush of water echoed sharply in the rain-hushed night. Then, boom. The clinic's thick oak door exploded inward, shattered as if struck by a battering ram, splintering into jagged shards that scattered across the floor. A gust of rain-laced wind howled into the room. Lu Yuan snapped the faucet shut and pivoted, his right hand already gripping the worn frame of his revolver. Framed in the ruined doorway stood 4 or 5 figures clad in identical slate-gray trench coats. They wore heavy respirators and sealed goggles, and each held a grotesquely oversized steam-powered short-barrel cannon, exuding oppressive mechanized menace. They exchanged no words, quickly surveying their surroundings before heading straight towards the man on the operating table. Stop! Lu Yuan stood in front of the operating table, his gaze icy. This is the territory of the Night Watchers. Lu Yuan did not know who had arrived, but decisively invoked the name of the Night Watchers. The leader of the gray-clad men halted, his eyes behind the goggles, showing no signs of emotion. He slowly raised the exaggerated steam pistol, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Lu Yuan's forehead. Move aside. The voice filtered through the gas mask sounded dull. Interfering with the Ascension Society's asset recovery means death. There was no room for negotiation. A finger clad in a leather glove had already begun to squeeze the trigger. At this distance, no one could dodge the bullet. Click. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged as his thumb swiftly adjusted the hand of the pocket watch. Ability 1: Reverse Acceleration activated. Rationality, deducting. 1. The deduction began, and the hands of the watch started to move. The colors in Lu Yuan's vision started to fade, the world gradually replaced by shades of gray and white. Raindrops outside the room hung, suspended in midair. The flames shooting from the gun's muzzle resembled an orange flower blooming at an incredibly slow pace. The brass bullet spinning out of the chamber was clearly visible to Lu Yuan, even reflecting the glow of the flames. Too slow. Lu Yuan observed the world around him slow down, stepping to the left to dodge the incoming bullet. Meanwhile, his peripheral vision caught a strange movement outside the window. Several pitch-black shadows pierced through the rain curtain, shooting into the room. They were alchemical crossbow bolts. The arrowheads shimmered with runes that could break magic, heading straight for the throats of the gray-clad men. That was the support from the surrounding sentinels. Can they be killed? No. During this time slowed down several times, Lu Yuan keenly noticed a detail. The gray-clad men indeed had not reacted. However, the muscles beneath their coats bulged abnormally, and faint sparks of fire flickered at their joints. Their bodies were actually taking countermeasures against this certain death situation. Click. To conserve rationality, Lu Yuan decisively closed the watch's cover. The moment he dodged the bullet. Bang. The bullet that was originally aimed at his forehead shattered the medicine cabinet behind him, glass shards flying everywhere. Meanwhile, the bolts that shattered through the window were firmly embedded in the gray-clad men. Clang, clang, clang. Instead of the dull thud of flesh being pierced, there were crisp sounds of metal clashing. The alchemical crossbow bolts capable of piercing rock were actually deflected. The powerful impact merely tore their coats, revealing the metallic sheen of their skin underneath. Weapons are prohibited in the Night Watchers area. Though the two sentinels were shocked by the opponent's defenses, they wasted no time breaking through the window. After a warning, their long swords glinting coldly struck towards the weak joints of their enemies. Full body armor. Are they all cyborgs? Lu Yuan frowned, but did not panic in the slightest. In an instant, he rolled behind the solid wooden counter, raising his hand to fire 2 shots. The enchanted revolver erupted with flames, accurately targeting the leader's goggles. Bang, bang. The goggles shattered in response, and the leader's head jerked back from the impact. But the next moment, he shook his head and looked towards Lu Yuan's location as if nothing had happened. Damn it, are these people all tanks? Lu Yuan gazed at the group of men who could withstand bullets, unable to suppress his internal complaints. He then glanced at the rationality bar in the lower right corner of his vision. Rationality 6873 total value. Just to clarify, rationality 3 is experience. There is no level, and the total value is the maximum usable rationality. That last wave had only consumed 5 points. Currently, he still had a decent amount, but the revolver couldn't handle this group of tanks. Defense was less practical than acceleration, and offense was too costly. He could only stall for time. However, the battle situation in the clinic did not allow Lu Yuan any time to respond. It quickly turned one-sided. Although the two sentinels were agile, they were unable to maneuver effectively in the cramped clinic against a group of cyborgs resembling cans. One sentinel let out a muffled groan as a tactical dagger slashed across his abdomen, blood immediately spilling everywhere. Without a teammate to assist him, another night watchman was punched away, crashing heavily against the wall. After several attempts, he could not rise to his feet. The leader of the gray-clad men remained indifferent, resembling someone swatting away flies. He then reloaded a red high explosive round the muzzle, once again locking onto Lu Yuan hiding behind the counter. "You better come out immediately or die." The leader issued his final warning. Lu Yuan pressed the timing again, ready to escape at any moment. At that moment, a slow sound of footsteps abruptly echoed at the door. The sound was not loud, but carried a suffocating sense of oppression, causing the gray-clad man poised to pull the trigger to freeze momentarily. I believe I mentioned that in this neighborhood, indiscriminate firing is prohibited. Along with the hoarse, aged voice, a somewhat stooped figure blocked the wind and rain at the entrance. Old Morgan donned a somewhat worn black trench coat, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a grim expression as he walked in. He did not even glance at the dark muzzles, instead looking at the fallen sentinel on the ground and the Lu Yuan hidden behind the counter. A flicker of anger flashed in his murky eyes. "Put down the junk in your hands." Old Morgan spat out the cigarette from his mouth, his voice deep as thunder. "Otherwise, you'll leave your life behind." The leader of the gray-clad men clearly recognized this face, and a flicker of caution passed through his eyes behind the goggles. But more than that was an arrogant confidence. "Captain Morgan," the gray-clad man said coldly, "this is an internal matter of the Empire's Ascension Society. We are recovering fleeing assets, and according to the Empire Special Act, the Night Watchers have no right to interfere." He pointed at the man on the operating table, and then at Lu Yuan. "We need to take the man away, and we also need to take this meddling doctor back for questioning. He saw things he shouldn't have." Old Morgan glanced at the unconscious man on the operating table, and then at the unscathed Lu Yuan, snapping his fingers. "As for the assets, you can take them with you." His tone carried an undeniable firmness. "But the doctor is one of the Night Watchers. Then there's nothing to discuss." The gray-clad man suddenly raised his gun, directly aiming at Old Morgan. "Old man, the Empire now is not the same as it was 20 years ago. Do you dare to stop the Ascension Society from doing its job? Calling you captain is merely a nod to your longevity." Old Morgan laughed. "Just because I'm old, even the most insignificant of characters dare to step on my face." In the instant he finished speaking, a dark silver sheen suddenly appeared on the once shriveled skin of Old Morgan's exposed neck and hands. A terrifying, intangible pressure instantly enveloped the entire clinic. Buzz. The steam guns in the hands of all the gray-clad men suddenly began to tremble violently, as if they had come to life, desperately trying to escape their master's grip. "What is this?" The lead gray-clad man was taken aback, desperately trying to pull the trigger. But it was already too late. Old Morgan suddenly tightened his gleaming metal right fist. Boom. Bang. 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 4 explosions rang out almost simultaneously. The barrels of all the guns in the gray-clad men's hands exploded in an instant. The exploding metal fragments embedded themselves into their palms and faces with deadly accuracy. The gas masks were shattered, blood mingled with flesh splattered everywhere, and the screams instantly echoed through the rainy night. "Oh, my hand." The once arrogant gray-clad squad now knelt on the ground, clutching their bloody, mangled hands, wailing in agony. Old Morgan slowly retracted his hand, the metallic sheen on his skin gradually fading, his face slightly pale. He walked up to the lead gray-clad man and stepped on his face, pinning him to the ground. Looking down from above, he said, "Who gave you the courage to provoke the Night Watchman? Letting you take away the assets was merely giving face to your leader. Get lost." A few minutes later, the gray-clad men fled into the rainy night, carrying the unconscious man like a pack of stray dogs. The clinic returned to silence, with only shattered glass and blood left on the ground. Lu Yuan walked out from behind the counter, frowning at Old Morgan's slightly trembling hand. It was evident that the move Old Morgan had just used had taken a heavy toll on him. "Are you okay, Old Morgan? Do you need me to take a look?" Lu Yuan asked. Old Morgan shook his head and pulled out a small silver flask, taking a swig of alcohol. "I'm fine, just take the injured brothers downstairs." As Old Morgan finished speaking, several masked night watchmen appeared outside, seemingly out of nowhere. After taking the injured scout away, the clinic regained its original tranquility. Only the sound of scattered raindrops could be heard. "Who were those people?" Lu Yuan asked. "The Ascension Society." Old Morgan wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, his eyes darkened. "A bunch of lunatics. Unlike us, who oppose the aberrations with the extraordinary, these miscreants believe in flesh is weak machinery ascends, and are keen on combining various extraordinary items with machinery for live modifications attempting to create so-called perfect humans. If it weren't for their loyalty to the Empire, the Ascension Society would have been eradicated long ago. Their methods are no less than those of the heretics. At this point, old Morgan glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the operating table. Kid, today you're lucky. These people are deeply rooted in the upper echelons of the Empire, so be more discreet in the future. Lu Yuan nodded, observing the remnants of the black sutures on the operating table deep in thought. The Ascension Society is connected to the Iron Whale. The stone embedded in the mechanical device within that man exuded the aura of the deep sea. Lu Yuan had enough reason to suspect that the stone was brought back by the Iron Whale. It seems that the waters of Grim Harbor are even deeper than I imagined. The rain finally stopped in the early morning, but the air in Grim Harbor still lingered with the damp smell of cold dust. A few craftsmen from the logistics department were working overnight to repair the clinic's blasted door, and the sound of hammers striking would echoed sharply in the quiet night. Old Morgan did not leave immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the rare moment of leisure before dawn. He leaned against a chair that had not been affected, holding a cigarette, his murky eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, who was cleaning the floor. The next time you encounter those things from the Ascension Society, remember to run as far as you can. Old Morgan struck a match, took a deep puff, and amidst the swirling smoke his expression was unusually serious. Your extraordinary abilities are just beginning. The early stage of the aberration path leans towards support and analysis. Engaging Hedon is not your strong suit. Don't use your head to collide with their fists. Lu Yuan paused in his sweeping and asked the question that had been swirling in his mind. What was that move just now? That made the gun barrels explode. What ability was that? Was it from your extraordinary path? Old Morgan extended his calloused and scarred right hand, grasping at the void that is the core ability of the knowledge path. Tier 3, Deconstructor Structural Control. Structure. Yes. Everything has a structure. Buildings have load-bearing walls, guns have firing pins and springs, and the human body has bones and blood vessels. Old Morgan exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze profound. As long as your knowledge is sufficient to instantly analyze the structure of things, you can forcibly interfere with their internal structure, causing collapse or reorganization. I could draw the blueprints of those guns with my eyes closed. So all I need to do is move my fingers, slightly manipulate the structure inside their barrels. Saying this, old Morgan's fingers trembled slightly, ash falling onto his coat. However, great power comes with a great cost. He sighed, looking at his shaking hand. This move consumes a tremendous amount of mental acuity, and as one ages, the limits of reason decline and recovery slows. My old bones need to take it slow. Lu Yuan felt a tremor in his heart upon hearing this. No wonder there was only old Morgan with knowledge-based abilities among the Night Watchmen. Normally, relying on knowledge to attain the extraordinary should not be difficult. It turns out old Morgan was actually a Tier 3 extraordinary. As long as he held the fort, any enemies relying on machinery and structure would merely be a pile of toys ready to be discarded. Is the power of knowledge-based extraordinary really that formidable? Lu Yuan felt a bit eager for the abilities he would gain after advancing in his taboo studies. Alright, get some rest. Those lunatics shouldn't dare to come looking for you in the short term. Old Morgan patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, hunching his back as he walked into the night. Along with him left the logistics personnel who had repaired the clinic. After sending old Morgan off, Lu Yuan returned to the operating table. There was still a puddle of uncleaned black blood left by the man who had been taken away. Lu Yuan stared at the blood images from the surgery flashing through his mind, recalling the core embedded in that mechanical kidney, the deep blue stone that could not possibly be of no use. Lu Yuan found a pair of brass tweezers from the cabinet, carefully picking up the blood-stained gauze and placing it into a sealed iron box. After covering it with a heavy lead lid and fastening the lock, he placed the box on a shelf in the corner of the clinic, mingled among a pile of odds and ends. Finally, he lay back down on the bed, preparing to rest for a while. The continuous drizzle had ceased, but Grim Harbor was finally enveloped in a damp, cold gray mist. Bang, bang, bang. The clinic's door was pounded loudly, accompanied by Brent's voice tinged with a cry, "Dr. Lu, open the door." Lu Yuan frowned and opened the door. Brent was drenched, carrying Mina wrapped in his coat as he rushed inside. His eyes were bloodshot like a startled wild beast, and he nearly collapsed to the ground upon entering. "Save her. Dr. Lu," he pleaded. "Mina is not doing well." Without wasting a word, Lu Yuan stepped aside and closed the door behind him. Brent placed Mina on a chair. The little girl no longer resembled the obedient child seen before. She curled into a ball, fiercely clawing at her ears, her nails, even breaking the skin, blood streaming down her earlobes. Her eyes rolled back, and she emitted a series of incoherent screams and murmurs. "Stop singing. It hurts. Go away." Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. He stepped forward and pressed down on Mina's flailing arms. In the next instant, gray and white text materialized above the girl's head. Observation: target Mina's spiritual rampage. Status: severe mental pollution, auditory overload, talent analysis, echo of all things. The individual has an inherently high spiritual sensitivity, and is untainted, able to hear the whispers of different existences and locate the source of corruption through sound. Warning: currently, due to lack of protection, she is like a sumptuous meal drifting in the sea, easily attracting predators. A remarkably exaggerated talent. Lu Yuan gazed at the text, his focus slightly shifting. In this misty and unknown grim harbor, having a means to warn in advance, or even locate the bizarre existences, would greatly increase survival rates. Especially regarding the source of the strange dreams, if he could rely on Mina to help find it, his chances of being cured would significantly improve. With this thought, Lu Yuan ordered Brent, and then turned to the alchemy table. Hold her down, don't let her move. Lu Yuan's research abilities had already been activated. The knowledge he had previously acquired began to automatically arrange and combine in his brain, ultimately deducing a brand new plan. Plan generated: targeted spiritual suppressor, improved version. Principle: use calming flowers to soothe the brain, forcibly settling the spirituality with mercury powder combined with a high concentration sedative, which can forcibly close the user's 5 senses and spiritual channels. Expected success rate 78. Note: this plan is customized and not suitable for other conditions. With an approaching 80 success rate, it was enough for Lu Yuan to attempt it. Without further hesitation, he took out a dried calming flower, pinched a bit of mercury powder, and finally mixed it into a small vial of concentrated sedative. As he heated it, the liquid in the bottle turned a dead, deep gray. Pharmacology 2. With the increase in skill experience, Lu Yuan clearly realized he had succeeded. Open her mouth. Lu Yuan walked over, holding the bottle. Brent steadied himself and nervously pried open his sister's tightly clenched jaw. After ensuring the temperature was right, Lu Yuan poured the gray liquid into her mouth. The effect was immediate. Within just a few minutes, Mina's tense body relaxed, her hands that clutched her ears fell limply, and her rapid breathing gradually steadied. She fell into a deep sleep, temporarily free from the torment of those sounds. Brent watched Mina finally asleep in peace. The tension in his nerves finally snapped, and he slumped into the chair, the fearful look in his eyes easing somewhat. Lu Yuan did not rush to speak, but calmly wiped the bottle in his hand until Brent's breathing calmed down a bit before saying, "This medicine can only make her sleep for a while. If the source is not resolved when she wakes up, she will suffer even more than now." Saying this, Lu Yuan turned to Brent and said, "The medicine I gave you last time should still suppress her condition for a while. Why did it suddenly flare up so severely? What happened?" Brent stiffened at Lu Yuan's inquiry about the illness, not answering. Instead, he remained silent for a long time, then knelt down, pressing his forehead heavily against the floor, making a dull thud. "Dr. Lu, please let Mina stay. I beg you." He looked up, his eyes red, desperately pleading. "Let her be your servant or help with cleaning. As long as you allow her to hide in the clinic, don't let her be sent away." Lu Yuan frowned. Brent's mental state was quite off. How could he have changed from a sharp-witted child to this in just a few days? However, seeing the terrified boy before him, Lu Yuan spoke. "I think you should clarify this is a clinic, not a place for children. Moreover, if you're worried about her situation, I can prescribe a few bottles of medicine for you to take back." "Why must she stay here? I can't take her back. I can't go back." Brent raised his head, despair filling his eyes. "If I take Mina back, she will be taken away. Just like little Tom next door. Taken away, eh?" Lu Yuan sharply caught the keyword. "Who is taking her?" "No, it's the church. It's that group of priests." Brent swallowed hard, lowering his voice instinctively. These past few days, that group from the church has been roaming the docks and the slums, saying they are looking for children favored by angels to take back to the church for a life of luxury. That's why I've been afraid to take Mina out. Saying this, a hint of relief entered Brent's voice. "Just yesterday afternoon, the priests from the church found us below the affordable housing. They had a Bible. That book is very sinister. As long as they approach specific children, the cover of the book glows red. At that time, only Mina and little Tom next door were nearby. But that book lit up. I was terrified, and while they were still upstairs, I took Mina and climbed down the back window. If we hadn't run, I was afraid Mina would have been taken too. Dr. Lu, she is my only relative. Please help me, okay?" Brent's voice was full of pleading, his eyes filled with fear. "Only here. Dr. Lu, you are a night watcher. This neighborhood is the night watcher's territory. Even the church wouldn't dare to storm into a night watcher's clinic to search for people." After hearing this, Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. So that was it. Mina had just awakened her talent due to the shock of her uncle's death, and the church had come sniffing around. That glowing Bible was clearly an alchemical item used to find gifted children like Mina. The so-called angel's favor was merely a guise for their scheme to abduct children. This also matched Lu Yuan's impression of the church. A group of people who would devour others without spitting out bones. This explained why Brent, like a bird startled by a bowstring, wanted to stuff his sister into the clinic. He had no support in the slums, and in the face of such a colossal threat, his only survival route was to find a more solid backing. And now Lu Yuan was that backing. Perhaps not strong enough, but definitely the greatest support Brent could find. The most crucial point was that accepting Mina would benefit both himself and the Night Watchers. It would also disgust that group from the church, so why not? Lu Yuan, I am not asking you to feed us for nothing. Blunt misread Lu Yuan's silence as hesitation and rushed to prove his worth. His words tumbled out in a rush. I can go out and work. I have been at the docks and in the slums for so many years I know a little about where things happen. Whether it is the church now, or that Feishing Hui. Whenever I hear unusual news I can tell you. Lu Yuan's hand, which had been polishing a bottle, froze midair. He lowered his head, and for the first time regarded the young man before him with an assessing gaze. You know of the Feishing Hui? Lu Yuan's voice grew a few degrees darker. It ought to be understood that despite contempt, the Feishing Hui is an organization under the empire. The common folk at the bottom neither know of the transcendent nor dare speak such names aloud. Blunt recoiled at Lu Yuan's stare, shrinking his neck, but forced himself on, I know. A little. Once while shining shoes I overheard some drunk old masters cursing. They said those lunatics from Feishing Hui who turn their bodies into iron lumps are doing experiments again. Blunt swallowed and watched Lu Yuan's expression carefully. I remembered that name. Lu Yuan, those old gents never hid things from people like us. They thought we would not understand, but I remember everything. My life is worthless, but my eyes and ears will be useful to you. Lu Yuan did not mock Blunt's determination. As a conscientious young man of the new century, he was hardly going to be made into a juice machine. He had already intended to take a mina. If it disgusted the church and aided himself, why not? Besides, Blunt seemed to know far more than expected. It was a useful moment to update the Jelimport status. I do not lack ears, Lu Yuan said indifferently. Blunt trembled all over his face, paling at once. He thought he had been refused, and the light in his eyes instantly dimmed. But at present I do lack an apprentice to clean. Lu Yuan looked at the bewildered Blunt and allowed the corner of his mouth to curl into a smile. Mina may stay, but I do not need you to sell your life. You will do your work as before and simply pass me any news you deem useful. For example, the accident at the docks before. Hearing this, Blunt's sorrow flipped to joy. He crashed his head down again and again in thanks. I understand. I understand. Thank you, Lu Yuan. Thank you. Enough, stop bowing. I happen to have a few questions for you. Sit and tell me. Lu Yuan pulled a chair over and poured Blunt a cup of warm tea. The steam rising from the cup eased some of the young man's tautness. He cradled the cup and sipped, his rigid body visibly relaxed. Lu Yuan studied the young man anew. The sharp, bright face was gone, replaced by exhaustion. A large welt on his brow showed where his head had struck the floor. He had indeed bowed with considerable force. All right, Blunt, tell me every faction you know in Jelimport, including whatever you accidentally heard about the Feishing Hui. Blunt held the tea and thought a moment before speaking. Lu Yuan, there are not many factions you have to contend with in Jelimport, but several I only heard of by chance, so I do not know the details. Lu Yuan leaned against the counter and tapped the tabletop with his fingers. It is all right. Just say everything. After all, with the Jelimport status to back him, the usefulness of any rumor would be clear at a glance. First is the inner city. Blunt pointed toward the mist-shrouded highlands outside the window. That is where the Ziju Manor and the Juesher Shanghui hold sway. The Ziju is an imperial noble, the nominal master of the city, but he rarely appears. The real authority is the Juesher Shanghui. Members of the Juesher Shanghui are senior masters and some barons. They control coal, grain, and shipping. Blunt hunched his shoulders. The guild is the darkest. They may not kill directly, but if they raise coal prices a little, hundreds will freeze to death in the lower city in winter. Lu Yuan nodded. Monopoly, predictable. Given the level of productive power in this world, the absence of capital concentration would be the oddity. Such concentration signals wealth and resources, and potential customers for the bespoke potions he might one day sell. Then there is the harbor. It is the most chaotic place, the dominion of the various gangs. Lately strange things have been creeping in. Even the largest Shuimiao Bang does not dare go out at night. Then there are the Shui Ren. Blunt glanced at Lu Yuan with reverence. That is the district you are in. Although the Shui Ren are few in Jelimport, no one dares provoke them. This is the only safe zone in the outer city. Lu Yuan made no comment. Safety here is built on the threat of force. Whether the other members of the Shui Ren or Old Mogan's chamber blast from last night, any of those measures would crush most petty criminals. As for the church, Blunt bit his lip and hatred flickered in his eyes. Those people occupy the chapel district to the north. They speak of caring for us, but behind closed doors they do anything. They are more terrifying than gangs because they always claim it is the will of the gods. And then there is the Feishing Hui. Blunt's voice sank lower. They are not in the city but in the dark forest to the west. They say strange-colored smoke billows from there every day. Mutilated corpses often drift down the river, and people who trespass simply vanish. Lu Yuan sketched a rough map in his mind. Jelimport, the inland inner city, belongs to the powerful. The docks teem with gangs. The church entrenches itself in the northern quarter. The western forest conceals the Feishing Hui. And here the Shui Ren hold this neighborhood. These 5 forces dominate Jelimport and command nearly all its resources. Anything else? Lu Yuan asked. He needed to learn of more hidden powers. Yes. Blunt hesitated before speaking. There are 2 more places. Lu Yuan, you should avoid them if possible, but you ought to know because many illicit things hide there. One is the Matu black market. It is not above ground, it dwells in the depths of the slums sewers built by criminals and smugglers. They say anything can be bought there for the right price. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. A source of materials. He most needed hide-ear materials now, whether from altered creatures or strange phenomena. But the Shui Ren would not allow those things to be traded freely, even as a consultant his share would be meager. That was unavoidable. Ordinary men cannot maintain the discipline he could. Once one touches such things, reason will erode quickly, and at that point corruption becomes likely. This black market might well be the key to advancing his study of forbidden lore. And the other? The other is called the Baidu Run. Blunt showed no expression when he spoke the name. They are not a gang nor traders. They are a group of odd people who wear blue and operate in the dock's most remote Deadman Bay. In Jelimport, if someone dies and the family does not want the church to cremate them or leave them rotting, they hire the Baidu Ren. They do the job and give the family a coin from the empire. They put bodies in special iron coffins and sink them into the sea. Blunt swallowed. I once peered at them. When they sank a body, they chanted words I could not understand. And I swear I saw it beneath the waves. A vast shadow rose and took the coffin away. Yet people were not hostile toward them. After all, if you engaged them in time, they would retrieve your dead when you died. Lu Yuan found himself intrigued. Corpses, sea burials, and shadows. It suggested some cult-like collective, though the threat seemed manageable. First, Blunt had peered without losing his wits or being discovered. If it were sacrificial rites, the victims would seem too weak. Second, the Shui Ren had not taken direct aim at them. Still, it merited further inquiry. As Blunt finished speaking, the status update appeared in Lu Yuan's mind. Jelimport status 9, 4150. Lu Yuan read the gray-white text and knew Blunt's information was largely accurate, at least correct. Yet there remained 9 points unknown. Jelimport still concealed things unseen. Well done, Blunt. Lu Yuan stood and patted his shoulder, then produced a key. This is the key to my clinic. Your sister Mina will need you to look after her. The room next door is also temporarily yours. From now on, you and your sister will live there. I must go out for a while, so I entrust Mina to your care for the time being. Having spoken, Lu Yuan took down his hat from the wall, straightened his clothes, and headed for the tavern. The tavern had returned to its usual lively state. Many patrons were already drinking. Pushing through the crowd and entering a concealed door, Lu Yuan reached the base. His aim was simple: to thoroughly comprehend the structural basis of the sanity barrier and then construct his own barrier of reason. After the setback at dawn, the Shui Ren base had visibly increased its guards, especially along the route past the library and near the area where altered creatures were detained. Lu Yuan spotted at least 4 sentries hiding in the shadows. As the Lionhead gate creaked open, the same white light spilled through. He looked up at the lamp overhead. A pitch-dark shape hung inverted from it like a bat, gently swaying in a deep sleep. Mo Shui stopped sleeping. Lu Yuan rapped the table. The sound echoed through the cavernous hall. Bring up those 2 books from last time. I want to continue reading. The black shape stiffened and reluctantly stirred. A long yawn escaped Mo Shui. Those beady eyes snapped open, and still hanging upside down, he looked at Lu Yuan. What do you take this place for? Who comes to the library this early? I do not recall any rule of the Shui Ren forbidding library visits at this hour. Lu Yuan's expression remained calm. Mo Shui sneered, displeased, but opened his mouth. With a dry retch, 2 heavy volumes slid from his throat, accompanied by a smear of black, viscous mucus. They thudded onto the table. One was the structural basis of the sanity barrier, the other was deep-sea creatures from egg to adult. Clack. Lu Yuan stared at the 2 books on the table, their covers smeared with black viscous fluid, a small twitch at the corner of his eye. Although it was not the first time he had seen this method of hiding books, the literal manifestation of the phrase, full of learnedness, still sat oddly in his stomach. He drew a handkerchief from his pocket and, expressionless, wiped the slime from the bindings. Next time, could you hide books in a different way? He muttered that as he wiped. The lamp above them, Mo Shui, swayed lazily, ignoring his complaint and rolling its beady eyes in indolent disdain. Be grateful you have something to read. Why fuss? Lu Yuan paid no heed to Ma Shui's retort. He pushed his chair back and opened the book titled Basic Structure of the Rational Barrier. As the pages turned, the familiar current of knowledge washed over him again. Studying Basic Structure of the Rational Barrier. Elementary rational barrier gradually constructing. Time flowed on in the quiet of the library. Normally, after swallowing a book, Mo Shui would curl up to sleep or pick an outdated file to nibble like a biscuit. Today, however, something was odd. Lu Yuan felt Ma Shui's gaze fixed on him the entire time. With a rustle, the book's spirit drifted down to the bookshelf in front of him. It said nothing, cocked its head, and its beady eyes stared unblinkingly at Lu Yuan. After a while, it floated over and landed on his shoulder. Like a small dog, it leaned in and sniffed vigorously. What are you doing? Lu Yuan's hand paused over the page. I'm busy. He closed the book, turned his head, and met the shadow on his shoulder calmly. If you're hungry, I didn't bring any ink blocks today. Mosui did not fly away as usual. Instead, it drew nearer, a note of doubt in its voice. Don't want ink blocks. There's a smell of burning and rust. Mosui poked at the collar of Lu Yuan's coat with a tiny hand. Have you come into contact with those lunatics from Feishing Hui? Yes, I met them last night. Lu Yuan nodded. And yet you didn't die. Mosui tilted its head and still showed no sign of leaving. By my reckoning, your chances of escaping the Feishing Hui were almost nil. Having said that, its beady eyes suddenly narrowed to slits. Its tone changed, tinged with greed, barely restrained excitement. No, there's another scent on you. Lu Yuan frowned. What had gotten into the book spirit today? What had it smelled on him that made it cling so stubbornly? He did not believe Mosui was merely sneering. There is a very peculiar scent about you. Mosui traced circles in the air. It is the scent of an untainted soul, almost like a living vessel. It suddenly nosed right up to Lu Yuan's face. Their faces were alarmingly close. Where did you hide that vessel? Lu Yuan looked bewildered. What soul, what vessel, and why was Mosui behaving like this? There are no such things, and I suggest you be blunt when you speak. Moshui's dark beady eyes narrowed, then it finally blurted, you carry the scent of a resonance. Hearing that, Lu Yuan understood at once it was referring to Mina. Yet from such a brief contact, Mosui could by my aura alone accurately deduce Mina's presence and talent. She's a new patient I took on. Lu Yuan neither denied nor elaborated, merely replied, what do you intend to eat her? Although Mosui appeared harmless enough, Lu Yuan had not forgotten that it was essentially a transcendent creature that fed on knowledge and spiritual essence. Eat? Huh. My diet is knowledge. I do not consume people. Mosui waved its tiny hands frantically, its paper wings thudding. You don't understand. Her aptitude is a mobile feast to me. It jabbed at the towering shelves with indignation. Do you know how long I've been here? For many years. Every day facing these mildewed pages, I'm about to vomit. I want to go outside. I want to see the world. But book spirits can only remain where knowledge is. Once we leave this library, at most half a day before the knowledge withers and we die. Mosui grew more animated, pointing to the aura emanating from Lu Yuan. A resonance is different. It can hear the voices of all things. That itself is an endless source of knowledge. If I follow her, I will not fear starving. I could leave this accursed place and breathe fresh air. Mosui floated back to the desk, its beady eyes spinning as a cunning grin crossed its face. Make a bargain, Lu Yuan. Take me to meet that person, and I will tell you secrets you cannot yet access or do certain things for you. Lu Yuan's hand stilled on the page. He looked up at Mosui. This was an unexpected boon. If he could have the library's steward led away, even briefly, it would be of enormous help. For example, Lu Yuan asked, keeping his tone even, do you know the archives of the Tai Jing, how the source of the Shenlan Quanshi? He floated the topic he most wanted to learn. The instant those words left his mouth, the once animated Mosui flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It leapt back, wings covering its head as if to pretend it had not heard. How could I possibly know? Do you want to die? What? Are you afraid? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Moshui's dramatic reaction. This is not fear. It's the rules. We book spirits are forbidden from revealing certain knowledge. If I expose even a trace, I will instantly collapse. And you? Mosui fixed him with a look that could kill. As the questioner, you would be drained along with me by the taboo. So don't even think about it, hearing it would kill you. Lu Yuan seized on a point of interest. So you could take any enemy with you in mutual destruction, Mosui flapped its wings a few times. You're overestimating. The knowledge I impart only takes effect if the other party first seeks it, only then do my words work. If I were to force forbidden knowledge from my mouth, I would die the moment I opened it. So stop imagining it. Lu Yuan stroked his chin and finally nodded, inwardly rueful. It was a pity. If he could capture a few more book spirits like this, he would be nearly invincible. Since you feed on knowledge, why not follow old Morgan? Lu Yuan looked at the floating ink and posed a very practical question. He is a senior member of the Night Watch and a third-tier extraordinary being. With the knowledge accumulated in his mind, it should be enough for you to consume, right? Upon hearing that name, a look of unmistakable disdain appeared on Ink's small face. It was as if someone had placed a moldy, spoiled bread in front of her. That old man. Forget it. Ink curled her lips, and even her paper wings fluttered in disgust. His thinking has become completely rigid, and the structure in his mind is as hard as a rock, impossible to pry open. Moreover, his knowledge is too monotonous, filled with stale gunpowder and rigid doctrines. Ink rolled her eyes. I don't like that old man, he's not tasty. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, and then pointed at the surrounding bookshelves. If you leave, what will happen to the library? Aren't the Night Watch going to pursue this? Pursue? Huh. Knowing she finally had hope of leaving this cage, Ink's tone was filled with an uncontrollable excitement. It's fine. Knowledge itself is a fortress. Every book, every word here continuously releases power. No matter what monstrous thing dares to step into this place, the knowledge here can directly turn them to ashes. Moreover, there is light here. As long as the lights do not go out, this place is an absolute forbidden zone. The reason I have always stayed here is because I can't leave, and secondly, I need to consume knowledge to maintain my existence, otherwise I would have run away long ago. Who would want to live with these papers? Lu Yuan looked at the library, and the last piece of stone in his heart fell into place. So that's how it is. The so-called librarian is merely a fictitious position. Ink was forced to play the role of the curator because she was trapped here. No wonder she looks so miserable, unable to afford even a decent ink. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Taking ink away was a guaranteed profit. First, Mina's echo of all things can only be cured by ink. This is a necessity. Second, the deterrent ink displayed when she stepped into the extraordinary might serve as a half-bodyguard at a critical moment. Third, and most crucially, who knows how many books are hidden in that guy's belly. Taking her away would be like adding a mobile library to myself. All right, I'll take you with me. Lu Yuan stood up, adjusted his collar. But to avoid trouble, I need to greet Old Morgan first. Material Management Office. Under the dim light of the gas lamp, Old Morgan was wearing a monocle and held a precise screwdriver disassembling a very complex steam firearm. On the table lay various gears and springs. Creak. Lu Yuan pushed the door open, cutting straight to the chase. Ink wants to leave, can she? Old Morgan's movements paused slightly as his murky eye glanced over, giving Lu Yuan a quick look. He immediately agreed without refusal. You kid, you're quite lucky. The book Spirit of the Night Watch is notoriously picky. Ordinary people can't take her away. Since that little thing is willing to leave with you, I have no objections. However, Old Morgan put down the gun barrel, his tone turning a bit serious. No matter who it is, as long as the book spirit is possessed, it must be registered with the Night Watch. We need to know who the container is. That's the rule. No problem with that. Lu Yuan's expression was calm as he briefly explained Mina's situation. The container is a little girl who has just awakened her talent, named Mina. She is Brent's sister, and Ink has taken a liking to her talent. I also need Ink to save her life. A little girl. Old Morgan nodded thoughtfully and picked up the striker on the table again. However, Old Morgan did not mind. Since the little girl had good talent, it shouldn't go to waste. Moreover, as long as Ink was around, ordinary things wouldn't harm her. Also, Lu Yuan was very shrewd. He wanted to take advantage of the books hidden in Ink's belly. How could Old Morgan not guess that? But this was a good thing. Knowledge only holds value when it flows. Old Morgan turned around and rummaged through a pile of cluttered shelves, pulling out a black box and handing it to Lu Yuan. Inside was a thick black notebook made of some unknown leather. Take this, it's a specially made spiritual preservation record. If Ink goes out with you, she must live inside this book. Don't lose it. I will bring her to the Night Watch for registration later. Lu Yuan tucked the notebook under his arm and then pushed the door to leave. In the library at the long table, Lu Yuan laid the black notebook he brought on the table. All right, Old Morgan agreed to let you leave with me. Come in. Yage. Ink cheered, unable to contain her excitement, her body instantly transforming into a jet-black stream of light, diving directly into the pages of the notebook. As Ink's figure disappeared, a pattern of eyes formed by intricate lines slowly emerged on the originally black cover. The eyes blinked open and then vanished. Lu Yuan reached out to pick up the notebook. It felt icy cold and unusually heavy. You have touched a notebook containing an extraordinary being. Feature a book imbued with almost endless spirituality, but unfortunately the spirit cannot leave the book. It seems to hide something strange within. Lu Yuan looked at the emerging prompt, chuckled quietly, and without delay stuffed the notebook into his pocket and left quickly. Because calculating the time the effect of the medicine on Mina should be wearing off. Just arriving at the clinic. A commotion reached Lu Yuan's ears. Go away. It's so noisy. Mina was curled up on a chair, clutching her head in pain, her little face pale and twisted. Her fingers gripped her hair tightly, with faint streaks of blood seeping through her fingers. Brent was sweating profusely, desperately holding down his sister's flailing arms, his eyes red. Dr. Lu. Seeing Lu Yuan enter, Brent looked like he had found a savior. Lu Yuan wasted no time, directly taking out the black notebook and flipping it open. Time to work. As Lu Yuan's words fell, a wisp of black smoke floated out from the pages. Ink appeared in a semi-transparent, ghostly form, stretching in the air, then savoring the surrounding air with a look of ecstasy. That's right. That's the smell. So much knowledge. Then Ink arced through the air, hovering above Mina's head. Brent, holding Mina's hand, widened his eyes in fear, unable to make a sound as he watched the approaching book spirit. Meanwhile, Mina, who had been in pain and struggling, seemed to sense something. She struggled to open her eyes, looking at the floating little girl above her head. To her surprise, there was no fear in her gaze, only curiosity. Ink hovered above Mina's head, extending her semi-transparent small hand like an elegant conductor. She didn't violently eliminate those sounds. Instead, within Mina's consciousness, she began to construct a bookshelf. The chaotic noise that had been flooding Mina's brain was quickly dismantled and categorized under Ink's guidance. Useful information was archived and arranged. Useless garbage noise was isolated and shattered. The remaining sounds laden with knowledge yet undigestible were gathered by ink into clusters of black orbs of light, and then completely swallowed. In just a moment Mina's previously furrowed brow relaxed. The sharp ringing in her ears disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented clarity. Her gaze transformed from murky to clear, fixated on the ink in the air. "Sister," Mina called out softly. "Moi. You call me sister." Ink paused, then looked down at the girl below. However, she soon realized that it was because she was guiding Mina in constructing the Palace of Knowledge, creating a mental connection that led her to be referred to as sister. "You're fine now, little girl, and don't call me sister. By human age, I should be your grandmother." Lu Yuan found this somewhat amusing. He then stepped forward to examine Mina, carefully confirming that the spirituality had subsided before speaking. "You're indeed fine now. Ink, how did you do it?" In midair, Ink sat with her legs crossed, holding a clump of noise she had pulled from Mina's mind, enjoying it thoroughly. "You don't need to know, because even if I told you wouldn't understand. This is an innate ability of mine." Brent, upon hearing this, also revealed a hint of joy. "Dr. Lu, are you saying that Mina will be fine from now on? As long as she is with her, your sister should be fine," Lu Yuan said, pointing at the floating ink. "Thank you. How should I address you?" Brent opened his mouth to express gratitude, yet faltered mid-sentence. "You may call her Ink or sister, either is fine." Lu Yuan interjected, placing the book in which Ink resided before Mina. "Mina, Ink will stay with you from now on, until you fully master your own innate talent." As Lu Yuan spoke, he pointed to the black notebook. "This will be Ink's permanent abode. Remember well, wherever you go, this notebook must never leave your side." Mina struggled slightly as she cradled the notebook against her chest, then solemnly nodded, her small face resolute. "Dr. Lu, don't worry. I'll protect sister's home." Good." Lu Yuan gently patted Mina's head in approval, then turned his gaze toward Brent. "Your sister is now perfectly safe. Shortly I'll take her to the base for a simple registration, and arrange for both of you to settle into the adjacent room." Dr. Lu, you mean my sister will be officially enlisted under the Night Watchers?" Brent's eyes widened as he watched Ink hovering midair. His mind raced, instantly recognizing this as a rare opportunity to align himself with a formidable patron. "Yes, you're quite fortunate." Taking Mina's hand, Lu Yuan gestured for Ink to follow. "Brent, remain here at the clinic for now. If anyone arrives, ask them to wait. And the adjacent room is yours and Mina's. Please tidy it up." "Understood, Dr. Lu. And Ink, you're needed inside now." Lu Yuan tapped the notebook lightly. Reluctantly, Ink drifted over, then peeled away a wisp of inky knowledge from Mina's form before vanishing into the pages of the book. When Lu Yuan arrived at the base with Mina, Mary was already waiting. Her eyes lit up upon seeing the little girl holding Lu Yuan's hand. She stepped forward swiftly and tenderly stroked Mina's hair. "How utterly charming. Lu Yuan, your instincts are impeccable. You truly seem to stumble upon extraordinary people wherever you go." "I confess I'm somewhat surprised myself," Lu Yuan replied, observing that Mina showed no resistance. "All right. How shall we proceed with registration? Shall I summon Ink? Just bring the child along with me. As for Ink, best not. That little entity decidedly dislikes me." Mary's hand paused mid-touch, her expression flickering, as if recalling something unpleasant. "Very well then, Mina. Come with Mary, dear." Lu Yuan leaned down and whispered to Mina. "I'll wait for you here." "Yes, I'll come back soon, Dr. Lu." Unafraid, Mina gave a gentle nod and confidently took Mary's hand, her small gesture speaking volumes. Mary's smile deepened, warm and genuine. Mary had already walked halfway when she suddenly added, "Dr. Lu, I'll take her for now. It'll take some time. Once completed, I'll return her directly to your clinic. Rest assured, there's absolutely no danger." Only upon hearing those words did Lu Yuan depart the base, with Ink in tow, returning to the clinic. Brent was energetically tidying the adjacent room. Clearly he was thoroughly delighted with their new home. Unsurprising given that its comforts dwarfed those of any low-income housing unit. Seeing Lu Yuan return alone, Brent instinctively asked what had happened. After a brief explanation, Brent finally relaxed. Lu Yuan paused, then reached into his drawer and withdrew several silver shields, placing them deliberately on the table before pushing them toward Brent. "Buy dinner." No, Dr. Lu, I have money of my own." Brent hastily waved his hands, attempting to decline. "This is advance payment, for meals and your salary." Lu Yuan's expression hardened, his tone firm and unyielding. "If you work under me, you abide by my rules. I will not have my staff labor on an empty stomach." Brent met Lu Yuan's steady gaze. His outstretched hand froze midair, then slowly withdrew as his eyelids reddened. Thank you, Dr. Lu. I'll go at once. Let me know if it's insufficient." With Brent gone, silence settled over the clinic once more. Lu Yuan sat down and rapped his knuckles lightly against the black notebook. Time to work, no feigning unconsciousness. A wisp of black smoke curled from the notebook tucked inside his coat, and Ink emerged, puffing indignantly. "What do you take a noble book spirit for? Do you think I summon you on whim?" Lu Yuan ignored her protest. Spit out foundations of rational barriers. I know you've swallowed it. Ink rolled her eyes, then mimed retching. Plop. A thick tome glistening with translucent viscous fluid landed on the desk. Lu Yuan wiped the cover clean with practiced ease, just as a cool small hand pressed firmly onto the open page. You're reading far too slowly. Ink frowned disdainfully at him. At your current pace, you'll still be deciphering rational barriers long after Mina has grown into adulthood. Do you have a faster method? Lu Yuan didn't dispute her claim, only asked. Naturally. With a haughty huff, Ink fluttered her tiny wings and perched atop Lu Yuan's head. Empty your mind. Resist nothing. Consider this your fee for releasing me. In that instant, a torrent surged into Lu Yuan's consciousness. Not dry text, but distilled purified experience and knowledge stripped of all superfluous scaffolding. Previously obscure terminology now unfolded like magnified building blocks. Each piece's function, orientation, and interlocking logic rendered crystal clear. Simultaneously, a line of ash-gray script shimmered into view before his inner eye, knowledge infusion in progress. Rational barrier construction underway. Lu Yuan's eyes snapped open. Deep within his pupils, a flicker of sapphire blue light flared. Deep within his mind, his extraordinary rational faculty coalesced steadily. Guided by Ink's infusion, Lu Yuan actively channeled and refined it until it solidified into an invisible, resilient barrier, enshrouding his entire cerebral cortex. The moment the barrier fully manifested, Rational Barrier Basic 33, a unique technique wherein one condenses rationality into a conceptual wall, enhancing its defensive resilience and structural tenacity. Your comprehension of rationality has deepened significantly. Perhaps you truly can unveil its hidden secrets. Rationality 32275. Lu Yuan sensed the profound, tangible solidity of his rational core, a sensation unlike anything he'd ever known, radiating pure, unshakable security. More importantly, Lu Yuan realized his rational capacity ceiling had just recovered by 2 points. It works. The erosion caused by the dream anomaly isn't irreversible. As elation surged, he suppressed it and gently lifted Ink from his head. Ink, what are the limitations of this knowledge infusion? But Ink didn't answer immediately. Instead, her entire spirit seemed dazed, faintly trembling, visibly drained. Lu Yuan, are you still human? Mo Shui spoke in a dazed manner, the runes on his body flickering intermittently. After a long time, Mo Shui finally regained his composure. Your rationality is quite exaggerated. I've never seen so much rationality in a low-tier extraordinary being. You wouldn't be some weird transformation, would you? Mo Shui asked, warily twitching his small nose, but he indeed did not detect any strange aura. Talent. Lu Yuan uttered a word quietly. Mo Shui looked at Lu Yuan, who had a serious expression, and a strange feeling arose within him, wanting to punch him. Do you know that I almost died just now? To guide you in forming a mental barrier, I nearly exhausted myself. This can never happen again. Is there a huge gap between your rationality and mine? Lu Yuan discerned the implication in Mo Shui's words. Not at all. Although you have a lot of rationality, it is still far inferior compared to the spirit of this book. It's just that your rationality is a bit strange, making it difficult for me to mobilize, and it seems you have already mastered part of the technique, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to complete it even if I exhausted myself. Mo Shui furrowed his brows and said, I see. Lu Yuan said nothing more. It seems Mo Shui's method has many limitations. This time was quite coincidental, and he surprisingly needed to mobilize his own rationality. Lu Yuan was unwilling for his secrets to be discovered by this little creature. In the evening, Mina was brought back by Mary. By the time they returned, Mina had already taken a bath and changed into a new outfit, her little face looking rosy. Remember to find Sister Mary to play later. After Mary finished her instructions, she then left. At this moment, Brent returned from outside with steaming bread and vegetable soup. Under the dim yellow light, Mina sat on a small stool nibbling on the softened bread, her face filled with satisfaction. After having a hearty meal, Brent began to clean up the room. Mo Shui sat by the table, occasionally taking out a ball of black light and eating it. Lu Yuan, after eating, took out the book Marine Life, illustrated from eggs to adult fish, and leaned back on the sofa to browse through it. This brief warmth seemed to trap the cold and damp Grim Harbor outside until the next morning. Rationality 274, do you see the preceding 3? That indicates this is the experience value. The dream that arrived as expected once again took a bit of Lu Yuan's rationality limit, and his dream reverted to facing the sea. At this moment, the mist in Grim Harbor had dissipated. Occasionally, the sound of carriages could be heard passing by, until a rhythmic knocking interrupted the clinic's tranquility. Lu Yuan stood up, put down the newspaper brought by Brent, and then opened the door. There were no customers outside, but a group of people dressed in white robes with golden edges stood there. Leading them was a middle-aged priest holding a book that emitted a faint light, flanked by 2 solemn, burly men. They were from the church. Good morning, Lost Lamb. I am Priest Andrew. Please forgive my uninvited arrival. These 2 are my attendants. Priest Andrew slightly bowed, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. The angels have summoned a child here, and to prevent her from being tempted by evil, we need to take her back to the church. There is no child here that you seek. Lu Yuan held the door handle, his expression calm. If the angels say there is one, then there is. Priest Andrew smiled, gently flipping open the book in his hand. Buzz, in that instant, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. It vanished. The sounds of carriages on the street, the cicadas, the wind. All sounds instantly disappeared. The entire clinic seemed to be abandoned by the world. Warning, the environment you are in has changed, and a silence barrier now envelopes you. Lu Yuan looked at the gray-white prompt before him and instantly understood everything. Everything here was isolated. Even the surrounding sentinels would not be aware of what was happening. Moreover, by the time the sentinels noticed something was wrong, this group from the church would likely have already fled. The authority granted to me by the angels, I hope Dr. Lu can sense the power within. Priest Andrew's smile remained unchanged as he lightly traced his finger across the book. The angels grant us armor. The golden light instantly enveloped the attendants behind him. A layer of golden light emerged on their skin, their muscles bulging, and the seemingly ordinary robes instantly filled with explosive power. The angels grant us speed. Another azure glow descended. At the same time, the two attendants moved. Empowered by the azure light, they were as fast as fleeting shadows rushing towards Lu Yuan with a howling wind attacking from both sides. The Church's methods are truly disgusting. Lu Yuan gazed at the approaching foes, his eyes cold. Then let me experience the blessing of the angels. In the next moment, Lu Yuan gently pressed the dark golden pocket watch with his thumb. Click. Acceleration activated. Rationality in progress. 1. The world instantly slowed down in Lu Yuan's eyes. The fierce charge of the two attendants now appeared as a ridiculous slow motion. Lu Yuan's right hand reached into his pocket and drew out the enchanted revolver named Flame. He intended to give these shameless church members a profound lesson for their actions. Does he think his clinic is a dumpster? Anyone can come and go as they please. Bang, bang. Two bursts of orange-red flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. The silver-plated alchemical bullets spun through the air, shrieking as they tore through it, accurately striking the joints of the two attendants. The first sound was the collision of bullets with the golden light, producing a resonant clang. Following that was the sound of the blessing shield shattering and bones fracturing. Such a level of blessing from the church indeed had decent defensive power. Ordinary swords might struggle to break through. Unfortunately, they faced an enchanted large-caliber revolver, a weapon born for the unusual. Oh! The rushing attendant exploded in a cloud of blood mist at the knee, the immense impact causing them to lose balance, crashing to the ground like a wild dog, with a broken leg sliding several meters forward. Priest Andrew was clearly startled by the scene before him. Damn it! Get up quickly! For the glory of the angels! Seeing this, Andrew frowned and shouted loudly. The two attendants on the ground endured the excruciating pain and attempted to push themselves off the floor to charge again. Bang! Bang! Another two gunshots rang out. Lu Yuan remained expressionless. This time the bullets accurately struck the wrists of the two attendants. All limbs rendered useless. This time the two attendants completely lost their ability to move, only able to emit painful groans as their blood stained the floor. Lu Yuan lowered the gun, curling smoke rising. Two acolytes lay sprawled on the ground, blood welling from their wounds and spreading across the bluestone floor. Lu Yuan's pistol remained steady, its barrel still faintly smoking. 4 shots, each precisely striking a limb. It was not mercy that guided his aim, but cold calculation, killing church personnel in Grimport. Even night watchers carried consequences demanding sober reckoning. Time dilation ceased, reality snapped back into place. Lu Yuan stood motionless, observing Archdeacon Andrew. His displayed combat prowess spoke volumes. He was no mere physician. Any rational mind would pause before escalating further, weighing whether the cost of continued confrontation could truly be borne. Yet this Archdeacon Andrew showed no intention of yielding, not even an inch. His face had turned ashen, its once benevolent features now grotesquely contorted. The scripture in his hands erupted with blinding golden light, sacred, searing, unnaturally intense within the hushed confines of the silence barrier, like a miniature sun suspended midair. Lu Yuan instinctively narrowed his eyes. The radiance was unbearable. The price of defiling an angel is one you cannot afford. Andrew's voice trembled with suppressed fury, and something else. Fear. Lu Yuan caught it instantly. Yes, fear. A high-ranking church archdeacon flanked by 2 acolytes had come to escort a child, only to see every attendant incapacitated by a mere physician. Such humiliation, if made public, would leave him with nowhere to hide his shame. More critically, in that fleeting moment, he had sensed an eerie presence surging forth from within the clinic, an ancient shadowed force diametrically opposed to the radiant light of the angels he served. Andrew pressed his palms together. The scripture hovered before him, its pages turning unaided. With each turn, sacred energy thickened in the air, its suffocating pressure compelling Lu Yuan to raise his pistol once more. Bang! Angels grant me the power of judgment. The crackle of incandescent flame and Andrew's declaration rang out in unison. In the next instant, a searing golden beam lanced from above the scripture, straight toward Lu Yuan. It melted the silver-plated bullet midair. The beam arrived too swiftly for thought, too swift for reaction. Yet at the edge of Lu Yuan's vision, stark gray-white characters flared into view, warning. Holy light attack detected. Evade immediately. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted. His hand moved almost autonomously, diving into his coat. Time dilation. Click. A soft mechanical sound echoed again. Time dilation acceleration engaged rationality cost 1-1. The world slowed once more in Lu Yuan's perception. That golden beam now hung like frozen lightning, gliding toward him with agonizing slowness. Its blinding glare stretched into elongated golden filaments, each strand distinct, even revealing the sacred glyphs swirling within the beam's core. Lu Yuan tilted his body slightly aside and watched clear-eyed as the beam grazed the edge of his trench coat, igniting a trail of scorching sparks. He smelled burnt fabric, felt the sting of divine fire. Even a glancing blow seared his skin as though licked by flame. Boom. The wooden door behind him took the beam heat in, disintegrating instantly into blackened charcoal, its frame erupting in flames. Had he hesitated even a tenth of a second, Lu Yuan dared not finish the thought. And since Andrew had struck to kill, then he would respond in kind. His revolver reacquired target. 3 rounds fired in rapid succession, aimed at Andrew's scripture-holding hand, his head, and his chest. The silver bullets traced straight, languid lines through Lu Yuan's slowed vision. Yet at the instant of impact, a golden barrier detonated with a resonant hum. The bullets froze mid-flight, as if halted by invisible hands, then shattered explosively. Shrapnel scattered. Andrew's expression remained impassive, the scripture pulsed anew with golden light, already weaving fresh beams. Rationality 72, 75, 7175, 7075. The numbers at the periphery of his vision ticked downward steadily, a silent, inexorable warning. Lu Yuan clenched his jaw, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. Clearly Andrew had anticipated Lu Yuan's possession of supernatural artifacts, and prepared accordingly. Even a heavy-caliber revolver could not pierce that golden ward. Worse still, time dilation devoured his rationality at a terrifying rate. Each second was a toll exacted from his mind. He could not sustain it indefinitely. Adjusting his aim, Lu Yuan fired 3 more rounds, directly at Andrew's skull. If even a volley of silver bullets failed to breach that golden barrier, escape would become his only recourse. Instantly, time dilation disengaged. Reality surged forward at full speed. That elongated perception collapsed inward. The world rushed back. Chaotic, noisy, overwhelming. SHHHSHHH. Bullets sliced the air, stirring turbulent eddies. Then vrum. The scripture vibrated violently. Once again the bullets hung suspended, then detonated into fragments. Seeing his attack thwarted, Andrew's eyes flickered with surprise, then hardened with anger as he glanced down at the chest insignia glowing fiercely upon his robe. A cruel smirk curled his lips, distorted, grotesque in the golden radiance. Not bad, but your journey ends here. His tone held a mocking lilt, as though a cat toying with a dying mouse. How many bullets remain? How many times can you dodge? The scripture flared once more, this time unleashing 3 beams in a sweeping fan, sealing every possible avenue of retreat. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Time dilated again. The 3 golden beams coiled forward like serpents, slow, deliberate, inevitable. His body wove through their narrow gaps with millimeter-perfect precision. Duck, dip, roll. He barely escaped the lethal embrace, but paid the price. Twin scorched streaks across his trench coat, and a sharp drop in his rationality. 70, 75, 67, 75. 3 points, gone in an instant. Lu Yuan's face paled, not from fear, but from sheer depletion. That seemingly generous reserve of rationality proved alarmingly fragile under real-world strain. Andrew advanced relentlessly, each step measured, grounded, radiating unwavering certainty. The scripture in his hands blazed ever brighter, sacred glyphs danced wildly across its pages. Angel's judgment is inescapable. He halted mid-stride. His voice boomed like thunder within the silence barrier, another thicker beam surging forth. This beam dwarfed all prior ones, thick as a bull's rim, scorching the air in its wake with a shrill, agonized shriek. Just as Lu Yuan reached for time dilation, something shifted behind him. A formidable presence surged forth, ancient, uncanny, suffused with a dread-inducing weight. It bore none of the celestial brilliance of divine arts. Instead, it was deep as the abyss, dark as primordial void, capable of swallowing light itself. Every hair on Lu Yuan's body stood rigid. He knew that presence intimately. Ink. A barrier of pure blackness materialized before him, glossy as spilled ink, its surface rippling with arcane hieroglyphic script, like the first page of some forgotten forbidden tome. The golden beam struck the black barrier. No explosion, no flash, No sound. That sacred light vanished, swallowed whole like a meteor plunging into eternal night, leaving not even a ripple in its wake, as if it had never existed. Andrew's face went deathly pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. This is the Codex page. His voice wavered, uncertain, bewildered. As a servant of angels for decades, he understood better than anyone what such power signified. It was the antithesis of holiness, the very embodiment of knowledge made manifest. The door next to the clinic was suddenly pushed open with a bang. Ink floated in the air. Her figure remained small, yet at this moment she exuded a suffocating pressure. Strange black runes were entwined around her body, moving slowly like living creatures, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing, resembling countless black snakes. Her expression was grim, and her usually adorably naive bean-like eyes now sparkled with dangerous anger. "You despicable charlatan." The voice of Ink was cold and piercing, carrying a strong, killing intent. "Dare to act recklessly in the territory of the Night Watchers." Lu Yuan looked at Ink, feeling both grateful and helpless. Grateful that this arrogant book spirit never faltered at critical moments. Helpless that with her appearance the already scarce materials in the clinic were now in even shorter supply. The black runes around Ink began to spin and accelerate, coalescing into a massive illusory book. The book towered 2 men high, entirely black, with characters on the cover that Lu Yuan could not comprehend. However, his translation ability was frantically pulsing, as if warning him that those characters were not something he should read. The massive book turned its pages. Each page revealed different forbidden characters twisting and writhing. Lu Yuan felt dizzy just from a glance and quickly averted his gaze. Warning: high concentration of knowledge radiation detected. Suggestion: avoid direct eye contact. The power of knowledge. Ink's voice carried a hint of arrogance and disdain. Not something a fool like you who can only recite incantations can understand. With a wave of her hand, the black runes shot toward Andrew like arrows. Andrew reacted quickly. He raised the scripture and golden light erupted. Holy shield. A golden shield enveloped him, one of the most commonly used defensive divine arts of the church, said to withstand the vast majority of extraordinary attacks. Yet Ink merely laughed disdainfully. Is that all? The black runes, however, like living creatures, slipped into the gaps of the shield. They were not attacking the shield, but rather reading it, analyzing its composition, understanding its principles, and then dismantling it. The golden shield began to crack like corroded glass. Andrew screamed, feeling his divine art being eaten away bit by some force. The scripture in his hand, the holy book personally bestowed by the bishop, also began to show cracks on its surface. This is impossible. Andrew's voice was filled with fear and disbelief. This is a bishop-level holy book, a sacred object blessed by angels. How can it be? Ink interrupted him with a dismissive snort. Bishop-level? A mocking smile curled at the corners of her mouth. You've got to be kidding me. With your pitiful knowledge, do you even deserve to use a holy book? This book spirit could pull out a single page, and it would be 100 times stronger than your pathetic thing. She opened her small mouth. Countless black torrents surged towards Andrew like a flood breaking its dam. Andrew's shield shattered with a loud crash. Golden shards scattered everywhere. He was engulfed by the black torrents. Lu Yuan stood by quietly watching this scene. He did not intervene, nor did he speak. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but he knew that in a battle of this level the best thing he could do was not to create more trouble. Moreover, he wanted to see Ink's true power. Previously, he only knew that Ink was a book spirit, a type of knowledge-based extraordinary being, but he had no concrete concept of how strong she truly was. Now he knew. Very strong. Strong enough that a church priest had no chance to fight back in front of her. The black torrents dispersed. Andrew knelt on the ground, trembling all over. His scripture had completely shattered into countless golden shards strewn across the ground. The sacred runes on those shards still flickered weakly, but soon faded completely, losing their light. Andrew's hands trembled as he lowered his head, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. He had served angels for many years, never imagining that one day he would be so thoroughly defeated by a being that looked like a little girl. Ink turned around, looking at the silent barrier surrounding them. The golden barrier was still active, completely isolating this area from the outside world. Such a crude barrier. Ink's tone was full of disdain, as if evaluating a low-quality replica. In the next moment, she extended her small hand and waved gently. The gesture was casual, as if shooing away a bothersome mosquito. Countless black runes flew towards the edge of the barrier, beginning to flicker wildly. In the next moment, the silent barrier emitted a piercing, cracking sound. Crack, crack, like shattering glass. The golden barrier transformed into specks of light and dissipated into the air, vanishing in an instant. The surrounding sounds surged in an instant. Lu Yuan let out a long sigh. The breaking of the silent barrier meant that the Night Watcher's scouts would definitely notice the anomaly here. Sure enough, in less than a minute, hurried footsteps came from the other end of the street. Egel arrived with 3 members of the Night Watch. They saw Andrew kneeling on the ground and the scattered scripture fragments, immediately understanding what had happened. Egel's expression darkened. Though this Night Watch scout captain usually appeared carefree, his expression was exceptionally serious at this moment. Priest Andrew, your actions are provoking the Night Watchers. Andrew struggled to stand, his face as pale as paper. He trembled several times trying to say something. This is a misunderstanding. He finally managed to squeeze out a few words. I was just... Egel interrupted him. Misunderstanding. He stepped forward, looking down at Andrew from a height. Using such methods within the protection zone of the Night Watchers is called a misunderstanding. Do you know what it means to use such tactics here? Andrew gritted his teeth, seemingly trying to suppress the fear and anger within. I am acting on the orders of the angels. His voice suddenly rose, tinged with a hint of hysteria. To take that child away. Ink scoffed coldly. With you? She floated in front of Andrew, her bean-like eyes flashing with dangerous light. Who do you think you can take? Andrew instinctively took a step back, the previous experience having instilled a deep fear of this little being in him. Don't bring your Chuch's nonsense into this. This is the territory of the Night Watchers. Ink's voice carried unabashed mockery. Besides, if you have the ability, let your angels come personally. Just because the church has a statue doesn't mean the angels will care about you. Even your archbishop might not receive a reply right. These words struck at Andrew's heart. Lu Yuan observed Andrew's complexion fluctuating between red and white, as if he had been poked at the most painful spot he wished to avoid. You are blaspheming. Andrew's voice trembled, unsure whether from anger or fear. Egel said in a deep voice, enough. He waved his hand, signaling Ink to step back. Andrew, this is Grim Harbor, not your Chuch's sanctuary. You should be well aware of the rules of the Night Watchers. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his tone calm. Captain Egel, I believe this priest owes me an explanation. He paused, adding, and a compensation. Egel nodded. That is only right. He turned to Andrew. Do you have anything to say? Andrew scanned the surroundings, noting the vigilant gazes of the 3 Night Watch members, realizing there would be no advantage for him today. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calmer. This was indeed my oversight. He struggled to utter these words, each syllable seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. But my intentions were good. The angel wished to take this child. Ink rolled her eyes. That is my person, and you want to snatch them to bring your bishop. My dear priest. Lu Yuan did not want to waste time and got straight to the point. We are all reasonable people. You broke into my clinic, employed a silence barrier, and launched an attack on me. Any one of these offenses is enough for the Night Watch to imprison you. Even if it cannot lead to execution, the consequences are not something you can bear. Lu Yuan's tone was flat, as if stating an undeniable fact. I do not wish to escalate this matter. If you provide me with reasonable compensation, we can consider this incident settled. Andrew fell silent for a moment. He knew that Lu Yuan was already giving him a way out. If this truly escalated to the Night Watch headquarters, his reputation as a priest would be utterly ruined. What do you want? He forced out. Lu Yuan replied directly, the scripture you have in hand. He pointed to the golden fragments on the ground. Although those fragments had lost their sacred power, the material itself remained precious. If collected and researched, there might be some gains. Andrew's expression changed dramatically. Impossible. He instinctively refused, his voice sharp. This is the holy scripture granted to me by the bishop. Even if it is shattered, it is a sacred object and cannot be handed over to outsiders. Lu Yuan had anticipated this outcome. He merely shrugged. Then what do you propose as compensation? Andrew hesitated for a long time. His gaze shifted between Lu Yuan and Ink, ultimately seeming to make a difficult decision. He pulled out a small cup from his pocket. The cup was entirely silver white, slightly smaller than an adult's fist, adorned with exquisite angelic emblems. In the dim light, the cup emitted a soft glow as if composed of condensed moonlight. This is the holy water cup. Andrew's voice was somewhat hoarse. It can convert ordinary water into low-level holy water. You can convert it 3 times a day, 1 cup each time. Lu Yuan took the holy water cup, and a line of gray-white text immediately appeared in his peripheral vision. Item analysis, holy water cup, tier 2. Source: church made angels blessing properties, converts clean water into low-level holy water 3 times a day, approximately 100 milliliters each time. Low-level holy water effect can purify mild pollution, alleviate mental stress, restore a small amount of sanity, about 23 points. Remarks: mild effect, no significant side effects, suitable for long-term use. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened slightly, but his expression remained calm. This item was incredibly useful for him. It could continuously produce low-level holy water. Although the effect was average, it was sustainable 3 times a day. Moreover, after the strange dream last night, Lu Yuan also intended to use the holy water, but he did not show any signs of delight on his face. During negotiations, one must never let the other party see how much they desire something. What else? He continued to apply pressure. Andrew's expression grew even darker. He gritted his teeth and retrieved 3 small vials of golden liquid from his pocket. The liquid swirled gently in the vials, as if they possessed life. This is a purification potion. His voice carried a hint of pain. It can dispel mild pollution within the body. Lu Yuan took the holy water cup and the potions, carefully inspected them, and after confirming there were no issues, he nodded. All right, well, let it go this time. He looked at Andrew, his tone flat, yet filled with warning. But next time I see you, stay far away from my clinic. Egil also spoke up. Andrew, this time we will not pursue the matter for the sake of the church. His voice was deep and powerful, with a hint of threat flashing in his eyes. But remember, Grimport is not the church's territory. If you dare to employ a silence barrier again, do not expect to remain a priest. Andrew's face was grim, but he still nodded. He glanced at Lu Yuan, his expression complex. Dr. Lu. His voice was hoarse and low. I will remember what happened today. After saying that, he bent down with difficulty, helping the injured clerks on the ground one by one. The two clerks had been hit in the legs and arms by Lu Yuan. Although not fatal, they certainly would not be able to walk for a short time. Andrew called over a few attendants from the church, had the clerks lifted onto a cart, and left in a disheveled manner. Once the church members had moved far away, Egil turned to Lu Yuan, a slight smile on his lips. You lad, you struck it big this time. He patted Lu Yuan's shoulder with considerable force, causing Lu Yuan's shoulder to go numb. The holy water cup is a good item, it has a price, but is not available on the market. Lu Yuan forced a smile, almost died, and made an enemy instead. Egil nodded, his expression turning serious. You have decent skills, and with ink by your side you won't die. However, you must indeed be cautious of the church's retaliation. They will not let this go easily. Ink snorted, not sure if it was out of pride or disdain. Lu Yuan nodded. Thank you for the reminder. And you might not be so lucky after yesterday's ascension ceremony and today's church incident. Your little clinic is really... Egil looked somewhat helpless, then continued. I will have my brothers increase the frequency of patrols around your area to minimize such situations from happening. Then Egil led the 3 night watch members away. The clinic finally quieted down. Lu Yuan looked at the burned wooden door and sighed. This door needs to be repaired. He turned and walked back into the clinic. Brent and Mina were hiding behind the counter, cautiously peeking out. Although the previous battle had been blocked by Ink's barrier, the sense of oppression still frightened the two children. Especially Mina, whose small face was pale, tightly clutching the black notebook. Ink floated back, looking exhausted, and her form seemed to become somewhat transparent, clearly having expended too much energy just now. Huff. I'm exhausted. Ink turned into the notebook, her voice coming from within tinged with fatigue. I want to eat something and take a nap. Don't call me if nothing's wrong. Lu Yuan walked over and patted Mina's head. The little girl's hair was somewhat messy, but she did not shy away, instead slightly nudging her head into Lu Yuan's palm. It's all right now. Lu Yuan's voice was gentle, filled with reassurance. Ink is very powerful. That priest was no match for her. Mina nodded, but still did not release her grip on the notebook. Brent crawled out from behind the counter, his expression complex. Brother Lu, are you all right? Lu Yuan chuckled. I'm fine, just a couple of holes burned in my coat. He looked down at his coat, 2 charred marks particularly noticeable. This coat was left by Dr. Lisun. What a pity. Ink poked half her body out of the notebook, her bean-like eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Hey. Her tone suddenly turned serious. I just discovered something strange. Lu Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression remained calm. What is it? Ink furrowed her brows, seemingly pondering how to describe it. You have a very peculiar fluctuation on you. It's not pollution, nor is it extraordinary energy, but something I've never seen before. She paused, continuing. That thing is gradually corroding your sanity, but at a very slow rate, slow enough to be nearly imperceptible. If I hadn't exerted my full strength during the battle just now, I might not have discovered it at all. Lu Yuan fell silent. He knew what Ink was referring to. The strange dream. The curse brought back from the iron whale, the disease that transformed Dr. Lisun into a monstrous fish. He too has been infected. Moreover, no cure has been found to this day. Emo Shui continued to stare at him, the inquisitive light flickering in her round eyes. Are you hiding something from me? Lu Yuan observed Emo Shu's serious expression, fell silent for a moment, and finally sighed. Indeed, there are some matters. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. But now is not the time to discuss it. Once I finish what I need to do, I will tell you. Emo Shui scrutinized him for a while, as if assessing the truth of his words. Ultimately, she did not pursue the matter further. Forget it. She retreated back into her notebook, leaving only her round eyes exposed. In any case, you're not my host. If you die, I will take care of Mina in remembrance of your goodness. Her tone carried a hint of helplessness and worry, quickly masked by her sharp tongue. If you encounter any trouble, remember to speak up early. Don't wait until things become unmanageable before remembering this spirit of the book. Lu Yuan nodded. I understand. He gazed at the holy water cup in his hand, pondering this might temporarily alleviate the effects of the dream. Low-grade holy water can restore sanity. Although the effect is limited, he had never consumed holy water before, and it might help him last a little longer. But to find a cure, he still needed to discover other methods. He raised his head and looked out the window. At this moment, the sun had risen, and the thick fog outside was gradually dissipating. After the Church's carriage disappeared around the corner, Lu Yuan returned to the clinic and closed the half door that was barely hanging on. The silver-white cup glimmered softly in the morning light, adorned with a finely detailed angel emblem. Lu Yuan stepped behind the counter and scooped a cup of clear water from the tank, slowly pouring it into the holy water cup. In the next moment, a faint silver light illuminated the cup. The clear water seemed to be purified by some force, transforming from ordinary to crystal clear, with tiny specks of light swirling within. Transformation complete. Low-grade holy water 1 effect restores 23 points of sanity, purifies light contamination. Lu Yuan picked up the cup, hesitating for a moment. It was morning and his sanity was still relatively sufficient. Perhaps it would be better to save it for before bed at night to see if it had any effect on the dream. He carefully poured the holy water into a clean glass bottle, sealed it, and stored it in the cabinet. Brother Lu, that cup is so beautiful. Mina had approached at some point, her eyes sparkling as she stared at the holy water cup. Lu Yuan stored the cup away. This thing shouldn't be touched casually. Mina nodded obediently, but her gaze couldn't help but dart toward the cabinet. Lu Yuan looked at the little girl and suddenly remembered something. Mina, come here. He walked to the medicine cabinet and opened a drawer. Inside, several types of dried herbs were neatly arranged, each wrapped in oil paper and labeled. Do you recognize these? Oi. Mina shook her head. Do you want to know? Mina paused for a moment and then blinked. I want to know, Dr. Lu, are you going to teach me? Lu Yuan looked at the little girl before him and nodded. That's right, you have great talent. Even without studying, you can learn many things. If I learn, can I save people? Like my uncle's illness? Mina's question left Lu Yuan silent. After a pause, Lu Yuan looked at Mina seriously. Yes, as long as you acquire enough knowledge, your uncle's illness can be treated. Then Mina will learn. Dr. Lu, teach me. Lu Yuan gently patted Mina's little head, choosing not to say more, instead taking out the remaining herbs from the counter to test Mina's talent. Lu Yuan picked up a stalk of silver-white dried grass. This is by Shu Hua, the most common herb in Grim Harbor. He then picked up a few more. This is Shui Ji Chao. This is in Shun Hua. This is Tue Ri Yi. Mina listened intently, nodding her little head. Smell this. Lu Yuan presented the Guang Yin Chao to her. Mina leaned in to sniff, then suddenly tilted her head. It's singing. Lu Yuan was taken aback. What? Very softly, like it's speaking. Mina tilted her head again to listen. It says it likes cold places and dislikes sunlight. It also says it can calm people down. Lu Yuan stared at Mina for several seconds. Everything resonates. Mo Shui had mentioned that this girl has the talent to resonate with all things and hear the voices of objects. He never expected her to directly hear the properties of the herbs. She was truly a born alchemist. Brent, Lu Yuan called out. Brent poked his head in from the back. What's up, Dr. Lu? From now on, when I teach Mina about herbs, you should learn alongside her. All right. Brent's eyes lit up. Mina also became joyful, her smile adding a touch of color to her pale face. Herbology 6. 550-750 teaching could actually increase experience. That wasn't bad. For the next 2 hours, Lu Yuan taught the two children about a dozen common herbs. Mina relied on her talent, almost having photographic memory. Although Brent lacked her talent, he made up for it with diligence, repeatedly reciting the names and uses of each herb. Close to noon, Lu Yuan stepped out to find a carpenter. The clinic's door had been burned down to half, and if it wasn't repaired soon, it would start to let in drafts. The carpenter was a middle-aged man in his 40s who looked oddly at the charred door frame. Dr. Lu, your door. The stove exploded. Lu Yuan replied without flinching. The carpenter opened his mouth, clearly unconvinced. However, he didn't ask further, as some matters in Grim Harbor were better left unspoken. All right, I'll fix it for you this afternoon. Lu Yuan paid a deposit and tossed a few extra copper shields as a tip. The carpenter accepted the money and quickly got to work. In the afternoon, the new door was installed. The oak door was even sturdier than the previous one. Lu Yuan inspected the lock and added a wooden bolt behind the door. Although these measures wouldn't stop extraordinary beings, at least they could deter ordinary people. As for the Chuch's retaliation, Lu Yuan glanced out the window. Edgar said he would strengthen patrols, hoping those zealots could behave for a few days. The sun gradually set. The orangered afterglow bathed the newly installed wooden door as if gilded with a layer of gold. Brent and Mina were next door tidying up the beds. Lu Yuan sat behind the counter, taking out the bottle of holy water he had transformed earlier. The pale silver liquid shimmered slightly within the glass bottle. He uncorked the bottle and drank it all in one go. The cool liquid slid down his throat like a crisp spring, flowing through his entire body. The vague sense of restlessness in his mind seemed to calm down a bit. Sanity 67, 75, 7,075, 3 points. The effect was quite good. However, the recovery of sanity was too slow. This thing was a bit like a blue bar, taking a long time to recover after use. Lu Yuan set down the bottle, feeling the clarity that came with the restoration of sanity. He hoped tonight's dream wouldn't be too difficult. Nightfall completely enveloped Grim Harbor. The gas lamps on the street lit up one by one, casting a dim yellow glow in the darkness. In the distance, the sound of a carriage rattled, accompanied by the ramblings of a drunken man. Lu Yuan lay in bed, closing his eyes. Darkness surged in. He fell once more into that familiar dream. Darkness surged. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. A familiar dizziness swept his body as the surroundings warped and shifted. He had come here again. This was the beach along the island's western side. Wet sand and grit pressed beneath his feet. Wave after wave rolled in the icy water lapping past his ankles. Lu Yuan glanced down at his hands. They could move. This time he could move again. Since being infected by the aberrant dream, he had come here every night. Sometimes he could move, sometimes he was trapped left to be washed by the tide. He still did not know why he could move at times, but his objective was clear the iron whale ship he had seen then, the Taijinghao. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and scanned the scene. To the west, the sea stretched endlessly, its black waters running straight to the horizon. To the east lay the island's interior, a huge cavern could be glimpsed, and near its mouth stood dilapidated houses that could not be entered. And to the south was where he had seen the Taijinghao. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan followed the shoreline southward, the sand whispering beneath his steps. The sea breeze smelled of salt and brine tugging at the hems of his clothes. After several minutes of walking, Lu Yuan suddenly halted. Ahead, the ruined stone pillars at the beach's edge appeared again. But something was different. The ruins that had once been scarred and faded now shone with an unsettling luster, and they were far too new. Had someone been repairing this structure? Lu Yuan frowned, hesitated for a beat, then decided to move closer and take a look. Crouching low, Lu Yuan crept forward. As his vision cleared, the sight before him rooted him to the spot, because the place that ought to have been empty was occupied by a handful of figures in gray cloaks. Their movements were synchronized. They chanted some ancient tongue in unison. Their voices were low and uncanny, as if summoned from the abyss. Great Lord of the deep sea, your offspring calls. Offer this city. Offer these flesh. Descend upon us. Grant us eternal life. A chill ran through Lu Yuan's chest. These people were no good. If not outright cultists, then certainly heretics. And the phrase, this city. Could it really mean Jelamu Gang? But this was an isolated island. How could they do that? Lu Yuan instinctively wanted to retreat. At that moment, a fierce sense of peril welled up from his core. His sanity barrier began to tremble violently. Warning: high intensity mental contamination detected. Sanity barrier resisting. 1. Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks, but it was already too late. Something writhed at the center of the formation. The next instant, a massive shadow rose slowly from the sea, sending a colossal spray of water skyward. The spray struck the heavens, and then fell back like a torrential rain. The thing was so enormous that Lu Yuan could not take in its whole form. All he could see were countless tentacle-like appendages undulating in the water, each limb exceeding the length of the Taijinghao. He dared not imagine what would happen if such a thing appeared in Jelamu Gang. As the water cascaded, innumerable eyes snapped open. Those eyes, set upon a surface shaded by abyssal darkness, spun madly, as if searching for something on the beach. Lu Yuan felt suffocated. He had seen abyssal thralls and twisted abominations before, but never an entity so ineffable. Merely gazing at it drained his sanity. Sanity 70, 75, 68, 75, 65, 75. While Lu Yuan slid toward half-madness, a gray-robed figure suddenly turned its head. Beneath its black hood, the face was obscured, yet Lu Yuan distinctly felt that gaze, an awareness upon him. In that instant, his sanity barrier shook again. Sanity barrier damaged. 111. Sanity 65, 75, 60, 75. The gray-robed man uttered a harsh cry. A watcher. The others snapped their heads around. Countless eyes, along with the innumerable pupils on that abyssal mass, all fixed on Lu Yuan. A terrifying pressure rolled over the scene. Lu Yuan's mind felt as if threaded with 1,000 needles. An intense stabbing pain assaulted him. Sanity 60, 75, 55, 75. In mere seconds, his sanity poured away like water. He could not stay. Lu Yuan fought to withdraw from the aberrant dream, but his body felt frozen by some force, unable to move. Those gazes had become tangible chains, binding him fast. Found. A new sacrifice. The gray-robed voices whispered in his ear like a chorus of mouths. Offer to the deep sea lord. Offer. At that critical moment, a familiar power surged forth. Black runes bloomed around Lu Yuan, weaving swiftly into a barrier. It was Mosui. She had sensed the anomaly. The black sigils formed a stout wall that blocked those suffocating gazes. The gray robe's attention was severed, the crushing pressure eased at once. Seizing the chance, Lu Yuan hurled himself toward the nearby stones. Wake up! Wake up for me! He roared in his mind, and darkness closed in. The dreamscape collapsed and disintegrated. Every vision of the aberrant dream dissolved like smoke. Lu Yuan jolted awake with a gasp. The clinic's ceiling swam into view. He panted wildly, drenched in cold sweat, his heart hammering as if about to burst. You suffered mental contamination. Judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Sanity barrier damaged. Current sanity 4171. This is the total maximum, not an experience value. Sanity barrier 13 severely damaged. The maximum had dropped again, from 75 down to 71. Lu Yuan's face was pale, and his head split with pain. This aberrant dream had been more perilous than any before. he had nearly been lost. Bang! The door was flung open. Mosui floated in, her expression dark and devoid of her usual teasing smile. She hovered in the air, her small eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, what on earth is wrong with you? Her voice was icy, edged with suppressed anger. I just felt your sanity plummeting, almost to the point of collapse. Lu Yuan sat up and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. I had a nightmare, he said. Don't lie to me. Mosui drifted closer, her tone rising. I am a book spirit. I am more sensitive to fluctuations of sanity than anyone. You bear a strange mark, and it's not new. This thing is eating away at your mind. Do you know what a sanity collapse means? Lu Yuan fell silent. Mosui pressed on, anxious. You become a monster. You lose yourself. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lu Yuan managed a bitter smile. What good would telling do? You've seen how the Night Watch treats the afflicted. Discovery means execution. There is no second option. Isn't Lyson an example? Had rather wait at home to die than ask for help. Mosui seemed to catch the hint in his words. You don't trust the Night Watch, she accused. Lu Yuan met her gaze calmly. It's not distrust. It's that I cannot gamble. If they learn I am infected, what will they do? Quarantine me, monitor me, or execute me outright. Mosui fell silent for a moment, then drifted in front of him, her voice softening. Lao Mogan would not. He is harsh, but he truly cares for gifted youths. And this thing on you, this aberrant dream, there ought to be a cure. Lu Yuan was taken aback by that. Are you sure? Mosui nodded seriously. I've seen many illnesses. Though I don't know the exact remedy, Lao Mogan should know. You should ask him. Lu Yuan hesitated. You're in danger now? If you delay until your sanity breaks, no one can save you. I'll have to guide you out myself. Lu Yuan studied Moshui's earnest face, then glanced out the window. Dawn was paling the sky, the horizon was already streaked with the light of morning. He drew a steadying breath and made his decision. All right, he'll go to see Lao Mogan. He pushed himself up and straightened the sweat-dampened clothes on his body. But you're coming with me, Mosui said, nodding. No problem. I want to see the old man's reaction anyway. She drifted toward Mina's notebook, her form flickering slightly. I need to prepare a few more knowledge orbs. If we're delayed, I can't leave too much unguarded. Lu Yuan nodded and waited while Mosui readied herself. A few minutes later, Mosui rose from the notebook, several faintly glowing spheres orbiting her. Let's go. She floated toward the door and glanced back at Lu Yuan. Take advantage of the base being quiet and go see that old man. Lu Yuan followed Mosui and pushed open the clinic door. The morning of Grim Harbor was shrouded in a thin layer of mist. The streets were desolate, with only a few early risers hurrying by, tools slung over their shoulders, their breath forming clouds of white vapor in the air. Lu Yuan tightened his windbreaker and walked briskly along the cobblestone path. He held Mina's black notebook close to him, the ink poking out from the edge of the book, its little eyes darting around, surveying the surroundings. I am ready with the knowledge orb. The voice of the ink emerged from the notebook, tinged with a hint of pride. Even if you and old Morgan dawdle a bit longer, I can hold on. Lu Yuan glanced down at her and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Of course, the ink huffed, retreating back into the notebook, leaving only its eyes visible. The spirit of this book has principles. Although it resides in Mina's notebook, preparations must still be made. Lu Yuan's lips curled slightly, but he remained silent. Soon the outline of the Night Watcher's base came into view. The gray stone walls flickered in and out of sight within the morning mist, and the gas lamp at the entrance still burned, casting a dim yellow light. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan pushed open the large door and skillfully entered the hidden small door in the corner. The Materials Management Office. Old Morgan was seated at the table, piles of reports and documents surrounding him. He held a pen in hand, annotating something. Hearing the footsteps, he looked up and immediately furrowed his brow upon seeing Lu Yuan and the ink. So early. He set down his pen, his murky eyes scrutinizing Lu Yuan. What happened? Lu Yuan stood before the table, not answering immediately. He took a deep breath and met Old Morgan's gaze. Old Morgan, there is something I must tell you. Old Morgan sensed the gravity in Lu Yuan's tone and slowly leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his chest. Speak. Lu Yuan opened his mouth, fell silent for a few seconds, and finally said, I have been infected. It's the same symptoms as those on Lyson. Oh, I call it the strange dream. At this, the room fell eerily silent. Old Morgan's hand froze midair, his previously murky gaze suddenly sharpening. That look sliced through Lu Yuan like two knives. What did you say? Old Morgan's voice was deep, carrying an oppressive weight that foretold an impending storm. Lu Yuan did not flinch. He raised his head to meet Old Morgan's eyes. I have been infected by the strange dream since the first time I came into contact with Lyson's corpse. It's been about 2 weeks now. In the next moment, Old Morgan abruptly stood up. Bang! He slammed his palm on the table, shaking the documents into disarray. You were infected by the strange dream? Shh. Why didn't you say it earlier? Old Morgan's voice spiked in volume, his face contorting with anger. Do you have any idea how dangerous the strange dream is? Do you know what it means for your sanity to collapse? You fool. Did you think you were clever enough to handle this alone? Lu Yuan remained silent, ultimately saying nothing. Old Morgan's fury was like ignited dynamite, unable to be contained. 2 weeks. You actually kept it from us for 2 weeks, you really have some nerve. He circled the table and approached Lu Yuan, disappointment and anger swirling in his murky eyes. I thought you were smart, but look at you. Foolish as a pig. Lu Yuan pressed his lips together and finally spoke. I'm new here and don't quite understand how the Night Watchers operate in Grim Harbor, plus Lyson seem to be very resistant towards the Night Watchers. So you were worried we would treat you like a monster. Old Morgan interrupted him, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. What do you think we are? What do you think the Night Watchers are? Our original intent is to protect the citizens of the Empire. We fight against those extraordinary things. We are not butchers. At this moment, the ink floated out of the notebook hovering in the air and said, Old man, calm down and let him finish his words. Old Morgan snapped his head around, glaring at the ink. You have responsibility too. You're the book spirit and you didn't notice it. The ink rolled its eyes and said defensively, I only discovered it a couple of days ago, okay? I'm not omniscient. Besides, this guy's been hiding it so well. Oh, I only realized it last night when he almost collapsed. Old Morgan's chest heaved violently, clearly struggling to control his emotions. He took several deep breaths, turned around, and faced away from Lu Yuan. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. So what's the current situation? Lu Yuan replied honestly, not very good. My sanity has been declining, and it dropped particularly sharply last night. My sanity barrier is also malfunctioning. There's only 1/3 left. Old Morgan's back stiffened slightly. He turned around, and the anger on his face had diminished significantly, replaced by a complex expression. There was anger, disappointment, but more than that, worry. 1/3. You are somewhat lucky you happened to learn the sanity barrier during this period. Wait, when did you learn the sanity barrier? A hint of surprise flickered in Old Morgan's eyes. Even if you're a genius, you're still not a chosen extraordinary. How could you learn it so quickly? The ink observed Old Morgan's skeptical gaze, cleared its throat, and said, Actually, I assisted him with knowledge infusion. I see then you staying alive is a sign you're not meant to perish. Old Morgan muttered to himself as if digesting this information. He then began pacing around the room, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the silence. The strange dream in its early stages can actually be treated. Old Morgan stopped and looked at Lu Yuan. During the time when the ore was brought back, a small number of Night Watchers were infected with that strange illness of dreaming of the sea, but fortunately the Empire has a province called Land of Dreams. There is a third-tier extraordinary there whose profession is Dream Weaver, entering the extraordinary through dreams. He can enter others' dreams and forcibly sever your ability to dream, thus preventing the strange dream from connecting with you. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, a flicker of hope igniting within him. However, Old Morgan's next words poured cold water over him. But Old Morgan sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. This needs to be treated right when the strange dream begins. This is what we've tested. You've already been infected for 2 weeks. If it weren't for your sanity barrier helping to support you, you would have already died. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan frowned, but ultimately said nothing. If given another chance, he likely wouldn't have been frank with the Night Watchers. After all, under those circumstances, he had already made the optimal choice. Old Morgan observed his expression and waved his hand. It's not entirely hopeless, but it requires time, resources, and your cooperation. He stepped before Lu Yuan and spoke deliberately. First, you must drink the holy water daily to stabilize your sanity. Second, avoid anything related to the anomalous dreams, though for now that is unlikely to be an issue. Lastly, every night before sleep, let Ink monitor your sanity. Should any deterioration occur, he can pull you back in time. Ink nodded. I can do that. Old Morgan continued. Finally, I will attempt to contact the Empire's Onironauts. But whether they'll answer the call remains uncertain. Lu Yuan drew a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Understood. Thank you, Old Morgan. Old Morgan grunted, his expression still stern. Don't thank me yet. There's one more thing. His gaze locked firmly onto Lu Yuan. What did you see during your anomalous dreams? Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, gathering his thoughts, then began to recount. The iron Leviathan stranded upon a desolate shore. Ruins etched with sacrificial runes. And figures clad in gray cloaks chanting eerie prayers before an altar. And a vast nameless silhouette rising from the abyssal deep. Old Morgan's brow furrowed deeper with each word, his face grew increasingly grave. When Lu Yuan finished, silence settled over the room once more. Old Morgan stood motionless, saying nothing. After a long pause, his voice emerged hoarse. Come with me. He turned toward the door. We're going to the archives. I've already reviewed the archives, Lu Yuan replied, following behind. What you accessed were numbered files. Those are official reports submitted to headquarters. Here we hold far more detailed records. Old Morgan led Lu Yuan into the archives. Rather than heading toward the neatly labeled shelves, he approached a cluttered cabinet overflowing with documents. After rummaging through its depths, he withdrew a thick dossier from the rear. Black ink on its cover read, Iron Leviathan. Old Morgan laid the dossier open on the table. the contents far richer and more meticulous than anything Lu Yuan had seen before. The Iron Leviathan was Grimport's largest deep-sea vessel, Old Morgan said, turning to the first page. Its hull bore triple-layered protective inscriptions and was equipped with custom-crafted holy light apparatus, enabling it to sail in the abyss for over 30 days. Fewer than 5 ships in the entire port possessed such capability. His finger traced a line across a log of departures. On October 17, the Iron Leviathan set sail as scheduled, bound for the Whalefall Trench in the north to harvest deep-sea fish oil, a routine operation repeated 2 or 3 times each year. On November 12, during its return voyage, its trawl net hauled up a cache of ore. Old Morgan pulled out a yellowed hand-drawn sketch, a jagged, deep blue crystal. Captain Gregory recorded this in his logbook. He read aloud. The ore is deep blue, cold to the touch, and radiates an extraordinarily potent energy fluctuation. Preliminary analysis indicates its energy density exceeds that of ordinary arcane materials by over 3-fold. An unexpected fortune. Morale soared among the crew. I have marked the approximate coordinates of the hull site for reporting upon our return. Old Morgan paused. That site lies over 400 nautical miles from Grimport, beyond the edge of all known charts. That region is utterly uncharted, a true void upon the map. Lu Yuan frowned. They brought the ore back, just like that. No one saw cause for concern at the time, Old Morgan scoffed. After all, it looked priceless. He turned the page, his tone grew heavier. On November 15, the Iron Leviathan docked. 5 days later, the crew began exhibiting symptoms. Clipped inside the dossier were stacks of medical records and research reports. Old Morgan did not recite them all, only summarized tersely: insomnia, nightmares, auditory hallucinations. At first, everyone assumed mere post-voyage fatigue, but the symptoms worsened relentlessly. We intervened shortly thereafter and conducted thorough analyses of the ore. He extracted a report stamped with a crimson seal. Conclusion: the ore indeed contains immense power, but simultaneously emits highly concentrated psychic contamination. These two properties coexist, and the contamination persists, continuously leaching outward. Old Morgan closed the report. We sealed the ore, quarantined all exposed crew, and initiated purification therapy. Yet one question remained unanswered. The ore's origin. Lu Yuan interjected, grasping Old Morgan's implication. Precisely, Old Morgan nodded. What lies within that sea? Why did such a substance emerge there? And more crucially, if harnessed, what incalculable value might that power hold? He turned to the dossier's final section, the pages noticeably newer. On November 20, the Iron Leviathan sailed again. Its mission: locate the ore's source using the logged coordinates, assess its extractive potential, and investigate the contamination's root cause. This time it carried not only Highwood and his squad, but also 2 priests of the church and 3 alchemists from the Ascension Society. Old Morgan's voice lowered. Before departure, the captain transmitted one final report via the arcane beacon: departed harbor. Course set southeast. Expected arrival at target zone in 7 days. Then nothing. Old Morgan closed the dossier. Maritime communication is inherently unreliable. Storms, fog, darkness all disrupt the beacon. Add to that the ever-present threats of anomalies and abyssal predators. We waited 10 days. Not a single signal returned. Did you send search vessels? We did, Old Morgan sneered. The first skiff vanished into fog on the 3rd day, nearly lost entirely before limping back. 2 further expeditions followed. Both found nothing. 38 lives, gone swallowed by the sea. Silence spread like ink across the archive room. Old Morgan's gaze rested upon the chart marking the hull coordinates, his finger tracing slowly over that blank, uncharted expanse. You mentioned earlier, you saw the Iron Leviathan stranded beside an island in your anomalous dream. Lu Yuan nodded. The hull was ancient and decayed, clearly aground for a long time, and gray-cloaked figures moved about an altar. Old Morgan fell quiet for a beat, then spoke with grim certainty. Gray cloaks, almost certainly the deep-sea church. He paused, pondering. Then a flash of sharp clarity lit his clouded eyes. That explains everything. The ore was almost certainly a lure. The deep-sea church deliberately allowed the Iron Leviathan to retrieve it in those waters, using it to taint the crew, then letting them carry that corruption back to Grimport. Lu Yuan added, and in my dream, they were preparing a ritual. Their chant was clear: we offer this city. Before he could finish speaking, Old Morgan's expression turned grim. The sacrifice of Grim Harbor, they truly intend to sacrifice the entire city. The price they have to pay is enough to pulverize the entire deep-sea church. Old Morgan's tone carried a hint of fatigue. However, they will surely take action. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Ultimately, Old Morgan let out a long sigh. This matter is more serious than I imagined. He turned to look out the window, his voice weary. When the Iron Whale set sail, it didn't just take away Gavin and his team. It also took 2 priests from the church and 3 alchemists from the Ascension Society. They are all elites, and if they are wiped out, it would be a tremendous loss for Grim Harbor. Lu Yuan asked in confusion. So, Old Morgan turned around, his gaze resolute. I will go talk to the Ascension Society and the Church. This matter cannot be handled by the Night Watchers alone. We need to take joint action, set sail, to find the Iron Whale and rescue the survivors. Ink floated in the air asking, do you think they will agree? Old Morgan sneered. They have no choice but to agree. The Church lost 2 priests and the Ascension Society lost 3 alchemists. They understand this debt better than anyone. He looked at Lu Yuan, his tone stern. You should go back and rest well. Remember to take holy water every day and stay away from triggers. Grim Harbor will be very chaotic in the next few days, so you better stay in the clinic and not wander around. Lu Yuan said nothing further, just nodded. I understand. He then turned with Ink and walked towards the door. Just as he reached the door, Old Morgan's voice came from behind. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan halted his steps and turned back. Old Morgan stood by the window, backlit, his expression unclear. However, his voice had a rare gentleness. You did well to be honest. But if there's a problem, next time speak up sooner. He paused and added, the Night Watchers will not abandon their own. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. I will remember. He pushed open the door and walked out. As he left, the base ink floated out from the notebook, hovering on Lu Yuan's shoulder. That old man really cares about you, huh? Her tone was teasing. He was slamming the table and cursing, yet in the end he still softened his heart. Lu Yuan smiled, but said nothing. The morning sun penetrated the mist, casting warmth on the cobblestone path. Yet Lu Yuan knew in his heart that this was merely the calm before the storm. The afternoon sunlight streamed through the window into the clinic, where Lu Yuan sat at the table reviewing the holy water formula he had received from Old Morgan. The formula was far more complex than he had imagined, involving more than 7 extraordinary potions, in terms of raw materials 3 of which he had never heard of. Brent helped organize the medicine cabinet nearby, moving quickly, yet cautiously, afraid of disturbing something. Mina, on the other hand, clutched the black notebook, quietly nestled in a corner chair. Ink was explaining some basic pharmacology to her, and the little girl listened attentively, nodding from time to time. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Brent set down the vial he had been holding and quickly walked to open the door. Mr. Lawson. His voice carried a clear surprise. Lu Yuan looked up. Lawson entered the clinic, and Lu Yuan immediately noticed the change in him. Lawson looked unexpectedly well this time. Though there were faint traces of scales on his neck, his expression was calm, even carrying a hint of relief. The anxiety and fear that had once enveloped him had completely vanished. Dr. Lu, sorry to disturb you, Lawson said unexpectedly politely. Lu Yuan set down the formula. Lawson, please have a seat. He then gestured for Brent to take Mina to the adjacent room. Brent immediately understood and gently beckoned Mina to leave. Ink floated back into the notebook, but Lu Yuan knew she was eavesdropping. Once the two had left, Lu Yuan looked at Lawson and said, You seem different today. Lawson sat down on the chair, one hand resting on the silver-tipped cane, his demeanor composed. Yes, because I have come to understand. He raised his head, looking directly into Lu Yuan's eyes. Dr. Lu, I'm not here to seek treatment today, I'm here to say goodbye. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Goodbye. Lawson nodded. Do you remember what I told you last time? I saw that deep-sea city in my dreams. During this time, that city has become clearer, and my identity there has become more stable. He paused, a smirk of elusive joy appearing on his lips. And I have been chosen as a priest there, responsible for serving. As Lawson was about to utter that name, he stopped as if realizing something and chose not to continue. Lu Yuan frowned and said solemnly, That is pollution, that is aberration. I know. Lawson did not refute. By normal standards, I am indeed aberrated. But Dr. Lu, do you know? In that city, I felt a sense of belonging I had never experienced before. His tone was chillingly calm. I am no longer the landlord of Grim Harbor, no longer that pitiful creature living off rent, looked down upon by others. I have gained power, status, and meaning. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's frown deepened. Clearly, Lawson was no longer that renting landlord, but had formally stepped into an unknown realm. You have embarked on the extraordinary path? Lu Yuan asked tentatively. Lawson did not answer, only extended his right hand. In the cup on the table, the water began to boil, bubbling. Then the water flowed out of the cup, hovering in midair, slowly forming the shape of a small snake. The small snake twisted its body as if it truly had life, swimming in the air for a moment. Then it transformed into countless droplets of water, landing back into the cup with a plop. Lu Yuan's expression grew serious. This was indeed an extraordinary ability, and he controlled it quite skillfully, even surpassing the aberrated extraordinary level of Valentine by several degrees. It was simply incredible. After all, it had only been a few days since Lawson last entered the dream of aberration. As Lu Yuan focused, the familiar gray-white text finally appeared. Abnormality in the surrounding environment. Water element gathering. Speed exceeds the norm. Analysis target has stepped into the extraordinary method unknown. Lawson retracted his hand, his complexion calm. See, I have already embarked on the path of the extraordinary. Lu Yuan then asked, Can you still control your consciousness? Lawson's expression was somewhat complicated. For now, yes, but I know it won't last long. The deep sea is calling me, that city is summoning me. I can feel it, my time is running out. He looked up, a hint of bitterness in his gaze. At most. In another 3 to 5 days, I must respond to that call. Otherwise, I will lose control and become a complete monster. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment. Is this the reason you came to say goodbye? Yes, Lawson admitted generously this time. He then took an envelope from his pocket. It was made of high-quality parchment sealed with wax and addressed in gilded lettering. Dr. Lu, I have one more request. He handed the envelope to Lu Yuan. This is a letter for my daughter. Lu Yuan took the envelope, his gaze falling on the address, Empire Tower of Knowledge Alchemy Department, to Lorena. She is currently studying alchemy at the Tower of Knowledge in the Empire. Lawson's tone softened a bit. She is a smart child, far better than I am. I told her in the letter that I have passed away due to illness, and I hope she can live well and not return to Grim Harbor. Lawson looked into Lu Yuan's eyes. Dr. Lu, I do not trust others, but I trust you. After I am gone, please help me send this letter to her. Lu Yuan looked at Lawson's earnest eyes, paused for a moment, and eventually nodded. I will. Lawson seemed to have put down a heavy burden and sighed in relief. Thank you. Then Lawson stood up and took out a heavy pouch of money from his pocket, placing it on the table. Here are 65 gold shields as payment, and also as compensation for the materials I promised to send you before, but didn't. Lu Yuan's brow twitched. 65 gold shields was no small sum. Also, Dr. Lu, Lawson looked at him. Could you concoct that potion I took a few days ago? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Aren't you leaving? Lawson smiled bitterly. Precisely because I am leaving, I need it. Lu Yuan looked into Lawson's eyes, suddenly understanding something. You have things to do in the deep sea city. Lawson did not hide it, and simply nodded yes. Although I am to become one of them, my consciousness remains clear until the complete transformation. He lowered his voice. Those of my kind in the deep sea city are preparing for a major operation. They intend to create chaos in Grim Harbor, weakening all forces here. As a newly appointed priest, I am required to participate in this operation. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted when Lawson shook his head. I don't know the exact time, but it should be in the next few days. I will try to delay and create some small troubles to slow down their actions. But what I can do is limited to those potions can help me stay awake longer. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan immediately stood up and walked towards the medicine cabinet. Although the supplies were almost depleted after Andrew's mess, it was still possible to barely concoct a few bottles with the remaining materials. After a series of actions from Lu Yuan, 5 bottles of deep-sea tranquilizer, improved concealed version, appeared in his hands. Pharmacology 0. 5, 13. 550. The experience points as expected had decreased. Lu Yuan had discovered long ago that once he mastered the production of a certain potion, the experience gained from making that potion would significantly decrease. Originally, he planned to wait for his payment from the Night Watchers before purchasing a batch of materials. Now with the gold shields from Lawson, this plan could be expedited. Is this enough? Lawson took the potion and carefully tucked it into his pocket. It's enough, thank you. He looked at Lu Yuan with a complex expression. Dr. Lu, you are a good person. If there is a next life, I hope to be an ordinary person living a plain and simple life. No more worries about rent, no more concerns about mutations. Lu Yuan remained silent. Some words once spoken would only sound hollow. Lawson walked to the door, suddenly stopping in his tracks. By the way, Dr. Lu, there's one more thing. He turned back. Those of my kind in the deep sea city mentioned a name. The Iron Whale. Lu Yuan's heart jolted. What about the Iron Whale? Lawson's expression grew serious. They said the Iron Whale is a gift from Mother. The people on that ship have all become nourishment for the deep sea. Only a few were chosen to become new priests. Lu Yuan's face darkened. Those people on the ship. Lawson shook his head. I don't know the details, but it sounds not very optimistic. He pushed open the door and sunlight shone on his face, but it could not reach the shadow in his eyes. Dr. Lu, you better act quickly. I can only delay it to this point. Grim Harbor may not hold out for much longer. With that, Lawson left without looking back. Lu Yuan stood at the door watching Lawson's figure disappear around the corner. He held the letter for Lorena, its gilded lettering shimmering in the sunlight. Ink floated out from the notebook, landing on his shoulder. This guy has some conscience. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes, but unfortunately. He did not continue. What was unfortunate? That he ultimately stepped into the abyss. That his clarity would not last long. Or was it that this world never gave ordinary people too many choices? Brent walked out from next door. Dr. Lu has missed her. Lawson left. Lu Yuan tucked the letter away into his pocket. Yes, he has gone to a faraway place. Brent nodded, as if understanding, not probing further. Lu Yuan turned and walked back into the clinic, his mind racing. The evening sunlight had turned a dim yellow, slanting through the windows into the clinic. Lu Yuan sat at the desk, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the surface. Lawson's warning echoed in his mind. The major operation planned by the Deep Sea Church, the deadline of 3 to 5 days, the conspiracy to weaken the Night Watchers. This information must be conveyed to Old Morgan as soon as possible. Hopefully he will return from the Ascension meeting quickly. Lu Yuan stood up, ready to head to the base. Just then a low horn sounded abruptly, shattering the evening tranquility. Lu Yuan frowned. What was this? He had never heard such a sound, but the urgency in the horn instinctively alerted him. Bang, bang, bang. A hurried knocking echoed. Lu Yuan rushed to open the door, finding a cloaked figure outside, who was a member of the scouts. Dr. Lu. The scout's voice was urgent. Emergency alert. Evacuate to the base immediately. What happened? Enemy attack. The scout was already turning to leave. A large number of unidentified enemies are moving towards the base. All summoned personnel must retreat. That horn. Level 1 alert. The scout said without looking back. All night watchers know what this means. Hurry. With that he vanished around the corner, clearly heading to notify others. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Lawson's warning had come true and faster than expected. He turned and dashed back into the clinic, grabbing the enchanted revolver from the table, while also securing the timepiece. Brent. Mina. Brent ran out from the next room, his face pale. Clearly they had also heard the horn. Dr. Lu, what's happening outside? Gather your things and come with me. We are heading to the base. Lu Yuan's tone was firm. Ink floated out from the notebook and the small eyes carried a hint of seriousness. Is something wrong? There's an enemy attack. The base is currently the only safe place. Then Lu Yuan stuffed the notebook into his pocket and rushed out of the clinic with the two. The residents nearby were in a panic, fleeing in all directions. Lu Yuan hurriedly moved forward with Brent and Mina toward the base, fully aware that the sentinels could not possibly accommodate everyone here in such a short time. It was evident that they could only rely on themselves now. Along the way, he spotted more than one shadow of a scout flickering across rooftops and alleyways, all moving in the same direction. A faint metallic scent filled the air, reminiscent of seawater, yet also like rotting fish. This pungent odor instinctively reminded Lu Yuan of the scent emanating from Lawson when they first met. As he continued forward, a gray-white notification quietly appeared before Lu Yuan's eyes. Environmental perception, increased concentration of environmental aberration detected, advised to maintain distance or evacuate immediately. The closer he got to the base, the stronger the metallic scent became. In the distance, the sounds of explosions and gunfire could already be heard. The battle had begun. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan charged through the gate of the base with the two of them. Inside, a tense atmosphere of preparation was already underway. The sentinels were quickly donning their gear, some checking weapons while others were distributing ammunition and Molotov cocktails. Mary stood in the center of the hall, putting on an enchanted armor. The armor was engraved with intricate runes, shimmering with a faint blue light under the illumination. Beside her, several squad leaders were fully armed, their expressions solemn. Dr. Lu. Seeing him, Mary glanced at Brent and Mina, then pointed toward the back of the hall. Take them to the safety room at the back. There are other non-combat personnel there. Lu Yuan turned to Brent. Take Mina to the back, follow the instructions of the people there, don't wander off, and leave the ink here with me. Brent knew he couldn't be of much help, nodded, and replied, be careful, Dr. Lu. He then quickly pulled Mina towards the back. Mina looked back at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with worry, but ultimately followed her brother obediently. Lu Yuan turned to Mary. What's the situation? Mary quickly said while fastening her bracers, the scouts have already engaged the enemy, and there are at least 60 of them, all in gray robes. Mr. Morgan went to negotiate with the Ascension group and hasn't returned yet. Hans and Valentine are both recovering from injuries and cannot fight for now. Taking a deep breath, she added, currently, the only ones able to fight are me, a few squad leaders, and about 20 team members. Lu Yuan couldn't help but frown upon hearing this, 60 against just over 20. The disadvantage in numbers is significant, but we have the advantage in equipment. Mary picked up an enchanted longsword, moreover. She paused and lowered her voice. Mr. Morgan set up some things at the base. It's his structural technique. It can be activated in critical moments, but the cost is high, and it shouldn't be used unless absolutely necessary. This is one of our trump cards. Lu Yuan nodded, not inquiring further about what the cost specifically was. Mary looked at him. Dr. Lu, if the situation turns unfavorable, you and the ink are one of the last lines of defense. I know you're not a combat personnel, but we are really short on manpower right now. I understand. Lu Yuan tightened his grip on the revolver. Mary nodded and turned to shout, everyone, prepare to strike. Team 1 and Team 2 follow me to support the front line. Team 3 hold the flanks. Team 4 stay in the hall. The sentinels sprang into action. Mary led most of them out of the base entrance. Lu Yuan stood deep in the hall. Through the open door, he could see the situation at the entrance. The scouts had already engaged the enemy. Dozens of figures cloaked in gray were assaulting the defensive line, wielding various weapons like rusted iron swords, bone spears, and even fishing forks. The scouts' alchemical firearms were firing incessantly, the gunshots echoing one after another. Alchemical bullets tore through the air, but were blocked by a faint blue water barrier in front of the gray-robed men. The water barrier condensed out of thin air, flowing like a living entity, swallowing all the bullets. Some scouts threw Molotov cocktails. The glass shattered, flames erupted, but the water barrier surged up, immediately extinguishing the flames. Damn it! They have water-type ability users. A scout shouted in anger. Among the ranks of the gray-robed men, several individuals had hands that continuously emitted a faint blue glow, controlling those water barriers. The scout's firepower was suppressed, and the defensive line was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Mary arrived with the main force, covering fire. With her command, the sentinels opened fire simultaneously. Firearms, Molotov cocktails, alchemical grenades, and various weapons poured out. One sentinel took a silver glass vial from his pack and hurled it towards the densest cluster of gray-robed men. Mithril. The silver-white flames erupted, suddenly burning with the alchemical fire that consumed spirituality. The water barrier couldn't block it at all. At least 5 gray-robed men were engulfed by the silver flames, screaming as they turned to ashes. The sudden intensification of the scouts' assault caused a brief disruption in the formation of the gray-robed men. But just then, at the center of the gray-robed ranks, a hunched figure slowly raised both hands. In his hands, a swirling water orb was forming, emitting a strange blue glow. The figure began to chant softly, the tone eerie and twisted, as if a whisper from the deep sea. Great Mother, grant your children protection. Let the silence of the deep sea envelop this land. As the incantation concluded, the water orb suddenly exploded. An invisible ripple spread outward from him, enveloping the entire battlefield. Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure akin to suffocation. Rationality 60-71, 59-71. Lu Yuan's already unhealed rationality dropped another notch. Immediately afterward, strange occurrences began. An alchemical grenade thrown by a sentinel landed in the enemy ranks, but surprisingly did not explode. Then another Molotov cocktail shattered on the ground. Just as the flames were about to rise, an invisible force extinguished them. Even the firing rate of the alchemical firearms became sluggish, as if the bullets were slowed by an invisible water barrier after leaving the chamber. All explosives have failed, someone shouted in panic. That was a technique of the Deep Sea Church, a bizarre barrier suppressing flames and explosions. With the loss of their firepower advantage, the scouts' original upper hand vanished in an instant. The gray-robed men seized the opportunity, launching a charge while howling towards the defensive line. The situation tilted dramatically in their favor. Don't panic, Mary shouted in anger upon seeing this, the enchanted longsword in her hand suddenly radiating blinding silver light. On her, the runes on the enchanted armor all lit up, and a pale silver halo spread outward from her. The silver halo enveloped all the sentinels. Even Lu Yuan, who remained in the hall, felt a warm power surging into him. Was that Mary's extraordinary ability? Cover with firearms, engage in close combat. Mary was the first to charge into the enemy ranks, her longsword cloaked in silver light, sweeping through, cleaving 2 gray-robed men in half in an instant. Strangely, the man in the gray robe, who had been cut in half, did not scream or struggle, but simply fell straight to the ground. The night watchmen couldn't care less, seeing their leader Mary charge, and their morale surged, and they began to fight back. The ones wielding alchemical rifles started to adjust their shooting rhythm. Although the bullets were weakened by the water curtain, the dense barrage still managed to exert effective suppression. The melee fighters drew their enchanted long swords, and with the enhancement of silver light, they engaged the gray-robed man in close combat. But the gray-robed man also began to move. Another round of eerie chanting echoed, and faint blue patterns began to appear on the gray-robed men, making their movements faster and stronger. Blessing of the deep sea. The augmentations of both sides clashed, and the battlefield plunged into a fierce melee. Sword lights intertwined with broken weapons. Despite the gray-robed men's weapons being shabby, their fearless combat style and sheer numbers managed to withstand the onslaught of the night watchmen, resulting in a stalemate. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed tighter. If this continued, Mary wouldn't hold out. He then looked at ink. I need to go out. Ink floated out from the notebook, unusually silent. Are you sure? That spellcaster must die, or the firepower won't recover. Ink paused for a moment, and then sighed. I need to tell you something. Her tone was somewhat helpless. I had a fight with that priest before, and I pulled you in a dream. I'm injured now. If you go out to fight, I might not be able to protect you. Lu Yuan was stunned. Ink was injured. She had never mentioned it before. Why didn't you say it earlier? What good would it do to say it? Ink rolled her eyes. You can't heal me anyway. Lu Yuan looked at her silent for a long time as he realized he couldn't treat Ink's injuries. Witnessed special containment item book spirit in knowledge disorder. Characteristics feeds on knowledge, can also serve as an index for knowledge. Treatment method. Insufficient knowledge. Plan preset failed. Just stay here to guard the hall and watch over Mina. Besides, I don't like leaving fate in others' hands. I prefer to take the initiative. Ink stared at Lu Yuan for a few seconds. Don't die. I'll try my best. Lu Yuan turned and charged towards the entrance. The battlefield was already a chaotic melee. Lu Yuan plunged into the fray, his target clear, the spellcaster, who was still chanting. He raised his enchanted revolver, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet cut through the chaotic crowd, but was blocked by a gray-robed man. This wouldn't work. Lu Yuan made a judgment and activated the time stop. Click! The world slowed down in his eyes. He quickly weaved along the edge of the battlefield using the acceleration from the time stop to evade attacks, continuously closing in on that spellcaster. Rationality 59 71 56 71. Mary noticed Lu Yuan darting across the battlefield at lightning speed. Seeing his flickering figure, she instantly understood his intention. With a loud shout, her aura surged like a rainbow. A silver halo erupted with a deafening sound, and the sharpness of her silver sword increased dramatically, cleaving a path for Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity, his speed increasing once more. Finally, the last protector in front of the spellcaster among the gray-robed men was cut in half, and Lu Yuan raised his gun. Bang! The bullet arced through the light curtain. The next moment, the spellcaster, who had been hiding among the crowd, had his head explode, collapsing limply. The deep-sea barrier dissipated. Firepower has been restored. A night watchman shouted excitedly upon witnessing this. But a sense of ominous foreboding surged within Lu Yuan. It was too easy. That spellcaster had almost no protection, as if he was intentionally set up to be killed. Just then the corpse began to tremble violently. A strange ripple exploded from the corpse, instantly enveloping all the gray-robed men. Great Mother, accept the sacrifice of your people. Bestow upon us our true form. This was a curse that had long been inscribed on the spellcaster, triggered by death for a group transformation. All the gray-robed men showed madness, simultaneously letting out painful howls. Their skin began to turn deep blue, and putrid scales grew at a visible rate. Their emaciated hands transformed into webbed claws, and their mouths split open to reveal layers of sharp teeth. The gray-robed men on the battlefield nearly all transformed into half-human hellfish monsters. Deep-sea kin low-level, a creature altered by touching the powers of the deep sea. It was a trap. That spellcaster was a bait from the beginning, meant to exhaust the night watchman's strength and then trigger a mass transformation. Damn it! Mary clearly realized she had been played and let out an angry roar. Although the firepower had been restored, the transformed kin were even more frenzied than before. They charged recklessly at the night watchman, tearing a hole in their defenses with their claws and fangs. Lu Yuan fired frantically, but there were just too many kin. Before Lu Yuan could even change the bullets in his revolver, he already saw a night watchman being pounced on by a kin, his throat bitten through, blood spraying everywhere. His rationality was steadily decreasing. Rationality 56 71 52 71 48 71. Just as the defense line was on the verge of complete collapse, a roar came from afar. Get the hell out of my way. A figure descended from the sky. Boom. The ground was smashed into a deep pit, and stones flew everywhere. As the dust settled, a tall female figure emerged. She stood nearly 2 meters tall, her muscles well-defined, wielding a gigantic warhammer with lightning crackling around its head. Alice. She surveyed the battlefield, her eyes ablaze with fury. I leave for just a few days, and some trash dares to attack the base. She snorted coldly, raising her warhammer. Die. The lightning on the warhammer surged, forming a storm of electric arcs. She slammed it down towards the kin. Boom. The lightning ravaged through the kin, incinerating nearby kin into charred remains. The kin's charge was forcibly interrupted. With Alice's arrival, the night watchmen finally steadied their footing. The captain is back. Counterattack. Mary, gritting through her wounds, shouted, fire at will. Coordinate with Captain Alice. As soon as Mary finished speaking, the silver halo burst forth again, but this time it was evident that the color of the halo had dimmed significantly, showing that Mary was also close to her limit. But it was enough. With the enhancement of the halo, the already formidable Alice transformed into a humanoid behemoth. The night watchmen, with their firepower restored, seemed to be reborn. Mithril Molotov cocktails and alchemical grenades poured out once more. Together with Alice's thunder and Mary's sword edge, the night watchmen began to push back. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to activate the timekeeping device again, moving along the battlefield's edge, each shot striking precisely at the vital points. Without the protection of the deep-sea barrier, the power of the enchanted revolver increased exponentially, especially against the aberrant creatures. Though the kin were powerful, they began to retreat under the dual pressure of firepower and extraordinary beings. Alice swung her hammer horizontally, sending one of the kin flying, rolling several times on the ground. Its chest caved in and ribs shattered. Yet it surprisingly did not die. The kin struggled to rise, its murky eyes scanning the battlefield before suddenly locking onto a gray-robed figure who had not yet transformed. In the next second, it pounced forward. The gray-robed figure didn't even have time to scream before the kin bit down on its neck, tearing its head off in one swift motion, blood spurting out. The kin opened its gaping mouth, which split to the roots of its ears, and swallowed its companion's head whole. Next came the arms, the torso. It was devouring its own kind. As the flesh and blood filled its belly, the kin's aura began to surge violently. The previously caved-in chest healed at a visible speed, its scales became tougher, and its body expanded further. Not good. Mary's pupils shrank. Don't let them succeed. Alice shouted in response. The other kin seemed to receive some kind of inspiration, all leaping towards the gray-robed figures who had not yet completed their transformation. But Lu Yuan at the edge of the battlefield reacted faster. With the support of the timekeeping device and Mary's silver halo flames engulfed the bullets, blowing the heads off all the untransformed cultists. The kin's plan had failed. Seeing this, Alice's lips curled into a slight arc. Well done. Then she accelerated, darting towards the kin that had just finished its meal, the war hammer crackling with thunder as it descended. However, the kin reached out with its webbed claws, attempting to withstand the blow. Boom. The ground cracked, and the kin paid a painful price for its expansion, letting out a scream and collapsing to the ground. Yet it still struggled, opening its large mouth to bite at Alice's face. With a cold glare, Alice sidestepped her war hammer, once again surrounded by lightning. Boom. The kin's head exploded, its massive body slumping to the ground like a pile of mud. But the cost was that Alice's arm was scratched open by its sharp claws. The last few kin, seeing their situation was dire, let out a reluctant roar, preparing to fight to the death. Retreat. A command came from nowhere, and the remaining kin quickly disengaged from the fight, disappearing into the night. The Night Watchers did not pursue. They had no strength left. The battle was finally over. The Night Watchers did not rest, but quickly cleaned up the battlefield, starting to tally the casualties. Meanwhile, the 4 teams stationed at the base rapidly spread out to ensure there were no deep-sea cultists lying in ambush nearby. Casualties: 5 dead. Serious injuries: 12. Minor injuries: almost everyone. This was the price the Night Watchers paid to withstand this wave of attacks. At that moment, the timekeeping device in Lu Yuan's hand finally shut down. Rationality 2971, rationality 31371. After this battle, Lu Yuan's rationality level gained a rare point of experience. Since reaching level 3 of rationality, the difficulty of gaining rationality experience had increased significantly. However, at this moment, Lu Yuan only felt dizzy, and wave-like patterns began to swirl in front of his eyes as the world seemed to distort. Clearly, it was an illusion caused by the consumption of rationality. Shaking his head vigorously, Lu Yuan took out the holy water cup from his pocket, poured in the water, and with a flash of light, he gulped it down. Rationality 3. 2. 3771. Lu Yuan consumed the effect of today's holy water cup in one go. Rationality finally returned to a relatively stable value. The illusory scene before him gradually faded, and Lu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. However, the feeling of being watched from the deep sea lingered unshakably. Alice at this moment put away her towering hammer and approached, sizing him up. "You are the new consultant." Her gaze fell on the revolver in Lu Yuan's hand, then glanced at the bodies of the kin that had been blown apart on the battlefield, her lips curling slightly. "Not bad, you have some skill." Lu Yuan nodded in response. He really had no strength left to speak. Just as the Night Watchers were cleaning the battlefield, footsteps were heard outside the base. Old Morgan returned with a few others. He was covered in blood, his signature black coat tattered, and a deep claw mark ran across his face, blood streaming down his cheek, looking somewhat disheveled. But the scent of blood emanating from him indicated that the creatures that had attacked him had not fared well. Mary looked surprised to see Old Morgan return. "Old Morgan, were you attacked?" Old Morgan panted heavily, sitting down on the steps. So the base was indeed attacked. The Ascension Society was also attacked with many casualties, and even an alchemist was ambushed with the laboratory blown to pieces. He paused and continued. "The high-ranking priest sent from the church was also ambushed. I was worried about the base, so I rushed back, and on the way I dealt with a few stragglers. The deep-sea Chuch's attack was timed perfectly. They came right after you left," Mary said, checking her wounds. "Could it be that they knew about your meeting?" Old Morgan shook his head. "Unlikely. The base's defenses were not activated, and even a prophet cannot foresee the future while the defenses are down." "Captain Mary, urgent message from the inner city." Just as everyone was talking, a Night Watcher rushed over anxiously. "The inner city has been attacked. The station troops managed to fend off the assault, but the Viscount is extremely angry and has specifically summoned Captain Old Morgan to a meeting." Everyone was stunned. Simultaneous attacks from 3 factions, and they even attacked the inner city. How did they manage that? It must have taken an incredibly meticulous plan to hide such a large group right under so many people's noses. Old Morgan's murky eyes flashed with a hint of cold light upon hearing this news. "It seems the rats hiding in the shadows can't sit still anymore." He then looked meaningfully at Lu Yuan, clearly suspecting that it was Lu Yuan's anomalous dream that forced the deep-sea Chuch's plans to advance. From the momentum of the attack, they could have done much better, yet they did not. Instead, they hastily exposed themselves, launching a wave of indiscriminate attacks on the forces capable of combat in Grimport. Regardless of their purpose, the Night Watchers had suffered heavy losses. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally regained a bit of strength and spoke. "Old Morgan Lawson came to see me this afternoon." Old Morgan turned to look at him. He is also an infected dreamer, but he stepped into the extraordinary through the anomalous dream, claiming to be chosen as a priest of the Deep-Sea Church. He continued, "He warned me that this attack is just the beginning. Also, most of the people on the Iron Whale have become nourishment." Upon hearing this, old Morgan's blood-soaked face tightened with a grave expression. Finally, old Morgan stood up, brushed off the dust from his coat, and said in a low voice, "It seems the storm is truly upon us." He paused for a moment, then began issuing orders. Everyone returned to the base to heal. Alice increased vigilance and spread out the hidden sentries. Mary list out the specifics of the casualties. I'll change my clothes and go meet the Viscount. After the battle, the area near the Night Watcher base was in disarray. Everywhere were traces of damage mixed with the blood that had yet to be cleaned. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the remnants of the holy water's evaporation. The Night Watchers were busily moving about, carrying stretchers to save the wounded, some counting the material losses, while others reinforced the damaged defensive structures. Lu Yuan leaned against the wall of the corridor, resting with his eyes closed. The continuous battles and the drain on his sanity left him utterly exhausted, with a dull ache pulsing at his temples. In the corner of his vision, gray and white text quietly floated: Sanity 3771. The effect of the primary holy water had diminished. The third sip only restored 2 points, indicating that for the next couple of days, he would be unable to do much. Lu Yuan. A hoarse voice interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yuan opened his eyes to see old Morgan standing before him. The old man had changed into a clean dark coat, and his hair was neatly combed, making him appear more spirited. However, the fatigue and seriousness in his eyes could not be hidden, or it was evident that old Morgan had paid a considerable price to return quickly. "Follow me." Old Morgan did not say much more, only gestured for Lu Yuan to come along, then turned and walked deeper into the corridor. Lu Yuan followed. The two arrived at a relatively intact small room. Old Morgan closed the door, took out a pen and a thick notebook from his pocket, and sat down at the table. "I need to meet the Viscount in the inner city soon," Old Morgan said, looking at Lu Yuan with sharp eyes. "All factions will be present. This is an emergency meeting. Before that, I need you to describe the details of the dream again. The more detailed, the better. I need to take notes. This is not just for reference. It might even help resolve your issues with the dream." Lu Yuan nodded and began to describe. He started from the very beginning, recounting the pitch-black sea that hung beneath a bright full moon, the broken remnants of the beach, and the worn-out formations. The deep cave in the center of the island, along with the nearby makeshift houses. Finally, he mentioned the iron whale stranded on the beach's edge, the inexplicable deep-sea cultists, and the unspeakable entity that had been summoned. Old Morgan's pen moved swiftly across the paper, recording each piece of information. "Wait, you could actually move in the dream." Old Morgan's brow furrowed, as this was completely different from the previous intelligence. Previously, infected members of the dream could sometimes see unusual things, but they were always passive recipients. None had been like Lu Yuan, able to roam freely within the dream. At that time, the preconceived notion had led old Morgan to believe that Lu Yuan had passively witnessed those things. "It seems the secrets hidden within the dream are much deeper than recorded," he murmured. Also, Lu Yuan's voice carried a hint of fatigue. "One of my patients, Lawson, is also an infected dreamer." Old Morgan paused his movements, lifting his gaze to look at him. Lu Yuan continued. "But he is different from me. He not only stepped into the extraordinary within the dream, but seems to have also become a priest. Before leaving, he told me that everyone on the Iron Whale would become nourishment, and those similar beings would soon make significant moves. He also said." Lu Yuan paused for a moment. Grimport may not hold out much longer. Old Morgan's pen froze in midair. "Is the information reliable? Are you sure he stepped into the extraordinary within the dream?" He had almost no reason to lie. "I'm certain he transcended, and ink was also present at the time." The room fell into a brief silence. After a moment, old Morgan closed the notebook, his expression even graver than before. "This information is extremely important." He stood up, putting the notebook away. "It should be useful in the meeting. You should rest first." Old Morgan patted Lu Yuan's shoulder. "And don't push yourself. That could lead to your sanity being drained. You can't afford that kind of cost right now." Old Morgan lit a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Lu Yuan remained seated in the chair, silent, knowing exactly what old Morgan meant. However, it was too late for old Morgan to say that, as his sanity was already somewhat drained, though fortunately not severely. Old Morgan walked to the door, resting his hand on the doorknob, and looked back at Lu Yuan, saying, "Wait for me to return, and we'll discuss the next steps." Lu Yuan nodded. "MHM. Then old Morgan pushed the door open and left. A strong wind rushed in from the end of the corridor, causing his coat to flutter, and his figure quickly disappeared around the dim corner. Lu Yuan gazed in that direction, a vague sense of foreboding rising within him. After old Morgan left, Lu Yuan went to meet Mina and Brent, who were in good spirits and had managed to eat quite a bit in the safe house. After a brief exchange, Lu Yuan went to a temporary resting room. It was a small utility room that had been cleared for him to rest. Lu Yuan sat down in the chair, gently massaging his temples, taking a deep breath to try to relax as much as possible. "Hey!" A familiar voice sounded near his ear. Lu Yuan looked up to see ink floating out from the notebook in his arms. The small figure formed from ink landed on his shoulder, its dark bead-like eyes staring at him, its expression noticeably more serious than usual. "What's wrong?" Lu Yuan asked, noticing Ink's serious demeanor. Ink fell silent for a few seconds. She rarely refrained from making a quip and simply said, "If old Morgan really strikes a deal with them at the meeting, you will likely have to go out to sea for an investigation. If you go, I will follow you." Lu Yuan decisively shook his head. "No. You have exhausted yourself too much before and still haven't recovered. If you go along this time, you will inevitably have to participate in the battle, and at that point you might die. Moreover," Lu Yuan looked at Ink, "your host is Mina. She cannot leave you, and I cannot let her take risks. Even if I insist on bringing Mina, old Morgan would not agree. After all, Mina was just an ordinary little girl. She could not withstand the tempests at sea, let alone the potential dangers and battles they might encounter." Ink opened her mouth as if wanting to argue, but in the end she said nothing. She knew Lu Yuan was right. Silence spread between the two. After a long while, Ink finally spoke in a muffled voice. "Just be careful yourself." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely noticeable concern. Lu Yuan nodded. Ink seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this atmosphere and did not say anything further. Her figure flickered and slipped back into the notebook. Lu Yuan sat alone in the dim room, fully aware that he had to go out to sea this time. After last night's dream, his experience rarely increased by just a bit, but his sanity limit had dropped by 4 points. If this happened a few more times, he feared he would not last many nights. Meanwhile, at the Viscount's residence in the meeting hall, in the dead of night, this usually strict manor unusually opened its doors. The manor is located at the highest point in the inner city, overlooking the entire Grimport. The 3-story stone main building stood silently in the night, its columns adorned with carvings of the sea god and giant whales narrating the ancient glory of this port city. The meeting hall, capable of accommodating dozens, had only a few people seated. The candlelight flickered in the shadows of the walls, casting the faces of those present in a fluctuating light. Old Morgan sat in the seat of the night watchman, surveying the surroundings. The Viscount occupied the main seat, his expression dark and heavy. To his left sat Archbishop Samuel, an elderly man dressed in a purple robe with white hair, his demeanor calm, yet there was a flicker of golden light in his eyes. To his right was Grihith, the great ascender of the Ascension Society, a middle-aged man with half of his face composed of intricate mechanical structures, the sound of gears turning audible even as he sat. Additionally, there were military representatives from the inner city and several newly appointed officials whose names old Morgan could not recall. The atmosphere in the hall was oppressive and grave. "Damage report," the Viscount's voice echoed in the hall. "Each party please report in order." The night watchman spoke first. 5 fatalities, 12 severely injured, and several with minor injuries. Old Morgan's voice was calm, but everyone present sensed the weight behind it. Grihith from the Ascension Society then said, "1 high-ranking alchemist is dead and 3 alchemists are seriously injured." He paused, a cold glint flashing in his mechanical eye. "The laboratory was largely destroyed and years of research went up in flames." Archbishop Samuel sighed lightly. 2 clerics are seriously injured and several deacons have minor injuries. However, they attacked our believers, which may lead the faithful to believe that the light of the angels does not reach everywhere. At this moment, the military representative from the inner city stood up to add, "The garrison suffered more than 10 casualties, and there has been a panic among the populace, but we have implemented a curfew. However, some will reconsider the safety of the inner city because of this incident, which is a considerable loss." After the reports concluded, the meeting hall fell into a brief silence. The death toll, while not large, was indeed significant. But in Grimport, a port on the edge of the Empire, this number was already quite severe, especially for the Ascension Society, which had lost a high-ranking alchemist. The extent of the losses exceeded everyone's expectations. Those previously overlooked deep-sea church actually had the capability to simultaneously launch attacks on 4 factions, causing such significant casualties. "Intelligence report," the Viscount broke the silence first. "What do you all know?" Old Morgan pondered for a moment before speaking. He opened his notebook and recounted the intelligence provided by Lu Yuan, detailing the island in the dream, the altar, and the chants of the gray-robed figures, but omitted the summoned entities. He also mentioned Lawson's warning the crew of the Iron Whale became nourishment. Those deep-sea cultists were about to make a significant move. Grihith from the Ascension Society added, "We have recently studied the or brought back by the Iron Whale and found that they seem to be alive, and we can monitor strange fluctuations in a certain sea area with them." He then unfolded a map marked with densely packed data. The source of the fluctuations coincides with the location and altitude of the island mentioned by the night watchman, giving us reason to suspect that the or serves as a beacon. Even if we destroy it now, it may be too late. Archbishop Samuel then opened an ancient tome stating, "The Church's records mention there are ancient entities sleeping in the deep sea, older than the bizarre and more terrifying than demons. The Deep Sea Church. The prayers used in battle, I have reason to suspect that what they worship are those entities. Therefore, it is highly likely that the Deep Sea faction is preparing a large-scale ritual to awaken those entities, the consequences of which we cannot bear, not even the Empire. Thus, we must accelerate our efforts." The atmosphere in the meeting hall grew increasingly tense. As the intelligence from various factions came together, the outline of the truth gradually became clear. The Deep Sea Church had long infiltrated Grimport with a degree of infiltration beyond expectations. The island in the dream was likely their stronghold. They aimed to summon something, or awaken some sleeping existence. "We must send someone to investigate on site," the Viscount decisively stated, "the area where the iron whale met its fate, and that island." Old Morgan interjected at the right moment. "Viscount, we do not have enough manpower. The recent missions of the Night Watch have already left 2 captains severely injured, and even counting my old bones, we can only muster 3 capable forces." Archbishop Samuel also spoke up. "Our church currently has only a few clerics available." Only the Ascension Society remained notably silent. The Viscount listened to the complaints of the Night Watch and the church, and understood their implications, rubbing his brow. "I will request the Empire to send a squad of wholly armored troops here. Before dealing with those rats, there will be wholly armored troops responsible for the safety of Grimport. Since the issue of manpower has been resolved, you all should send some people this time. The Ascension Society is willing to send a ship." Griffith stood up, his mechanical eye flickering with cold light. "The Abyssal Hunter is ready to depart at any time. We will also provide main combat forces." Old Morgan glanced at Griffith. As expected from the Ascension Society, their response is indeed swift. Why is the Ascension Society so eager? The answer is apparent. The Ascension Society suffered heavy losses in this attack, especially with the death of a high-ranking alchemist. Such a level of alchemist is comparable to a transmuter between the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Yet they died so hastily. The death of such talent is undoubtedly a tremendous loss for the Ascension Society, and how would the Empire's headquarters perceive it? What would the Viscount think? The Ascension Society couldn't even muster this level of combat power. They couldn't protect such talent, especially since the Ascension Society has been in an awkward position in recent years. The Church sees them as heretics, claiming that mechanical modification is a desecration of the divine body. The Night Watch considers them madmen, asserting that replacing flesh and blood with steel will inevitably lead to losing humanity and becoming monsters. The most crucial point is that the Empire has always taken a wait-and-see attitude towards mechanical ascension. This time the Viscount personally made a decision, gathering the various factions. The key point is that this incident clearly needs to be reported, for once it involves those entities, the Empire will cast its gaze. Thus, this is the Ascension Society's excellent opportunity to prove itself before the Empire, leveraging the Viscount. They want everyone to see mechanical ascension is not a heretical path, but a viable route to combat the bizarre. If the operation succeeds, the position of the Ascension Society within the Empire will be reconsidered, and the Empire's headquarters will allocate certain resources to the Ascension Society. Old Morgan withdrew his gaze and said nothing. "The Night Watch will cooperate," he simply stated. Samuel nodded as well. "The Church will send personnel to assist, providing protection and purification support." The Viscount looked around at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow morning we depart immediately. The situation is urgent, and we cannot delay further." In the early hours of the morning, Old Morgan returned to the Night Watch base and sought out Lu Yuan. At this moment, Lu Yuan had undergone a brief rest and was in much better condition. The result of the meeting. Old Morgan got straight to the point. "We will jointly investigate it. See, the Ascension Society will send a ship." Then Old Morgan spread out a nautical chart, pointing at the markings on it. "There are 2 targets. First, the area where the iron whale was lost, to confirm its status and search for clues. Second, confirm the location of the small island to determine if it is a stronghold of the Deep Sea Church while searching for signs of rituals." Lu Yuan asked, "What's the timeline?" "We'll set off at dawn tomorrow." Old Morgan's expression was serious. "The situation is urgent. We cannot delay any longer." Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then stood up and spoke voluntarily. "I want to go." Old Morgan looked at him, but did not respond immediately. Lu Yuan gazed directly into Old Morgan's eyes. "Part of this intelligence was provided by me, so I must be on the list for this operation. Moreover, the source of the dream lies over there. If I don't resolve it, it will always be a hidden danger." Old Morgan regarded the young man before him, his gaze complex. He knew that this time he was pushing Lu Yuan into the fire, which was far from the Night Watch's initial promise to him. But the duty of the Night Watch is to protect the safety of the people and the Empire. Since the dream involves those entities, Old Morgan had no choice but to divulge all the information. In the end, he nodded. "All right, but you must prepare for the worst." Old Morgan's voice was low this time. "The odds are grim." Lu Yuan nodded, his expression calm. But only he knew that from the very beginning, choosing to disclose the details of the dream was a well-considered decision. He did not want to wait passively forever. The dream was gnawing at the limits of his rationality every night. If he continued to sit idly by, it wouldn't be long before he completely broke down. Rather than waiting to die, it was better to take the initiative. Since the source of the dream pointed to that sea area, and since the Night Watch would eventually investigate the Iron Whale and that small island, he had to become a part of this operation. Only by personally stepping onto that land could he possibly find the key to unravel the dream. This was the only opportunity he had fought for himself. You should go back and rest. Old Morgan rolled up the nautical chart. I still need to discuss personnel arrangements with Alice and Mary. I will call you when the equipment arrives. Lu Yuan nodded and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, he saw Alice and Mary walking towards him. The two brushed past him. Alice glanced at him, but said nothing directly entering the conference room. Lu Yuan did not linger and continued walking forward. Old Morgan, Alice, and Mary sat together under the dim light, beginning to finalize the personnel for the sea expedition. I will lead the team from the night watch. Alice spoke first, her tone unyielding. Old Morgan glanced at her, but did not object. Alice was a team leader extraordinary in the second tier and a user of the extraordinary weapon, the Thunder Warhammer. In terms of combat power, she could rank among the top 3 in the Grim Harbor Night Watch division. Mary, you shouldn't go. Old Morgan pondered for a moment before speaking. You need to recuperate from your injuries after fighting with the deep-sea church people at the base, and I have many matters to address in the coming days which also require assistance. Mary understood that Old Morgan was trying to protect her. This operation was clearly very dangerous. But before Mary could say anything, a large hand was placed on her shoulder. Enough, listen to Old Morgan. You stay at the base and recover well. Alice knew what Mary was thinking. She was worried about her. But this operation was indeed dangerous. With Mary's current state, forcing herself onto the ship would only become a burden. In the end, Mary said nothing, merely nodding. Don't be the first to rush into danger. There are those from the Ascension Society. Rest assured. Alice smiled and continued, I will choose 3 more people experienced and with strong mental fortitude. Is that enough? Old Morgan inquired. It's enough. Alice's tone was calm. Having too many people is useless. This time the enemy cannot be resolved by sheer numbers. Old Morgan did not say anything further. He knew Alice was right. And what about that newcomer Lu Yuan? Alice looked at Old Morgan. Is he going too? He volunteered. Alice raised an eyebrow. What's the reason? The dream. Old Morgan said briefly, the source lies on that island. If he doesn't resolve it, problems will arise sooner or later. Alice was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. All right, I will keep an eye on him. Old Morgan silently lit a cigarette, his expression complex. Please take good care of him. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan had already arrived at the door of the safe house. After leaving the conference room, he did not return to the temporary rest area, but walked towards the safe house. Mina and Brent were still over there. He needed to relay some matters. The safe house was on the underground floor of the base, specifically used to protect non-combat personnel. Pushing the door open, Brent was sitting in the corner checking something. Hearing the noise, he instinctively became alert. Dr. Lu. Brent recognized him standing up. Are you all right? Did the fighting outside finish? It's over. Lu Yuan nodded, but I need to go on a long trip. A long trip? Brent was taken aback. To the sea. Lu Yuan did not elaborate, just looked at Brent, saying seriously, while I'm away you all stay at the base, don't go anywhere. When the Holy Armor Army arrives, Grim Harbor will be safer. We'll discuss returning to the clinic then. Brent's expression became serious and he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will take good care of Mina. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder and then walked inside. Mina lay on the makeshift bed, clutching a black notebook, sleeping uneasily. Lu Yuan sat gently at the edge of the bed. The movement startled Mina. She rubbed her eyes and sat up, her small face filled with worry upon seeing Lu Yuan. Dr. Lu, are you leaving? Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. He did not expect her to have guessed it. I need to go out for a bit. Will you come back? Mina's voice was soft, laced with a hint of unease. Lu Yuan patted her head. I will. His voice was calm, as if stating an obvious fact. Ink poked half of its body out from the notebook. It stared at Lu Yuan, its little black eyes much more complex than usual. Hey, Ink opened its mouth, seemingly wanting to say something harsh, but in the end only reluctantly spat out a few words. Come back alive. Lu Yuan stood up and nodded. He turned and left behind him. Mina's soft call and Brent's comforting voice could be heard. When he returned to the surface, the sky was already dimly bright. Old Morgan was waiting for him in the corridor. The equipment has arrived, to follow me. Lu Yuan followed Old Morgan through the corridor to a basement. Pushing the door open, a mixed scent of metal and medicinals rushed to greet him. Alice was already inside, attaching items to her belt. At this moment, she wore a sleek black leather armor, her golden hair tied back in a tidy ponytail, exuding a sharp aura. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, she merely nodded as a greeting. Old Morgan walked to the table and pointed at the supplies laid out on it. These are the materials provided by the Ascension Society and the Church, just delivered. Choose what you need. Lu Yuan glanced over. The table was filled with various items: alchemical grenades, specially made alchemical bullets, Molotov cocktails, holy water, and holy silver daggers, and several scrolls of sacred scriptures. Grayish-white text appeared in his view, showcasing the characteristics of these items one by one. Lu Yuan scanned the table, picked a few alchemical grenades to hang on his waist, and took a handful of alchemical bullets to stuff into his ammunition pouch. Finally, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the Molotov cocktails. Unlike those he had seen in the sewers, these bottles contained a bright orange liquid that revealed small sparks dancing within when shaken. Item analysis: enchanted Molotov cocktail marine version characteristics, specially formulated for use on the sea. Flames are not easily extinguished by seawater, inflicts extra damage to deep-sea mutated creatures. Lu Yuan took 2 bottles and carefully placed them in his backpack. He then hung a blessing talisman around his neck and coated his dagger with a layer of purification holy oil. Alice had finished choosing and stood by waiting. Seeing that both had finished selecting, Old Morgan waved Lu Yuan over, signaling him to come aside. Alice, curious, followed him. Old Morgan took out a small wooden box from his pocket, opened the lid, revealing 2 deep red spheres inside. The spheres emitted a faint glow, suggesting significant power. This is the complete type of exorcism powder. Old Morgan's expression turned serious. It's different from the ordinary type you used at Thorn Manor. Lu Yuan took the wooden box and examined it closely. Grayish-white text floated up: contact with alchemical knowledge, insufficient knowledge acquisition, failed. Just like the ordinary type, it still couldn't provide more information. This is a high-end product from our alchemy department, Old Morgan continued. Unlike the ordinary type, this one has a larger explosion radius, and the duration of the exorcism powder and flames is longer. It is much more effective against anomalies, but of course the protective measures have almost vanished. When activated, be sure to throw it out, otherwise you might blow yourself up. Alice, watching from the side, couldn't help but speak up. Old Morgan, you really are biased. Old Morgan shot her a glare. You're a flesh and blood aberration. What do you care about with someone trained in medicine? And besides, there isn't much left in the base, just some mithril. Well, take it on the boat later. Lu Yuan carefully stored the wooden box, placing it close to himself. Don't die, Lu Yuan. Old Morgan patted him on the shoulder. Just as he finished speaking, the armory door was pushed open and 3 people walked in. The leader was a burly, middle-aged man whom Lu Yuan recognized. It was Gray, who had worked with them to eradicate the mutated conglomerate in the sewers, a very reassuring firepower specialist. Following him was the somewhat taciturn Ed, along with a younger team member who looked to be in his early 20s, his eyes steady. This is Leonard. Alice briefly introduced. He's from Team 1, an experienced hand. Leonard nodded at Lu Yuan. The 3 then approached the table and began to divide the remaining supplies. Make sure to pack it well, Old Morgan urged. Try to stay in the cabin when on the boat and avoid conflicts with the Ascension Society and church personnel. Gray responded affirmatively, placing the holy water and scripture scrolls into his backpack. With the equipment distributed, the group readied themselves to depart. Old Morgan led them onto a horse-drawn carriage heading towards the dock, followed by several other carriages carrying some helpers with heavy wooden boxes inside. The port was at the edge of the outer city, and even taking the carriage required some time to reach. When Lu Yuan and the team arrived at the dock, the Ascension Society ship was already docked there. It was a large black steamship, bigger than ordinary merchant ships. The hull was covered with heavy metal armor inscribed with dense engravings that glimmered with a bluish glow in the morning light. The smokestack billowed white steam, emitting a deep rumbling sound resembling a slumbering steel behemoth. The ship's name, Abyss Hunter, was engraved in copper letters on the side. Many people were already busy at the dock, transporting various goods and supplies. Old Morgan called to the helpers behind him, load the mithril and other items onto the ship, put them in the cabin. The helpers responded and began lifting the wooden boxes onto the ship. Lu Yuan followed Alice onto the deck and saw that members of the Ascension Society were already waiting there. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a deep gray robe with a precision mechanical eye replacing his left eye, revealing a complex gear structure within when it moved. As Lu Yuan's gaze focused, grayish-white text appeared. Target analysis: Marcus mechanical modifier characteristics, a being that has discarded part of its human body, replacing flesh with alchemical constructs. The degree of modification is deep, making it difficult to discern any original human features. Weakness: the modified parts rely on alchemical energy for power. A strong electromagnetic interference can cause temporary failure. Behind Marcus stood 3 individuals dressed in black robes and wearing birdbeak-shaped masks. They stood motionless like 3 statues. Target analysis: born one's mechanical modifiers characteristics constructs, deprived of most flesh, and while retaining only basic neural reflexes and instinctual obedience. Beneath the masks, perhaps there were no complete human faces left. Weakness: rigid action patterns lacking independent judgment. If the commander is killed, they fall into chaos. At the entrance to the cabin stood a massive figure. It was a steel giant towering above normal humans, covered in heavy metal armor with complex alchemical tubing visible at its joints. Its head bore a birdbeak-shaped mask, standing motionless in the shadows, yet the invisible sense of oppression it emanated was the strongest among the crowd. Target analysis: the Arbiter high-level alchemical construct characteristics, a war machine created with the Ascension Society's utmost effort, merging human body and steel by unknown means. It is unclear whether any human consciousness remains beneath the armor. Weakness: requires a lengthy maintenance cycle after operating at full capacity and lacks effective protection against mental attacks. Current status: standby. Seeing the information on the Arbiter, Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. The Ascension Society had brought out such a trump card indicating their determination for this mission, and he felt he could be a bit safer. Marcus observed the approaching figure, his mechanical eye whirring as he scrutinized the Night Watcher's team. Ladies and gentlemen of the Night Watch, Lord Grigish has instructed me to convey that this operation is primarily for investigation purposes. Should we encounter any force majeure, we are to retreat immediately. Alice cast him a cold glance, saying, I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. Marcus shrugged, seemingly unfazed by Alice's attitude, and added, as we proceed to the target location, I hope everyone will comply with the Ascension Society's arrangements. With that, Marcus turned to leave. Alice scoffed at his words, but refrained from retorting directly. After all, it was not the time to escalate tensions. After a while, the church representatives finally arrived. 3 priests clad in white robes stepped onto the deck, led by a middle-aged man whose robe was adorned with golden patterns, and a silver, holy emblem hung from his chest. His expression was serious, and as his gaze swept over the iron giant, a flicker of barely noticeable disdain flashed in his eyes, but it quickly vanished. On behalf of the church, I am the team leader. You can call me Philip. He introduced himself briefly and then looked at Marcus. Archbishop Samuel has asked me to convey that the church will fully cooperate with this operation, but if it involves those entities, we reserve the right to decide whether to proceed. Marcus nodded, not surprised, and replied, understood. However, he smirked inwardly. When it comes to that, will the decision to advance or retreat still be in your hands, eh? The 3 parties had gathered. Night Watch Alice led the team, accompanied by the elite trio of Gray, Ed, and Leonard, along with Lu Yuan. Ascension Society Marcus led the team with 3 descendants and the silent judicator. Church Philip led the team with 2 priests. There weren't many people, but they were all elites from their respective factions. As for Old Morgan and the others, they were the true core figures of Grimport and the pillars of their own forces, and it was impossible for them to personally take risks. Old Morgan stood on the dock watching the crowd on the ship. Be careful, everyone. His voice was not loud, but it was enough for those on the deck to hear. Alice waved at him, saying, got it, Old Morgan. The ship's anchor slowly rose, and the roar of the steam engine grew louder. The Abyss Hunter began to start up, slowly departing from the dock. Lu Yuan stood at the ship's railing, gazing at the gradually receding port. Old Morgan's figure shrank smaller and smaller, eventually disappearing into the morning mist. After a time, Lu Yuan stood on the deck looking at the endless sea, holding the navigation map provided by the Ascension Society, feeling a bit incredulous. Unfortunately, there was currently nothing to use as a reference coordinate, which left Lu Yuan unable to ascertain the authenticity of the map in his hand. He looked up. The sea was calm, with occasional ripples appearing in the distance, quickly returning to silence. Environmental perception detecting a continuous rise in the concentration of aberration in the sea area, it is advised to steer clear. The gray-white prompt at the edge of his vision made Lu Yuan frown slightly. The rising aberration concentration indicated they were approaching some source of pollution, which was not good news considering the island in the dream lay at least 400 nautical miles from Grimport. I just hope we won't crash directly into it. Just then a sound of footsteps approached from behind. Alice walked over and, glancing at the chart in Lu Yuan's hand, asked in a lowered voice, is there a problem with the route? Lu Yuan pointed at the annotations on the map, saying the route provided by the Ascension Society is too precise. What do you mean? Alice frowned. Under normal circumstances, when tracking an unknown signal in the sea, the route should be constantly adjusted. Lu Yuan folded a corner of the map. But this route seems to have known its destination from the very beginning. Alice fell silent for a moment. Are you saying the Ascension Society already knew the location of that island? Lu Yuan did not answer directly, only putting away the map. Maybe, but they should know much more than we do. According to the speed of the Abyss Hunter, it would take at least another day and a half to reach the island. A day and a half is enough for many things to happen. In the morning, a descendant knocked on the door of Lu Yuan and the other's room, indicating that Marcus wanted to hold a meeting in the cabin. By the time Lu Yuan and Alice arrived, the meeting room was already filled with people, and it felt a bit crowded for its size. Lu Yuan noticed the descendants standing in the corners, routinely taking out syringes to inject. A metallic sheen flickered beneath their skin. The imposing figure of the judicator stood outside the door, a flash of red light occasionally appearing between the seams of the helmet. When Marcus saw everyone gathered, he unfolded the map and proactively spoke. After landing on the island, the Ascension Society will be responsible for the main exploration and core area investigation. The Night Watch will handle perimeter vigilance, and the Church will provide rear support and purification. His tone was polite, yet his attitude was strong, with the gears on half of his mechanical face slowly turning as he surveyed the reactions of those present. Of course, if we discover any intel, we can share it. Philip showed no emotion upon hearing this arrangement. The Church's task this time is to handle purification and healing. Philip spoke calmly, but we will not fight alongside that thing. He did not directly mention the judicator, but the implication was clear. Marcus nodded, seemingly unsurprised, and casually added, speaking of which, the Church has sent quite a few personnel this time, and it's actually you, Priest Philip, personally leading the team along with 3 chief deacons. It seems the Church is also quite interested in this island. Philip did not respond, merely saying perhaps. Alice, upon hearing the arrangements, tapped her fingers on the table, leaving several distinct marks, clearly dissatisfied, but refraining from exploding in anger. Lu Yuan stood aside, observing everything. Each faction had its own intentions. The Ascension Society wanted to take the lead. The Church was drawing lines, yet unwilling to leave, while the Night Watch was marginalized. An operation aimed at saving lives had yet to begin, but it had already become a scene of intrigue. If this team truly encountered those things seen in the dream, what would happen? We must prepare early. Lu Yuan thought silently, while Marcus in the meeting room, seeing that no one spoke, didn't mind saying, if everyone is indifferent, then let's decide on this. I will send someone to notify you of any follow-up matters. After finishing, Marcus left the meeting room with several descendants. Only Lu Yuan, Alice, and Philip remained in the room. After Marcus departed, Philip spoke. Alice, didn't old Morgan say anything when you boarded the ship? Alice's expression was calm as she coldly replied no. Philip fell silent for a moment, then turned to leave, only to say at the door, then it seems Marcus' arrangement is quite suitable. Only after everyone from the church had left did Alice let out a cold laugh. Marcus' arrangement is indeed interesting. Exploring Hedon is the most dangerous, yet the Ascension Society hastens to board. Either the adjudicator is stronger than we imagine, or they know things we do not. The church is the same. Lu Yuan lowered his voice. Philip's words earlier seemed to be probing you. Who knows? Alice's lips curled into a cold smile. Let them plot in secret. If they dare to reach out, then they shall be cut off. She gripped the warhammer at her waist, her gaze darkening. But it doesn't matter. When it truly comes to blows, it won't be Marcus calling the shots. Lu Yuan did not respond, realizing that Alice indeed knew something. However, old Morgan had not shared it with him, so Lu Yuan decided not to inquire further. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed. Lu Yuan checked his gear on the deck, confirming just how accurate the sea charts provided by the Ascension Society were. Just as Lu Yuan was comparing the sea charts, Gray approached and handed him a water bottle. The two exchanged little conversation, but Gray left a good impression on Lu Yuan as a reliable firepower. Lu Yuan took a sip from the water bottle, scanning the deck. The sea surface remained calm, but the salty tang in the air was heavier than in the morning. Environmental perception, high concentration of aberration detected in the sea area, avoidance recommended. Lu Yuan glanced at his rationality. Rationality 5071, it had not decreased. Lu Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he need not worry too much. The pollution source beneath the sea seemed not to be on their course. As dusk fell, the Abyss Hunter began to slow down. The ship's vibrations transitioned from a roar to a deep hum, gradually decreasing in speed until it nearly came to a standstill on the water's surface, with only slight undulations remaining. Marcus' voice came from the cabin, carrying a metallic resonance. Engage nighttime protection mode. As soon as he finished speaking, mechanical sounds began to echo from below the deck. Lu Yuan felt a slight tremor underfoot as the metal plates on either side of the ship began to slowly unfold, revealing the alchemical runes embedded within. Those runes illuminated in the darkness, initially as faint points of light, then growing brighter, forming a complex array. A low, deep vibration spread through the air. Pale golden light surged from the runes, spreading like water along the hull, ultimately gathering at the top of the ship, forming a translucent shield that enveloped the entire Abyss Hunter. Large alchemical construct activation detected. Analyzing. Abyss Hunter Protection Array, a mid-tier alchemical construct created by the Ascension Society, integrating inscription and sealing technology, capable of isolating aberrational pollution and low-tier spiritual erosion within a certain range. Limited effectiveness against high-tier pollution sources. Current status: full power operation. Weakness: alchemical energy supply system. Lu Yuan silently noted this information. As the golden barrier enveloped them, night fell completely. The Abyss Hunter began to move slowly towards its destination. The newborns began their shifts, their mechanical eyes flickering with cold light in the darkness, resembling a row of silent sentinels. Among the Night Watch, Gray voluntarily took the first half of the night shift, while Leonard was responsible for the latter half. The Church's stewards gathered in a corner of the cabin, softly chanting prayers, their voices monotonous and dreary. Lu Yuan lay in his cabin, but struggled to fall asleep. Outside the window, the sea surface was pitch black, with only the edges of the shield shimmering with faint golden light. Occasionally, ghostly blue points of light surfaced from the depths, quickly sinking again, as if something was watching the ship from beneath. Environmental perception detecting biological activity on the seabed. Distance considerable, no immediate threat. Lu Yuan stared at those ghostly blue lights, understanding that they were creatures lurking at the bottom of the sea. They were watching the ship, but the presence of the shield made them choose to retreat. Lu Yuan turned over, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. The real danger lay ahead, and he needed to conserve his energy. After some time passed, the sea undulated silently, and Lu Yuan once again found himself in that dream, but this time nothing happened. He could only watch the tides of the sea rise and fall before him. Rationality 330570. Indeed, the experience from the aberrant dream has decreased, hasn't it? Lu Yuan murmured as he saw another point deducted from his rationality limit. The next morning the Abyss Hunter restarted. The barrier slowly retracted, the glow of the runic array gradually dimmed, and the ship emitted a deep rumble once more as it set sail towards the target sea area. During this time Marcus did not do anything. The church members merely gathered together, seemingly discussing something. At noon the sea conditions began to change dramatically. The previously calm sea had begun to roil without notice. Waves gradually intensified, crashing against the hull with a dull thud. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Lu Yuan exhaled, and the breath turned into white mist. The humid air carried the stench of decay, pressing heavily on his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Warning: aberration concentration rising sharply. Warning: high-tier pollution sources detected ahead. Environmental perception detecting signs of large-scale life activity. The warnings flashing at the edge of his vision caused Lu Yuan's expression to harden. He lifted his head and looked towards the distant horizon. A black silhouette was vaguely visible. That was the nameless island they were heading towards. A thick mass of dark clouds swirled above the island, and strange blue lights occasionally flickered within the clouds, reminiscent of the glowing points seen rising from the seabed last night. The alchemical rune array of the Abyss Hunter began to activate automatically, emitting a low humming vibration. A faint glow enveloped the ship as if it were resisting some invisible erosion. The atmosphere on the deck suddenly grew tense. Marcus stepped onto the deck, gazing at the distant island, the expression on half of his mechanical face inscrutable. Alice tightened her grip on the warhammer. Grace silently checked his weapon, and the church stewards stopped their prayers, beginning to draw holy symbols on their chests. Lu Yuan felt a familiar dizziness. That was the aura he had sensed in the aberrant dream. The sensation of being watched by the deep sea, that suffocating feeling of being enveloped by darkness, was now slowly creeping towards him from the direction of the island. At noon the Abyss Hunter finally entered the waters surrounding the island. It was at this moment that the sea conditions began to deteriorate sharply. The waves that had originally only been slightly undulating became violent as they approached the island, with enormous waves crashing against the hull, producing a dull roar. The ship rocked violently, and Lu Yuan had to grip the ship's railing tightly to steady himself. Some waves were nearly level with the ship's railing, splashing seawater onto the deck, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. Warning: detecting a large amount of aberrant biological activity, Lu Yuan squinted, gazing at the churning sea. In the ink-black water he occasionally caught sight of enormous shadows moving beneath the surface. They did not attack, but hovered beneath the ship, as if watching, waiting for the right moment. On the deck a descendant steered the vessel, striving to stabilize its course. Other descendants stood motionless, their faces devoid of expression, as if the violent lurching bore no consequence upon them, save for the faint intermittent gleam of metal beneath their skin betraying prior preparation. Philip led the acolytes in hushed recitation of liturgical prayers. The holy emblem in his hand emitted a soft silvery luminescence, weaving an almost imperceptible barrier around them. The Arbiter had awakened. That colossal mechanical construct now stood at the deck's center, silent as a mountain, its crimson optical sensors sweeping slowly across the surrounding sea. Lu Yuan felt a sharp throb of pain behind his eyes, not from the warning glyphs in ash-gray script, but from a deeper instinctual dissonance. Fragmented yet unervingly vivid images flickered through his mind like shards of a dream. An isle, a cavern, an altar. He gripped the rail, fighting back a rising wave of nausea. Sanity 16770. His recently restored composure had already begun to erode, even before setting foot on land. The island's contamination ran far deeper than anticipated. The Abyssal Hunter circled the island and found a barely serviceable cove on its leeward side. Then Lu Yuan saw the iron whale, or rather what remained of it. The once proud long-range vessel was impaled between jagged reefs, its hull grotesquely ruptured, as though torn apart from within. Its masts lay shattered, its sails rotted away, its deck coated in a viscous, unnatural indigo slime. Found it. Marcus's voice came from behind, cold, metallic, resonant. The iron whale. Lu Yuan turned. Half of Marcus's face was forged in seamless machinery, gears rotated with quiet precision, and crimson light pulsed steadily, scanning, seeking. A plume of steam vented from the seams of Marcus's frame, and the pulsing red light ceased. Disembark, he bellowed, suddenly decisive as if something had just been confirmed. At once a descendant deployed the anchor, the gangway lowered with a heavy groan. The moment Lu Yuan's boots touched the sand, a wave of profound unease surged up from beneath his soles. Though the ground was coarse sand, it yielded like living flesh, slowly, unervingly supple. Every face paled. A Philip of the church in particular summoned a radiant golden sanctity beneath his feet. Moreover, the island was utterly silent. No birdsong, no insect hum, not even the rhythmic crash of waves against stone. Some unseen force had smothered all sound. Environmental perception contamination intensity extreme. Prolonged exposure will induce progressive sanity erosion. Elise tightened her grip on her warhammer, her gaze darkening. She glanced at Lu Yuan and signaled, a terse practice gesture meaning extreme hazard. Lu Yuan noticed her fingers trembled slightly where they clasped the weapon's haft. As a second-tier flesh transcendent, Elisa's sixth sense far surpassed that of ordinary mortals. What then had she sensed? Marcus dispatched 2 descendants ahead to probe the Iron Whale's wreckage. Black-robed figures ascended the crumbling gangplank, their beaked masks turning slowly, scanning the ruined deck with clinical detachment. Moments later, one raised a hand, signaling clear. Marcus nodded. Follow. As Lu Yuan stepped onto the deck, a rancid stench assaulted him. The indigo slime blanketed every surface, reeking of putrid biological secretions. His boot sank slightly into the substance, emitting a sickening wet suction. Environmental perception, residual contamination source, intense. Lu Yuan frowned. He had never encountered that designation before. It meant whatever had attacked the Iron Whale possessed contamination of terrifying magnitude. Below deck, Marcus commanded without hesitation. The descendants dispersed wordlessly into the ship's compartments. Lu Yuan followed Gray toward the captain's quarters while Elise led the others deeper into the vessel's bowels. The captain's cabin lay one level beneath the deck, now a scene of utter devastation. Furniture overturned, belongings scattered, deep claw marks scoring the walls. Evidence of desperate flight abruptly halted by some unseen force dragging its victim back. No bodies remained, not even traces of blood. Only that omnipresent indigo slime clinging to every surface like a sentient blight. Lu Yuan took a step forward, then froze. A new line of ash-gray script shimmered into view. Environmental perception, abnormal biological residue, extremely concentrated. In the corner of the chamber, a mound of indigo slime pulsed slowly, rhythmically. Roughly half a man's height, it held no fixed shape, like a colossal breathing gelatin, its surface churning and contracting ceaselessly. And embedded atop it was a human head. Its flesh had sloughed away, its eye sockets gaped hollow and black, yet its mouth still opened and closed, soundlessly, agonizingly, like a plea trapped beyond time. The slime encased the neck below, dissolving and regenerating simultaneously, preserving the head in macabre stasis. Witnessed deep aberration, putrid form. Warning, sanity check initiated. Check failed. Sustained moderate sanity corruption from continued observation. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. The head had turned. Its hollow, desiccated sockets locked onto his gaze. Sanity 1. 6370. Something's there. Lu Yuan snapped, recoiling and drawing his revolver in one fluid motion. Bang! A custom alchemical round tore through the air, striking the aberration dead center. The moment the bullet pierced the slime, a sharp, sizzling hiss erupted, and the projectile dissolved rapidly within its viscous mass. Yet the creature only shuddered, then lunged faster than thought. Gray reacted instantly. He yanked Lu Yuan behind him and drew his short sword, slashing downward with brutal force into the onrushing mass. The blade sank in, and instantly corrosive fumes rose as the metal's surface blistered and pitted. It's acidic. Gray snarled, wrenching the weapon free and hurling the thing backward. A portion of the blade had already been eaten away. Then, impossibly, the head embedded in the slime twisted further, its ruined face contorting into raw terror. Its mouth wrenched open in a silent, deafening scream, and the slime erupted, unleashing a visible wave of psychic pressure. Sanity 1. 160-170. Lu Yuan's face tightened. He gritted his teeth against the searing headache and raised his revolver again. Gray grunted, a choked, pained sound, and went deathly pale, yet remained rooted before Lu Yuan, jaw clenched. But before Lu Yuan could fire, a shadow darted sideways. A descendant, robed in black, slipped past Gray and charged straight into the lunge, offering no evasion, no defense, only confrontation. The moment the slime made contact, the same sibilant corrosion began anew. The acid, strong enough to melt steel, ate hungrily at the black robes, sending up wisps of acrid smoke. Yet the descendant did not flinch, did not move, did not blink. The newly born remained motionless. The black robe burned away in corrosion, revealing the metallic skeleton beneath. This was not ordinary steel, but an alloy glimmering with a dark silver sheen. The slime that fell upon it left only faint traces, incapable of causing any substantial harm. The transformation of the Ascension Society. Gray observed with a hint of complexity in his tone, truly terrifying. Lu Yuan had no time to respond, for the mass of decay was struggling violently. In the next moment, the newly born moved. A mechanical whirring sound emanated from his arm as the metallic skeleton began to reorganize the forearm, splitting open to reveal a long brass pipe. Hiss! A bluish flame erupted, engulfing the writhing slime entirely, the extreme heat distorting the surrounding air. Screech! 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 The slime emitted a piercing shriek, its body trembling, shrinking visibly. The head embedded atop the slime opened its mouth wide, revealing a bloodied and mangled cavity, attempting a final struggle. But Lu Yuan had already seized the moment, raising his gun. Bang! Bang! 2 alchemical bullets struck the head on the slime with pinpoint accuracy. The head exploded, brain matter splattering, and the slime instantly lost control, collapsing to the ground, leaving only faint convulsions. Yet the newly born did not cease. The blue flames continued to spew forth until the mass of slime was completely carbonized, reduced to a pile of charred remnants. Only then did he stop the fiery onslaught. A red glow flickered beneath the bird-beaked mask as he turned to leave with the red-hot brass pipe, leaving only the acrid stench of charred remains in the air. Lu Yuan stepped forward, gazing at the pile of debris. Among the carbonized slime, the face of the head was now completely unrecognizable save for a distinct scar on the jawbone. That was the captain of the Iron Whale. Lu Yuan had seen him when reporting information at the time. Rationality 6070, my sword seems to be broken. Gray took out a bottle of holy water and drank it in one gulp, then looked at the short sword in his hand. The blade of the short sword had been corroded away by more than half, pitted and nearly unusable. I have a new one. Lu Yuan put away the revolver and pulled out a silver glimmering dagger from his bag, handing it over. Gray accepted the palm-sized dagger, waving it with some reluctance, but still took it. Lu Yuan scanned the captain's quarters, pausing his gaze at the area guarded by the massive decay. What was hidden here? Gray, keep an eye out, and don't let anything from outside get in. Lu Yuan signaled Gray to be vigilant while he began to search through the captain's quarters. The room was filled with that layer of deep blue slime, but after the newly born's fiery cleansing, most of the slime had already dried up. This also allowed Lu Yuan to see the objects beneath the slime. The captain's quarters were strewn with items, and there were obvious bullet holes in the walls, indicating the captain had likely made a final stand. Lu Yuan crouched down, clearing away the scattered items on the floor, and finally discovered something unusual in a corner. The items were piled up unusually high, as if meant to conceal something. Lu Yuan carefully pushed aside the slime, clearing the stacked debris to reveal the floor beneath. There was a circular formation etched into the floor. Approximately 2 feet in diameter, the runes were intricate and detailed. One half bore the church's holy symbols, while the other half displayed the Night Watchman's sealing symbols. The fusion of these two distinctly different powers required an exceptionally high level of extraordinary skill. But the formation had been destroyed, the runes were broken, the lines twisted, as if something had violently torn it open from the outside. At the center of the formation lay 2 items, a shattered silver holy emblem and a broken secret silver dagger. Analyzing. Composite sealing technique, merging church holy light and Night Watchman sealing technique. Feature: sealing, purifying the pollution of a specific area, but has been destroyed. Core materials damaged. This was a failed resistance. Lu Yuan stared at the shattered holy emblem and the broken dagger, forming a judgment in his heart. Someone had attempted to stop all of this. It must have been the church's priest and the Night Watchman's Gowan. They collaborated to draw this formation. But they failed. It stands to reason, for how could a formation resist the anomaly that could tear apart the Iron Whale? Lu Yuan was about to look for another place, but as he stood up, he discovered a small package stuffed into the gap in the floor next to the formation. He took out the package and carefully opened it. Inside was a silver badge engraved with the pattern of a moon and an eye, the emblem of the Night Watchman. The back of the badge bore a name: Gowan. The badge was polished clean, standing out starkly in this filth. The package also contained a piece of fabric on which a few lines were hastily written in blood. The handwriting was messy, but still legible. The plan has failed. Someone has betrayed us. The priest is dead, and I cannot hold on much longer. They want to complete the ritual with our blood. Do not come looking for us, and do not touch those oars. Burn this ship, burn everything. Tell old Morgan. I did my best. Gowan. Lu Yuan's expression became somewhat complex upon seeing this. Gowan chose to fight to the last, for he remembered Lawson's words that the deep sea would select priests from among these people, and Gowan, who embarked on the path of the extraordinary, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. But he did not. He chose to collaborate with the priest to set up the formation, attempting to seal the pollution, yet they failed. Lu Yuan tucked the badge and the blood letter into his bosom. These items must be taken back to old Morgan. But the most important item had yet to be found: the captain's log, or the navigation log. Such things should exist on long voyages, and most would be kept in the captain's quarters. He could only hope that this item had not been turned to ashes in the recent flames. Lu Yuan rummaged through the wreckage and finally found a leather-bound logbook in the collapsed desk drawer. The condition of this logbook was quite worrying. Slime covered most of the text, with only a few pages barely decipherable. Lu Yuan opened it and quickly skimmed. November 25, arrived at target waters, discovered a small island not marked on the charts, which may contain the minerals needed for a port. May we succeed. November 27, crew members began to exhibit strange symptoms. They claimed to dream of the sea or hear singing. December 1, some crew members abandoned their humanity. Our situation is dire, but Gowan said they still have a backup plan. The handwriting on the last page had become twisted and deformed, as if written in extreme fear. December 3, the formation was destroyed. They crawled up from below the cabin. Going home. We all want to go home. Lu Yuan closed the log, his expression dark. Where were they at the bottom of the cabin? Wait. No, Alice and the others went down. No, Alice and the others have gone down. Gray, let's go. Lu Yuan stood up and quickly exited the captain's cabin, hurried to the lower deck. Without asking why, Gray, who was on guard outside, raised his weapon and followed closely behind. The further down they went, the stronger the stench in the air became. It was not the smell of the sea, but the odor of blood so intense it made one nauseous. The stairwell of the cabin was cluttered with debris, wooden barrels, boxes, and even a few dismantled cabin doors. They were deliberately piled together, forming a makeshift barricade, as if someone had tried to seal off the path to the lower levels to prevent something from coming up, but that barricade had already been torn apart. The wooden barrels were split in half, the boxes were smashed to pieces, and several deep claw marks were visible on the cabin doors, as if they had been violently cleaved apart by some immense force. Fragments were scattered on both sides of the staircase, some still stained with dried black blood. However, what made Lu Yuan more uneasy was the faint whispering sound that seemed to come from below. Rushing down, Alice was already waiting at the cabin door. Her complexion was grim, and the warhammer was gripped in her hand, constantly flickering with lightning. But she did not enter. Lu Yuan followed Alice's gaze. The cabin door was shrouded in a pale blue light membrane, like an invisible curtain of water. The surface of the light membrane was swirling with intricate runes emanating an unsettling aura. Anomalous barrier detected, scales of the deep-sea characteristics, a special barrier born from mimicking physical structures capable of absorbing most extraordinary powers and immune to a certain degree of physical attacks. Weakness, lacks resistance to purification powers. Someone is maintaining this barrier inside, Alice frowned. Saying this, Alice raised the warhammer, lightning entwined, and struck it against the light membrane. Bang! The lightning exploded, but Lu Yuan saw a bizarre scene. All the power was absorbed by the light membrane, as if a stone had dropped into deep water, barely causing a ripple. I can't break it. Alice had clearly tried several times, her voice tinged with anger. This thing restrains extraordinary power. We have to wait for those fanatics from the church to arrive. Just as her words fell, footsteps were heard behind them. Philip arrived with the attendants, followed closely by Marcus and the descendants. Lady Alice, the church is not a bunch of fanatics. The deep-sea church's barrier. Philip glanced at the light membrane, his brow furrowing. It is specifically designed to target extraordinary powers. The stronger the power, the easier it is to be devoured. Can it be broken? Alice did not want to waste words with him. It can be purified. Philip raised the holy emblem in his hand, beginning to recite a prayer. O angels, your most loyal follower. A stream of golden holy light surged from the holy emblem, not attacking, but slowly permeating through the blue light membrane. As the golden light descended, the light membrane began to tremble, and the runes on it twisted. Hiss, 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 like boiling water poured onto ice, blue and gold intertwined, clashing. But the next moment, Philip's expression turned devout as a scripture interwoven with gold and white floated from his bosom, and the golden light from the holy emblem surged even more. The blue runes, which could originally counter it, began to tremble. Moments later, the light membrane crumbled, as if corroded, disintegrating from the center into countless glowing particles. The angels bestow upon you holy light. The scripture in front of Philip flickered. A layer of golden light enveloped everyone except the Ascension Society, and as the golden light fell, Philip's complexion turned somewhat pale. Quickly go, in this layer of holy light can help you resist the pollution. As the cabin door opened, a strong stench of blood rushed out, along with the faint whispering that now became clearly audible. Alice was the first to charge, and closely followed by Lu Yuan. The next moment he stopped. The scene before him seemed to freeze his blood. 23 corpses, hanging from the ceiling by iron hooks, arranged in a radiating pattern like a bizarre flower. Each corpse was hung upside down, their hands dangling toward the ground with a neat cut at their necks. Their skin appeared grayish-white, like shriveled skins drained of all blood. Yet they all had their eyes wide open, their expressions twisted, clearly having been tortured by the deep-sea church in life. Beneath each corpse was a groove with blood flowing down the groove toward the center, gathering into a river, and the groove still retained dried dark bloodstains. Next to the grooves, the floor was etched with runes painted in blood, with a circular hollow in the center, its edges marked by tearing, suggesting something was released from here. But none of this was the most terrifying. The most horrifying part was that the hanging corpses trembled. The moment everyone stepped into this place, the hollow eye sockets slowly turned toward the door, as if sensing the intruder's arrival. And at the center of the flower, formed by the corpses, stood a figure in gray robes. With his back to the entrance, he raised his hands high, murmuring softly. His chant was bizarre and distorted, carrying a rhythm that sent chills down one's spine. Great Mother, grant your offspring strength, the flesh and blood of outsiders. Their souls are your nourishment. Witnessing a large-scale blood sacrifice, formation, rationality, judgment in progress. Judgment failed, warning, the ritual is in progress, high-level pollution detected, please evacuate immediately. Rationality 25870. Glancing around, Alice could no longer contain her anger. Her momentum surged, her already robust form towering even more, and the warhammer in her hand crackled with lightning. Under the protection of golden holy light, she shot out like a cannonball. Take him down. Marcus' voice came from behind. The descendants followed closely, drawing their long swords to meet the threat. But the gray-robed figure did not evade. He slowly turned around, his face as pale as paper, a murky blue light oozing from his eyes, a strange smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He merely raised his hand slightly. Too hasty. The moment the words fell, the suspended corpses moved simultaneously. Dozens of corpses broke free from the iron hooks, plummeting directly toward Alice. The withered bodies twisted violently in midair, their skin tearing to reveal the decayed flesh beneath, clawing and lunging at her. Alice swept her warhammer, lightning exploding, smashing the lunging corpses into pieces. Flesh and blood splattered, limbs flying. But that was exactly what the gray-robed figure wanted. Come on, children, his voice seemed to bubble with water in his throat. Mother is calling you. The remaining corpses did not continue attacking, but began to draw closer to one another. Broken bones reformed, rotting muscles writhed, those blood-drained shells seemed to be refilled with some force, swelling, twisting, merging. Creak, creak. The sounds of bones breaking and healing echoed incessantly. Even more bizarre was that the remnants of the limbs that Alice had smashed were writhing on the ground, as if they had gained their own consciousness, crawling toward the mass of flesh, reintegrating into it. They were merging, becoming a whole. The descendant's long sword struck at the gray-robed figure, but was blocked by a blue curtain of water, the black blood flowing from those corpses condensed in front of the gray-robed man, forming a flowing shield. Focus on dealing with it. The gray-robed figure stepped back a few paces, retreating behind the forming mass of flesh, his voice dripping with mockery. Mother's children are not easy to handle. Witnessing a deep aberration, flesh amalgamation in formation, warning, rationality, judgment in progress. Judgment failed, rationality 5670. Don't let it take shape. Philip shouted from behind. Lu Yuan could sense the tension in his voice. The priest had clearly encountered something similar before and knew how troublesome it would be once it fully formed. Alice wasted no words, raising her warhammer high as lightning gathered. Under the illumination of divine light, it struck like a golden flash directly into the mass of flesh merging together. Boom. The warhammer fell, and lightning erupted within the flesh, obliterating an entire arm into a pulp. The flesh that was engulfed in lightning emitted black smoke, losing its ability to regenerate. Concentrate fire. Marcus exclaimed, his gears spinning even faster on his face. At that moment, the two born ones moved in unison as Marcus' words fell. One of them extended his arm, releasing blue flames from the built-in flamethrower to block the left side of the amalgamation. The other person's mechanical arm transformed, extending a rotating sawtooth, ignoring the arm of the flesh that reached out and directly approaching to slice into the mass. The saw spun rapidly, its sharp blades shredding the entangled arm into pieces. Their appearance immediately drew the attention of the flesh, greatly relieving Alice's pressure as she swung the lightning repeatedly. The two attendants who had been standing outside the cabin stepped forward, holding holy emblems and continuously praying, their faces filled with reverence. The holy emblems, inscribed with angelic patterns, trembled and emitted dazzling light. Those beams of light fell upon the amalgamating flesh, which reacted as if touched by fire, and the faces embedded on the surface emitted anguished wails. Ed shot at the scattered chunks of flesh beside him, while Leonard withdrew a dagger to slash at the remaining limbs, trying to retreat. The two worked in perfect harmony, continually preventing the flesh from reassembling. Gray stood in front of Lu Yuan, clearing away the splattered and still writhing flesh that occasionally flew over. Lu Yuan did not join the melee, as in such a fierce battle, unless using exorcism powder or mithril, he truly could not offer much help. However, Lu Yuan did not remain idle. His gaze remained fixed on the gray-robed figure hiding behind the flesh, looking for an opportunity to strike. Finally, the mass of flesh was pushed back a few steps, revealing the gray-robed figure hiding behind. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity, decisively raising his gun and pulling the trigger. But despite the flesh being in dire straits, it still managed to extend an arm to block in front of the gray-robed figure. The bullet penetrated the flesh, splattering black liquid. The blue light in the gray-robed figure's eye intensified, and he revealed a mocking smile towards Lu Yuan. Marcus stood behind, hands clasped behind his back, his mechanical eye flickering with red light, as if the battle before him was merely an experiment worth observing. At last, the continuous trend of fusion in the amalgamation began to show signs of halting, and the previously scattered flesh had significantly weakened. So fragile. The gray-robed figure's voice sounded like choking water. At the same time, the heads embedded on the surface of the amalgamation lifted simultaneously, their hollow gazes scanning the surroundings, and their blurred mouths opened. Warning targets, flesh proliferation, accelerating pollution activity sharply rising, but before Lu Yuan could warn, the red light in Marcus' eyes faded. Attack. In the next moment, the judicator standing at the back moved. A clear mechanical sound of movement echoed as steam pipes on the judicator simultaneously erupted, releasing a torrent of white gas. The red light in the mechanical eye hidden beneath the helmet flared intensely. The next moment, a crimson beam shot out from the device in his chest. The beam reached in an instant, directly piercing through the center of the flesh amalgamation. The heart fused within was burnt through, creating a large hole, and black blood splattered everywhere. The legs and feet wildly thrashing in the flesh momentarily slowed. This was the opportunity Alice had been waiting for. The flames of the born ones and the holy light of the attendants poured forth simultaneously, suppressing the remaining limbs of the amalgamation. Alice's figure surged, her warhammer raised, the lightning converging into a blinding beam. Break! The warhammer smashed into the flesh, utterly crushing the already pierced heart. Lightning exploded within the amalgamation. Flesh splattered, bone shattered. The movements of the amalgamation froze. The expressions on the faces stiffened, their mouths ceasing to open and close. Then, like a clay sculpture losing support, it collapsed with a thunderous noise, the melting, shapeless corpse continuously falling apart, ultimately turning into a puddle of flesh. The deep amalgamation has been destroyed. Rationality 15470. The splattered flesh caused everyone present to involuntarily step back. At the moment the amalgamated flesh collapsed, Lu Yuan had already focused on the hiding place of the gray-robed figure. He was still there. The gray-robed figure stood beside the pile of remains, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. So weak. Lu Yuan lifted his gun once more. This time there was no flesh blocking the way. But the gray-robed figure moved faster, a layer of light glowing around him, and then turned and ran charging toward the hole in the center of the cabin. Stop him. Marcus' voice remained calm. A born one activated instantly, his mechanical arm extending, the built-in crossbow device cocked and fired. A crossbow bolt shot out. The gray-robed figure abruptly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bolt as it whizzed past his robe. Then it exploded behind him. The shockwave from the explosion knocked the gray-robed figure to the ground, while the shrapnel was completely blocked by the faint light around him. Using the force of the explosion, he swiftly dove into the hole, escaping the cabin. Chase! Alice followed closely behind, gripping her warhammer, and jumped down. Lu Yuan and Gray followed closely, and as they landed on the island, the sandy beach beneath their feet felt soft. The subsequent born ones streamed out, surrounding the gray-robed figure. The gray-robed figure stood on the beach, his glow flickering slightly. He looked at the crowd surrounding him, a fervent smile spreading across his pale face, his gaze resembling that of someone observing a swarm of ants. You shouldn't have followed. Take him down. Alice completely ignored his words, speaking coldly. Two born ones stepped forward, their mechanical arms extending. At this moment, the gray-robed figure spread his arms wide and looked up at the sky. Mother, take me home. As the words fell, Lu Yuan felt a tremor beneath his feet. No, it was the beach moving. The entire stretch of sand was writhing. Something was approaching rapidly. Retreat! Lu Yuan shouted. The encroaching sand began to cling to the gray-robed figure's calves, wrapping and entangling him. The born ones did not retreat, still charging forward in an attempt to grab him, but the ground surged like a tide, forcing all the born ones back. Fire! Marcus' voice rang out. The judicator launched another attack. Another crimson beam shot toward the gray-robed figure. Countless grains of sand surged up as if trying to block it, but the judicator's strike was not so easily intercepted. The sand in front was instantaneously melted away, and the scarlet beam pierced through the gray-robed figure, burning a charred hole. If it weren't for the sand beneath his feet forcibly shifting his position at the last moment, the gray-robed figure would have surely perished. The gray-robed figure convulsed violently, unable to suppress a piercing cry of agony. Yet the grin on his face did not fade. Instead, it twisted into something wilder, more unhinged. Follow me. What you seek lies just beyond. Undulating sand swallowed him whole, dragging his body inexorably inward toward the island's heart. In the blink of an eye, the gray-robed man vanished before their eyes. Only a faint shallow furrow remained on the beach, so slight it might have belonged to no one at all. Warning: pollution concentration surging sharply. Sanity 2, 5270. Sanity had dropped another 2 points, so drastically even at the periphery. What unspeakable horror must dwell at the island's core? Lu Yuan hesitated not. From his pack he withdrew a vial of mid-tier holy water, uncorked it, and drank it down in one swift motion. This was each operative's allotted ration. Consuming large quantities of holy water in rapid succession diminished its efficacy over time, which is precisely why the church had supplied only mid-tier or higher vials from the outset. Sanity 8, 6070. A wave of lucidity flooded his mind. Even the fractured barrier of his sanity began repairing itself at an accelerated pace. Retreat from the shore. Alice's voice cut through the air like a blade. In the next instant, Lu Yuan felt a sharp constriction around his waist and was abruptly hoisted aloft. Wind howled past his ears. By the time he regained his bearings, he stood upon the deck of the Abyssal hunter. Others reacted with equal swiftness, scrambling up onto the ship's planks. Alice released her grip, her gaze locked downward with unblinking intensity. Lu Yuan followed her line of sight and saw the beach move. The entire expanse of sand rose and fell as though thrust upward from beneath, rippling like living flesh. Something writhed beneath the sand, swift, relentless searching for the exact spot where they had just stood. No warning from the angel. Philip's voice tightened, his brow furrowed deeply. As a priest devoted to the angels, he possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to the presence of anomalies and aberrant beings, so acute that he could detect their taint without ever drawing near, simply by scenting the corruption clinging to them. Yet whatever lurked beneath the sand evaded the angel's blessing entirely. Either it was an entity far beyond his own tier of transcendence, or it was not an anomaly at all. This island is wrong. Alice's voice was low, grave. From the moment her foot first touched its soil, her sixth sense had screamed in alarm, yet she could not pinpoint the source of the danger. Now she knew. The threat came from beneath, rising up from the island itself. Then flatten it. Marcus's voice emerged, suddenly calm and dispassionate. He gestured once. An ascendant turned instantly and strode toward the bow. Moments later, the abyssal hunter shuddered faintly. The vessel began to pivot slowly until its prow faced the direction where the gray-robed man had disappeared. Then Lu Yuan witnessed a sight that made his pupils contract sharply. The armored plates at the ship's bow retracted with a resonant mechanical groan, revealing two sleek obsidian-black cannon barrels emerging from within. Intricate runes spiraled across their surfaces, gleaming coldly under the sun, a metallic luster both austere and lethal. Just by observing those inscriptions, Lu Yuan recognized them instantly. This weapon was forged solely to combat anomalies. Knowledge detection failed, inscription forging lore, insufficient familiarity. The Ascension Society certainly brings impressive gear, Alice remarked, a spark of genuine curiosity lighting her tone. Clearly, even she wondered what destructive power those cannons truly wielded. Marcus merely lifted one corner of his mouth, offering no reply. This mission permitted no failure, only success. And so the Ascension Society had brought an arsenal far greater than expected. The ship's steam engine surged, billowing thick white vapor from its smokestack as the entire hull trembled with gathering force. Output power climbed steadily. Fire! Marcus's voice remained utterly unruffled. Boom! The first shell screamed across the air and struck the nearby shore. A deafening detonation erupted, sand and viscous black fluid exploding outward in a violent geyser. Something thrashed wildly in the smoking crater, shrieking with a sound that scraped raw against the nerves. Boom! 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 The barrage did not cease. The twin cannons fired in alternating rhythm, pounding the shoreline, then carving a searing charred path inland directly along the trail the gray-robed man had taken. The sand heaved with increasing violence, as if the entire island were convulsing in agony. Yet the bombardment intensified, growing fiercer still, until the barrels glowed cherry-red and scalding steam hissed from every seam. Only then did the ascendant halt the assault. Overheated. His voice emerged from behind the respirator mask, mechanical gravelly. Requires cooling. Marcus gave a single terse nod, his gaze fixed upon the smoldering corridor blasted open before them. Lu Yuan too turned his eyes toward it. Beneath the scorched surface, the beach finally revealed what it had concealed: countless slender tendrils, resembling veins, or perhaps the root filaments of some grotesque flora. They had lain buried beneath the sand, now shattered and scattered by the blast. Yet their severed ends still pulsed faintly, oozing thick black ichor. Observation: target extension of the entity. Trait lacks autonomous aggression, but exhibits extreme corrosive affinity toward living matter. Warning: this is but an outer extension. The core remains deep within. And these tendrils, appeared to permeate the entire beach. No, more accurately, the entire island. This island, Philip's voice hardened with dawning realization, is alive. No one contested him. Alice paused, silent for a breath, then swept her gaze across the group. Return, or proceed inward. Her tone was placid, yet the weight behind those words hung unmistakably in the air. Marcus spoke first. Proceed. No hesitation. No deliberation. As if he had been waiting for this question all along. That gray-robed man clearly anticipated our arrival. I need what lies inside his mind. His cybernetic eye flickered crimson. Moreover, that lured the iron whale originates here. The Ascension Society will not abandon this site. Alice countered coolly. The cannons are overheated. No further fire support for the foreseeable future. If danger strikes during the advance, what is your contingency? We still have the Inquisitors. Marcus shrugged, unconcerned. That is sufficient. Proceed. Philip's voice rang out, firm, resolute. All eyes turned to him. The angel's gaze has not fallen upon this place, Philip said, serene. That alone is the gravest warning of all. He raised a hand to press gently upon the holy sigil at his chest, then fixed his gaze upon the island's inky silhouette. That which can obscure even the angel's sight, our church cannot ignore. Oh, so the priest is bolder than I imagined, Marcus murmured, arching a brow. It is my duty, Philip replied, meeting his stare. And the angel's decree. Alice turned then to Lu Yuan. He said nothing, only nodded once, a quiet affirmation of his resolve. After all, the origin of his recurring dream lay here. If he failed to uncover the truth, now next time he returned, he would likely be no better off than Dr. Lyson. Then let's continue. Alice spoke. The action plan needs to be adjusted. She then looked towards the direction of the cabin. How much holy water is left on the ship? Setting aside each person's quota, 15 bottles of intermediate holy water and 20 bottles of beginner holy water, Leonard interjected. Move all of it down and hand it over to the church. We will set up purification barriers along the way. Philip took over the conversation, turning to the two deacons. No more than 20 steps apart. Don't skimp on the holy water. We need a stable retreat, but more importantly, he paused, looking towards the beach. We cannot let these things spread, and we must not allow them to approach the Abyss Hunter. The deacons acknowledged the command and turned to follow Leonard to transport the holy water. Leave one of the born ones on the ship, Alice said, looking at Marcus. After the cannon cools down, be ready to fire for support at any time. You should have long-range communication methods in your Ascension Society, right? Advance along the blasted passage. If the situation spirals out of control, blast the passage again. What about our own people? A born spoke up for once. If we hit them, they die. Alice maintained her expressionless demeanor. Any objections? The born fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Marcus, upon hearing this, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, signaling for one of the born to stay behind. All right, I have no issues. Formation remains as previously agreed. Alice continued. The Ascension Society will clear the path. Your people are best suited for this environment. The Watchers will be in the center, and the church will deploy purification at the rear. Dr. Lu will be next to me, Philip suddenly said. Alice glanced at him. I've seen his profile. He is one of the more knowledgeable individuals regarding this island. Philip's expression remained unchanged, and it's safer to be in the back. Clearly the reasons provided by the church were not sufficient and seemed a bit strange. However, Alice did not answer for Lu Yuan, merely indicating for him to decide for himself. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, indicating no objections. When Philip spoke, Lu Yuan noticed a hint of blue appear in his hand. It was deep blue, the ore brought back by the iron whale. It was clear that this old priest from the church wanted to say something to him. Of course, it was also possible that this group from the church had their eyes on him, but the demon-hunting explosives in his arms were no trifling matter, and he had never used the time bomb. If it was just for self-defense, that would be more than enough. Then let's set off, Marcus said, stepping forward, leading two born ones and a judge as they leaped off the Abyss Hunter. Afterward, everyone lined up in formation, advancing along the passage blasted by cannon fire. The charred sand was wrapped around the already burned tentacle remains, emitting a rancid stench. The two deacons from the church stopped every 20 steps to sprinkle holy water on the ground, murmuring prayers, and then drawing a few symbols. Soon golden light spread across the ground. Those still writhing tentacle remnants recoiled, as if scalded upon encountering the golden light. The deeper they went into the island, the thicker the tentacles became. From the initial finger-thick to the current size resembling a forearm. As the church members at the rear set up the purification barriers, they gradually fell behind the Ascension Society in the front. This distance is sufficient, Priest Philip. What do you want to say? Lu Yuan asked directly. Philip looked at Lu Yuan, retrieving a thumb-sized piece of ore from his sleeve, deep blue and faintly glowing. Dr. Lu, you are an other dream infectee. Philip did not hide it, directly asking, have you seen this in the other dream? Lu Yuan looked at the piece of ore, but did not answer immediately, as a line of grayish-white text had already appeared. Detected high concentration of alienated condensate characteristics, deep tissue secretion, can somewhat delay bizarre injuries. Warning, long-term contact may lead to changes in mental structure. Lu Yuan memorized this information and countered, aren't you afraid of being infected? The infection of the other dream has its limitations, Philip replied calmly. As long as you do not deliberately come into contact with the source of infection, it is nearly impossible to be infected. And those who are infected can only transmit it once at most. He paused for a moment, then continued. You were infected by Lyson, so it's almost impossible for you to have any infectiousness. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The church's investigation was deeper than he had imagined. I've seen some. Lu Yuan did not specify the details. However, upon hearing this, Philip's brow furrowed, and his expression turned grim. What's wrong? Lu Yuan asked. Philip did not answer immediately, his gaze falling on the ore in his hand, as if hesitating over something. A few seconds later he spoke. This thing is not ore. Lu Yuan was taken aback. He had previously come into contact with it. It was an asset that had escaped from the Ascension Society. At the time, the ore was embedded in a mechanical organ, and Lu Yuan couldn't ascertain what it truly was. The scant information he had was merely a summary from the Watchers' files. Now it appeared that besides the Watchers, both the Ascension Society and the Church knew something, albeit to a certain extent. No wonder this mission did not seem like a rescue operation at all. The Archbishop told me. Philip ignored Lu Yuan's silence and continued, this thing is related to the bizarre. Lu Yuan looked at Philip, his gaze slightly intense. Why are you telling me this? Philip shook his head, not saying anything further, because he himself did not know why. Had it not been for the Archbishop's orders, he wouldn't even want to wade into this murky water. We've arrived at the front, hurry up and catch up. Alice's voice came from ahead, interrupting the conversation between the two. Philip put away the or, his face once again showing piety. Let's go. Lu Yuan glanced at him, not pressing further, nor did he intend to touch the oar. He still remembered old Morgan's warning. If he didn't want to deepen the other dream, it was best to stay away from those pollutants, and deep blue was the most direct pollutant. Ahead, abandoned wooden shacks appeared on both sides of the road. They were crooked and decayed, identical to those in the other dream, the only difference being that these wooden shacks were covered with bright red tentacles, which rooted underground, their size formidable, each as thick as a bowl, densely packed and subtly trembling. Rusty tracks extended from the dark cave in the distance, coming into view before everyone. The wooden support structure at the cave entrance was largely rotted and covered with tentacles of varying thickness. Marcus leading the way, his eyes flashed with a fierce red light upon seeing the cave, for he knew they had reached their destination. And at the moment the group appeared at the cave entrance, a low rumble came from deep within the cave. Lu Yuan instantly became alert, for this sound was almost identical to the heartbeat he had heard in the other dream. The heartbeat from the cave entrance grew louder. That sound was deep and rhythmic, like the heartbeat of some massive creature, each thump causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. Lu Yuan stood at the cave entrance, gazing into the darkness ahead. Rusty iron tracks extended from deep within the mine, clearly and used for a long time. The wooden support structures were rotting in large sections, covered in tentacles of varying thickness, sprawling over the rock walls like veins. The sunlight outside barely illuminated a few meters. After that there was pure darkness. The air was damp, filled with a mixture of decay and a briny scent. Light the fire, Marcus ordered. A born one took an alchemical lamp from his bosom, twisted the valve, and an ethereal blue flame ignited, illuminating an area of several meters ahead. Wherever the light reached, the tentacles seemed disturbed, slowly retreating deeper into the darkness. They appeared to be avoiding the light, yet it felt more like they were yielding to let the guests through the cave entrance. I'll go in first. Marcus was indifferent to all of this, stepping into the cave entrance ahead. Red light flickered in his mechanical eye. The sound of gears turning was particularly clear in the silence. Steam puffed from the gaps in his body, forming white mist at the cave entrance. The born ones followed closely behind, their black cloaks silent, the bird-beaked masks glimmering coldly in the blue flames. The Judicator had officially activated, the armor joints beginning to emit a faint glow as the heavy body moved forward. Philip pressed the holy emblem on his chest, softly reciting a prayer, a pale golden light enveloping him, forming a layer of almost imperceptible barrier. Two attendants followed him closely, holding holy water with solemn expressions. Alice tightened her grip on the warhammer, coming to Lu Yuan's side, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Have you finished talking? Stay close to me once you're done. Alice lowered her voice. If things go wrong later, remember not to look back, just retreat. I might not be able to take care of you. You have the timing ability, so you should be fine. Lu Yuan nodded, his hand already reaching for the timing device in his bosom. Gray silently approached Lu Yuan, his hand resting on the palm-sized dagger at his waist, while Ed and Leonard walked alongside the team, remaining alert to potential threats. Environmental perception, detecting large-scale pollution sources. Continued advancement will lead to rational deterioration. The gray-white text floated before Lu Yuan's eyes, causing his brow to furrow slightly. This prompt indicated not just a decline in rationality, but direct damage, signaling that the source of the dream anomaly was near. The team advanced along the iron tracks. This was indeed a mine. Or rather, it had once been. The cave walls were sporadically dotted with some ores. That familiar deep blue glowed faintly under the light of the alchemical lamp, resembling a sky full of twinkling stars. Lu Yuan recognized these ores. The deep blue brought back by the iron whale was also a peculiar secretion, but it seemed now that it had transcended its bizarre nature. And now they were walking through these passages formed by him. Continue, Marcus' voice came from ahead. The team did not pause. After advancing down the mine for several hundred meters, the number of ores on the surrounding rock walls began to increase. From the initial sporadic dots to clusters of 3 or 5, and then to densely packed groups. Under the illumination of the ethereal blue flames, they looked like a continuous starry sky. The blue light grew brighter to the point of being somewhat blinding. Lights out, Marcus ordered upon seeing this. The born ones extinguished their alchemical lamps, yet the light in the mine did not dim, rather it became even clearer. The blue light emitted by those ores enveloped everything, casting a strange hue over everyone's faces. One half of Marcus' mechanical face glimmered with cold light in the blue glow, while the human eye flickered with an indescribable brilliance. Was it greed or fanaticism? Lu Yuan could not discern Marcus' true intentions, nor was he clear on what grand objective the ascension this time entailed. But it surely had something to do with the source of the dream anomaly. As they continued deeper, the tentacles hidden beneath the rock walls grew thicker. from the initial thickness of a finger to now being as thick as an adult's arm. They spread from the crevices of the oars extending along the cave walls into the depths, resembling the vascular network of some massive creature, some tentacles even intertwined with the oars, making it hard to discern what secrets lay hidden in this cave. The heartbeat grew louder. It was not just a sound. Lu Yuan could feel a distinct vibration beneath his feet. With each thud the ground trembled slightly, as if the entire mine was breathing in sync with that rhythm. No, not like it. It was indeed breathing. This mine was alive. Rationality 1. 5870 and rationality was rapidly declining with the increase of deep blue dense gray-white text warnings constantly appearing. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within, ignoring the warnings. Moreover, a headache began again as images from the dream flashed back, forcing Lu Yuan to drink another bottle of intermediate holy water. Rationality 7. 6570, a wave of clarity surged within him, making Lu Yuan feel somewhat better. The reserves far exceed expectations. Marcus' voice suddenly rang out. Lu Yuan looked up to see Marcus stopped ahead, the red light in his mechanical eye flashing wildly. A hint of unmistakable excitement appeared on the half-human face. It seems the intel was accurate, Marcus murmured, his voice trembling with suppressed emotion. Alice frowned, her voice heavy. Something is very wrong here. Since we entered, my sixth sense hasn't stopped. Alice paused, looking at the surrounding glowing, deep blue danger. It's everywhere. Philip at the back remained silent, pressing his hand against the holy emblem, his lips moving slightly. Only then did he speak. The gaze of the angels still cannot reach here. His voice was calm, but Lu Yuan sensed the gravity behind it. As a priest of the church, Philip had some connection with the angels, but here that connection seemed to be severed. A place where even angels could not pry. What could possibly be hidden? Yet the leading Marcus did not stop, and the others had no intention of turning back. Each person who came here had made their final psychological preparations on the Abyss Hunter. The team continued deeper, 300 meters, 400 meters, it was hard to tell how long they advanced. The others began to feel discomfort in this dreamlike and bizarre place, during which the church attendants consumed 2 bottles of holy water. Finally, the mind began to widen. From initially accommodating only 3 or 4 people side by side, it could now allow the judicator to pass through without obstruction. Further ahead, the space continued to expand. Lu Yuan looked up, the dome was gone. Above was only endless darkness, the blue light failing to reach there, as if it were an entrance to the void. The ground beneath their feet had changed, no longer rough rock, but completely covered in oars pulsing faintly underfoot. The blue light surged from all directions, too bright to bear. Lu Yuan couldn't help but squint, trying to see ahead, but the next moment he stopped. Everywhere there was those translucent blue crystals were piled upon each other, forming walls and coalescing into columns, and so on. Lu Yuan's pupils slightly contracted. This was not a pileup. It was a wrapping. Through the refracted light of the Lu Yuan saw a silhouette. The outline of a stone pillar. Dozens of stone pillars thicker than the iron whale were hidden beneath this translucent or faintly etched with something distorted under the refraction of blue light, making it difficult to discern. Those were runes. Lu Yuan recognized that style. Similar symbols were carved on the altar in the dream of the other world belonging to the deep-sea church. Lu Yuan's gaze traveled up along the stone pillars. Higher up, he saw behind hiding a towering dark temple. Its scale exceeded imagination. The dome supported by the stone pillars vanished into darkness. The blue crystals wrapped the entire structure like a cocoon, the runes flickering in and out of visibility under the refraction like an ancient kingdom slumbering in the deep sea. Majestic, solemn, even terrifying. At this moment, Lu Yuan finally understood. This was never a mine. These oars were not any kind of treasure. This was the secretion of that mother, the injured mother, nurturing herself within this temple, secreting these crystals, wrapping herself and the temple together layer upon layer for an unknown number of years. Until today, until they intruded. Lu Yuan's breath halted for a moment. You have entered the temple, you have glimpsed what should not be seen, you have taken a troubled step in the exploration of forbidden knowledge. Reason 310. 1570. The gray-white text flickered, the long silent experience points of reason surged forward significantly. He had no time to think. Because he saw the center of the cavern. There it had been cleared, revealing the black rock ground below, as if someone had deliberately cleared out a sacrificial area within this space wrapped in blue light. And in the center of the area stood a stepped altar towering prominently. The altar was pyramid-shaped, rising in layers at least 7 or 8 levels high, each level carved full of runes faintly glowing under the blue light. Behind the altar, a wide passage extended deeper. That passage had also been mined with the oars neatly cut, the end of the passage shrouded in darkness, unseen and unfathomable. The heartbeat sound emanated from there. At this moment, 3 figures in gray robes stood at the top of the altar facing the cave entrance, as if they had been waiting for a long time. The one in the lead slowly spoke. His voice carried a strange rhythm. Welcome guests from Grim Harbor. As he spoke, the murky blue light flickered in his eye sockets. The mother has been waiting for you. Marcus' mechanical eye glowed red, gears spinning rapidly. Alice had already lifted her war hammer, lightning crackling on the hammer head, snapping and popping. The device in the chest of the judge began to warm up, emitting a deep hum, steam billowing from the seams. The neophytes spread out their arms, transforming weapons at the ready. The deacon of the church raised the holy emblem, golden light, starting to coalesce. But the gray-robed figure made no move. He simply stood on the altar looking down at everyone, as if observing a group of prey that had walked into a trap. But to see the mother, he paused. At least survive first. The moment his voice dropped, the ground began to tremble, not from the faint tremors of heartbeat sounds, but from true vibrations. It felt as if the entire underground space was on the verge of collapse. Warning: large-scale ritual traces detected, anomalous biological reactions in the underground. The sudden tremor caused Lu Yuan to stagger, and Gray quickly supported him, then stood in front of him. The ground around the altar began to sprout countless cracks, thick blue liquid oozing from the crevices. Then countless tentacles surged wildly from the fissures. Their size was greater than anything seen on the way here, the bottommost part, even as thick as an adult's torso. They twisted and coiled madly, numerous tentacles entwined together, ultimately forming a mountain of tentacles, its surface writhing continuously, gradually shaping into a cocoon-like entity as the heartbeat sound accelerated. Thud, thud. The mass of intertwined tentacles had already reached several meters, yet it continued to grow and spread, occasionally revealing something that opened and then closed within the mass of flesh. Were those eyes? Lu Yuan attempted to shift his gaze, but he had already seen it. Witnessed a deeply mutated entity. Warning: reason, judgment in progress. Judgment failed. Reason 5. 4570. Reason seemed to flow away like water, as if something was tearing at his brain, whispering, murmuring, calling from the depths of his consciousness. Lu Yuan's vision blurred. The scene before him was distorting. Lu Yuan heard the song of the deep sea calling to him, urging him to approach, to touch that mass of flesh, making him. A muffled groan came from beside him. Lu Yuan's consciousness was pulled back a little, barely turning his head, only to find that it was not just him. Others around were also experiencing severe mental collapse. Gray knelt on one knee, hands clasped over his head, his body trembling violently. Alice half knelt on the ground, using her war hammer to support herself, the lightning flickering as her lips turned pale, blood vessels spreading at the corners of her eyes. Ed and Leonard had already collapsed, curled up on the ground, emitting painful moans. Not just them. Even the modified neophytes were having problems. Some held their heads, some knelt on the ground, and even mechanical arms twitched uncontrollably, suppressed groans escaping from beneath the bird-beaked masks, bodies under the black robes convulsing. Even Marcus' movements had come to a halt. Pain flashed in the human eye, the red glow of the mechanical eye flickered violently, as if disturbed. The sound of gears turning became intermittent. Everyone was being corroded by pollution. Lu Yuan struggled to stay upright, glancing around. Only one person remained standing. Philip. But at this moment his state was also extremely dangerous, his face pale, eyes tightly shut, sweat trickling down his forehead, his hand pressed firmly against the holy emblem, pale golden light flickering around him like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. But he still stood. Philip. Lu Yuan shouted with all his might. What are you waiting for? Lu Yuan was unclear what means Philip had left, but at this moment, the only hope of protecting those around them lay with the church. Upon hearing this, Philip's body shuddered, as if suddenly awakened. His bloodshot eyes scanned the surroundings, and with a grit of his teeth, he pulled out a scroll from his bosom. The scroll was yellowish all over with singed edges, and the runes on it emitted a faint golden light. The next moment, Philip tore it open. Golden light erupted. A phantom rose from the scroll, hazy and indistinct, yet exuding an unparalleled aura of holiness. The outline of 6 wings flickered in the radiance, and in the next moment, the holy light spread. Like a tide, it spread from Philip's position, enveloping everyone around. The tentacles halted at the edge of the holy light. As if an invisible barrier kept the pollution at bay, Lu Yuan felt the whispers in his mind vanish. The headache subsided, and his vision became clear once more. You have received the blessing of the sky. Affects immunity to some pollution for half an hour. Substantial enhancement of mental resilience and physical strengthening. Mental stability 10. 5. 3. 5870. The gray-white text flickered incessantly, indicating that mental stability was rising at a visibly rapid pace. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, feeling strength returning to his limbs. Others also escaped the danger of mental collapse. Gray stood up. Alice gripped her war hammer tightly, the lightning stabilizing once more, and the descendants shakily got back on their feet, their mechanical arms resuming operation. Only Philip's complexion grew worse. He stared at the ash remnants of the scroll in his hand, his heart wrenched in agony. Marcus. Philip glared at Marcus ahead, roaring, what are you still doing? Marcus' mechanical eye whirred, the red light stabilizing once again. On that half-human face, there was a glimpse of madness, as if something had been captured from the recent pollution. Judicator. His voice was as cold as iron. "Lift the restrictions. Open fire." Upon hearing this, the Judicator stepped forward. The device on its chest completed preheating steam surged forth with a sharp whistle. In the next moment, a crimson beam shot forth with a thunderous roar. It aimed directly at the indescribable mass of flesh. The crimson beam tore through the air, instantly penetrating the blood cocoon formed by the tentacles. The struck flesh instantly vaporized, emitting a series of shrill cries, the acrid odor spreading rapidly. The surface of the blood cocoon was burned through, creating a massive cavity. The splattered blue blood continued to surge, but quickly transformed into a strange mist rising into the air. Despite the beam's tremendous power, the wound it caused was simply too small, hardly enough in the face of the nearly endless tentacles. Tentacles surged from all sides, filling the cavity, and the flesh began to regrow at a visible speed. But the Judicator did not halt. Heavy footsteps crushed the mineral ground, and the entire body continued to push forward, steam gushing from the joints, the sound of gears turning echoing throughout the space. In the next moment, the armor on its body began to unfold, the metallic shell on its back splitting open, and a skeletal structure slowly rose, resembling some sort of folded mechanical spine. The metallic skeleton was engraved with dense runes glowing a dark red under the scorching steam. Both arms transformed simultaneously. The shell of the right arm fell away, revealing a rotating saw blade inside its teeth, stained with dark red rust, which then began to spin, the speed increasing to produce a shrill whine. The left arm extended, a thick needle connected to a metallic canister at the waist, the silvery liquid inside swaying with the Judicator's movements. With a boom, the leg apparatus of the Judicator expelled a more violent burst of steam, and in the next moment, its body accelerated sharply like a cannonball, crashing forward. The saw blade swept across, flesh flying everywhere. Tentacles were sliced into pieces upon contact, blue blood splattering in all directions. The Judicator advanced through the rain of blood, the saw blade spinning relentlessly, grinding everything in its path into mush. At this moment, tentacles surged from other angles, attempting to ensnare the Judicator, but the runes on its back lit up. The dark red light flickered, and as the tentacles touched the armor, a sizzling sound erupted, as if being scorched by a branding iron, and they instantly withered. The Judicator broke free from its bindings, the needle on its left arm piercing into a thick tentacle. With the injection of the silvery liquid, the flesh began to rot and rapidly spread outward, the aberration emitting sharper shrieks, its entire body trembling, ultimately having to abandon the contaminated tentacle. Yet the Judicator continued to advance, swinging the saw blade forcibly, tearing a bloody path through the massive tentacles. Lu Yuan watched this scene, his pupils contracting slightly. The Judicator's combat power had completely surpassed the understanding of the extraordinary system. With indestructible armor and terrifying speed, even if two more Alices were to join, it would not be enough to fell it right. Perhaps only old Morgan's structural knowledge could contend with such a steel behemoth. The Judicator completely abandoned defense. Even when struck by tentacles, it did not pause. The runes flickered, sealing the wounds with scalding steam, continuing to push forward, relying solely on pure offense to restrain the ever-twisting tentacles. Meanwhile, the two descendants beside Marcus moved simultaneously. One on the left and one on the right, they flanked from both sides, coordinating with the Judicator's assault, their movements synchronized, as if they had rehearsed beforehand. One descendant's arm extended, a long blade glinting coldly, responsible for intercepting the tentacles that sought to ensnare the Judicator's flank. The blade flashed repeatedly, severing the tentacles and clearing a larger space for the Judicator to attack. The other descendant's arm ended in a metallic container. He did not engage in combat, but skillfully caught every drop of the splattered blue blood, ensuring not a single drop was missed. Marcus stood at the back, remaining still, his mechanical eye continuously scanning the entire battlefield. But Lu Yuan noticed that his gaze was not on the aberration. The barrier of the scroll is nearly at its limit. Philip's voice came through, tinged with anxiety. Although the Judicator's combat power was formidable, there would inevitably be a time of fatigue. If they did not retreat, soon they would ultimately face destruction. Lu Yuan turned back to see Philip's face, pale veins popping on his forehead, the holy light barrier around him thinning, resembling diluted milk, the golden white glow fading. As the words fell, the holy light receded like a tide, shrinking from the edges toward the center until it completely vanished. Once again, everyone was exposed in the space, shrouded by blue light. Warning witnessed, deeply aberrant entity, mental judgment, in progress, judgment failed. Mental stability 1. 15670. The gray-white text flickered once more, and Lu Yuan felt the whispers in his mind beginning again. But it was not as violent as before, and the rate of mental decline slowed significantly. Clearly, the previous blessing from the heavens had provided an extremely strong enhancement. Alice looked at Marcus, who still stood in place, then at the struggling Judicator, gripping her warhammer and charging forward. "Marcus, you better move quickly." As her words fell, lightning flickered on the hammer's head, smashing down to crush an approaching tentacle. Alice positioned herself at the side and back of the Judicator, using the scroll's enhancement to block most of the attacks coming from behind. At this moment, Gray had already raised a large caliber weapon standing in front of Lu Yuan, blasting apart the tentacles that attempted to sneak attack. Philip and the two attendants raised the holy emblem, barely creating a small protective area. The tentacles were finally enraged. The central cocoon-like body shook violently, and all the eyes within the gaps of the tentacles opened simultaneously, directed towards the Judicator. Those pitch-black eyes carried a hint of human anger. In the next moment, the method of attack changed. A giant tentacle swept towards him, moving at incredible speed, striking the Judicator like a whip. The Judicator raised his chainsaw blade to block the metal colliding with flesh, producing a dull thud, and his entire body was pushed back half a step. Before the Judicator could steady himself, the ground suddenly cracked open. Tentacles shot up from beneath, launching an indiscriminate attack not only on the Judicator, but also on Lu Yuan and others in the distance. Aiden was nearly impaled, but Leonard pulled him away just in time, and the two tumbled to the ground. The surface of the cocoon began to spray a viscous blue liquid. The liquid splashed onto the ground, sizzling and smoking as it corroded the minerals, creating numerous pits. A few drops splattered onto Alice's arm, but despite the blessing helping to shield her, she still let out a muffled groan as her skin turned red and swollen. But she did not retreat. Old Morgan's words echoed in her mind. If this is indeed related to the Deep Sea Church, you must investigate the source of the pollution thoroughly. Old Morgan had given her his badge. The emblem of the moon and firearms would link to the life of the wearer. Should Alice die, the headquarters would receive the message of Old Morgan has fallen. At that time, at least one fifth-tier extraordinary being would come to investigate. That was the combat power stationed at the provincial level. Old Morgan did not say more, but Alice understood his meaning. A task that could compel Old Morgan to stake his life from the very beginning was never intended to let her return alive. She had long been prepared. Alice continued to swing her warhammer, empowered by lightning, constantly crushing the approaching tentacles. In the next moment, a tentacle as thick as a person suddenly shot up from the ground. It moved so fast it was almost indistinguishable. The tentacle coiled around the Judicator's waist, tightening, suddenly lifting his entire heavy body off the ground. The Judicator was lifted despite the runes flashing wildly and burning the surface of the tentacle. That tentacle was too thick to care about such minor burns. It dragged the Judicator swiftly towards the flesh and blood core. More tentacles surged in, wrapping around the Judicator's legs, entangling his chainsaw arm and injection needle. The left arm connected to the silver potion can was tightly wrapped by two tentacles, unable to move. The Judicator's chainsaw blade spun wildly, severing the tentacles entangled around his legs, but he could not reach his left arm. He was being dragged away. Damn it. Seeing this, Alice rushed forward without hesitation. At the same time, the blade bearer moved. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, lunged towards the tentacle as thick as a person. Alice's warhammer struck down, lightning erupted, creating a noticeable charred crack on the surface of the tentacle. The blade bearer's long blade struck repeatedly, specifically targeting the two tentacles that were wrapping around the Judicator's left arm. The tentacles broke apart. The Judicator's injection needle regained its freedom. He did not hesitate. His left arm thrust forward the injection needle, plunging deeply into the thick tentacle. The silver potion was injected. The tentacle trembled violently, rotting from the point of injection, flesh turning gray and white before decaying and falling off. The entanglement loosened, and the Judicator fell heavily to the ground, steam billowing as he regained his footing. But the blade bearer was not so fortunate. The moment he severed the tentacle, he was fully exposed from the side. A tentacle pierced through his abdomen from an angle he could not see. There was no scream, only a muffled groan. The blade bearer's sense of pain had long since vanished with the modifications. The tentacle no longer sought to drag him away, but began to absorb. The blade bearer's body visibly shrank, skin collapsing, flesh withering. The mechanical arm still flailed as if struggling instinctively, but the movements grew slower and weaker. The black robe collapsed, leaving only a desiccated corpse and broken mechanical parts. No one went to save him. Marcus merely glanced once before averting his gaze. Another blade bearer continued to collect blood, moving without pause. The Judicator continued to unleash his attacks, as if nothing had happened. Lu Yuan watched this scene, understanding in his heart what the Ascension Society was. With the death of one blade bearer, the battle grew increasingly desperate. The Judicator's offensive was fierce, but the regeneration speed of the tentacles was equally astonishing. Severed tentacles regrew, decaying flesh healed, and the cocoon-like body was even larger than before. Alice was covered in wounds, and the lightning aura began to stabilize. Philip's holy light grew weaker. Only Marcus remained standing in the rear, unmoving, his mechanical eye scanning continuously, red light flickering. Lu Yuan followed his gaze. He was not looking at the aberration. He was looking at the altar, at the three gray-robed figures on the altar. Lu Yuan frowned, also directing his gaze there. The gray-robed figures did not participate in the battle from start to finish. They stood atop the altar, looking down with a watchful gaze. but their hands were moving. Trembling slightly, their fingers traced some invisible trajectory, lips moving as though reciting something. Whenever their movements quickened, the aberration's attacks became more ferocious. Whenever their movements slowed, the onslaught of the aberration would weaken. Lu Yuan understood. The gray-robed figures were controlling this entity, and their gaze was always directed towards the passage behind the altar. What were they waiting for? At that moment, the heartbeat changed. No longer a deep rumble, but a thunderous sound. Boom, as if something had awakened. All the minerals lit up simultaneously. Blinding blue light flooded the entire space. Lu Yuan instinctively closed his eyes, but the light pierced through his eyelids, still stinging his eyeballs. When Lu Yuan forced himself to endure the discomfort and opened his eyes again, the surrounding minerals had changed, becoming transparent. Those originally translucent blue crystals were now as clear as glass, exposing everything they wrapped around except for this majestic underground temple. Lu Yuan's gaze pierced through the minerals, looking towards the passage behind the altar. There was a winding passage leading upwards, previously obscured by layers of minerals, making it hard to see clearly. But now at the end of the passage, where the blue light was most intense, a heart, a massive heart, a heart comparable to the clusters of tentacles. Wrapped in countless blood-red tentacles, it floated at the end of the passage, beating violently. With each beat, the entire temple trembled. With each beat, the blue light of the minerals brightened a fraction. With each beat, Lu Yuan's sanity diminished a fraction. Warning: the source of pollution is awakening. Please move away immediately, or it will cause essential aberration. Although Lu Yuan had never seen this heart, in the dream of aberration, he had heard this familiar heartbeat countless times. This was the source of the aberration dream, the source of everything. Sanity 3. 50-70, that is. Mother. Alice's voice trembled. Mother worshipped by the deep-sea church. The heart. The gray-robed figures, upon seeing this, all knelt at the altar, their expressions fervent, chanting wildly. They no longer controlled the aberration. They were welcoming, they were worshipping. The attacks of the tentacles also weakened. The mass of flesh formed by the tentacles seemed to sense something, all eyes turning towards the direction of the heart. It was also waiting for the awakening of the mother. Just as everyone was stunned by the heart, Marcus moved. His mechanical eye flashed wildly, gears spinning at high speed, producing a piercing sound, steam spraying from the gaps in his body, enveloping him in white mist. The half of his face, still human, revealed an expression Lu Yuan had never seen before. Pure burning, nearly mad fervor. That's it. Marcus' voice trembled, not from fear, but from excitement. That's it. He took a step forward, towards the heart. This leader of the Ascension Society, who had always hidden in the background, observing coldly, finally revealed his true purpose. Marcus stirred. His body emitted a piercing screech, the sound of overloaded gears, and on the mechanical half of his face a red light flickered wildly, as if an alarm was about to sound. Steam erupted. White mist surged from every seam of his body, expanding and swirling around him like a cloak of steam. Even from a distance of several meters, Lu Yuan could feel the air warping. A heat wave rushed towards him. The ground trembled, and from the cracks of the ore beneath his feet, countless tentacles suddenly erupted, as if stimulated, madly rushing towards Marcus. But Marcus was already aware. With a stomp of his foot, he transformed into a white meteor, not charging at the tentacled aberration, but leaping over it, directly dashing towards the upward winding passage behind the altar. The tentacles emerging from the ground were instantly scalded as they stretched out, sizzling and twisting back. The tentacles that lunged from the sides disintegrated upon meeting the steam, unable to impede his progress. He's gone mad. Alice's voice was filled with shock. Philip remained silent, only tightening his grip on the holy emblem, a faint golden light flickering between his fingers. Lu Yuan stared deep into the passage. The heart was inside, the source of the aberrant dream. If it was not resolved, the aberrant dream would never cease. He would become like Lazone, or worse. Philip, Lu Yuan said, looking at the retreating Marcus, his voice calm. Philip glanced at him, saying nothing, as the holy emblem glowed, a layer of faint golden light enveloping Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took out the last 3 bottles of intermediate holy water, tilted his head back, and drank them all at once. Rationality 7. 70. You have received the blessing of the angels, stabilizing your rationality for a short time. With his left hand gripping the timing device, his right hand drew out an exorcism powder. What are you going to do? Gray grasped Lu Yuan's shoulder, frowning. Lu Yuan did not respond, merely breaking free from Gray's hold. The next moment, he dashed out, accompanied by the click of the timing device. The world slowed down. Everything around him seemed to sink into a quagmire. The sounds dulled, movements slowed, yet Lu Yuan walked within the accelerating time. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Marcus' steam transformed into slowly spreading white mist, the squirming of the tentacles resembling a slow-motion replay, and Alice's turned head froze halfway in her motion. In his vision, the trajectory of the powder was clear, slicing through the air, traversing over writhing tentacles, accurately landing at the center of that mass of flesh. Boom! It was as if a sun had risen underground. Blinding light instantly engulfed everything, and a scorching wave spread out like a shockwave, the holy power detonating within the temple, as if to purify all the filth here. All the tentacles trembled simultaneously, twisting, contracting, and retreating in madness, as if scalded. The path to the heart was finally opened. Marcus seized this opportunity. Steam erupted once more, his figure instantly rushing through the distance, plunging into the ore passage behind the altar. Lu Yuan followed closely. It was a semi-transparent passage entirely formed of deep blue ore. The passage wound upwards, blue light flowing through the ore, making the path ahead somewhat unclear. The moment Marcus stepped onto the passage, dense tentacles spread out from the cracks in the ore, blocking the way. But Marcus did not stop. His mechanical arm swung out, the steam enveloped in terrifying power, forcefully smashing a path. The force emitted with each punch was even more terrifying than that of the Inquisitor. Lu Yuan followed behind, the blue light in the passage growing brighter, bright enough to be blinding. His headache intensified. The images from the aberrant dream flickered incessantly in his mind. Rationality 2. 6470, but Lu Yuan did not stop. He had to enter and figure out what all of this truly was. Finally, at the end of the passage, Marcus halted. Lu Yuan stopped as well. Eyes. Countless eyes. At this moment, they all opened wide. Behind the semi-transparent, or was not just the heart. The heart was merely a part of it. It was larger, as colossal as the temple hidden in darkness. The scene in front of Lu Yuan began to distort his mind, no longer processing the images before him. Unbeholdable, unnameable, unfathomable. His eyes bled and his body trembled. Warning: unnameable entity detected. Direct observation will lead to rationality collapse, resulting in irreversible aberration. Warning: rationality barrier at limit. Warning: rationality barrier collapsing. 03 Rationality 1170. Lu Yuan's consciousness began to blur. His rationality was on the verge of shattering. Marcus also paused. The guy who had transformed himself beyond recognition, the red light on the mechanical half of his face flickered even more frantically, as if on the edge of collapse. But the next moment, a scent of meat wafted over. This caused the nearly collapsing Lu Yuan to muster his remaining rationality. Why would there be such a smell? It was emanating from Marcus. He seemed to be prepared. In an unconscious state, the mechanical skeleton on him began to burn, red flames roiling. The intense heat instantly cooked the remaining human parts on him. Flesh began to curl and fall off in large chunks, even his bones gradually changing color. At this moment, Marcus finally locked onto his last shred of rationality, his form once more in motion. The eye that still resembled a human glimmered with the final trace of fervor before bursting. Striding forward, Marcus charged towards the heart. His mechanical arm transformed, extending a golden needle. The needle was inscribed with runes glowing softly, and the next moment it plunged into the heart. The heart quivered violently. The entire temple began to shake. Although it had only pierced the edge, its massive size still caused a torrent of blue blood to spurt from the wound. Marcus aimed a small vial at the wound, catching the liquid. At the moment Marcus breached the heart's defenses, the countless eyes that had been hidden behind the ore gradually closed. One by one, slowly and heavily, as if falling back into slumber. The overwhelming tentacles also ceased their squirming. They stopped attacking, drooping to the ground, as if drained of all strength. The entire temple fell into an eerie silence for a moment. Lu Yuan's mind was blank at this point, but his Bodis instinct still drove him forward, rushing towards the heart, where the wound from the golden needle still bled. He pulled out an empty holy water bottle. He caught some of the deep blue liquid, corked it, and stowed it away. Item obtained: blood, small amount. Lu Yuan had no time to glance at the prompt that appeared before him. His remaining instincts urged him to flee, yet his rationality was about to hit zero, and his body had reached its limit. As the timing device shut down, Lu Yuan could no longer hold on, his vision blurred, consciousness dispersing. Just then a mechanical hand grasped him. It is Marcus. At this moment, apart from his head, every other part of Marcus has been mechanized with flesh and blood, almost entirely shed, revealing the intricate metallic skeleton and gears beneath. He carried Lu Yuan on his shoulder. The mechanical skeleton was still burning. The high temperature penetrated through the clothing, directly scorching Lu Yuan's abdomen. The skin was burning and the flesh was curling. It hurt, a piercing pain. Yet Lu Yuan couldn't even cry out. His consciousness had become extremely blurry, and he could only allow Marcus to carry him as they dashed toward the exit of the passage. With every step Marcus took, mechanical parts emitted a grinding sound. Yet his speed did not slow down, charging straight out of the passage. Meanwhile, the gray-robed man on the altar changed his expression drastically. You actually desecrated Mother. His voice was sharp and mad. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. But before he could finish his words, their figures began to twist uncontrollably, their bodies swelling and deforming as if something was being drawn out from them. An invisible force imprisoned them there, no matter how they struggled in madness. At this moment, Alice had also approached the winding upward passage. As the tentacles no longer writhed, Alice finally freed her hands. She saw Marcus carrying Lu Yuan rushing out, and immediately went to meet them. What happened to him? Marcus did not answer, only handing Lu Yuan to Alice. As Alice took Lu Yuan, she instantly felt the high temperature beneath his clothing and the smell of burnt flesh. Her expression changed, but she did not ask further, pulling Lu Yuan and running toward the entrance of the mine. On the other side, the descendant also lifted Marcus, quickly evacuating with the already deformed mechanical monster. The judge collapsed at the foot of the altar, nearly scrapped. The metallic body was riddled with cracks, steam pipes broken, and liquid spraying everywhere. Ed, Gray, Leonard, and 2 attendants rushed forward, grabbing the judge's limbs and desperately dragging this heavy iron lump away. As everyone frantically ran upward, the temple shook. No, the entire island was shaking. The passage began to collapse, or fell from the ceiling, crashing to the ground with a loud noise. But more terrifying was that those deep blue ores began to recongeal. They grew from the walls, the ground, from every angle, aiming to fill the cave completely. The spread of the ores was accelerating. Hurry, hurry, Alice screamed. Everyone ran desperately. The passage behind them was being filled inch by inch with ore. The steps beneath their feet began to collapse. Philip was at the front, the light of the holy emblem still flickering, illuminating the path ahead for everyone. Alice carried Lu Yuan, following closely behind Philip, with the descendant trailing Marcus. Only a few people dragging the judge remained at the back. The entrance of the mine was just ahead. Light streamed in. It was the sky outside. Philip was the first to charge out. Then it was Alice carrying Lu Yuan. Just as they all burst out of the cave, a tremendous rumbling sound came from behind. The ore had filled the cave, sealing the entrance to the underground temple once again with the glowing deep blue. Everyone collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sunlight was blinding. As Lu Yuan was dragged out of the mine, his consciousness was already mostly blurred. He was laid flat on the beach by Alice, and the moment his back touched the ground, a sharp pain made him groan. His vision was blurry, and there was a buzzing in his ears. Lu Yuan could only barely distinguish the shadows of people moving around him. The surroundings were in disarray. Marcus' mechanical body had completely powered down. Those mechanical eyes that once glowed red were now dull. The gears had stopped turning, and there wasn't a trace of white mist in the steam pipes. He lay like an abandoned iron shell carried on the shoulder of a descendant. The judge's condition was no better. That massive body slumped to the ground, the runes on its back completely extinguished, steam pipes damaged in several places, exposing the charred metallic skeleton inside. Ed and Gray supported him from either side, while Leonard and the attendants pushed from behind. Together, they barely managed to drag this steel beast. Philip, however, knelt some distance away, trembling all over as he supported himself with his hands on the ground. His holy power was already exhausted, his face pale, lacking the strength to stand, while the remaining attendants squatted beside him, equally weak. Alice was the only one who could still move normally, her enhanced body granted by flesh and blood far surpassing that of ordinary people. She stood among everyone, scanning each person with her gaze, quickly assessing the current situation. After the heart in the depths of the cave ceased to beat, the entire island became eerily quiet, with only the heavy breathing of everyone remaining. The sand beneath their feet no longer writhed. Those tentacles that had once surged from the ground had all stopped extending, as if drained of all their strength. The blue light at the entrance of the mine also dimmed. The once blinding, or now only emitted a faint glow, as if it could turn into a rock at any moment. Alice raised her head, looking toward the distant sky. Dark clouds were gathering. They were sweeping in from all directions, as if something was driving them away. The once blinding sunlight was being swallowed bit by bit, and the sky was darkening at a visible rate. A storm was coming. Alice looked around and decisively made a decision. Get on the boat. Her voice was hoarse. Leave immediately. The process of boarding was somewhat chaotic. After Alice and Gray lifted Lu Yuan onto the deck, they had to free their hands to help lift the judge. The descendants guarding the deck did not assist, tending to the fire on their own. At this moment, the waves had started to surge, and the Abyss Hunter began to sway with the waves. The descendants first placed Marcus and the judge in the cabin, with Marcus's mechanical body being set in a corner, unmoving like a pile of scrap metal. The device that could originally emit steam and red light was now completely silent, with only the occasional sound of metal contracting, proving it had not yet completely scrapped. The judge was propped against the cabin wall, his massive body occupying half of the cabin. The thick armor was covered with dents left by the tentacles, with several spots even pierced through, exposing the intricate pipes and gears inside. Lu Yuan was handed over to Gray by Alice. Treat his wounds. Alice dropped this line and hurriedly walked toward the captain's room. Gray nodded, laying Lu Yuan flat on a bed. The burns on his abdomen were more severe than expected, with clothing and flesh adhered together, prompting Gray to carefully cut the fabric with a dagger. Lu Yuan felt as if he was in a half-asleep state, his body seemingly gone, vaguely hearing the movements around him. Some of the flesh has already necrosed. Gray's voice was low. It needs to be cut off. Without caring whether Lu Yuan could hear him, Gray began to act. His movements were very skilled as he excised the necrotic tissue, applied medication, and bandaged everything in one go. After treating the wound, Gray looked toward Philip in the corner. "Philip, can you move?" Philip barely lifted his head, his face still pale, but he managed to support himself to stand. He and the attendant walked to Lu Yuan's bedside, placing their hands on his chest, their lips moving slightly as they recited a short prayer. A faint golden light seeped from his palms, weak enough to be almost invisible, but when it fell on Lu Yuan, it instantly brought back some of his drifting consciousness, followed by pain, a tearing pain. "This is all I can do for now." Philip withdrew his hand, his voice weak. "The holy power needs time to recover." Gray nodded, saying nothing more. All that could be done had been done. Lu Yuan would have to rely on himself. A deep rumble echoed from the deck, the sound of the engine starting up. The steam pipes roared as the ship trembled slightly, and the Abyss hunter began to slowly sail away from the harbor. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, gazing through the porthole at the island gradually receding. Dark clouds had completely descended, gathering from all directions, squeezing the entire sky, and not a single ray of sunlight could be seen in the distance. Alice's sixth sense was still frantically sending warnings. They did not come from the island. They came from the depths of the sea. Something was lurking below. Lu Yuan's consciousness gradually sank with the swaying of the cabin. The intense pain in his abdomen felt distant, as if separated by a layer of water. His half-closed eyes gradually lost focus, and Philip's prayers became a distant echo. Then everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar black sea appeared before him. A different dream. Here again. But this time, it felt different. Lu Yuan tried to move his fingers. He could move. He raised his arm, clenched his fist, feeling every part of his body without any issue. Even the wounds he had outside had disappeared. This was also the first time he had complete control over his body in the different dream. Moreover, he even had a sense that he could wake up at any moment. He could leave here whenever he wanted. The shackles of the different dream had vanished. It seemed that the owner of that massive heart was indeed the creator of the different dream. Lu Yuan stood up and looked around. Beneath his feet was the beach he had stood on countless times before, the grayish-white sand glimmering coldly under the moonlight. He bent down to pick up a handful of sand, and the fine grains slipped through his fingers, feeling cool and real. The wreck of the iron whale was still stranded among the nearby rocks, its rusty hull resembling the skeleton of a giant beast, with gaping holes still shocking to behold. Lu Yuan walked along the beach towards the altar. The altar remained in its place with layers of stone steps extending upward, but the blood-soaked patterns had now dried, glimmering with a faint golden hue under the moonlight. He reached out to touch the runes, feeling a cool sensation at his fingertips, but something unusual occurred. The entire island seemed to have been restored to some primordial state. But the biggest change was that no one was there. The figures that had stood in a row on the distant beach were gone, and there was no one around the altar. The gray-robed figures that had once chanted in the different dream had vanished. The entire island was left with just him. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering the events of this island journey. Most of the scenes in the different dream matched up: the iron whale, the gray-robed figures, the immense heartbeat deep within the mine. The only issue was the last thing he saw, the tentacles stretching out from the deep sea, as well as the number of gray-robed figures. Among the 3 gray-robed figures in the mine, one seemed to know something waiting for everyone in advance, and the thing summoned was only of a captain-level combat strength at most. The other 2 had been squatting on the altar, refusing to come down, controlling the massive tentacle without any intention of obstructing. The tentacle's attack seemed fierce, but they were always confined to the central area. If Lu Yuan were in control, he would have crushed the Chuch's people first. Then whether it was the judge or Marcus, unless they fled immediately, they would certainly perish on the spot. However, when Marcus charged towards the heart, the noticeably thicker tentacle in the passage did not deliberately attempt to obstruct him, as if it was intentionally allowing them to pass. What puzzled Lu Yuan the most was whether such a being could truly be blocked from its gaze simply through blessings. Those eyes opened and closed, yet did not kill any intruders. What exactly was wrong? Lu Yuan could not figure out the answer. However, the different dream was definitely coming to an end. He could feel the space thinning like a layer of foam about to shatter. A wave of fatigue washed over him, and Lu Yuan decided to wake up voluntarily. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of a figure out of the corner of his eye. Lu Yuan turned his head sharply. He saw a man standing on a nearby rock. The sea breeze fluttered his clothes, but his figure remained motionless like a statue. He faced away from the moonlight, his face hidden in shadow, as if intentionally blurred by some force. Lu Yuan squinted to see his face clearly, but could only make out a distorted phantom. Yet his attire was very clear. It was the uniform exclusive to the night watchers, a long black coat with a collar embroidered with a moon, and an eye somewhat tattered and worn at the edges as if it had been worn for a long time. Lu Yuan's heart stirred as he recalled the deceased Gavin on the island, and he attempted to call out Gavin. The man did not respond. He simply turned around, slowly facing Lu Yuan, yet his face remained blurred. Then he spoke, his voice intermittent, as if coming from a great distance like whispers soaked in seawater. Every word carried a strange echo resonating in Lu Yuan's ears. This place is just the beginning. The island is just a part of the plan. Grim Harbor is the real. The words were cut off. A tentacle emerged silently from the depths of the sea, wrapping around the man's waist. The man did not struggle. He merely glanced towards Lu Yuan before sinking into the water. That gaze pierced through the blurred face, carrying an indescribable emotion. Was it a warning, a plea, or something else? Lu Yuan had no time to discern. The sea closed in and the man vanished. Then the different dream shattered. Lu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. At the edge of his vision, familiar gray and white text flickered. Rationality 3-6, 2170. The experience points added here were from facing the tentacle. There was no increase in rationality when facing the heart. The rationality limit had not decreased, but experience was not increasing. This was the first time the values remained unchanged, the different dream. It seemed to have truly ended. As his consciousness returned, the severe pain in his abdomen surged again, and Lu Yuan could not help but want to turn over, but his body would not obey. His limbs felt as if filled with lead, too heavy to lift. However, strangely, his head no longer hurt. In the past, when rationality was consumed by more than half, Lu Yuan would feel as if his head was about to explode. That kind of pain from countless needles piercing through made it nearly impossible to think. But now, aside from the lingering pain from the burns in his abdomen, his mind was clearer than ever. Don't move. Gray's voice came from beside him. Lu Yuan turned his eyes and saw Gray sitting on the chair beside the bed, leaning against the wall, resting. You're severely injured, Gray said calmly. I gave you some medicine. Oh, it's normal not to be able to exert strength for now. Lu Yuan opened his mouth to say something, but his throat was dry and he only emitted a hoarse sound. Gray handed him a water pouch. Drink some water first. Lu Yuan took a few sips from Gray's hand. The cold water slid down his throat, finally allowing him to regain a bit of his voice. Outside, before he could finish, the ship shook violently. Lu Yuan's body almost slid off the bed, but thankfully Gray acted quickly, pressing him down. The water pouch at the bedside rolled onto the floor, spilling water everywhere. What's going on? Lu Yuan frowned. Gray did not answer. Instead, he stood up and walked towards the porthole. His figure stiffened for a moment. The sky outside had been completely swallowed by dark clouds, and not a glimmer of light could be seen. Those dark clouds pressed heavily and low, almost touching the mast. The sea began to churn, the waves growing higher, crashing against the ship in wave after wave, producing a deep rumble. A storm is coming, Gray said in a low voice. Yet his expression told Lu Yuan that it was more than just a storm. A hint of vigilance appeared on his usually fearless face, a natural response when confronted with a threat. The ship tilted sharply again, and the items in the cabin clattered loudly. Lu Yuan forced himself to turn his head and looked out at the sea through the porthole. Beneath the surging black waves, there were shadows. Massive shadows. Not one but many. They prowled beneath the sea, appearing and disappearing, each as enormous as the Abyss Hunter itself, flickering in and out of sight between the waves. Environmental detection. The pollution concentration in the sea is extremely high. Deep-sea creatures are unusually active, and multiple signals from large biological entities are detected approaching. The storm had fully descended. Huge waves crashed against the ship, emitting a deep, thunderous roar. Each impact caused the entire vessel to tremble violently, as if it would be torn to shreds at any moment. The Abyss Hunter swayed violently in the waves, its angle of tilt increasing, and boxes in the cabin slid from their secured places, crashing against the walls with a muffled sound. The Descended stood at the helm, their mechanical arm gripping the ships, while tightly gears whirring at high speed, steam billowing from the joints. Their legs seemed nailed to the deck, unmoving despite the raging storm. Another Descended stood behind, ready to take over at any moment. The constructs of the Ascension Council had no concept of fatigue, but machinery had its limits. In such a fierce storm, any mistake could prove fatal. Heavy rain poured down. Large raindrops pelted the deck, creating a cacophony of sharp sounds. Lightning tore through the sky. The blinding white light illuminated the darkness, and the entire world became strikingly clear in that instant. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, peering out through the rain-soaked glass. With each flash of lightning, she could see the surging surface of the sea. And beneath the surface, those massive flickering outlines. They were closer. That thing is approaching. The voice of the Descended came through the intercom, tinged with a unique mechanical rasp. Alice's gaze sharpened. She saw clearly. The lurking shadows beneath the sea were fish. No, they couldn't be called fish. Each creature was enormous, each one half the length of the Abyss Hunter. Their bodies exhibited a strange deep blue, as if stained by deep blue, or their scales shimmering with a cold glow in the lightning. Their eyes had no pupils, only a murky blue, their mouths filled with uneven sharp teeth. They swarmed towards the Abyss Hunter from all directions. They're going to attack, requesting to fire. The voice of the Descended echoed again. Alice made a swift decision, rushing to the intercom. All cannons fire immediately. The Abyss Hunter began to tremble. It wasn't just the bow, the armored plates on both sides of the ship slowly opened and black cannons extended from within, glinting with a cold metallic sheen amidst the storm. The warships of the Ascension Council were never merely for transportation. Ed and Leonard quickly rushed to the cannon deck, preparing for repairs. Fire. Boom. The first round of cannonballs whistled out, plunging into the sea, launching a massive column of water. The explosion blossomed underwater, the shockwave driving back the foremost fish, deep blue blood gushing forth, but quickly scattering. Boom, boom, boom. More cannon fire rained down. The cannons fired in alternation, orange-eared flames flickering in the storm, illuminating half of the sea. Each volley was able to drive back the mutated fish from beneath, with some being directly hit, flesh and blood flying. But there were too many of them, and their size was overwhelming. One round of cannon fire could hardly kill them, let alone drive them away. Before the cannons could fire a second volley, several mutated fish had already reached the side of the ship. They leaped out of the water, their massive bodies carving an arc through the air before crashing heavily against the ship. Bang! The entire vessel shook. Alice braced against the cabin wall, seeing the mutated fish's mouth biting into the ship's hull through the glass-sharp teeth, leaving deep scratches on the iron armor, emitting a piercing metallic screech. More mutated fish leaped from the water. They charged towards the Abyss Hunter like they had lost their minds, crashing into it with their bodies biting with their sharp teeth. The cannons began to be destroyed. This group of mutated fish clearly possessed intelligence. They not only attacked the hull, but also relentlessly damaged the extending cannons. The hull shook violently under the continuous impacts, and sounds of collapsing items echoed within. More than half of the cannons have been destroyed. The voice of the Descended carried a hint of anxiety. The Abyss Hunter was on the brink of collapse. Alice gritted her teeth. She had no way out at the moment. The situation was dire. Just then, a stronger bolt of lightning tore through the sky. This flash was brighter than any before, the white light enveloping the entire sea. Alice saw it. Philip saw it. Everyone on the ship watching the surface of the sea saw it. In that moment of white light, a massive outline emerged beneath the surface. It was larger than any shadow seen before, 1,000 times larger than those mutated fish. It resembled a sleeping mountain lying across the seabed, its black body extending to the edge of vision with no visible bounds. Countless tentacles extended from that outline, each one thicker than the Abyss Hunter, slowly swaying and rising in the water. The captain's cabin fell into silence. The next moment, the waves surged and tentacles rose from the seabed. Slowly, silently, and inexorably. They pierced through the churning seawater, through the dense curtain of rain, through the barriers of the storm, reaching up into the clouds. When the first tentacle broke the surface, Alice felt her heart skip a beat. The surface of that tentacle was covered in countless suckers. Each sucker held an eye. A pitch-black eye without pupils, only a bottomless darkness. As the tentacle stood, all the eyes opened simultaneously. It was gazing at this tiny ship. Alice gripped her warhammer tightly, but she knew it was futile. Before such an existence, the warhammer and a twig were indistinguishable. But the tentacle did not attack the Abyss Hunter. It swept towards the swarm of mutated fish. Just a single swing. A casual dismissal, like swatting away mosquitoes. Dozens of mutated fish were smashed into pulp, blue blood bursting on the surface of the sea, resembling a blooming turquoise flower. The school of fish instantly scattered. It was as if they sensed a higher presence. The instinctive fear etched deep within them made them forget everything, no longer attacking the Abyss Hunter, but frantically fleeing in all directions. But they could not escape. More tentacles rose. 2, 3, 5, 10. The entire sea began to fill with tentacles, carving deadly arcs on the surface as they pursued the panic-stricken mutated fish. Those once unstoppable monsters appeared fragile, like paper toys in front of the tentacles, each swing claiming dozens of lives. The sea surface was dyed a deep blue with blood. Severed limbs and tails floated among the waves, pulled into whirlpools, then thrown back up. Moments later, not a single living aberrant fish could be seen on the surface of the sea. Only the tentacles remained. They hung in midair, their suction-cupped eyes scanning the surroundings, as if confirming that the prey had left. Then they began to sink slowly and silently until they submerged beneath the surface, descending below the Abyss Hunter. Alice walked to the glass window of the captain's cabin and looked down to see a gigantic circular black shadow enveloping the entire Abyss Hunter right at its center. The tentacles swayed gently around, resembling some bizarre petals, with the Abyss Hunter being the stamen of that flower. It had not departed. It was following beneath. In the captain's cabin, no one spoke. Alice stood by the glass window, her warhammer resting on the ground, her hands trembling, yet she did not divert her gaze. She was the captain of the Night Watch of Grim Harbor, a second-tier extraordinary with blood and flesh, having once faced a third-tier aberration alone and carved a bloody path through a group of aberrant creatures. But now before such a presence, the power she prided herself on seemed trivial, as laughable as an ant waving its antennae beneath a giant's foot. Philip stood in the corner, his lips trembling, trying to recite a prayer, but his throat felt as though it were being choked by something, rendering him unable to utter a single word. The Incarnate still stood at the helm, maintaining the course. The creaking of mechanical joints revealed everything. It was the tremor of metal under extreme tension. Continue. Forward. The incarnate's voice was hoarse and intermittent. No one responded, yet the ship kept moving. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan also looked through the porthole at the tentacles piercing the clouds. It was them, the entities that had appeared in the dream. Those tentacles extending from the depths of the ocean, adorned with eyes, now hung above the sea, exactly mirroring the scenes from the dream. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text flickered: rationality 12070, only a slight drop. This thing was not even an aberration. Lu Yuan's heart raced violently as a terrifying thought emerged: everything from the dream was real. The wreck of the iron whale was indeed real. The altar and the runes were real. The tentacles in the deep sea were real. Those gray-robed figures were real too. They were not illusions, but tangible entities existing in some corner of this world. The warning from the man who resembled Gawain echoed once more: the island is merely a part of the plan. Grim Harbor is the true target. A chill surged through him. If the dream was some sort of omen, then the goal of the gray-robed figures had never been this island. It was Grim Harbor. It had always been Grim Harbor. Meanwhile, the countless gazes of the eyes pierced through the hull, landing directly on Lu Yuan. Heavy, cold, and irresistible. Yet Lu Yuan realized that the eyes of the tentacles outside were not looking at him. They were looking at the thing in his arms. Blood of. Time passed in silence. Perhaps an hour had gone by, or maybe longer. The black shadow remained beneath the ship, neither attacking nor departing. The tentacles swayed around like some kind of guardian, wrapping the abyss hunter in their midst. Whenever a marine creature approached, the tentacles would wave to drive them away, as if clearing a path. Is it protecting us? Philip finally realized that something was off, his expression astonished. She did not know what that thing wanted, but one thing was certain: it was not targeting the abyss hunter, for the gaze of those eyes had never fallen upon her. It is protecting something on the ship, Alice whispered, or someone. What had happened after Marcus and Lu Yuan entered the cave where the heart was located? She was uncertain, but the timing of this thing's appearance was too fortuitous. Her gaze unconsciously turned towards the direction of the cabin. Marcus was still unconscious and Lu Yuan was severely injured. What exactly had the two of them brought out from that heart? Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan clenched the glass vial in his arms, already knowing the answer in his heart. It was escorting this vial of blood back to Grim Harbor. But why? What would this vial of blood bring? Regardless, this vial could not be abandoned, for even if he gave up, Marcus, who was ascending, would not. Uncertain how much time had passed, the storm began to subside. The waves were no longer so frenzied, and the dark clouds started to disperse, revealing a sliver of grayish-white daylight. And just then the black shadow beneath the ship began to descend. The tentacles swayed one last time like some form of farewell, before sinking into the deep sea, growing ever distant, ultimately vanishing into the endless darkness. It had left. No one in the captain's cabin cheered. There was only a deathly silence. It's gone. Philip's voice came. It left. Alice took a deep breath, disregarding him, and shouted at the incarnate, full speed ahead. Her voice was steady, but her hand gripping the war hammer still trembled slightly. For she had a sense that this was not a narrow escape, but rather a release, with the hidden entity controlling everything, keeping everyone in the dark. There was something on the ship that mattered to that thing from the depths, otherwise the abyss hunter would have long since been reduced to a pile of debris, disappearing in this vast sea. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His rationality began to restore continuously, and the oppressive sensation of being watched disappeared. Standing nearby, Gray also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the thing from the ocean depths was far too shocking, its size greatly surpassing those he had seen on the island. Just as everyone thought everything had calmed down, the communication crystal in Alice's arms suddenly lit up. It was the Night Watch's emergency communication device. The crystal flickered red, signaling the highest level of alarm. Pressing the receive button, at once a fragmented voice came through. It was old Morgan's voice. Abyss Hunter, please respond immediately. Grim Harbor is under attack. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale assault. If you are still alive, return immediately. Repeat. Return immediately. The signal cut off, leaving only a harsh static. The cabin plunged into dead silence. Alice's face turned ashen. Accelerate. Full speed back. The steam engine of the Abyss Hunter let out a deep rumble. The ship trembled violently, and its speed began to climb. Alice stood in the captain's cabin, her face pale, still clutching the dimming communication crystal. Old Morgan's voice had already been cut off, leaving only the harsh static. Grim Harbor is under attack. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale assault. These two sentences pierced each person's heart like nails, heralding the onset of another fierce battle. The people of the Deep Sea Church truly were relentless. Alice suppressed the agitation within her. Everyone gather in the captain's cabin. Alice shouted into the voice pipe, her voice echoing through the conduit and spreading throughout the ship. In less than 2 minutes, everyone capable of moving had gathered. Philip's face was pale, his holy power nearly exhausted, yet he still stood upright, and the two attendants were in a similarly poor state. Gray stood silently in the corner, while Ed and Leonard stood side by side. The descendant stood beside the helm, its mechanical joints making rhythmic clicking sounds. Alice glanced at everyone and began to assess their combat capabilities. Over half of the cannons are damaged, but the remaining ones are still operable. The mithril remained untouched, and there were still quite a few alchemical grenades left. The Judicator was out of commission and Marcus was still unconscious, leaving them with little hope. There are still 2 descendants available for battle. Father Philip and the 2 attendants. The prayers can still be recited, Philip managed to say. Alice nodded, her gaze sweeping over the watchers. Gray, Ed, and Leonard are all capable of fighting. Lu Yuan is heavily injured, let him rest first. She turned and pulled a wooden box from the corner, opening it to reveal several bottles of silvery liquid. This mithril had no use on the previous island, but precisely because of that the real firepower on the ship was exceptionally abundant. Ed, Leonard, go to the cannon deck and stand by. If there are issues with the cannons, adjust them manually. If that fails, use the mithril as cannonballs. Ed took the box, weighed it, and nodded. Gray, keep an eye on Lu Yuan, Marcus, and the Judicator. Make sure nothing gets past. Gray nodded in acknowledgement. Alice took one last look at everyone, her voice growing serious. Grim Harbor is under attack. For every moment we delay, someone is dying. So full speed ahead. In the cabin, Lu Yuan leaned against the bunk, eyes closed as he adjusted his condition. Despite being there, he still heard Alice's shout. Grim Harbor is under siege. The Deep Sea Church is launching a full-scale attack. These 2 sentences echoed relentlessly in his mind. Mina. Ink. They are all at Grim Harbor. However, thinking of Ink's strength, Lu Yuan felt a bit more at ease. That sharp-tongued book spirit was reliable in critical moments, and old Morgan was also there. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text slowly materialized. Rationality 202-170. The recovery speed of his rationality was clearly increasing, and Philip's holy light was indeed effective. Just as Lu Yuan's mind wandered, footsteps approached from outside. Gray pushed the door open, holding a small vial. Philip asked me to give this to you. He handed over the vial. It's the last bottle of intermediate holy water to prevent you from being completely immobile when we reach shore. Lu Yuan took the intermediate holy water but did not drink it immediately. I have a silvery cup in my bag, please get it for me. Gray walked to the bedside, rummaged through Lu Yuan's backpack, and quickly pulled out a small cup engraved with an angelic emblem. He glanced at it, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. You actually have this? I managed to get it from the church by chance. Help me convert 3 cups of holy water. Gray looked at the cup of holy water in his hand. Without asking further, filled a jug from the ship's water storage area, and then poured it into the cup. The next moment, a faint silver light illuminated the cup, the clear water becoming crystal clear, with tiny specks of light swirling within. Lu Yuan took it and downed it in one go. Used beginner holy water rationality 2. Gray converted another cup and handed it over. Used beginner holy water rationality 2. The third cup. Used beginner holy water rationality 1. The effect was already starting to diminish. Gray placed the holy water cup back into the backpack, and Lu Yuan picked up the bottle of intermediate holy water, removed the cork, and tilted his head to drink. The icy liquid slid down his throat, a refreshing sensation spreading from his chest, and his muddled mind gradually cleared. Used intermediate holy water rationality 5. A recovery speed increased rationality 213-170. The effect of the intermediate holy water was also continuously weakening, but fortunately 31 points of rationality were barely enough. At least he wouldn't have to worry about being unable to move when they returned to shore. However, the wound on his abdomen still throbbed dully, making the prospect of fighting seem impossible. Lu Yuan let out a sigh. What did Alice arrange? Lu Yuan asked. Ed and Leonard went to the cannon deck. I'll watch over you and Marcus, Gray said as he sat on the chair beside the bed. She said to let you rest and not to overexert yourself. Lu Yuan nodded, saying nothing more. About half an hour later, Alice pushed the door open and waved her hand at Gray, signaling him to step outside. Though Gray expressed confusion, he still walked out the door. Alice's gaze fell on Lu Yuan as she spoke directly. What happened in the cave? Lu Yuan had expected her to ask that. Marcus detonated the heart. Lu Yuan, still lying down, sat up slightly. We almost died in there. And then I became somewhat unconscious. Lu Yuan's voice was calm. By the time I regained consciousness, I was already on the ship. Alice stared into Lu Yuan's eyes. Are you sure you didn't bring anything out? Silence. Lu Yuan did not answer. It wasn't that he couldn't lie, but that he didn't want to. Silence itself was a form of attitude he didn't want to express. Alice looked at him, her eyes turning sharp. She knew Lu Yuan was hiding something. But she also understood that since he chose to conceal it, he must have his reasons. We'll talk about it when we get back, she said, turning toward the door. When she reached the door, she paused, not turning back. No matter what you brought back, I hope it was worth it. The door closed. Lu Yuan instinctively reached for his chest. The cold touch of the glass vial penetrated through his clothing. The blood. Was it worth it? Lu Yuan did not know, but he was certain he would regret not bringing it back. Time passed second by second. The sky above the sea gradually brightened. The storm completely dissipated, leaving only gray clouds and rolling waves. The Abyssal hunter sped forward the ship, leaving a white trail on the surface of the sea. Finally, the descendant in the lookout tower sounded the alarm. Target detected ahead. Grim Harbor. Alice rushed onto the deck, raising her telescope. The sight before her caused her pupils to constrict sharply. Grim Harbor. The port city where she had lived for over a decade was now shrouded in thick smoke. The dock area was ablaze, orange-eared flames shooting into the sky, with thick smoke billowing, obscuring half the sky. The inner city also displayed sporadic flames indicating that the battle had already spread there. And on the sea surface outside the harbor, Alice's expression darkened completely. 5 or 6 ships patrolled the waters, their sails tied with deep blue cloth ribbons, the emblem of the deep-sea church. Shadows were still lurking beneath the surface. Huge silhouettes swam underwater, clearly the mutated sea beasts trained by the deep-sea church. They've blocked the harbor. Alice lowered the telescope, her voice cold. They don't intend to let anyone out, nor do they plan to let anyone return. Philip also spotted those ships and asked to tack in. Grim Harbor is under attack, Alice scoffed. Every moment we delay, someone is dying. She turned and shouted into the voice pipe. All cannons prepare to fire. Unrestricted fire. The only goal is to break in. The Abyssal hunter accelerated. The black hull resembled an enraged steel beast charging straight towards the blockade. Upon hearing this, the descendant pushed the control lever in front of him. In the next moment, layers of runes began to illuminate on the hull of the Abyssal hunter. A faint golden light enveloped the entire ship, forming a barely visible barrier. The effect that Alice desired was simple. The layers of protection on this warship would not suffice against the creatures lurking at the depths of the sea. But it was more than enough to deal with the shabby little ships and minor sea beasts before them. The crew on the enemy ship had clearly noticed them. The sound of horns echoed as the deep blue ships began to change direction, encircling the Abyssal hunter. The mutated sea beasts beneath the waves started to stir their massive forms, swiftly swimming underwater, creating dark surges. Fire! Boom! The remaining cannons of the Abyssal hunter simultaneously spewed flames, orange-eared shells whistling outward. The first enemy ship was directly hit. A massive hole instantly blasted open in its hull, flames pouring from the breach as seawater began to flood and causing the entire ship to tilt. Boom! 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 More cannon fire rained down, the cannons firing alternately, flames dancing upon the surface of the sea. The enemies also began to retaliate. Shells flew in from all directions, but those pitifully small projectiles were mostly blocked by the rune barrier on the hull, only stirring up waves of golden ripples before falling silent. Boom! Finally, one shell struck the ship's side, but the force of the explosion was still absorbed by the runes, leaving only a shallow char mark. Continue advancing, Alice shouted. Seeing that the cannon fire was ineffective, the deep-sea church began to unleash the sea beasts to attack. The first mutated sea beast leaped up from below the water. It was enormous, its body a bizarre deep black, covered in scales and fleshy tentacles filled with uneven sharp teeth. It opened its massive mouth and lunged at the people on the deck. Whoosh! A glass vial flew from the cannon layer, striking the sea beast's head. The vial shattered, splattering a silvery liquid all over its face. In the next moment, silvery flames erupted, igniting all the spiritual essence within the sea beast at once. Scree! The mutated sea beast let out a chilling scream, its skin and flesh seared by the mithril billowing white smoke as its body flipped through the air, crashing heavily back into the sea. More sea beasts began to leap up from beneath the waves. But the firepower of the Abyssal hunter had already been cranked to maximum. Shells, mithril, and incendiary bottles poured down like rain. Incendiary bottles smashed onto the surface of the sea, orange-eared flames instantly spreading. The sea-compatible special formula made the flames unyielding to seawater, instead growing fiercer with the oil that splashed up, turning the surrounding sea into a sea of fire. The mutated sea beasts struggled and screamed within the flames, some burned alive, while others fled in a panic. The silvery light of mithril intertwined with the orange-eared flames of the incendiary bottles, illuminating the gray sea surface as brightly as day. The rune barrier blocked most of the attacks, the ship swaying slightly under the impact, yet it never slowed down. Alice rushed to the ship's rail, her warhammer crackling with thunder as she smashed a sea beast that had climbed aboard into a pulp. Black blood splattered all over her. Ed and Leonard collaborated with the descendant in the cannon layer, continuously sinking one enemy ship after another. The Abyssal hunter surged forward amidst the fire and flames. Inside the cabin, Lu Yuan looked out through the porthole at the scene outside. The flames painted the entire sea surface red. Burning enemy ships floated on the water, thick smoke billowing. The corpses of the mutated sea beasts turned black and sank in the flames. He knew that even if he went up now, he wouldn't be able to help much. The most important thing was to recover as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, grayish-white text kept reminding him environmental perception, high pollution concentration in the sea area, detecting a large number of mutated biological signals. The battle continued for about a quarter of an hour. The Abyssal Hunter crashed through the last enemy ship, blocking its path, splinters and debris flying everywhere. Behind them was a burning sea of bloody path torn apart by cannon fire and flames. The deep-sea Church's blockade line had been violently breached. "Charge through," Alice shouted. The Abyssal Hunter surged forward at full speed, bursting out through that gap. The enemy ships behind attempted to pursue, but were kept down by the relentless cannon fire. Until the runes on the ship began to dim, the core was completely overloaded. Alice stood on the deck, panting, gazing at the enemy ships left far behind. The warships of the Ascension Society. She wiped the blood from her face, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Indeed impressive. Earlier facing those creatures in the deep sea, the Abyssal Hunter had seemed somewhat strained. But now dealing with these smaller ships, even with its firepower halved, it was still overwhelming. The dock was drawing closer. Lu Yuan looked through the porthole and saw the devastation at Grimport. The dock area had already fallen into ruin. Everywhere were burning buildings, collapsed shelves, and scattered corpses. Some corpses had begun to mutate, writhing on the ground and emitting nauseating sounds. The Abyssal Hunter slammed into the dock, the violent impact causing the hull to groan in pain. "Gather up, disembark." Alice was the first to jump off the deck, raising her warhammer. "Let's kill our way back to base." Everyone followed closely behind. The Descendant led the charge alongside Ed and Leonard, firing their weapons to clear the path. Two stewards and Philip carried the unconscious Marcus along with the nearly wrecked Judicator. Gray supported Lu Yuan. The team's progress was arduous. With the injured and the Judicator in tow, their speed barely picked up, while the surrounding mutated creatures were only gathering more. "There's a large group ahead," Ed shouted. At the end of the street, a dozen mutated creatures surged towards them, mixed in with a few followers of the Deep-Sea Church. Alice was about to charge forward when suddenly roar. A dark shadow burst out from a side alley and directly collided into the group of mutated creatures. It was a humanoid monster covered in a black chitinous layer, its size a full circle larger than an average human. Its sharp claws left afterimages in the air, and wherever it passed, the mutated creatures were torn to shreds, as if made of paper. "Valentine." Alice's eyes brightened. The monster turned its head, revealing a grotesque face, but its emerald green eyes held a hint of mockery. "Captain Alice, you're really slow," Valentine said in a hoarse voice, deep and beast-like. Behind him were several night watchers clearing the remaining mutated creatures. "Old Morgan sent me to assist you." Valentine licked the black blood from the corner of his mouth. "The route from the dock to the base isn't safe. With these burdens, you probably won't make it." His gaze swept over the unconscious Marcus and the wrecked Judicator, a playful glint flashing in his eyes. "Looks like the Ascension Society has their day too." "Less talking," Alice replied curtly. "Clear the way." Valentine's fierce face broke into a smile as he turned and charged forward. With Valentine and his reinforcements, the team's pace quickened significantly. The second team's captain, in a frenzy, was like a meat grinder, tearing apart any aberrant creature that stood in his way. Lu Yuan followed in the middle of the team, observing Valentine's frenzied fighting style with a silent admiration. The extraordinary beings from the strange paths not only recovered quickly, but were truly formidable against aberrant creatures of the same level. After traversing several streets, the Night Watchman's base finally came into view. Signs of battle marked the perimeter, with several aberrant corpses lying on the ground, but overall it seemed intact. Before anyone could approach, the base's gates swung open. A few Night Watchmen greeted them, clearly having detected their movements earlier. "Captain Alice, you're back. Marcus is seriously injured, and the judge is out of commission. I take them away first." Alice wasted no time and gave orders immediately. The Night Watchmen sprang into action, carrying the unconscious Marcus and the nearly wrecked judge into the base. Valentine's form began to shrink, his keratin layer gradually peeling away. He donned a prepared black suit, adjusted his sleeves, and restored his elegant, noble appearance. He pulled a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the black blood from his hands, wearing his usual calm smile. "Welcome home, everyone. Where's old Morgan?" Alice had no time for pleasantries and asked directly. "In the command room." Alice strode inside, followed closely by Lu Yuan and the others. In the command room, old Morgan stood before a map. His black coat was tattered, and he bore several unhealed wounds on his face, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. Hearing the footsteps, he turned his head. The moment he saw Alice and the others, a flicker of relief passed through his murky eyes. "It's good that you made it back, old Morgan." Alice stepped forward and briefly reported on the events that had transpired at sea. Old Morgan nodded after listening and began to explain the situation in Grimport. "Just after you left, the Deep-Sea Church launched an attack." He pointed to markings on the map. "The timing is too convenient. It's as if they knew our main force was absent." Alice's expression darkened. "It seems someone is looking for trouble. The scope of the internal traitor has already been identified. I've assigned someone to keep watch." Old Morgan nodded. "But now is not the time to pursue this." He indicated several areas marked in red on the map. "The Deep-Sea Church is playing for keeps this time. They are attacking simultaneously from both the sea and land, and are actively releasing sources of pollution." Old Morgan's voice grew somber. Many civilians have been contaminated. Some have transformed on the spot, while others are still in the incubation period. I really don't know where they got this kind of pollution. That's the most troubling part. There are also polymers emerging from the sewers, but fortunately we had previously cleared them out, so the numbers aren't too overwhelming and can be managed for now. He sighed and continued, the night watchman can only ensure the safety around the base at this point. The situation is somewhat better on the Church and Ascension Society fronts, but they are also stretched thin. The Viscount has deployed garrison troops from the inner city, but it's just a drop in the bucket. What about the Holy Armor Army? Lu Yuan suddenly asked, weren't they supposed to come? Old Morgan forced a smile. They're still on their way. Mobilizing the Imperial forces takes time, and I have urged them several times. However, according to the latest news, they should be arriving soon. After hearing this, Alice said to Old Morgan, they'll go arrange for the aftermath. Gray and the others also need to rest. Old Morgan nodded. Alice turned to leave and Gray and the others followed her out. Only Old Morgan and Lu Yuan remained in the command room. At the moment the door closed, Lu Yuan hesitated briefly but still pulled out the holy water vial from his pocket and placed it on the table. The vial contained a deep red liquid that emitted an eerie glow in the dim light. This was taken from a heart, Lu Yuan explained. Old Morgan's gaze fell upon the vial. His pupils dilated suddenly. Don't move for now. Old Morgan's voice was low as he reached out to press a mechanism at the corner of the table. Buzz, the entire room suddenly lit up. The runes on the walls began to flow and a layer of faint golden light surged from all directions, enveloping Lu Yuan. It was the Night Watchman's purification detection array, specifically designed to detect pollution and aberration. Don't misunderstand, Old Morgan said, his gaze fixed on the direction of the flowing runes, his tone calm, yet serious. This is not something you should be handling. I need to confirm your condition. Lu Yuan stood still, allowing the golden light to sweep over him. He knew he was fine. Moments later, the glow of the runes gradually dimmed. There were no alarms, no anomalies. Old Morgan looked at the detection results, his tense shoulders slightly relaxing, but his brows furrowed even deeper. How is this possible? He walked up to Lu Yuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, as if he were examining something unfathomable. You mean to say you're fine? Lu Yuan did not explain, merely asking, Old Morgan, do you know what is sealed on that island? Old Morgan fell silent for a long while before slowly speaking. After you left, I pulled the files from headquarters and looked into the deep sea church's background. He returned to the table, picked up the glass vial, his expression complicated. This church has existed for a long time, no one knows exactly how long, and they are elusive with not much recorded about their malevolent deeds. But one thing is very strange. Old Morgan paused for a moment, lowering his voice. Wherever they appear, something ominous always follows. Towns disappear, sea areas become polluted. All bear their mark. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. Old Morgan continued, as for that island, the records state that it is suspected to seal one of the ancient progeny of a being from the deep sea. Even if it's just a progeny, even if it is sealed and in slumber, theoretically it is definitely not something you and Marcus could approach with mere passion. Old Morgan looked at the glass vial in his hand, his brow furrowed, lost in thought. So either what is recorded in the files is not there at all, or you all fell into some kind of illusion at that time thinking you had obtained the blood. He paused and added, of course it's also possible that that thing deliberately allowed you to take it. After finishing, Old Morgan fell silent himself. 3 possibilities, none of which is good news. He stared at the deep red liquid slowly flowing in the vial, trying to discern some clues, but the eerie aura made it impossible to judge. After a long time, Old Morgan sighed and placed the vial back on the table. Never mind, if it doesn't make sense, don't think about it for now. Since you've obtained it, let's store it for now. He pulled out a brass key from his waist and placed it in front of Lu Yuan. Go to the deep storage. The protection there is the most stringent. Storing such things in ordinary containers will only lead to corrosion in the end. I will report this matter to my superiors, but of course the authority remains with you. Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan. It is simply a form of protection for you. Lu Yuan picked up the key, but did not leave immediately. There are a few more things. He took out a small package from his pocket and placed it on the table. Inside the package was a silver badge engraved with a pattern of a moon and an eye, the badge of the Night Watch. There was also a piece of cloth with a few lines written in blood. The moment Old Morgan saw the badge, he froze. He reached out to pick it up and turned it over. A name was engraved on the back, Gawain. Where did you find this? Old Morgan's voice was somewhat hoarse. On the Iron Whale. Lu Yuan looked at Old Morgan and said, he collaborated with the Church's priest to set up a formation to seal the pollution, but it failed. Old Morgan said nothing, his gaze fixed on the blood-written message. The handwriting was messy but still legible. The plan failed, someone betrayed us, the priest is dead, and I can't hold on much longer. They want to complete the ritual with our blood. They do not come looking for us, and do not touch those oars. Burn this ship, burn everything. Tell Old Morgan. I did my best. Gawain. Old Morgan stared at the few lines of blood for a long time, without moving. His hand trembled slightly. Gawain was someone he had personally trained. That kid was not one to keep his mouth shut, but he had impressive skills, nearly reaching the 3rd stage with his peculiar path, and his mind was sharp. Sending him out to sea with the iron whale was meant to help him gain experience, making it easier to transfer him to headquarters later. In fact, he had already had a bad premonition when the transfer was being arranged. The things sealed beneath that sea, even just a fragment of their record, were enough to send chills down one's spine. Yet he held on to a glimmer of hope. After all, it was sealed, after all, it was sleeping, and after all, Gawain was quite skilled. He did not want to think in that direction. Now the blood message lay before him. The worst outcome had indeed occurred. After a long time, old Morgan took a deep breath and carefully put away the badge and the blood message. He was a good kid. His voice was soft, as if speaking to himself. He fought to the end and didn't bring shame to the night watch. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment before continuing. On the returning ship, I entered a dream of another realm. Old Morgan looked up, his eyes narrowing. A dream of another realm. Your situation? It's different this time, Lu Yuan continued. I could move freely. The things that trapped me had vanished. Old Morgan pondered. The heart was stirred, and the bindings of the dream were also lifted. But I saw someone in the dream. Who? Someone wearing the night watch uniform, but I couldn't see his face. Lu Yuan recalled the vague figure. He said a few things to me. What did he say? Lu Yuan took a deep breath and recounted word for word. This is just the beginning. The island is merely one part of the plan. Grim Harbor is the key. Before he could finish, he was dragged away by the tentacles from the sea. Old Morgan's expression changed suddenly. Grim Harbor is the key. What? I don't know. Lu Yuan shook his head. He didn't have time to finish his words. The command room fell into silence. Old Morgan turned away, looking at the map on the wall marked with red dots. The Deep Sea Church suddenly launched an attack, perfectly timed right after the main forces of the Night Watch had departed. From the oars to the iron whale, from the island to Grim Harbor. Gawain's blood message combined with this warning. All clues pointed to a terrifying possibility. From the very beginning, everything had been planned. The oars were bait, the iron whale was bait, and the island was also bait. The true target had always been Grim Harbor. I understand. Old Morgan turned around, his voice deep. I will report this to headquarters. You should go and secure the items first. Lu Yuan nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, he spoke again. There is one more thing. Moi. There is also blood at Marcus Place. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, and more than what I have in this bottle. Old Morgan paused for a moment. And, Lu Yuan continued, the Ascension Society has a very strong purpose this time. From start to finish, it seems they are after that heart. Old Morgan's brows furrowed, because prior to this the Night Watch had not received any news regarding the island. Now that you mention it. He pondered for a moment, his gaze becoming profound. Indeed, and Marcus actually managed to collect it. The Ascension Society probably knows much more than they are letting on. Old Morgan snorted coldly. Those lunatics, who knows how much forbidden knowledge they've been researching in secret. Lu Yuan's lips curled up slightly. So the Ascension Society will eventually come for people if their attitude is not good. Maybe we can take a little in return. Old Morgan stared at Lu Yuan for several seconds. Then he smiled. A rare look of approval appeared on his weathered old face. You brat. He waved his hand. Go on, secure the items first. Lu Yuan picked up the key and turned to leave. Deep storage. Lu Yuan descended along the familiar spiral stone staircase. The surrounding air gradually became cold and damp, and the heavy feeling pressing on his chest returned. Abnormal environment detected, high concentrations of spiritual residue. He quickened his pace and arrived at the ancient door. Turning the brass key, the heavy sound of mechanisms echoed in the silent underground. The door opened. The warehouse was as bright as day. This time Lu Yuan did not look around, but walked straight to an empty shelf deep inside. He took out the glass bottle from his pocket and carefully placed it into the special container on the shelf. The container was covered in runes, and once the bottle was placed inside, the runes began to glow, slowly wrapping around the bottle. Lu Yuan looked at the bottle wrapped in runes, letting out a sigh of relief. Keeping this thing on him was indeed dangerous, because he couldn't see its owner's name. So what old Morgan said about the offspring was likely true. It was a heart of something indescribable, yet he had recklessly approached it with his meager rationality. Therefore, at least until this incident is over, Lu Yuan was not prepared to touch this bottle of blood. And then there was Mina. She had the talent of resonance, capable of sensing such things. If he brought this bottle of blood to see her, it would probably endanger her, right? Withdrew his gaze, Lu Yuan turned to leave. Just as he stepped out of the warehouse and returned to the surface, a low horn sounded outside the base. It was the unique assembly call of the Imperial Army. Following that was the sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps, like the beat of war drums shaking the ground slightly. Lu Yuan hurried toward the door. Old Morgan and Alice were already standing there watching outside. A regiment was approaching from the direction of the inner city. Golden armor shimmered in the firelight. Well-trained soldiers formed a neat square formation. Spears stood like a forest, and guns rested on their shoulders, exuding a fierce aura. At the forefront was an officer riding a warhorse clad in half armor with a stern expression that emanated the aura of one seasoned on the battlefield. The officer rode up to old Morgan, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding ruins and corpses, and spoke in a deep voice. The 3rd Squad of the Imperial Holy Armored Army has been ordered to assist the Night Watch in defense. He reined in his horse and continued crisply, what is the current situation? What do we need to do? Old Morgan met his gaze without a hint of fear or excessive politeness. The Deep Sea Church has launched simultaneous attacks from both the sea and the land, and most of the outer city is already lost. He pointed to the burning dock area in the distance. Mutated creatures are wandering everywhere, and many civilians have been contaminated. The situation is dire. But the most troubling part is, Old Morgan paused, lowering his voice slightly. The core forces of the Deep Sea Church have yet to show themselves. The officer frowned. Are you saying this is just the prelude? Most likely. Old Morgan nodded. They wouldn't go to such lengths just to create chaos. The real assault is still to come. The officer fell silent for a moment, a trace of gravity flashing in his eyes. He then suddenly waved his hand. All units, heed my command. Establish an outer defense line centered on the Night Watch base. Team 1, eliminate the surrounding mutated creatures. Team 2, assist in blocking the main streets. Team 3, stand by for support. Mutants are to be killed without mercy. Understood. The organized response echoed through the streets. The soldiers swiftly dispersed, their golden armor flowing in the firelight like a torrent of steel surging into every corner. In groups of 3 or 5 with firearms, spears, and alchemical weapons working in perfect harmony, they eliminated the wandering, mutated creatures one by one. The streets began to resonate with the sounds of gunfire and battle. The chaotic situation was finally starting to be suppressed. Alice watched this scene, her taut nerves finally beginning to relax. They finally arrived. With the Holy Armored Army here, at least the area around the base can be stabilized. Old Morgan remarked it won't worsen any further. Yet his expression remained grave. Lu Yuan stood by, observing as the Holy Armored Army deployed in an orderly fashion. Their golden armor, neatly arranged formations, and well-trained coordination. The Empire's regular troops were indeed unmatched by those rabble, but if the Deep Sea Church's target was the entire Grim Harbor, Lu Yuan knew that even with the Holy Armored Army, it wouldn't be enough. However, the current situation had completely exceeded his capabilities. He hoped to gain more experience after resolving this incident, as he was currently too weak. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and turned to Old Morgan. What about Mina and Brent? Ink is with them in the library. Old Morgan chuckled. Though that girl can be sharp-tongued, she is reliable in critical moments. We'll go take a look. Lu Yuan nodded and turned to walk deeper into the base. The library was at the lowest level of the base. The path that should have been guarded was now eerily quiet, clearly indicating that Old Morgan had dispatched everyone who could be mobilized in the base. Lu Yuan hurried down the stone steps to the familiar metal door, which slowly opened as he placed his badge on it. Pushing the door open, the sight before him momentarily stunned Lu Yuan. Ink floated in the air, surrounded by swirling sheets of paper. The papers were filled with runes, emitting a faint glow, forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire library. Mina and Brent were huddled next to a table in the corner. Upon hearing the door, Ink turned her head. A small face formed from Ink had a glimmer of light in her dark bean-like eyes. You finally returned. Her voice carried a noticeable fatigue, lacking the usual sharpness. These past few days have nearly worn me out. Lu Yuan looked at Ink and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. When I see Old Morgan ill, ask for some points to buy you some ink blocks. The points from this sea expedition won't be few. Ink huffed, saying nothing more, but her form visibly relaxed. The floating papers began to slowly descend. Brother Lu. A tender voice came from under the table. Mina peeked out, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, her eyes reddened. She ran over and hugged Lu Yuan's leg, her small body trembling. Brother Lu. You're back. Brent followed closely, his eyes filled with worry. Dr. Lu. Lu Yuan crouched down to check on Mina's condition. Her complexion was pale with dark circles under her eyes, and she appeared to have lost some weight. What happened to her? Lu Yuan looked at Ink. Ink floated closer, her voice low. Her talent of resonance with all things has allowed her to perceive too much. In the past few days, she has been able to hear those sounds. The screams of the mutated, the wails of the dead, and Ink paused, a trace of gravity flashing in her bean-like eyes. The whispers from the depths of the sea. Mina clutched Lu Yuan's clothing tightly, her voice faint and trembling. It's so scary. They keep talking. Always talking. He is about to awaken. Lu Yuan's heart sank upon hearing this. The entity he had encountered on the island and the dark shadow from the depths were beyond what Grim Harbor could withstand, and now there was another he. Yet Lu Yuan still bent down and gently stroked Mina's head softly, saying, it's okay, don't worry him back. Mina buried her face in Lu Yuan's embrace, her shoulders still trembling. Brent stood by, his eyes also reddened, but he pressed his lips tightly together, trying to appear strong. Seeing this, Lu Yuan reached out and ruffled Brent's head. You did well, Brent. Once Mina's emotions began to stabilize, Lu Yuan gently patted her back. Brent, take Mina to sit over there for a while. Brent nodded, taking his sister's hand, and walked towards the table and chairs in the corner. Mina looked back at him, her eyes still red, but thankfully, she was no longer trembling. Once the two children had walked a distance away, Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward Ink. How have you been these past few days? Ink floated in midair, her paper wings somewhat wrinkled, and the ink marks on them were much lighter than usual. I'm almost better. Ink's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but her tone remained the same haughty demeanor. Just a few days of depletion, I can recover after a bit of rest. As she spoke, her dark bean-like eyes scrutinized Lu Yuan up and down. Lu Yuan knew that Ink had been adjusting Mina's resonance talent these past few days to prevent her from being driven mad by the overloaded perceptions. Then Ink furrowed her small brow. You smell of the church. She floated closer, her nose twitching slightly. Holy light. Are you seriously injured? Lu Yuan nodded slightly, not hiding anything. The injury on his abdomen was indeed serious. Marcus' overheated mechanical skeleton had burned through his clothes, scorching a large area of flesh. The intense heat felt like a branding iron rolling back and forth on his stomach, a rather unique experience. Fortunately, Gray acted in time, and Philip's holy light accelerated the healing. Although there was still a faint pain, it was manageable as long as he didn't engage in intense combat. What truly concerned him was another matter. The physical injury is bearable. Lu Yuan's gaze fell to the edge of his vision, but the consumption of rationality is quite high. Rationality 33170, it had consumed from full to the very bottom, and on the way back he barely crawled back to 31 with the help of holy water. Although he had escaped the danger zone, he was still far from the safety line. Strangely, his head wasn't hurting this time. In the past, with more than half of his rationality depleted, the pain felt like being pierced by countless needles, almost rendering him unable to think. But this time, even when it dropped close to single digits, his head was just heavy without that tearing pain. Was it because of that talisman? It didn't seem effective. Perhaps it was due to the stack of blessings Philip granted at that time. Lu Yuan had no answers. He only knew that the rationality barrier had shattered, and it would likely take a long time to naturally recover and recombine. Moreover, the effect of the holy water was diminishing. After continuous use, the recovery amount of each bottle was decreasing. Unless he consumed high-grade holy water, he could only drink a small amount of mid-grade holy water in the short term. However, he had never consumed high-grade holy water. He would ask old Morgan for some later. When Ink heard the word rationality, she fell silent for a moment. She said nothing. She merely floated in front of Lu Yuan, extending her small hand to press against his forehead. Don't move. A warm force seeped from Ink's palm. It wasn't the scorching sensation of holy light, but rather a gentle aura imbued with the fragrance of ink. Then a dusty ancient book opened, and the text on the title page slowly emerged. A deep chanting echoed in Lu Yuan's mind, like ancient knowledge flowing and the whispers of countless sages resonating. Detected external power intervention. Knowledge type extraordinary being book spirit blessing effect significantly increases rationality recovery speed for 1 day, slightly increases mental resistance. Warning: this blessing has a slight rejection with holy light abilities. It is advised to avoid holy light treatment within 24 hours. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Ink to have this trick up her sleeve. Ink withdrew her hand, and the ink on her body darkened a bit as she snorted. This is much more useful than that church stuff. Her tone carried a hint of pride. Holy light is fine for external injuries, but for the recovery of rationality, it can't compare to me. Moreover, my blessing can enhance your rationality recovery speed to a certain extent, something the church could never learn no matter how hard they tried. Ink floated in front of Lu Yuan, her voice lowered slightly. But from now on, you'd better stay put. Avoid those chaotic things. A flicker of barely noticeable concern flashed in her beady eyes. Just moments ago, when she got close, she had caught a faint scent of danger from Lu Yuan. It was very subtle, yet undeniably present. It was a trace left by something that should not be touched. But she didn't voice it out. Lu Yuan looked at the line of text slowly bouncing at the edge of his vision, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Thanks. Humph. Ink turned her head away, drifting back into the pile of slowly descending papers. If you really want to thank me, bring me some stories or ink blocks. Lu Yuan nodded at her words. I will. The library was still filled with the smell of aged paper, with black metal bookshelves reaching up to the ceiling and the lamps casting an eerie, lonely light. Everything seemed no different from usual. Yet Mina's earlier words echoed in his mind. He is about to awaken. Lu Yuan's gaze fell to the corner. Mina was leaning against Brent's shoulder, seemingly asleep. Her complexion was pale, and the dark circles under her eyes were striking. She looked like she had lost a lot of weight. The echo of all things. This talent allowed her to hear too many things she shouldn't. The whispers from the depths of the sea, the howls of aberrants, the wails of the dead. Lu Yuan retracted his gaze, appearing unfazed, but his heart felt heavy. The core power of the deep-sea church had yet to appear. The real storm was still to come. He needed to rest quickly. There were a few small beds in the corners of the library, clearly also used as temporary resting places. Lu Yuan chose a bed and fell into a deep sleep shortly after. It had been a long time since he had a good night's sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yuan awoke from a light slumber. The gunfire outside had decreased significantly, but it still hadn't completely stopped. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text flickered slightly. Rationality 31 3570 Ink's blessing indeed worked. He had recovered 4 points upon waking, and that was merely from light sleep. Propping himself up, a sharp pain shot from his abdominal wound, but it was much better than before. Awake. Ink's voice came from beside him, laced with a hint of laziness. Old Morgan asked me to tell you once you wake up to go to the conference room. They are waiting for you there. Lu Yuan nodded, tidied his clothes, and then noticed Mina was nibbling on a book while Brent was dozing beside her. He approached the corner and bent down. Haven't you slept all night? Slept a bit. Mina said softly, her gaze drifting to Brent beside her. It's a bit noisy outside. She didn't want to wake her brother. Lu Yuan sighed softly. The echo of all things, this talent allowed her to hear far more than just the noises from outside. They'll prepare a few potions for you later. Lu Yuan lowered his voice. If it becomes unbearable, drink one first. It can hold off for a while. It will get better. Oh, just hold on a bit longer. Mina blinked, her eyes slightly red, but she obediently nodded. Lu Yuan ruffled her hair and looked at the dozing Brent. He didn't wake him, only softly said, take good care of your sister. Brent mumbled a sleepy hum, unsure if he had even heard clearly. Lu Yuan stood up, pushed open the door to the library, and walked towards the conference room. The corridor was very quiet, with only the sound of footsteps echoing. Lu Yuan had rarely slept so well. Although it was merely light sleep, Ink's blessing had restored a significant amount of his rationality, making his mind much clearer than before. Because of this, he suddenly noticed something. In the corner of his vision, a progress bar hadn't moved for a long time. Current status of Grim Port 4150. Lu Yuan paused slightly in his steps. From the first day he stepped into this city, he had been gathering intelligence, understanding the distribution and movements of various forces. During that time, this progress bar had been rising almost every day. But now that he thought back on it, it had been stuck on 41 for quite some time. This indicated that there was some crucial information about Grimport that he had yet to uncover. Was it the true purpose of the Deep Sea Church? Or something else? Lu Yuan frowned momentarily, unable to think of an answer. But one thing was certain, this city still harbored many hidden figures in the dark. As Lu Yuan contemplated, he arrived at the conference room. The conference room was shrouded in smoke. Old Morgan sat at the head of the long table, holding a nearly burnt-out cigarette, his murky eyes half closed, as if he were dozing off. Alice stood by the window, her arms crossed over her chest, her fingers impatiently tapping on her forearm, her expression gloomy. Mary sat opposite Old Morgan, holding a list, her brow furrowed as she occasionally crossed out a name with her pen. Valentine leaned in the shadow of the corner, his signature green eyes half closed, his long fingers unconsciously stroking the buttons of his cuff. Hans sat in the corner, his left arm bandaged, his face somewhat pale, yet his spirit seemed relatively good as he polished a dagger with one hand. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and all eyes turned towards him. Take a seat. Old Morgan nodded at him, shaking off some ash from his cigarette. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing around. How's the situation? Not too good. Mary put down the list, rubbed her temples, her voice weary. During last night's surprise attack, we lost 2 brothers and 5 were seriously injured. She paused and added, a few from the Holy Armor Army were also injured. If they hadn't held the front, our small team would have been completely annihilated. Alice snorted coldly, turning around, her war hammer leaning against the wall with a dull thud. What exactly do these bastards want? No one answered. Mary fell silent for a moment, put down her pen, and spoke. Moreover, the Deep Sea Church's attack seems a bit off. Everyone looked at her. From the recent battles, it seems that every time our main force sets sail, the Deep Sea Church deliberately slows down its attack speed. Mary's voice was calm as she pointed at the table. Only when the Holy Armor Army arrived did they launch a truly large-scale assault. On the night Captain Ziwadin arrived, the Deep Sea Church initiated yesterday's attack. This doesn't make sense. Alice furrowed her brow and dropped her arms from her chest. Are you saying they were waiting for it? I don't know. Mary shook her head, folding the list and putting it away. But what is certain is that the Deep Sea Church is deliberately weakening our combat strength. It's not just the Night Watchman, even the Holy Armor Army station on our side is targeting us together. Her gaze swept across the room. Don't forget, behind our base is the resettlement area where many civilians from the outer city have moved in. They are forcing us to fight for our lives. Hans stopped polishing his dagger, furrowing his brow. Exchanging lives for lives? Pretty much. Mary nodded. Most of the abominations they send are loadier, but there are many, and they are all charging towards us, using cannon fodder to deplete our manpower. She pulled out a small booklet and flipped to a page. And there's one more thing. I've had someone keep an eye on the inner city and found some interesting things. The Viscount's estate has recently received a large amount of weaponry and supplies said to be transported along with the Holy Armor Army's reinforcements. Her finger pointed to a line in the booklet, but the quantity is a bit exaggerated. Alchemy weapons, holy water, gunpowder, food. Enough for a prolonged war. It's as if they are preparing for something. Old Morgan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his murky eyes narrowing. What else? The Viscount summoned the nobles and representatives from the merchant guilds in the inner city for a closed-door meeting yesterday. Mary closed the booklet. The content of the meeting is unclear, but after it ended, the Archbishop of the church set off for the Viscount's estate. Hans halted his actions and raised his head. The Archbishop went to the Viscount's estate personally. What about the cathedral district in the north of the city? They left some people behind, but the main force went with the Archbishop. The conference room fell silent. Hans sheathed his dagger at his waist and muttered, "So the Deep Sea Church is depleting us, the Viscount is hoarding supplies and holding meetings, and the Archbishop is running to the Viscount's estate. All converging towards the inner city." Mary picked up the thread. It's as if they all know something is about to happen. But we don't. The atmosphere grew tense. Hans moved his injured left arm, breaking the silence. If it doesn't make sense, don't think about it for now. But one thing is certain, the inner city must know something. They can't keep it under wraps, calling the Archbishop over. Increase vigilance, keep a close watch on the inner city. We can only wait for them to reveal their intentions. Valentine's somewhat languid voice spoke up. After all, under the Empire's treaty, we have no right to interfere with the Viscount in non-emergency situations. Old Morgan had remained silent, merely smoking quietly, his gaze murky yet sharp. After a long time, he pressed the cigarette, but into the ashtray on the table, grinding it down a couple of times, and said, "Reinforce our defenses, but we need to take care of ourselves first. Among the current forces, we are the most severely lacking in combat strength, so be extremely careful." He looked up, addressing everyone by name. "Valentine, you will act with the Holy Armor Army, expand the patrol range outward. We are a bit blind now and need eyes." Valentine opened his eyes from the shadows, his green eyes glimmering as he nodded without speaking. "Mary, you're responsible for base defense. Ensure no fish slip through the net." Mary acknowledged, tucking the list into her pocket. "Hans, your injury is not healed, but you can move. Take a few people to patrol the surroundings, but don't stray too far." "Understood." Hans sheathed the dagger at his waist and nodded. "Alice." Old Morgan looked at the woman by the window. "You rest for a while. There may be a tough battle ahead." Alice pouted, reached for the Thunder War hammer leaning against the wall, and hoisted it onto her shoulder, but did not argue. "I also plan to call for support from headquarters." Old Morgan scanned the room and continued, "The situation in Grimport has exceeded the bottom line, and I have reason to suspect that the Viscount is deliberately excluding us night watchmen. Along with the clues we've gathered earlier, I think some positions need to be adjusted." Just as Old Morgan finished speaking, the communication crystal on the table suddenly lit up, emitting a faint blue glow. A deep voice came from the crystal. "Night Watchman, there is something to discuss with the Ascension Society." Old Morgan raised an eyebrow, but did not respond immediately. He looked around the conference room and waved his hand at everyone. "Everyone out for now." Alice frowned and glanced at Old Morgan, but asked no further questions, turning to leave with the hammer. Mary, Valentine, and Hans also got up in succession, their footsteps gradually fading away. The door closed. Only Old Morgan and Lu Yuan remained in the conference room. Old Morgan then turned his attention back to the communication crystal, extending his finger to press down, saying calmly, "Go ahead. The judge and Marcus are our people." The voice on the other end was very calm. "We need to bring them back." Old Morgan leaned back in his chair, taking a new cigarette from his pocket and leisurely lighting it. "Sure." He exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice unhurried. "But we need to leave something behind." For a brief moment, there was silence on the other end of the line, followed by a light chuckle. "Mr. Morgan, didn't we agree on everything during the meeting? We provide the ship and the manpower. What else do you want?" Old Morgan did not respond, merely flicking away the ash from his cigarette, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan understood and remained silent. The silence lasted for a few seconds. At last, Old Morgan leisurely spoke. "Where's the blood?" The breathing on the other end paused for a moment. It was brief, but Lu Yuan caught it. Silence. A long while passed. "How do you know?" "That's not important." Old Morgan pinched the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes narrowing slightly. "What matters is that since it's not part of the plan, it belongs to us. Of course, you can also try to take it from us." Once again, there was silence on the other end. Lu Yuan could sense that the other party was weighing the pros and cons. The Ascendant Society would not want this matter to become widely known, nor did they wish to tear their faces with the Night Watchman at this time. After a moment, the voice on the other end softened slightly. "The blood must be taken away, as well as Marcus. He was seriously injured when he received the news. Secondly," the other party paused, "you can participate in this plan, and the results will be shared. But you need to send people." Old Morgan let out a cold laugh as he flicked the ash into the ashtray. "Send people. We the Night Watchmen have always been at the forefront. What is the current situation? Don't tell me the Ascendant Society is unaware. There are no available personnel. Then we can only provide some information at most. That's not acceptable." Old Morgan leaned forward, extinguishing the cigarette, his voice suddenly turning cold. "At least let me know what you are doing. Do you know where this place is?" "Grim Harbor. The territory of the Empire. You Ascendant Society desecrate that kind of existence." If something goes wrong, don't think that the headquarters won't be informed. Those in the shadows will definitely report it to the core of the Empire. At that time, it won't just be the headquarters that will be punished. You might as well die to atone for your sins. Old Morgan's tone was flat, his fingers gently tapping on the table, but each word felt like a knife. You should know the current situation of the Empire. Daring to provoke those existences is tantamount to seeking death. So, I need an explanation. Otherwise, the Night Watchmen have the right to arrest all of you on the charge of threatening the Empire's security. Of course, you can also resist. He paused for a moment, a trace of cold laughter appearing at the corner of his mouth. But the consequences, you should weigh them carefully. The other end fell completely silent. Lu Yuan looked at Old Morgan, secretly astonished. This seemingly stingy old man was like a different person at the negotiation table. Silence stretched on for a long time. Finally, a sigh came from the other end. We did not provoke those taboos. That heart didn't reach that level, and it's still sealed. People can stay with you for now, and once the battle outside is over, we can discuss further. Old Morgan leaned back in his chair, lit another cigarette, and said lightly, "All right." The communication was cut off. The blue light dissipated, and the meeting room fell silent again. Old Morgan exhaled a puff of smoke, his face bearing no hint of pride, but rather a more solemn expression. These folks are indeed conducting some unspeakable experiments. He leaned back in his chair, his murky eyes narrowing as if he were talking to himself. The Deep Sea Church has been infiltrated to the point of being like a sieve. The Viscounts in the inner city are guarding against us, and what scheme the Ascendant Society is up to remains unclear. Old Morgan gave a bitter smile and flicked away the ash. As the captain of the Night Watchmen, I truly am unworthy. Lu Yuan did not respond. Old Morgan glanced at him and stood up. You were right earlier, the Ascendant Society is indeed coming to demand people. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest of the chair. They don't want to make a big deal out of it. That's precisely why they can be manipulated. Old Morgan pinched the cigarette between his fingers. But that's all there is to it. No one from the Ascendant Society is easy to deal with. Just as he finished speaking, the crystal lit up again. This time it was the church. How is Father Philip doing? Old Morgan glanced at Lu Yuan, signaling him to answer. Lu Yuan sat up straight and replied, his holy power is exhausted and he needs to recuperate. Take good care of him. We will send someone to assist. The communication was cut off. Old Morgan, as he spoke, rummaged through a drawer and handed Lu Yuan an envelope. Someone delivered this yesterday, addressing it to you. He leaned back in his chair, exhaling a puff of smoke. The messenger said the writer did not come. Lu Yuan took the envelope and saw familiar handwriting on the cover. Lawson. He opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. The handwriting was slightly messy, as if written in haste, the ink blurred in some places as if it had been soaked with drops of water. Dr. Lu, it's like meeting you through this letter. I want to trouble you once more regarding the matter I entrusted to you before. My daughter Lorena is studying alchemy at the Empire's academic tower. The pouch of gold shields I gave you should be enough for travel expenses. If it's convenient, please go see her and deliver this letter to her. You are the only person I trust in Grim Harbor. Tell her that her father is dead and that she should not return. Recently, Grim Harbor has not been peaceful. It is not safe for you to be here alone. While you still can leave, set off early. The environment at the academic tower is good, suitable for research. By the way, I ran into that doctor again a few days ago. I didn't expect to encounter him. The world is truly small. He'll stop here. Be careful on the road. Lawson. Lu Yuan looked at the letter, his brow slightly furrowed. On the surface, it seemed to be just an ordinary letter of entrustment. But there was something strange in the lines. He had already made everything clear last time, so why emphasize it again? And moreover, while you still can leave, set off early. The pouch of gold shields I gave you should be enough for travel expenses. Is Lawson urging him to leave? And that doctor? Lu Yuan remembered this person. When he first treated Lawson, Lawson had mentioned him, the one who advised him to stay away from the seaside and leave Grim Harbor. At that time, Lu Yuan did not pay attention. But now Lawson specifically mentioned him in the letter. I didn't expect to encounter him again. This sentence seemed far from mere sentiment. It felt more like a hint. Lu Yuan folded the letter and put it into his pocket. Lawson, that greedy, snobbish landlord who chose to give a warning at the last moment. He remembered that during their last meeting, Lawson had said there will be significant movements in the next few days. At that time, Lawson had already become a candidate priest for the Deep Sea Church. Calculating the time, Lawson had most likely embraced that underwater city by now, perhaps never to see him again in this lifetime. But why did he want to use such an indirect method to desperately give himself a warning? An acquaintance? Old Morgan asked, his expression obscured by the swirling smoke. The landlord from before Lawson. Lu Yuan tucked the letter away, his voice calm. He is also a priest of the Deep Sea Church. Lu Yuan carefully stored Lawson's letter. That doctor. Old Morgan. Lu Yuan raised his head. How many doctors are there in Grimport? Old Morgan raised an eyebrow and flicked the ash off his cigarette. Not many. The church takes the majority, and there are only 2 or 3 qualified doctors in the inner city, even fewer in the outer city. He glanced at Lu Yuan. What's wrong? Interested in the profession. A doctor treated Lawson and advised him to stay away from the seaside or leave Grimport. Old Morgan's eyes narrowed. What's the name of that doctor who gave such advice? If I remember correctly, it's Bulan. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? I don't believe in coincidences. Old Morgan scoffed. You'll understand, after staying in Grimport for a while, there are no coincidences here. I'll send someone to check it out. Before he could finish speaking, a gray-white text suddenly flickered at the edge of his vision. Environmental perception, numerous abnormal pollution sources approaching, caution advised. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. Such alerts always indicated serious trouble. Old Morgan noticed his expression, his gaze sharpening. What's wrong? Before he could finish, the conference room door was thrust open. A night watchman burst in, covered in blood, looking frantic. It was Leonard. Captain Morgan. His voice was hurried, gasping for breath. The Holy Armored Army has suffered a large-scale attack. The defense line is wavering. As he finished speaking, the entire base shook. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, and piercing screams came from all directions, mingled with a strange low chant, as if countless people were singing simultaneously or the sea was weeping. Old Morgan stood up, extinguishing his cigarette on the table. His expression showed no signs of panic. Rather, it was as if he had anticipated this moment. How many? I don't know. Leonard took a deep breath, forcing down his urgency. They're everywhere. 10 times more than the last attack on the base. They've finally come. Old Morgan chuckled coldly, quickly walking towards the door. Lu Yuan followed closely behind. The two passed through the corridor, climbed the stone steps, and pushed open the door leading to the ground. A pungent smell of blood assaulted them. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. In the night, the flames illuminated half the sky. The rain continued to fall, mixing with blood, and the entire perimeter of the base was shrouded in a mist of crimson. And deep within that blood mist, countless figures were writhing. They were a group of monsters, about 3 meters tall, hunched over, covered in bluish-gray scales glistening in the rain. Their faces were twisted to the point of being unrecognizable as human, their eyes completely degraded, leaving only 2 hollow sockets, as if someone had forcibly gouged them out. Their pointed ears drooped back, and their large mouths, which nearly took up their entire faces, were filled with rows of jagged teeth. Most bizarrely, certain parts of their bodies emitted a black glow resembling deep-sea anglerfish. But that light, when it fell into the eyes, induced a moment of dizziness. Detected numerous deep-sea aberrations, half-merfolk, highly polluted defective products, characteristics, deep-sea pressure adaptation group, resonance pollution halo, a complete abandonment of human identity, but failing to mutate due to cowardice midway through. Weaknesses, strong light, high-temperature dehydration, but that was not the most terrifying part. Behind those half-merfolk, Lu Yuan saw an even more disgusting sight. Countless frenzied humans were embedded within the gigantic monsters. Only their heads were exposed, fused back-to-back with the monsters, chanting the same prayers with the same frenzied smiles on their faces. Those people were once residents of Grimport. Sanity 130, 470, Sanity 30, 221, 270. It seems the full-scale attack is coming. Old Morgan remarked, looking at the defense line of the Holy Armored Army. Lu Yuan followed his gaze. The golden armor shimmered in the blood mist, and the soldiers of the Holy Armored Army seemed to be retreating in disarray, their defense line continuously shrinking. Lu Yuan frowned. Strange. The number of Holy Armored Army soldiers was not large. The 3rd Battalion stationed here had no more than 100 men, yet as a unit directly under the Empire, their combat effectiveness seemed somewhat lacking. Moreover, each soldier wore alchemical armor. Yet Lu Yuan felt that something was off. Although the attacks from the half-merfolk were fierce, the Holy Armored Army's retreat was too orderly. Consolidate the defense line. Civitan's voice pierced through the chaotic battlefield. Center it around the night watchman base. All units assemble. The soldiers quickly withdrew, abandoning the outer positions to form a tighter formation. The half-merfolk let out exhilarated screams, believing their prey had nowhere to run, surging forward like a tide. Then, Civitan suddenly looked up. On his blood-smeared face, a cold smile emerged. Enough. His voice was not loud, but every soldier of the Holy Armored Army heard it. The golden armor simultaneously erupted with dazzling light. Some alchemical formation or army blessing circulated among the soldiers, and the originally exhausted soldiers suddenly straightened their backs, their eyes igniting with battle intent. With pikes forward, they formed a battle array. Gunfire erupted in unison, firelight merging into a single blaze. Did you really think that an army directly under the Empire could be so easily suppressed? Civitan's voice thundered. Finally, I've waited for you rats to show yourselves. He charged forward, his sword sweeping divine light, exploding, cleaving the half-merfolk before him in two. First squad, charge with me. Second squad, secure the flanks. Third squad, protect the rear. The massive half-merfolk were rapidly filled, black blood splattering everywhere. The Holy Armored Army is called so not just because of their armor. It's because that armor responds to the will of its wearer. As long as their morale does not crumble, they can fight against the aberrations forever. The originally precarious defense line transformed instantly into an unstoppable meat grinder. At that moment, a shadow darted past Old Morgan. Before Lu Yuan could see clearly, the shadow was already beside old Morgan. It was a man clad in a black cloak moving like a specter. Lu Yuan recognized him. Egel, the captain of the Night Watchman's Dark Scouts. He had been the one who rushed to the scene during the incident with Priest Andrew. Egel usually appeared carefree, but his expression was particularly serious at this moment. He whispered a few words in old Morgan's ear. Old Morgan's gaze sharpened. Did you find him? Confirm the location. Egel's voice was soft. Should we execute? Proceed as planned. Old Morgan's tone was decisive. Negotiate with Cividen. Prepare for decapitation. Egel nodded, his figure flashing as he disappeared into the rain. Old Morgan turned to Lu Yuan, quickly explaining the Deep Sea Church's attack pattern is very regular. Old Morgan explained swiftly, the aberrant creatures lead the charge as cannon fodder, the believers mix in the middle to guide the direction, and the real commander hides at the back. A cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. I've been searching for that person hiding at the back, and this time I finally caught him. As the voice fell, a golden figure rushed out from the side door of the base. It was Alice. She did not charge directly into the half-fishman crowd, but instead circled around from the side, while the Cividen held the front line, attracting fire. The thunder hammer was held high, radiating a violent aura, aimed straight at the distant warehouse. Clearly, old Morgan had briefed her beforehand. The decapitation operation was the core of this battle. Boom! The hammer struck down, unleashing a burst of thunder. The half-fishman blocking the way was smashed into fragments, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Alice did not pause as she swung her hammer, each strike accompanied by a roar of thunder, carving a bloody path through the swarm of monsters heading straight for the warehouse. Meanwhile, a silver halo spread out from the direction of the base. It was Mary. She stood high with the silver halo enveloping the holy armored army and the night watchers below. Lu Yuan could feel the effect of the halo on him, fatigue fading, strength increasing, and his reaction speed quickening. With the external enhancement, the sound of war attribute slightly increases strength, speed, and mental resistance. Hans appeared on the other side of the base's high platform. His left arm was still wrapped in bandages, unable to wield the giant sword himself, but he stood surrounded by a dozen Dark Watch members, each holding an alchemical heavy crossbow. Aim for those scum. Hans' voice was hoarse yet powerful. Don't let them get close to Alice. As his words fell, a flurry of crossbow bolts shot out simultaneously. Unlike ordinary light crossbows, the bolts from the heavy crossbow exploded upon hitting the half-fishman, the alchemical agents igniting blue flames that spread across the monsters, emitting piercing shrieks. With the remote firepower suppression combined with the Holy Armored Army's frontal push, they felled the half-fishman, trying to encircle Alice in large numbers. The counterattack had already fully commenced. Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the base, watching as the tide of battle gradually turned. Under Mary's enhancement, Alice pushed through relentlessly, while the previously scattered night watchers began to converge towards the distant warehouse. That warehouse was the hidden stronghold of the Deep Sea Church. Old Morgan did not join the battle. He stood still, his gaze icy, fingers slowly tracing the air. Lu Yuan could feel a strange wave emanating from him. Energy fluctuations detected, parsing. Structural science attribute reorganizes or enhances the essence of matter through understanding its fundamental structure. Weakness long. Casting time requires prior setup. In the next moment, the ground near the base suddenly cracked open. Several dark cannon barrels slowly emerged from the ground. They were pitch black, covered in dense runes emanating a dangerous aura. Lu Yuan counted. 6 barrels. Old Morgan turned to him, a glint flashing in his murky eyes. Using these requires high precision. You have timing, which is very suitable. If the front line encounters problems, you must fire immediately. Old Morgan pulled out a crystal from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yuan. This is for connecting with Cividen. If needed, he will notify you. I am not sure what tricks the Deep Sea Church has left, but I worry that the decapitation operation might go awry. He patted the nearest cannon barrel, his tone unexpectedly filled with some regret. These barrels are the result of my years of accumulation. Don't waste them. Lu Yuan took the crystal, nodding. Old Morgan briefly taught him how to operate it. Just trigger the runes, and the barrels would fire towards the area with the highest concentration of pollutants. The strange supernatural also counts as pollution, so be cautious when using it. At that moment, another crystal in Old Morgan's possession suddenly lit up. A terrified voice came from the crystal. Night Watchers. The inner city is under attack. It was the voice of a guard beside the Viscount. Urgent. Someone has summoned a huge thing in front of the city hall, requesting reinforcements. Old Morgan's expression showed no surprise, even flashing a hint of coldness. What a fool, only realizing to call for help when they can't hold it anymore. Then Old Morgan glanced at the battlefield, which had barely stabilized the counterattack ongoing. He looked at Lu Yuan again. I need to go to the inner city. He turned and shouted, Valentine, lead the team with me to the inner city. At the edge of the battlefield, a shadow emerged from the half-fishman crowd. Valentine's form still retained a half-transformed state, covered in a black carapace, with his distinctive green eyes flickering in the blood mist. He licked the black blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an elegant smile. Going to the inner city. His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a hint of amusement. It seems the Viscount is paying the price for his arrogance. Old Morgan ignored his teasing and turned to Lu Yuan. There is a watchtower next to the base, go up there. He pointed to a nearby stone tower. From there you can see the entire layout of the warehouse, making it easier for you to assess the situation. Lu Yuan followed his gaze. The watchtower was about 3 stories high with a ring of stone parapets at the top, indeed an excellent observation point. Remember to crush that group of rats, don't let them escape again. Cividine and Alice will coordinate with you. Keep it in mind. Old Morgan paused, his tone serious. If you think the situation is not right, you have the right to fire directly. This time absolutely do not allow the deep-sea Chich's rats to escape. And I trust your judgment. With that, Old Morgan along with Valentine and a small team disappeared into the night and rain. Lu Yuan did not delay and quickly ascended the watchtower. The stone steps were a bit slippery, but he soon reached the top. Standing on the watchtower, the view opened up. The entire battlefield was in sight, the golden formation of the wholly armored army advancing from the front, Alice's lightning flickering on the flank, while the dilapidated warehouse in the distance was currently surrounded by the night watchers. The 6 cannon barrels were right at the foot of the watchtower, and the locations for triggering the runes were clearly marked by Old Morgan. Lu Yuan placed his hand on the rune, his gaze sweeping over the battlefield. The sounds of roaring and gunfire filled his ears. In the direction of the inner city, a gigantic shadow flickered in the rain, its height almost level with the city wall. The entire Grim Port was in chaos. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text quietly flickered. Current status of Grim Port 415043, 50 Grim status experience bar actually increased. Lu Yuan glanced at the enormous figure that had vanished into the rain. It seemed that the outcome would be decided in this battle. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Lu Yuan stood at the top of the watchtower, taking in everything. The golden formation of the wholly armored army advanced steadily. Alice's lightning flickered on the flank, while Hans commanded the Dark Watchers to provide remote firepower suppression with the alchemical crossbow bolts. The 3 parties coordinated seamlessly, gradually dismantling the half-fishman's assault. But what truly shocked Lu Yuan was Cividine. Just as he was watching the battlefield, a change occurred in Cividine. The runes on the golden armor all lit up, and the light from the surrounding 100 wholly armored soldiers converged like threads towards him alone. That was the power of the military formation, condensed onto one person. Cividine's form grew taller by half a head, the golden glow swirling around him, and the sword in his hand transformed into a massive golden blade, even longer than himself. Noted the Legion's secret technique, Holy Armor Concentration, a tribute condenses the strength and fighting spirit of all soldiers in the formation into one commander, gaining a temporary boost in combat power by several times weakness during the concentration period. Soldiers' combat power significantly decreases, and the commander bears a huge burden, with limited duration. Forbidden Knowledge Seeker 1 of 4. 350. Accompanying the gray-white prompt was the long silent, forbidden knowledge. Lu Yuan also realized that he needed to expand his knowledge base appropriately. As the colossal blade coalesced, Zywaiting sprang into action. At this moment, Zywaiting was no longer a commander, but rather an unstoppable spear. The golden figure plunged directly into the half-fishman horde, sweeping the giant blade, and wherever it passed, flesh and blood flew. The 3 maternal half-fishmen before him were like paper sliced in two by a single strike, black blood gushing forth, innards scattered across the ground. Only a straight path of blood remained behind, flanked by piles of severed limbs. Zywaiting's speed was too swift, too quick for those monsters to react. The soldiers of the Holy Armor Army maintained their formation, advancing steadily to cover his flanks. As the Holy Armor Army pushed deeper, the golden radiance on their bodies diminished significantly, yet it did not affect the harmony between the battalions. The spears stood like a forest, piercing all that escaped. With Zywaiting's frontal breakthrough, Ayla's speed on the flanks increased. Each strike of her thunder hammer unleashed a crackling flash, claiming the life of a half-fishman. On the high platform, Hans directed the hidden sentinels to maintain their firepower, alchemical crossbow bolts raining down into the monster horde, blue flames spreading across the half-fishmen, eliciting their piercing screams. This was a one-sided slaughter. The number of half-fishmen was rapidly decreasing. The warehouse was within sight. Inside the warehouse, the atmosphere was at its most tense. In the dim space, the salty scent of seawater permeated the ground, covered in complex runes, dark red candle flames flickering in the corners. A dozen gray-robed figures knelt on the ground, softly chanting ancient prayers. In their midst, a figure draped in a deep blue robe stood before the altar. His human hand had completely transformed into a tentacle, now hovering above a box wrapped in black cloth, guiding the flow of some unseen power. The ritual had reached its halfway point, but the sounds of battle outside grew nearer. A gray-robed man rushed in, his voice trembling with fear. "My lord, the Holy Armor Army has breached the second line of defense. That golden monster, we can't hold it back at all." The high priest did not open his eyes. His voice emerged from beneath the hood, like bubbles rising from the depths. "Can't hold it back." "Yes. And there's that woman with the hammer. She's charging straight towards us." The high priest fell silent for a moment. Then he opened his eyes. It seems. We must advance the plan. He raised his tentacle, drawing an arc in the air. Outside the warehouse, the rain suddenly intensified. Lu Yuan noticed the anomaly. The previously light rain transformed into a torrential downpour, large raindrops crashing against the armor, creating a dense crackling sound. More eerily, as the rain fell upon the half-fishmen, their movements quickened. The grayish-blue scales glistened in the rain as if infused with new strength. Then a song emerged, ethereal and distant, as if it came from the depths of the ocean, traversing through fathomless waters, through endless darkness, finally landing in everyone's ears with the raindrops. The melody had no lyrics, yet it inexplicably compelled one to listen, to draw near, to sink into that dark sea. Lu Yuan shook his head, easily breaking free from the influence of the song. His ability to do so stemmed from an exceptionally high threshold of rationality, but the soldiers of the Holy Armor Army and the Sentinels did not have that. As the song emerged, the golden light on the soldiers began to dim, as if suppressed by some force. Zai Weiting's colossal blade continued to swing, but the coalesced radiance no longer shone as brilliantly as before. The connection within the battalion began to waver. The half-fishmen, already devoid of rationality, utterly lost it at this moment. The once somewhat orderly charge transformed into complete madness. They roared and bellowed, recklessly lunging at the lines of the Holy Armor Army. Some half-fishmen were pierced through the chest by spears, yet they charged forward, ignoring the encroaching golden light, gripping the spear shafts, and madly pushing themselves towards the soldiers, biting through their necks. Some half-fishmen had their arms severed, yet they continued unabated, utilizing their massive bodies to rampage against the battalion. They had lost their instinct for survival. Or rather, the song made them forget everything, including death. The advance of the Holy Armor Army noticeably slowed, the once unstoppable momentum halted by this frenzied counterattack. Ayla's lightning still flickered, but her speed also decreased. It wasn't due to exhaustion, but because the enemies were too frenzied, forcing her to allocate more energy to defense. At that moment, something even more terrifying happened. Those human followers embedded within the half-fishmen simultaneously ceased their prayers. A frenzied smile appeared on their faces. For the mother, the bodies of the followers began to melt away, dissolving. Starting from their skin, they resembled candles encountering flames. Yet they did not scream. Instead, they sang. Their voices melded into the ethereal melody, clarifying it further. Flesh and blood transformed into dark red liquid flowing from the half-fishmen, enveloping the entire area in a rancid odor. The liquid did not fall to the ground, but instead floated upwards, merging into a dark red cloud. In the next moment, red rain began to fall from the sky. Blood rain. It landed on the ground, not soaking in but gathering and spreading. The entire battlefield transformed into a dark red swamp. At that moment, the song intertwined with the blood rain, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. And in the distance, a faint pain radiated in Lu Yuan's mind. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text flickered, encountering composite mental pollution song of the deep sea and blood-tide sacrifice characteristic. Song shatters while blood swamp erodes flesh. Under dual overlap pollution effect is doubled weakness, requires continuous chanting to maintain, destroying the core of the ritual, can terminate at rationality 2, 3270 rationality 3-1, 2270 experience. Lu Yuan frowned. If he was affected to such an extent, while not even at the center, what would happen to the Sentinels? They did not have the protection of the Holy Armor Army. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn for the worse with the appearance of the blood rain and the song. Despite the golden light still surrounding them, the soldiers' feet sank into the blood swamp, each step becoming incredibly arduous. Zai Weiting struggled against the golden light in the blood swamp forcefully, pulling his foot free only for the blood swamp to cling to him like a living thing, refusing to let go. Ailey smashed her hammer down on the head of a charging half-fishman, the monster's head exploding, and as blood and flesh splattered, the surrounding blood swamp also began to cling to her. In contrast, the half-fishmen navigated the blood swamp with ease, their speed increasing instead of decreasing, darting through the crimson waters as if returning to the deep sea. Yet the Sentinels were not entirely unprepared. Ailey pulled out a small vial from her waist, uncorked it, and drank deeply. The light blue liquid flowed down her throat, a refreshing sensation spreading from her stomach, causing the whispers and illusions in her mind to fade somewhat. Drink the potion. Hant's voice called from the high platform. The members of the hidden Sentinels quickly followed suit, taking out their own small vials and drinking. The actions of the Sentinels noticeably stabilized. Although they could not match the protective golden light of the Holy Armor Army, they at least managed to barely withstand the erosion of the song of the deep sea. At this moment, Mary stood atop the base, desperately expanding her silver halo, attempting to counteract the effects of the song and the blood swamp. But her complexion grew increasingly pale, blood trickling down from her nostrils. Damn it, I can barely hold on. On the watchtower, Lu Yuan took in everything below. The song of the deep sea, the blood tide, offering the blood marsh. The opponent was clearly dragging out time with one move after another. His gaze fell upon the distant warehouse. No prompts were needed, for in Lu Yuan's eyes the swirling black mist surrounding the warehouse area had reached its peak density the moment the blood rain fell. There was indeed something wrong inside the warehouse. Old Morgan's words echoed in his ears. If you think something is amiss, you have the right to fire directly. I trust your judgment. Lu Yuan did not hesitate. He adjusted the aiming direction of a cannon on the control panel in front of him. He was not aiming at the half-fishman on the battlefield, but rather at the warehouse, as the alchemical cannons aboard the deep-sea hunter were powerful enough to leave a lasting impression on Lu Yuan. Now that he had control, he naturally wanted to make the deep-sea church taste a bit of its own medicine. In the next moment, the runes lit up, and the pitch-black cannon barrel locked onto its target. Bang! A black beam of light tore through the rain curtain, howling straight towards the warehouse. Inside the warehouse boom. The entire structure suddenly shook violently. The wooden beams of the roof snapped, and debris rained down from the ceiling. The high priest suddenly looked up, a flicker of surprise flashing in his murky green eyes. The flesh and blood barriers set up around the warehouse blocked that strike, but the shockwave still shook the entire building to its very foundations. The blood rain above also trembled violently, and the rhythm became noticeably chaotic. Alchemical cannon. The high priest muttered to himself, his tone tinged with surprise. Since when did the night watchman have such things? But soon a cold smile crept onto his lips. Unexpected, yet merely that. It was normal for the night watchman to have some trump cards. A man in a gray robe stumbled in, his voice trembling with fear. My lord, they have ranged weapons. The blood rain has been disrupted. The high priest waved a tentacle, signaling him to withdraw. A mere cannon, even if another one comes, cannot harm me. His tone was calm, exuding absolute confidence. But in the next moment, another man in a gray robe rushed in, his voice filled with despair. My lord, that golden monster and the woman with the hammer. Their speed has increased dramatically. We cannot stop them. The high priest's expression finally darkened. Once the rhythm of the blood tide offering was interrupted, the suppression effect on the battlefield would be greatly diminished. He walked to the door and looked outside. Sure enough, the golden figure of Zewodin was charging through the blood marsh, moving at least twice as fast as before. Ellis' thunderous war hammer smashed down repeatedly, turning half-fishmen into minced meat. The warehouse was within arm's reach. Stop them, the high priest ordered coldly. A dozen gray-robed figures rushed out of the warehouse in an attempt to block the way, but they were no match, hardly stronger than the half-fishmen. Ellis' war hammer swept through lightning, erupting instantly, turning two gray-robed figures into charred remains. Zewodin's golden blade slashed down, splitting the half-fishman, blocking his path, and his steps never faltering. They could not be stopped at all. The high priest watched this scene with an expression of annoyance. What a bunch of useless fools. He turned to the gray-robed man beside him and said, take the things and exit through the back door. But the back door? I will clear the way. The moment those words fell, the atmosphere in the warehouse suddenly changed. The flickering candle flames extinguished simultaneously. In the darkness, the scales on the high priest began to emit a ghostly blue light. The melody of the song of the deep sea suddenly soared, becoming sharp and piercing. That was a precursor to an impending explosion. On the side of the warehouse, Ellis finally reached her target location. She was covered in black blood, breathing heavily, but her gaze remained sharp. She saw several gray-robed figures attempting to escape through the back door of the warehouse, clutching a box wrapped in black cloth. Stop! She shouted loudly, sweeping her hammer to block their path. Members of the Dark Watch also emerged from the alley behind, a dozen alchemical crossbows aiming simultaneously at the gray-robed figures. Drop the items, kneel, and surrender, and you might retain your corpses intact. Ellis' voice was icy, but the gray-robed figures remained indifferent, pressing forward. Before Ellis could step forward to block them, the roof of the warehouse was torn open. Not by an explosion, but rather, it was pushed open. A figure cloaked in deep blue slowly rose, hovering in midair. His face was obscured by a hood, but the fine scales covering his chin were visible. It was the high priest. He looked down at Ellis, his voice sounding as if it were coming from the depths of the sea. Little girl of the night watchman. Do you think you can stop my mother's decree by blocking a few paths? The instant those words fell, Ellis' breath hitched. Not out of fear, but because her body instinctively issued a warning. The hairs on her back stood on end, and her fingers gripping the hammer involuntarily tightened. That feeling felt like being a hunted prey under the gaze of a deep-sea behemoth, like standing at the edge of an abyss. Every inch of her skin screamed danger. Just a single gaze made her heart skip a beat. Ellis took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her bogus instinctive reaction. She was not a novice. She had seen contaminants, monsters, and those things crawling out from the abyss. But the one before her, just standing there, made her body feel heavy. But she did not retreat. Deep Sea Church. She raised her war hammer, lightning gathering at its head. You threaten the safety of the Empire and pollute its citizens. Such crimes deserve punishment. The high priest laughed. Interesting. He raised a tentacle and waved it lightly. The liquid in the blood marsh instantly coalesced, forming dozens of blood-colored spears that shot towards Ellis. Ellis swung her warhammer to block lightning exploding and shattering most of the spears. But there were too many. A few grazed her arms and shoulders, leaving deep wounds, and blood flowed down through the gaps in her armor. She let out a muffled groan, but her steps did not falter. The warhammer was raised high, directly smashing towards the high priest. The high priest dodged sideways, a tentacle coiling around the hammer's head. Lightning erupted on his tentacle, leaving only a few charred marks. "Is this all the strength you have?" The high priest's tone dripped with mockery. "You night watchmen truly get weaker with each generation." Another tentacle swung out, targeting Ellis' neck. At that critical moment, a golden giant blade slashed in from the side. Ziwadin. He had somehow broken through the obstacles of the blood marsh, radiating a golden light. The giant blade aimed directly at the high priest's back. The high priest was forced to release Ellis, turning to block. The tentacle clashed with the giant blade, producing blinding sparks. "Even the Empire's lapdogs have arrived." The high priest took 2 steps back, his tone tinged with amusement. "Perfect. Let you all witness what the power of the deep sea truly is." He spread his arms wide. The rainwater surrounding him began to flow backward, converging towards him. The liquid in the blood marsh also writhed, as if living creatures were moving towards him. The sound of the song of the deep sea became deafening after his appearance. Behind him, something massive was taking shape in the rain curtain. It was a silhouette formed from rainwater and blood, towering 5 to 6 meters high. Not fully formed yet, but already radiating a suffocating pressure. Ellis and Ziwadin simultaneously changed their expressions. They could not allow this thing to fully materialize. On the watchtower, Lu Yuan witnessed the scene and made a decisive decision. He picked up the communication crystal and connected to the channel of Shihua Ding. "Captain Shihua Ding, instruct Alice to retreat. I am going to fire the cannon." A deep voice from the crystal responded, "Understood." On the battlefield, Shihua Ding received the order, and the giant blade swept across, forcing the high priest to step back. "Alice, retreat." Without hesitation, Alice pushed off the ground with her warhammer and leaped backward several meters. Shihua Ding followed closely, his golden figure quickly creating distance. The high priest watched their retreating figures and let out a cold laugh. "Now you want to leave? It's too late." The outline of the massive entity behind him became clearer, about to take shape. The blood marsh spread like a living thing, trying to catch up with Alice and Shihua Ding. At that moment, the sound of cannon fire erupted. 2 black beams of light tore through the rain curtain, racing towards the high priest. The high priest did not even turn around. A tentacle swung out casually, and the liquid in the blood marsh instantly coalesced into a blood-colored shield wall. Boom! The 2 cannon shots struck the shield wall, and the explosive flames scattered, but they could not break through that layer of barrier. The high priest turned his head, his dead, fish-like eyes gazing in the direction of the watchtower. 2 shots. His tone dripped with disdain. "I told you, even if you fire 2 more shots, it won't change anything." He could not finish this sentence, because at the very moment the 2 cannon shots hit the shield wall on the watchtower, Lu Yuan had already moved the watch hand. Click. The world slowed down in his eyes. The flames from the cannon shots hitting the blood shield stretched like elongated threads, slowly blooming. The high priest's turning motion appeared as if he were swimming in water. The movement of his lips formed words, each syllable pronounced slowly, but it was irrelevant to Lu Yuan, as he could neither hear nor wanted to hear. In this elongated moment, Lu Yuan's actions were as swift as lightning. His fingers danced across the control panel, adjusting the angles of the remaining 4 cannon barrels. 3rd barrel locked. 4th barrel locked. 5th barrel locked. 6th barrel locked. 4 pitch-black cannon muzzles, all aimed at the high priest. Lu Yuan's finger pressed down on the rune. Fire. From the high priest's perspective, he had just blocked 2 cannon shots. The blood shield remained, and his mocking words were only halfway spoken. Then 4 black beams of light followed one after another. There was no interval, no respite. Before he could even react to the first shot, the second shot had already arrived. Before the second shot could be blocked, the 3rd and 4th shots came crashing in simultaneously. Fast. Too fast. So fast that he could not reassemble the blood shield in time. The high priest's pupils constricted sharply. No. Boom. 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 The 4 cannon shots struck in succession. Together with the previous 2 shots, 6 beams of black destructive light exploded on the high priest. The explosion's flames consumed everything. The blood marsh formation collapsed under the shockwave, dark red liquid splattering everywhere, and then quickly evaporating. The massive entity that was coalescing also dissipated like mist scattered by the wind. The song of the deep sea abruptly stopped, as the smoke cleared. The high priest still stood, but he was no longer human. His deep blue robe was shredded, revealing a scaly body beneath. 1 tentacle was severed and blue blood gushed out. There was a huge hole in his chest, revealing the writhing insides. He was surprisingly still alive. Good. Very good. The high priest let out a hoarse laughter, madness lacing his voice. He raised his head, his dead fish-like eyes looking in the direction of the watchtower. "Since you won't let me leave." The remaining tentacle pierced into his own chest. "Then let's go meet Mother together." On the watchtower, Lu Yuan saw the high priest's action. He did not know what the other party intended to do, but he knew. He now controlled the powerful alchemical artillery, and the villain perished from excessive talking. His finger pressed down on the rune again. The cannon tubes had not yet completed cooling, and the runes glowed intensely from the temperature of the cannon tubes, burning his fingers red. But Lu Yuan did not let go. Fire! Again, 6 black beams of light shot out. From the high priest's perspective, his tentacles had just grasped that black heart. That heart covered in eyes. The power bestowed by Mother. As long as he detonated it, everything within 100 meters would be pulled into the embrace of the deep sea. Then he saw it. 6 black beams of light once again howling toward him. Aimed at his body, aimed at the heart in his hand. No. No. At the last moment, the high priest crushed the heart, but at the same time, boom. The cannon fire hit. The black heart shattered in the explosion, the eyes on it spinning wildly for a moment before dimming completely. The high priest let out a chilling wail. It was not the pain of the flesh. Rather, it was the loss of something extremely important. At that moment, the golden giant blade sliced in from the side. Shiwading. He had been waiting for this moment. The giant blade wrapped in golden light aimed directly at the high priest's neck. The high priest tried to wriggle his body to evade, but his strength had sharply diminished with the shattering of the heart, and his movements became incredibly slow. Thud! The golden blade pierced flesh. The high priest's head flew off. In his murky eyes, the last trace of unwillingness and terror remained. He died without understanding. Why did the person on the watchtower not give him any chance to breathe? Why did he not wait for him to finish that sentence? Why did he not play by the rules? The headless body shook a couple of times, and then collapsed to the ground. Blue blood gushed out quickly, diluted by the rain. Alice dashed over from the other side, her war hammer raised high, and brought it down heavily upon the corpse. Once, twice, thrice. She did not stop until that body turned completely into a puddle of mush. Confirming death. Alice panted, her voice hoarse. Shiwading sheathed his giant blade, and the golden light began to fade. He glanced towards the watchtower and nodded slightly. That was a recognition towards Lu Yuan. On the watchtower, Lu Yuan released the pocket watch, breathing slightly heavier. His fingers had been burned halfway through by the runes connecting the cannon tubes, stinging painfully. But he could not care about that. Rationality 3, 2970, the gray-white text at the edge of his vision flickered, reminding Lu Yuan that his meager rationality had dropped a little more. Lu Yuan looked down at the distant battlefield. The high priest's body was completely motionless. The black heart had also turned to dust. Lu Yuan exhaled, deeply relieved that the cannon was powerful enough. The rain continued to fall, but the battle was over. The night watchmen began to clear the battlefield, gathering the corpses of the gray-robed people. The soldiers of the Holy Armor Army were exhausted. The golden light had completely dissipated, but the defiance still gleamed in their eyes. Shiwading walked towards the box wrapped in black cloth. Upon touching it, he could not help but frown, and then he lifted it up. The decapitation is complete. This thing counts as an extra gain. Store it at your base for safekeeping. His voice revealed no hint of emotion. Alice dragged her war hammer to the remains of the high priest, bowing her head for a moment. She remembered those brothers who had died in the attack a few days ago. Brothers, your revenge has been taken for you. Her voice was soft, as if speaking to herself. As her emotions settled, Alice raised her head, gazing beyond the ruins of the warehouse, towards the inner city. The sky over there still flickered with strange light, and the enormous shadow, although much blurred, had not completely dissipated. I wonder how things are on old Morgan's side. The rain began to lighten. Lu Yuan descended from the watchtower, the spots on his fingers where the runes had burned still faintly stinging. The battlefield was filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh and blood, the blood swamp slowly dissipating, while the bodies of half-fishmen lay scattered amidst the ruins. The high priest is dead. At least the battle here has come to an end. Lu Yuan's gaze crossed the battlefield, landing on the high platform not far away. The silver halo was slowly retracting, as if Mary had been drained of her last ounce of strength. She leaned forward, and had it not been for the quick reflexes of the night watchman beside her, she would have fallen. Quick, take her back to rest. Hans's voice came from the other side. His left arm was bandaged with a makeshift dressing, directing several scouts to account for casualties. 2 night watchmen supported Mary as they walked towards the base. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes tightly shut, and her steps were so unsteady, she was almost being dragged along. Lu Yuan took a glance, but did not immediately follow. This was because Shiwading was approaching him. The golden armor was smeared with blue blood. The residual energy of the holy armor had completely dissipated, yet this commander of the holy armor troop still walked with a steady gait, his mental state much better than anticipated. He was carrying a box wrapped in black cloth. This thing is for you, Shiwading said, handing over the box with a curt tone. The deep-sea church went to great lengths to escort this. It may be dangerous. I suggest sealing it first and deciding whether to open it after the inner city has dealt with its matters. Lu Yuan took the box. The moment he grasped it, a heavy sensation spread through his arm. Not only was the box excessively heavy, but Lu Yuan also sensed something inside seemed to be pulsating like a heart imprisoned slowly beating within the box. Detection of high-concentration pollution source. It is advised to evacuate immediately. A grayish-white prompt appeared at the edge of his vision. Lu Yuan looked down at the box. Beneath the black cloth, the outline of the box could be vaguely seen inscribed with intricate sealing runes that were strikingly similar to those he had encountered on the Isle of Nightmares. What lies within this box is likely related to some mother. I understand, Lu Yuan said, stowing the box and looking up at Siwa Ding. How is it in the inner city? Not clear. Communications were interrupted for a while. Siwa Ding turned to look in the direction of the inner city. That massive shadow, although much more indistinct than before, still had not fully dissipated. I will head over to provide support once my team is ready. He had no intention of resting. He hadn't even had time to wipe the blood from his armor before he began calling the soldiers to assemble. I will go too, Alice's voice came from the side. She approached with a war hammer smeared with blue blood, her body marked with several abrasions, yet her gaze was resolute. Old Morgan is in the inner city. Oh, I am worried. Siwa Ding did not oppose, merely nodding. Alice looked at Lu Yuan. What about you? Lu Yuan paused for a moment and shook his head. I wouldn't be of much help if I went. Besides, we still need people here. He then shook the box in his hand. Alice nodded, and before leaving she turned back and instructed, take good care of Mary, and ensure the night watchmen do not waver in their resolve. She paused and added, if anyone is behaving unusually, there are specialized calming potions in the warehouse. Make them take them and isolate them for rest. It's after large-scale battles that problems are most likely to arise, so don't be careless. I understand, Lu Yuan replied. Alice nodded and turned to catch up with Siwa Ding's team. The golden armor gradually faded into the rain, the footsteps of the holy armor troops synchronized, eventually disappearing at the end of the street leading to the inner city. Lu Yuan stood in place, watching the direction in which they left. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and looked down at the box in his hand. The pulsating sensation continued, but the specially designed sealed box seemed to contain it well. He did not dwell on it further and turned to walk towards the base. Lu Yuan planned to throw this thing directly into the safest place in the base, the deep storage. He strode into the base, following the familiar spiral stone stairs downward. The surrounding air gradually turned chilly and damp. The heavy sensation that had been pressing on his heart surged once more. The dark red moss on the rock walls emitted a faint glow in the darkness. Abnormal environment detected high concentration of spiritual residue. Lu Yuan quickened his pace, arriving before the ancient door. He inserted the brass key given by Old Morgan, turned it, and the heavy sound of mechanisms echoed in the dead silence of the underground. The door slowly opened. The warehouse was still as bright as day, countless alchemical lamps illuminating the area, as if it were daylight without a hint of shadow. On several rows of low black metal shelves, various sealed containers were sparsely placed. Lu Yuan placed the black box on a shelf alongside that bottle of blood. The moment the box settled, the faint pulsation that had been perceptible suddenly vanished, as if it had been completely suppressed by the warehouse's seals. Lu Yuan stared at the box for a few seconds, confirming that the sealing runes showed no abnormalities before turning to leave. But just as he reached the doorway, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly surged in his heart. Unable to articulate what it was, Lu Yuan halted, furrowing his brow, and turned back to glance at the box, which remained silent. After a moment's thought, he rearranged the box's position. Only then did he turn to leave, preparing to check the infirmary, as Mary had looked quite unwell earlier. Mary lay on the bed, her face pale, brows tightly knitted, as if she were having a nightmare. A night watchman's doctor was guarding her bedside, looking anxious, holding an empty potion bottle. How is she? Lu Yuan entered, his gaze landing on Mary. The doctor shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. She has already taken the holy water and calming potion, but the effects seem to be lacking. Her condition is worse than expected. What is the formula for the potions in the warehouse? A standard calming agent made from silvergrass, the doctor replied. In theory it should suffice, but she. Lu Yuan moved to the bedside, leaning down to assess. Mary's breathing was rapid and erratic, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips occasionally trembling, as if she were trying to say something inaudible. In his vision, grayish-white text slowly materialized. Subject: Mary. Status: severe damage to rationality. Trace amounts of deep-sea pollution residue around the rationality barrier. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed even tighter. It was not just a depletion of rationality. When Mary was using the silver halo to empower the others, she likely collided with that high priest's domain. Given Mary's extraordinary level, she could not possibly match the high priest, and was thus slightly polluted. The faint deep-sea aura that had seeped into the edge of Mary's rationality barrier, while weak, was beyond what her current state could withstand. Ordinary calming potions cannot suppress such things. Lu Yuan recalled the records from the book. She needs a purifying formula. Lu Yuan gazed at Mary, his thoughts delving deep into his mind, as the forbidden study specialization was activated. The gray-white characters danced wildly on his retina, and countless pharmacological combinations began to emerge. Analyzing target characteristics rationality, impaired severe trace, deep-sea contamination residue. Projecting formula. Plan generated purification sedative custom version. Principle neutralizing the source of contamination with the essence of light silver grass, stabilizing the mental barrier with comflower extract, using intermediate holy water as a solvent to catalyze the purification reaction. The synergistic effect of the three can suppress rational fluctuations while eliminating trace contamination. Expected success rate 67. Note: comflower extract must be extracted in a low-temperature environment, otherwise the effective components will volatilize. A light silver grass must be ground to a powder. Continuous stirring is required during mixing, and it must not be left still for more than 10 seconds, or it will become highly toxic. Lu Yuan opened his eyes. Do you have comflower here? The doctor was momentarily taken aback. Yes, but that usually doesn't mix with holy water. Go get it. Lu Yuan's tone left no room for negotiation. And light silver grass, the freshest you have. Prepare the mortar and container everything. The doctor hesitated for a moment, but remembering Lu Yuan's previous performance at the base and Mary's pained expression, he turned to fetch the materials. Moments later, everything was laid out on the table. Lu Yuan rolled up his sleeves and began to work. He first placed the light silver grass into the mortar and ground it vigorously. This herb contains a large amount of fibers in its stems and leaves which must be thoroughly crushed to release the effective components. A faint silver glow gradually appeared in the mortar, and a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air. Close the window, Lu Yuan said without looking up. Comflower is heat sensitive. The temperature during extraction cannot be too high. The doctor complied. Lu Yuan poured the ground light silver grass essence into a glass container and then picked up the comflower. It was a small flower of light blue color with petals as thin as cicada wings, almost transparent in the light. He carefully plucked the petals and placed them into another container, adding a small amount of water, then gently stirred. The petals slowly dissolved in the water, releasing a pale blue juice. Holy water. Lu Yuan extended his hand. The doctor passed him a bottle of intermediate holy water. Lu Yuan opened the bottle cap, poured the holy water into the container with the light silver grass essence, and while stirring slowly, added the comflower extract. The three liquids blended in the glass container, the color changing from initially murky to gradually clear, ultimately presenting a faint silver blue hue. The entire process could not pause. Lu Yuan's wrist maintained a steady rhythm, the stirring rod tracing spirals in the container. Done. He paused his actions, lifting the container to examine it under the light. The liquid was clear and transparent with no sediment, no layering. Successfully made. Obtained item purification sedative. Effect can neutralize trace deep-sea contamination while gradually restoring impaired rationality. Pharmacology 0. 5-1450 Lu Yuan poured the potion into a clean vial, walked to the bedside, and lifted Mary's head, bringing the vial to her lips. Drink this. Mary's consciousness was still hazy, but her body instinctively reacted, the pale, silver-blue liquid slowly flowing into her mouth, sliding down her throat. Seconds later, her tightly furrowed brows began to relax, her rapid breathing steadied considerably, and the abnormal pallor on her face slowly faded. The doctor watched this scene, surprise flashing in his eyes. How did you know she still had contamination? Ordinary diagnostics can't detect it. I studied similar cases earlier. Lu Yuan placed Mary back on the pillow and casually replied, continue to observe. If there are any changes, call me immediately. Lu Yuan did not elaborate further and turned to leave the medical room. Since Mary was no longer in serious danger, he would check on Mina now. Just as he reached the end of the corridor, a commotion of footsteps came from outside. Lu Yuan looked up to see Hans leading a group of night watchmen streaming in through the main entrance. They had been withdrawn from the outer battlefield, each carrying varying degrees of injuries. Some had their clothes torn into large holes by blood pools, while others limped, obviously having injured their legs. But what truly caught Lu Yuan's attention was their mental state. Some had trembling hands, yet tightly gripped their weapons, unable to loosen their grip. Some had vacant gazes, and some had begun to mutter to themselves in low voices, mumbling indistinct words, occasionally emitting suppressed laughter. It was a wavering of rationality. They had all suffered varying degrees of contamination. Hans walked at the front, his left arm bandaged and already seeping blood, but he seemed relatively clear-headed. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he nodded slightly. Did Alice and the others leave? Just left. Lu Yuan glanced at the poorly conditioned night watchman. These people need treatment. They have already been treated. Hans frowned. But the effect is not very good. Ordinary sedatives seem unable to suppress them. I have already instructed the apothecary to work quickly on a new potion. Lu Yuan surveyed the surrounding area. These night watchmen were all tainted with varying degrees of gray mist. Similar to Mary's situation, it wasn't simply a depletion of rationality, but also rational contamination. Ordinary sedatives could only alleviate the fluctuations of rationality, but could not eliminate the residual deep-sea aura. I will go prepare the medicine. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and said, I have a potion that can deal with this situation. You have a way. Hans' eyes flashed with surprise. Give it a try. Lu Yuan did not explain further and turned to head towards the apothecary room. The apothecary room was filled with various materials, shelves cluttered with bottles and jars of all sizes, and the air was thick with the mingled scents of herbs and alchemical reagents. Lu Yuan wasted no time and began working directly. Light silver grass cauliflower intermediate holy water along with the experience from making it once before made him much more skilled. Grinding, extracting, mixing, stirring. First bottle 3 minutes. Second bottle 2.5 minutes. Third bottle 2 minutes. Lu Yuan's movements became increasingly swift, yet each step remained precise. Pharmacology 0. 2. 0. 2. 15. 650. Experience was as expected, diminishing rapidly, and in the end, he couldn't even reach 0. 1. Lu Yuan had discovered long ago that once one mastered the creation of a certain potion, the experience gained from repeated making would significantly decrease. But now was not the time to worry about that. Half an hour later, 12 bottles of purification sedative were laid out on the table. If diluted, each night watchman in the base could have a share. Of course, even diluted, it was enough to alleviate the symptoms, as they had suffered different types of contamination than Mary. One was pollution from a collision, while the other was slight taint. Lu Yuan packed the potions into a wooden box and exited the apothecary room. In the corridor, the night watchman had already been arranged to sit against the wall, and Hans had administered intermediate holy water to them to temporarily alleviate their condition. Seeing Lu Yuan come out, Hans hurried over. After all, Lu Yuan had joined the night watchman as a doctor, and given the prior impact on the base, Lu Yuan's displayed medical skills were indeed trustworthy. It's ready. Lu Yuan did not wait for Hans to speak and handed over the wooden box. For those who are not serious, dilute with water. For those who are serious, give them a whole bottle. After they drink it, let them rest. If anyone is still unwell after 4 hours, give them another bottle. Hans took the wooden box, glanced at the neatly arranged vials inside, and surprise flickered in his eyes. Your speed. Practice makes perfect. Lu Yuan did not elaborate further. I have already dealt with Mary. Her situation is rather special and requires continuous observation. It's good that Mary is fine. Hans nodded, clearly relieved. Lu Yuan responded with an acknowledgement and turned to head towards the library. Mina and Brent were still inside. He needed to check on their condition. Moreover, he had promised Mina to concoct a sedative to alleviate the side effects of the echo of all things, but had not had the chance to prepare it until now when the herbs were available. The library was very quiet. Lu Yuan pushed the door open and saw Brent dozing against the bookshelf, a hint of fatigue still on his face. On the floor beside him lay a blanket, and Mina was lying on it, her brows furrowed, her lips moving incessantly, as if she were having a nightmare. Mo Shui floated in midair, his beady eyes fixed intently on Mina, his expression unusually serious. Her body was surrounded by several knowledge light orbs, more than double the usual amount. At this moment, she was holding one light orb in her hand, taking bites out of it, though her movements seemed somewhat distracted. You're here. Mo Shui spoke in a low voice, as if afraid of waking Mina. What's wrong? Lu Yuan stepped closer, his gaze landing on Mina as her talent flared up again. Is there something outside? Mo Shui bit into the light orb again, his tone heavy. A lot more has flooded into Mina's ears all at once. She paused, swallowing the remaining light orb in one bite, and plucking a new one from beside her. I estimate that something big has appeared outside. Oh, what's the situation now? The high priest of the Deep Sea Church. Lu Yuan crouched down, examining Mina's condition, but it has already been dealt with. Mo Shui breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's good. She stuffed the light orb into her mouth, mumbling indistinctly, since the source is gone, a period of rest should allow her to recover. Lu Yuan nodded, his gaze lingering on Mina's pale little face. The little girl's lips were still gently moving, intermittently uttering a few indistinct words. I don't want to hear. Stop shouting. Please don't shout. No one can save anyone. Her voice was tinged with tears, and she curled up into a ball. Lu Yuan frowned. Why is Mina still saying these things? Aftershocks. Mo Shui sighed. There were too many voices flooding in at once. It will take time to digest them. She floated to Mina's side, a hint of complexity flashing in her beady eyes. Grimport is too chaotic. Mo Shui's tone carried a touch of irritation. All sorts of chaotic things are drilling into her ears. The deep sea, the dead people. It's simply a mixed bag. She paused and bit into another light orb. Once things settle here, we'll have to take her somewhere else. Lu Yuan nodded. Grimport was indeed unsuitable for Mina. Later he could ask old Morgan if it was possible to send Mina to the Imperial Province or some other safe place. Before Lu Yuan could say anything further, the communication crystal in his arms suddenly lit up. It was Shihua Ding's voice, short and urgent. We have arrived at the inner city. Things here are still unresolved. The Viscount has made a mistake, and old Morgan is investigating. How about you? Lu Yuan replied, currently stable. Tell Alice that Mary's situation has been brought under control. Contact me if there's any news. As the communication was cut off, the library fell silent once more, with only Mina's occasional murmurs echoing in the air. Lu Yuan looked down at Mina, his brow furrowed slightly. I'll go prepare some medicine for her. Don't. Emoshue interrupted him, her mouth still stuffed with half a light orb, mumbling, in this situation progress is rapid, it's best not to interrupt. The book's spirit chewed on the light orb, her tone carrying a hint of complexity. For a talent like the echo of all things, the sooner one adapts the better. A little hardship won't hurt. She paused and added, don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on her. If anything goes wrong, I'll call you. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Grimport status 4350-4450, a gray-white prompt flickered at the edge of his vision, clearly indicating that the Viscount had made a mistake. This caused the long quiet experience bar to shift slightly again. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze. What had happened in the inner city? Lu Yuan didn't know. For now, he could only wait for news from Old Morgan. Half an hour ago, Old Morgan had crossed through the outer city with Valentine and the team, and the streets were filled with panicked citizens. Here the lights had mostly gone out, and the air was thick with the smell of blood mixed with the peculiar stench of mutated creatures, making it chilling. There are aberrants ahead. Valentine's voice came from the front, his green eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Old Morgan raised his hand, signaling the team to stop. Valentine gestured to Old Morgan that it was all right, then suddenly dashed forward. His upper body began to swell as he ran, grayish armor surfacing from beneath his skin, covering his elegant features. After several muffled thuds, Valentine returned, dragging an aberrant that was still twitching, and casually threw it onto the ground. Severe contamination, it no longer possesses human characteristics. Valentine wiped the black blood from his hands, a look of disgust on his face. The contamination density in the inner city is higher than I imagined. Old Morgan crouched down and poked the corpse with his staff. The aberrant's skin showed a sickly gray-green hue covered in fine scales, its eyes bulging, and its mouth split open to the roots of its ears, revealing a row of sharp teeth. A typical characteristic of deep-sea aberrants. Let's go. Old Morgan stood up, his voice hoarse. Don't delay. The team continued forward. At that moment, the communication crystal at Old Morgan's waist suddenly vibrated. Enhanced voice came from the crystal. The battle at the warehouse is over. The behind the scenes priest has been killed. Good, it seems the plan was quite successful. Yes, the artillery was well controlled by that brat Lu Yuan, successfully decapitating along with Shiwa Ding and Alice. Old Morgan narrowed his murky eyes slightly, a faint arc appearing at the corners of his mouth. After so many years of preparation, it's finally not in vain. Old Morgan said little more, merely retracting the communication crystal back to his waist. Valentine glanced back at him. The situation at the warehouse has been resolved. You don't seem surprised. The artillery was originally prepared for such situations. Old Morgan's gaze fell toward the inner city. What worries me more is over there. In the distance, the sky glowed with a strange dark red hue, as if something was burning fiercely. As they crossed the boundary between the inner and outer city, Old Morgan's brows furrowed even tighter. If the outer city was chaos, the inner city at this moment was hell. All the lights were extinguished, not a single one remained lit. In the darkness, only torches and holy light flickered, illuminating the surrounding scene in a sporadic glow. Corpses lay scattered on the streets. Some wore deep blue uniforms belonging to the Viscount's personal guards. Others were clad in golden armor. Have even the holy armored army fallen? Old Morgan's expression darkened. Corpses were piled everywhere, blood and entrails littered the ground, and he could even see some people convulsing and twisting, undergoing mutation. A soldier lay by the road, clutching his throat with both hands, emitting muffled whimpers. His neck was already lined with deep, jagged cuts, bright red blood gushing forth, as if he had grown gills. There's no saving him. Valentine walked over to the suffering soldier and ended his life with a single stroke of his sword. Such a scale is definitely not a temporary attack. Valentine sheathed his long sword, his green eyes scanning the surroundings. They must have been operating in the inner city for a long time. Old Morgan remained silent. His gaze fell upon a nearby wall where a distorted symbol already damaged was drawn in blood. It represented sacrifice. The inner city was the safest area of Grimport, housing the Viscount and private forces of various factions, as well as the Holy Armored Army and a small Imperial garrison. How could the Deep Sea Church infiltrate so deeply here? Unless... Old Morgan's gaze darkened. The Viscount is problematic. I think so too, Valentine nodded. They did not continue the discussion, for a deafening roar had already echoed from ahead. The squad quickened their pace towards the direction of the town hall. Along the way, they encountered several wandering mutants, which Valentine swiftly dispatched without breaking stride. The closer they got to the town hall, the heavier the stench of pollution in the air became, a nauseating smell mixed with an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if some colossal entity awaited them ahead. At last, the town hall square appeared before them. Old Morgan had seen many things in his life. Mutants, frenzied cultists, uncontrollable supernatural beings. He thought few things could still affect him. But when he beheld the scene above the town hall square, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. It was a pitch-black rift hovering in the center of the square with a diameter of over 10 meters. The edges of the rift looked like a wound torn by something jagged, and uneven with black liquid constantly dripping from it. Those droplets hit the ground, causing the bluestone slabs to emit white smoke, corroding them into charred pits. Surrounding the rift, a massive shadow was spreading. The shadow had no fixed form, flowing like thick ink in the air, constantly twisting and changing. Vaguely, old Morgan saw countless eyes turning in the depths of the shadow, watching every person in the square. Accompanying the shadow were tentacles stretching out from the rift, numerous black tentacles varying in thickness. They madly reached for the people in the square, but were quickly repelled by the holy light, retracting only to extend again. A low murmuring voice emanated from the rift, as if something was chanting in the depths. That voice drilled into old Morgan's ears, causing him to feel dizzy. He squinted, forcibly shifting his focus away from the rift. In the square, the holy armored army stationed in the inner city was fighting desperately. The runes on the golden armor all lit up the soldiers, forming a tight military formation, and holy light converged into a golden barrier, continuously repelling the tentacles that reached out from the rift. On the eastern side of the square, old Morgan saw a familiar figure. The archbishop. He stood among a group of clergy, his purple robe billowing in the holy light. Cradling a book that glimmered with golden light in his hands, he loudly chanted ancient prayers. Golden holy light poured from him, coalescing above his head into a vague angelic silhouette, 6 wings outspread, overlooking the entire battlefield. The sacred aura emitted by that silhouette was desperately suppressing the expansion of the rift. The archbishop's face was pale, his forehead beaded with sweat, clearly exhausted. But he did not retreat an inch. Beneath the barriers, several clergy in white robes coordinated with him, gathering the holy light together to temporarily block the onslaught of the tentacles. At the forefront, the Viscount was wielding a burning longsword, battling the tentacles. With every swing, he severed a tentacle, flames swirling around him, dispelling the encroaching darkness. But old Morgan noticed that the Viscount's movements were somewhat stiff, the flames flickering erratically, as if he were a lamp about to run out of fuel. Clearly, the Viscount had sustained severe injuries. A soldier unable to evade in time was ensnared by a tentacle around his waist, and with a scream disappeared into the rift. Old Morgan took a deep breath, his expression darkening to the extreme. How could such a large rift appear in the inner city? With the defenses of the inner city, even if the gates were wide open, it would be impossible for outsiders to tear open space here. Unless that fool of a Viscount invited the thieves in. But now was not the time to pursue this matter. He scanned the battlefield, knowing that this rift must be closed at its source. Old Morgan did not delay, crouching down and pressing his palm against the bluestone slab of the square. His understanding of structural perception spread from his fingertips. Beneath the ground, something was resonating with the rift. It was toward the town hall. Valentine, old Morgan spoke. I know. Valentine patted his clothes, pulled out a bottle of crimson elixir from his pocket, and gulped it down. What a shame for my freshly changed clothes. In the next moment, Valentine's body began to swell violently, a gray carapace covering him entirely, the deformed membranous wings that usually folded out stretching fully, his green eyes turning blood-red, fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth. A strong, bloodthirsty aura erupted from him as he flapped his wings, leaping into the battlefield. Old Morgan turned to the squad. Assist in sealing, do not let anything escape from the rift. The squad members nodded immediately, pulling out spiritual potions and gulping them down, then dispersing to join the fight. Old Morgan stood up and quickly walked towards the steps of the town hall. The doors of the town hall stood wide open, the interior in disarray. Old Morgan did not linger, directly passing through the empty hall and finding the entrance to the underground. Beneath the town hall lay a vast underground vault that had existed since the founding of Grimport. This place was originally meant for storing supplies and as a refuge for citizens during tsunamis, with interconnected passages leading to several stone chambers of varying sizes. But now it had become a breeding ground for the rift. Following his structural perception, old Morgan delved deeper, stopping in the largest vault. The sight before him made him frown. The walls were etched with twisted runes, these runes glowing a dark red, as if painted with blood. On the ground lay a massive magical array, complex lines intertwining to form a dizzying pattern. In the center of the magical array lay an object. It was a spine. To be precise, it was a spine-like black object. It is about the length of a person, composed of segments of pitch-black vertebrae, with black viscous liquid flowing between the joints. And it beats in sync with the tremors of the fissure. With each pulse the runes brighten, and the fissure above the square widens slightly. Old Morgan stood at the door, his murky eyes fixed intently on the vertebra. They actually set up an anchor point. Old Morgan's voice was tinged with shock, but it quickly turned to anger. Has the mind of the Viscount been eaten by dogs? How dare he bring something like this in? Is this not a betrayal of the Empire? Old Morgan stepped into the vault, carefully stepping around the array on the ground. This thing resonated with some existence on the other side, forcibly opening a passage. That shadow should be the projection sent over by that existence. Can it be destroyed? Old Morgan furrowed his brows, crouching down to analyze the structure of the array with his knowledge of construction. Lines, nodes, energy flow. Old Morgan's frown deepened. This array has already fused with the sacrificial offerings above. With his abilities, he simply cannot break it. At least for the short term, there is no way to deal with this thing. After confirming that he couldn't break it, Old Morgan decisively pulled out an alchemical bomb from his pocket and coldly said, "Since we can't break it, let's blow it up." Just as Old Morgan was about to light the fuse, a golden, holy light spread from the passage behind him, dispelling the darkness in the vault. Old Morgan turned around. It was Alice and the Archbishop. The Archbishop's purple robe was covered in dust and blood, his face pale to the point of being frightening, yet his eyes remained sharp. The holy light enveloping him, although dimmer than before, still exuded a sacred aura. "Don't blow it up." The Archbishop's hoarse voice echoed in the vault. "Forcibly destroying it may cause backlash. Sealing it is the most prudent approach. Waiting has arrived with the Holy Shield Army, and the two formations have stabilized it for now." His gaze fell upon the pulsing vertebra at the center of the array. His pupils constricted suddenly. How can there be such a thing? Has the Viscount betrayed the country? The Archbishop's voice carried an undeniable shock. As a fourth-tier cleric, he understood all too well what this thing represented. To be able to project simply by its own materials, it is highly likely to be something from an unspeakable entity. The Empire has repeatedly warned against provoking those existences. You actually didn't know? How could you bear to abandon your church and rush over? Old Morgan looked at the Archbishop with some confusion. The Archbishop fell silent for a moment, his expression growing increasingly grim. "My people discovered that the Viscount received a secret letter from the Empire some time ago. After that, he began transporting some strange things into the inner city on a large scale. I've been tracking the whereabouts of that batch of goods." He looked at the vertebra, a chill flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect that among the things brought in there would actually be this." Old Morgan and the Archbishop exchanged glances. Both men saw the same confusion and vigilance in each other's eyes. In any case, regardless of what he plans to do, the Archbishop took a deep breath, walking to the edge of the array. "Let's first resolve the present issue. Can it be sealed? It should be no problem. It seems a sealing barrier was set up in advance, and the pollution hasn't fully spread here yet." The Archbishop's voice was calm and resolute, without a hint of hesitation. He clasped his hands together and began to chant a high-level prayer. This prayer was more complex and ancient than the one in the square. Each syllable seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of the soul, carrying a certain sacred and solemn power. Golden holy light surged from him, denser and purer than before. The angelic silhouette above the Archbishop coalesced once again, its 6 wings unfurling, and the eyes formed of holy light slowly opened, gazing down at the anchor point in the center of the array. Where the angel's gaze fell, darkness had nowhere to hide. Holy light surged like a tide towards the vertebra, completely enveloping it. The black object emitted a piercing shriek, as if something was screaming in agony. The runes flashed wildly, trying to resist the encroachment of the holy light, but under the angelic silhouette's watch, all struggles seemed futile. The pulsing frequency began to slow down. The runes on the array extinguished one by one, like candle flames snuffed out by an invisible hand. Through his understanding of construction, Old Morgan could feel the tremors in the ground, diminishing the connection between the fissure and the anchor point being severed. Sweat beads the size of beans dripped down the Archbishop's forehead, sliding down his cheeks, but his chanting did not falter in the slightest, his voice still steady and powerful. Finally, at the moment when the holy light filled the entire vault, the vertebra stopped pulsing. The surrounding runes also extinguished completely. The radiance of the array dissipated, leaving only the pitch-black vertebra quietly lying on the ground. The angelic silhouette slowly faded, and the Archbishop's chanting abruptly ceased. His body swayed slightly, nearly falling, but was timely supported by Alice. "It's fine now." The Archbishop's voice was weak, tinged with a hint of relief. "Fortunately, it was brief, though otherwise I wouldn't have been able to handle it either." Old Morgan nodded, turning to Alice. "You stay to take care of the Archbishop. I'll go check on the situation first." Alice nodded, helping the Archbishop lean against the wall to rest. The Archbishop watched Old Morgan's departing figure, unable to help but shake his head. He took out a small vial of light golden liquid from his pocket, squeezed out a drop into the holy water, then swallowed it in one gulp, visibly regaining his color. Old Morgan quickly walked out of the vault. The scene in the square relieved him. The fissure was currently shrinking. The large shadow enveloping the sky was also dissipating, as if being pulled back by some force, gradually retreating into the depths of the fissure. Those countless rotating eyes emitted silent roars, but could not prevent their fate of being devoured. The tentacles struggled wildly, unwilling to retreat so easily, but the barrier formed by the holy light grew stronger, forcing them back into the fissure bit by bit. Valentine was still on the battlefield, but the pressure had clearly lessened. The Viscount was still fighting, but his movements were becoming slower and the flames were dimming. A few minutes later, the fissure closed completely. The shadow dissipated entirely, and the sky once again revealed the overcast clouds. Valentine sheathed his fangs, the carapace on his body slowly shedding, returning to his human form. Feeling the sticky sensation on his body, he couldn't help but frown. Old Morgan gazed at the corroded, pockmarked ground in the center of the square, remaining silent for a moment. It has temporarily come to an end. His gaze swept over the collapsed buildings, the bodies strewn about. The core area of the inner city was nearly half destroyed. The shops, residences, and warehouses around the town hall square all turned to ruins. The ground polluted by the fissure will likely not recover for some time. Old Morgan sighed. This battle has set Grimport's development back at least 2 to 3 years. Reconstruction requires money, soothing the populace requires money, and restoring the polluted land requires even more money. And this port city is already not wealthy, with the Viscount's tax policies continuously draining the people's strength. Hard to manage. Damn it, it's hard to manage. That damned Viscount should have been captured earlier. As the Archbishop walked out of the dome cellar with Alice's support, his complexion had already improved significantly. The effect of that golden liquid exceeded expectations. His voice still carried a hint of fatigue. The seal is merely a temporary measure. I need time to study that formation and find a way to utterly destroy it. Old Morgan nodded, his gaze falling on the Viscount not far away. The Viscount had already exhausted himself, kneeling on one knee, supporting his body with a long sword, gasping heavily. His silver armor was riddled with cracks and dents, his face pale, yet his eyes remained surprisingly calm. Bring him over, the Archbishop said coldly. 2 soldiers from the Holy Armored Army stepped forward, lifting the Viscount and bringing him before Old Morgan and the Archbishop. Viscount, the Archbishop's voice was devoid of warmth. What's the matter with the things in the underground dome? The Viscount raised his head, looking at the Archbishop and Old Morgan, silent for a moment before letting out a bitter smile. I wanted to be promoted. His voice was hoarse, but he did not shy away. 3rd rank. I've been stuck at the 3rd rank for too long. A few months ago, someone contacted me posing as an Imperial envoy, saying the Empire had noticed my predicament and was willing to offer help. The Viscount paused briefly and continued. He gave me a batch of promotion mediums and instructed me to use them in a specific manner. So you brought those things into the inner city? Old Morgan said coldly, yes. The Viscount did not deny it. I set up a formation in the underground dome and conducted the ritual according to his instructions. But I didn't expect. He looked towards the corroded ground in the town hall square, a glint of fear flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect it to tear open a rift. What about that sealed letter? The Archbishop asked. It's in the hidden compartment of my study, the Viscount replied. Candidly, you can go retrieve it. He took a deep breath, his expression growing complex. To be honest, that letter is fake. I knew it long ago, and it contained no useful information. What? The Archbishop squinted his eyes. I've seen the Imperial seal too many times. The Viscount said with a bitter smile. The seal on that letter is the wrong ink color. It's forged. I noticed it when the items were delivered. Since you knew it was fake, how could you still use it? Old Morgan's voice turned cold. I held on to a sliver of hope. The Viscount fell silent for a moment, then raised his head, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. I thought that even if the letter was fake, those items might not be problematic. After all, obtaining promotion mediums of this level, the other party must have their own motives. As long as I was careful and took proper precautions, perhaps I could step onto that path. So you set up an isolation formation in the dome? Old Morgan asked. Yes. The Viscount merely nodded. I specifically invited 3 inscription scholars and spent 2 months setting up multiple layers of protection. I thought those protections were sufficient. He lowered his head, his voice becoming weak. But I was wrong. The power of that thing far exceeded my expectations. Old Morgan and the Archbishop exchanged glances. The Viscount was not a fool. As a 3rd-rank extraordinary being and an Imperial chosen, he had his own judgment and had made corresponding preparations. However, he underestimated the methods of the deep-sea church and overestimated his own abilities. The obsession with promotion blinded his eyes. Regardless, it was my fault. The Viscount took a deep breath, straightened his body, and despite nearly swaying, he maintained the dignity of a nobleman. This matter is my fault. Due to my foolishness and greed, I nearly caused the deaths of so many people. He looked at the Archbishop, his expression calm. I am willing to accept all punishments. The Archbishop was silent for a moment, about to speak. But Old Morgan asked first, by the way, what about Dr. Bryn? The Viscount was momentarily taken aback. Bryn, the well-known doctor in the inner city. Old Morgan stared at him. Have you seen him recently? No, the Viscount frowned. I haven't seen him for several days. Oh, what's wrong? The Archbishop looked at Old Morgan. Is there a problem with this person? There might be a problem. Old Morgan did not elaborate further, turning to the soldiers of the Holy Armored Army. Beside him, go search Dr. Bryn's clinic and residence. Bring him to me immediately if you find him. The soldiers of the Holy Armored Army took their orders and left. The Archbishop glanced at Old Morgan, but did not ask further, turning to the Viscount. You are an Imperial noble and Imperial chosen. According to Imperial regulations, I have no authority to judge you. However, you will be placed under house arrest until the Empire's personnel arrive to handle it. He paused and added, the defense of the inner city will be taken over by the church from now on. The Viscount nodded, showing no objection. Take him away. 2 soldiers of the Holy Armored Army lifted the Viscount and led him away. Old Morgan watched the Viscount's figure disappear into the night, pulling out a pipe from his pocket. What about the outer city? The Archbishop asked. The priests of the Deep Sea Church have already been killed. Old Morgan lit his pipe. My men are cleaning up the remnants. The casualties were not insignificant, but still within controllable limits. The Archbishop was silent for a moment. So, have we won this time? Old Morgan took a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea. The sky had darkened, heavy clouds obscured the moonlight, and the waves crashed against the rocks, emitting a low rumble. On the surface, yes. He exhaled a puff of smoke, a hint of barely perceptible worry flashing in his murky eyes. But I always feel something is not right. The Archbishop glanced at him. What do you mean? Think about it. Old Morgan flicked the ash from his pipe. The Deep Sea Church has operated in Grim Harbor for so many years. Tonight, they came out in full force, but what was the result? The priests in the outer city were killed by us, the anchor points in the inner city were sealed by you, and the Viscount was captured. All their arrangements have completely failed. The Archbishop furrowed his brows. Do you think it went too smoothly? Not too smoothly. Old Morgan shook his head. I just don't understand what exactly they want to do. He took a deep drag from his pipe, his gaze becoming profound. Look at what they did. Pollution, spreading corruption, tearing open rifts. They loudly proclaim mother while their hands are stained with the pollution of the populace, destroying the order of Grimm. But what is the purpose of this destruction? Old Morgan looked at the Archbishop, confusion in his eyes. If it was just to kill people, they could have used a more discreet method. If it was for a sacrifice, the scale tonight is far from sufficient. If it was to summon something, then that spine could barely open a rift. It couldn't summon a true existence at all. He paused, lowering his voice. So I've been thinking, was tonight's commotion really their goal, or a cover? The Archbishop's expression changed slightly, clearly having a bad premonition. Are you saying tonight was possibly just a smokescreen? I'm not sure. Old Morgan sighed, but your church should have information on the Deep Sea Church. They've operated in Grim Harbor for so many years, they can't possibly have only this level of means. With their entire army wiped out tonight, would they really be willing to accept it? The Archbishop did not reply. He had seen the Church's information too many times. The Deep Sea Church had existed for an extraordinarily long time, defined as a typical evil cult. Yet the danger they posed was clearly far beyond what the records described. Hopefully Old Morgan was just overthinking it. The two remained silent. Only the sea breeze whistled past, carrying with it a salty and fishy scent. In the square, the wholly armored army began to clear the battlefield. The soldiers carried away the bodies of the corrupted ones, preparing to incinerate them together. Several injured soldiers were sent to the nearby medical area for treatment, and low moans echoed in the night wind. At that moment, the soldiers sent earlier returned. Report. The wholly armored army said Dr. Brin's clinic is closed, and there is no one at his residence. The neighbors said he disappeared 3 days ago. At the watchman's base inside the library, Lu Yuan leaned against a chair in the corner, feeling a bit dazed. Since the outside world temporarily had no use for him, he took the opportunity to rest for a while. Ink was still floating in midair as he stared intently at a pale golden sphere of knowledge. At that moment, the door of the library was pushed open. Hans walked in, his left arm wrapped in a bandage, his face somewhat pale. His gaze scanned the library, and upon seeing Lu Yuan, he quickened his pace and lowered his voice. Old Morgan just contacted me via crystal. There's news. Lu Yuan squinted and straightened his posture. How about the inner city? The rift has been sealed, and the crisis in the inner city has been basically eliminated. Moreover, the Viscount indeed has issues and has already been restrained. Hans sat down across from him. But there's one troublesome matter. What? All the doctors in the inner city have disappeared. Lu Yuan frowned. What do you mean they've all disappeared? Literally. Hans' expression turned serious. Old Morgan had someone investigate. Dr. Blin vanished 3 days ago, his clinic closed, and no one was at his residence. Other registered doctors in the inner city have also completely vanished. He paused and added, the only one still around was found dead in his own home. Pollution? No, Hans shook his head. He was murdered, cleanly taken out. There were only slight traces of resistance at the scene. It was a straightforward homicide. Lu Yuan remained silent for a moment. If those doctors were all from the Deep Sea Church, then the one who was killed likely refused to comply. So Dr. Blin really has problems, Lu Yuan stated calmly. Most likely. Hans frowned and nodded. To withdraw at such a critical moment and take other doctors with him is suspicious unless they are from the Deep Sea Church. Lu Yuan felt a chill in his heart and asked, doesn't the church have a review mechanism? Haven't these doctors been checked? They asked. Hans sighed. Old Morgan said the church arrived in Grim Harbor late. The Archbishop also admitted that they didn't think to investigate those doctors. After all, those individuals have been rooted in Grim Harbor for too long, some even predating the church's arrival. The nobles and merchants in the inner city all know them, who would expect? Hans did not finish, but his intention was clear. The identity of a doctor made it too easy to infiltrate. They could freely access all strata, interact with numerous patients, and even enter noble residences. As long as one operates long enough, no one would suspect them. Furthermore, Lu Yuan sighed. If that were the case, Grimm would likely be doomed. Have any investigations been conducted on the medications those doctors prescribed and the patients they treated? Lu Yuan voiced his thoughts. Hans was taken aback, then his expression turned serious. Are you saying? If they are indeed from the deep sea church, the potions handled over the years and the patients they interacted with. Lu Yuan's gaze darkened, especially those in power who knows if they were tampered with. Hans' expression changed, clearly realizing a point he had overlooked. He did not answer immediately, but stood up. I need to inform old Morgan about this. Go ahead, Lu Yuan said somewhat helplessly. By the way, did old Morgan say anything else? He told me to hurry and investigate the doctors in the outer city. Hans continued, the inner city ones are gone, and the outer city ones might not be clean either. Lu Yuan recalled the replacement license. That guy's death was also related to the deep sea church. Also, Hans walked to the door then turned back. Old Morgan said he won't be back tonight. There's too much going on in the inner city. What's happening? The city is under lockdown, Hans said, his tone heavy. Tonight's battle caused significant damage to the inner city's electric lights. We need to gather torches quickly to restore light sources. Lu Yuan understood his meaning. In this world there are things in the darkness. Places without light are domains of the eerie. And those corpses. Hans continued, the smell of blood will attract some strange entities, and they must be burned quickly. The bodies of the aberrants are even more troublesome. If not handled properly, there could be secondary pollution. In short, it's a mess, and old Morgan said he needs to keep an eye on it. Lu Yuan nodded. Go quickly and be careful. Hans acknowledged and left through the door. Once the door closed, the library returned to silence with only Mina's occasional murmurs echoing in the air. Lu Yuan leaned back against the chair, his gaze lost in the void. All the doctors had disappeared. After so many years of the deep sea church operating in Grim Harbor, how many hidden agents had they deployed? Hopefully after tonight, it will come to an end. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text floated quietly. Current situation in Grim Harbor 24650. Lu Yuan stared at that number, frowning slightly. Grim Harbor truly was infiltrated like a sieve. Yet they were still missing 4 points of what exactly had been overlooked. On a hillside about 10 miles north of Grim Harbor, the night wind howled, causing the bushes to rustle. Dr. Blinn stood on a large rock, shrouded in darkness, followed by several figures in gray robes. His gaze pierced through the night, looking towards the distant Grim Harbor. From this angle, the skyline above the inner city could be vaguely seen. That dense black mist was slowly dissipating, as if being driven away by some force. A gray-robed follower leaned closer, his voice a bit tense. Mr. Blinn, the black mist is dissipating. The seal has succeeded. He paused and cautiously asked, did we fail? Blinn did not answer immediately. He quietly gazed into the distance, a hint of a smile slowly forming on his lips. Fail, eh? He chuckled softly, his tone calm, as if discussing the weather. No, it succeeded. The followers exchanged confused glances. Blinn turned around and took out a small vial from his pocket. Inside was a light blue liquid that glowed faintly under the moonlight. This was a common potion in the inner city, something nearly every doctor would prescribe, available at every pharmacy. Blinn toyed with the small vial, his gaze fixed on the light blue liquid. You guess how many people have we saved over the years? His voice was soft, like he was talking to himself. How many people have we saved? The followers remained puzzled, but from Blinn's tone, they vaguely sensed something. Someone showed a look of realization followed by fervor. Blinn returned the vial to his pocket, his expression calm. The brothers and sisters sacrificed tonight will be remembered by the mother for their contributions. His voice remained calm, but carried a certain solemnity. We will take care of their families. The followers lowered their heads, in unison murmuring incantations. Blinn took one last look at the distant Grim Harbor, that city silent in the night. May the mother. He whispered, his tone devout and satisfied. Enjoy the feast. Turning around, several gray-robed figures vanished into the depths of the night. Only the howling wind remained on the hillside. After thinking for a while, without finding any clues, Lu Yuan decided to stop pondering. Given the situation, he could only hope that the doctor from the outer city encountered no issues. Lu Yuan glanced at the still sleeping Mina, and then at the lightning sky outside. He decided to rest for a while. He had expended too much energy tonight, and needed to recover. Finding a relatively quiet corner in the library, Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Fatigue washed over him, and his consciousness began to blur. The dream descended once more. However, this time it was different from the previous ones. There was no black ocean nor the desolate island. Only a void remained. Lu Yuan's consciousness floated in this empty world surrounded by endless darkness, completely losing his sense of space. Just as Lu Yuan was trying to move and discern where he was, he suddenly noticed a light in the distance. It was a swirling mass of colors like a condensed rainbow, but more enchanting and dreamlike. Deep blue, dark purple, and ghostly gold. Those colors that should not coexist twisted and reformed together. Lu Yuan could not see the shape of the color mass, but he could feel something stirring within. It felt as if something was trying to convey a message. The colors twisted more violently, eventually coalescing into two characters. Danger. Lu Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, not waiting to understand what had happened. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text flickered. Rationality 31032. 270. Lu Yuan stared at the number, his expression grave. 10 points. The strange dream usually only added 5 points each night, yet this time it had doubled. What had he seen? The strange dream had just faded away, and when had another one arrived? He recalled the bizarre colors from the dream and the final 2 characters that had formed. Danger. An uneasy feeling surged within him. Are you awake? Old Morgan's voice came from beside him. Lu Yuan turned his head and saw Old Morgan standing not far away, looking much worse than before. The conference room, we have a meeting. Old Morgan said wearily. Hans is already waiting. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. Hans stood by the table, his face ashen, and there was some blood seeping through the bandage on his left arm, clearly indicating that his wound had reopened. Old Morgan sat at the head of the table holding his pipe without lighting it. Lu Yuan entered and sat down beside him. Speak up, Old Morgan prompted. Hans hesitated for a moment, sighed, and said, the doctors in the outer city. They're all dead. Lu Yuan's brows furrowed. Not a single survivor left. Hans continued, some died in the clinic, others on the roadside, each with a different cause of death, but all were quite decisive, clearly silenced. Old Morgan nodded, showing little surprise, clearly having prepared himself mentally. On the inner city side, I have arranged for people to handle it. Old Morgan said, holding the report. The areas with damaged lights are being supplemented with torches, the bodies are being burned, and the lockdown order has been issued, so there shouldn't be any major issues for now. He paused, his tone growing heavier. But I just received news that the church has suffered heavy losses. Apart from us night watchers, the church is the place most severely impacted. Old Morgan rubbed his brow wearily. The stationed holy armored troops have sustained significant casualties, and several priests are seriously injured, unable to carry out any tasks for the time being. And those nuns and priests. He sighed. They were specifically targeted, and due to limited means of self-defense, a large number of them perished. Lu Yuan realized the severity of the situation and asked, so you're saying that 90% of the doctors in Grim Harbor are dead? Old Morgan nodded. Perhaps even more. The doctors in the inner city have completely vanished. Those in the outer city are all dead, and the church's clerical staff have also suffered heavy casualties. He looked at Lu Yuan, his voice heavy. Now in all of Grim Harbor, the only capable doctors left. The church has a few who can still move, and counting private doctors, there are at most 10. Of course, that also includes you. Lu Yuan said nothing. Grim Harbor has tens of thousands of people relying on only about 10 doctors. If an epidemic or injuries arise. However, from the news that has arrived, there doesn't seem to be many places where doctors can be utilized, as most have died directly. The deep-sea church's intentions are very clear. Old Morgan's voice interrupted Lu Yuan's thoughts, laced with suppressed anger. They have been targeting the doctors all along, aiming to bring Grim Harbor to a complete standstill. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. For now, we need to properly settle the injured, and the active clerical staff from the church should also be mobilized in advance. The few doctors in the base should join the rescue efforts as well. The patrols in the outer city must also be strengthened to prevent any chaos from arising. He looked at Hans. You go arrange that. Hans nodded and turned to leave. After Hans left, Old Morgan called Lu Yuan. There's something I want to discuss with you. What? About that child, Mina. Old Morgan said. While there's still a chance, we should send her to the Night Watch headquarters. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood Old Morgan's intent. Grim Harbor is too chaotic, not suitable for her talent to grow, Old Morgan continued. The headquarters has better resources and teachers who can help her control that ability. Mo Shui will go with her, and Brent will also accompany her. He can take care of Mina, and Alice happens to be going to the headquarters to report, so she can escort them. Of course, this must be discussed with your opinion. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. No problem, I will talk to her. He agreed readily because Mina was indeed of no help at present. Even hiding in the underground library, she would still be affected by the outside world. The key point was that Grim Harbor was very dangerous. If the situation worsened, he might have to retreat early. In the library, Mina had already woken up. Her condition was somewhat better than last night, but her face was still pale, and there were heavy dark circles under her eyes. Brent was guarding nearby, and Mo Shui floated in midair, staring at the larger number of light spheres beside her, looking somewhat stuffed. Old Morgan followed Lu Yuan and standing at the door without approaching, just nodding at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan walked to Mina, squatted down, and briefly explained what he had discussed with Old Morgan. To the Night Watch headquarters, where there are better resources and teachers to help her control her talent. Mo Shui and Brent will go along and Alice will escort them. After listening, Mina fell silent. I don't want to leave, she said softly, looking up at Lu Yuan. I want to stay and help you. Lu Yuan shook his head, his tone resolute. No. Grim Harbor is too dangerous right now, and you cannot control your talent. Staying here will only drown you in those voices. He's right, Mo Shui floated over. This place is not suitable for you, it's too noisy. Mina bit her lip, remaining silent. Brent hesitated for a moment and spoke. Dr. Lu, can I stay? Lu Yuan looked at him. I want to help. Brent's voice was somewhat tense. Since you took me in, I have been hiding in the base not doing anything. Your task is to take care of Mina. Lu Yuan interrupted him, his tone calm, yet firm. She needs you. He looked at Mina. Do you want your brother to be away from you? Mina was taken aback for a moment, instinctively looking at Brent. Brent also looked at her, his eyes filled with a hint of apology. Go to the headquarters and learn well. Lu Yuan's tone softened a bit. Once you grow stronger and can control your talent, then come back to help me. And didn't you want to save patients like your uncle? Once you go there, you will have that opportunity. Mina remained silent for a long time before finally nodding gently. At this moment, old Morgan stepped forward. I have already arranged for the carriage and the escort. Alice happens to be going to the headquarters to report. You will go with her. Clearly, he had anticipated that Lu Yuan would agree and had prepared in advance. Packing didn't take much time. Mina and Brent had little luggage, and Mo Shui had nothing to bring. Before leaving, Mo Shui floated in front of Lu Yuan. Wait. Her body twisted slightly, as if performing some difficult movement. Then she spat out a thin book from her belly. It was a very thin book, the cover yellowed, the corners slightly curled, but well preserved, as if it had been treasured for a long time. This is my collection. Mo Shu's voice was unusually serious. I know your rational talent is high, so this book is very suitable for you. Lu Yuan took the book, and the moment his fingers touched the pages, he could feel a faint ink fragrance lingering on it. The text on the cover was in an ancient Imperial language, and he could barely recognize a few characters. Guide to the Path of Knowledge. I was originally planning to give this to you later. Mo Shu's voice lowered a bit, and her little eyes rarely showed seriousness. But I have to leave now. She paused, adding, remember to read more and protect yourself. Lu Yuan looked at the book in his hands, not saying any sentimental words, just nodded. Thank you. Mo Shui turned her head away, floating towards the door. The main city is waiting for you. The carriage was parked at the base entrance. Alice was already waiting, fully armed, her war hammer polished to a shine. Mina and Brent got into the carriage. Mina poked her head out of the window and softly said, Dr. Lu, take care. Lu Yuan nodded. Go and study well, don't cause trouble for Mo Shui. Mo Shui's voice came from inside the carriage. She won't cause me trouble. Oh, a bit of noise is quite nice. Brent also poked his head out beside her. Dr. Lu, I will take good care of my sister. Yes. Once you get there, the night watch will arrange everything for you. I will, but with Sister Mo Shui around, I probably won't be needed. Brent scratched his head awkwardly. Then what else? Mo Shui rubbed her belly, looking smug. Mina couldn't help but show a smile at Mo Shu's expression. Meanwhile, Alice finished counting the team and the items they were carrying, waved her hand, and then drove off. The carriage gradually moved away, disappearing at the end of the street. Lu Yuan stood at the door watching them leave. The carriage receded little by little until it vanished at the end of the street. Lu Yuan stood at the doorway watching them go until they were out of sight. He drew his gaze back and turned to walk back into the base. Inside the conference room, old Mogan remained. Several documents lay spread across the table, and a pipe rested to one side unlit. Lu Yuan entered, took a seat beside him, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. Old Mogan, I dreamed again. Old Mogan lifted his head, his cloudy eyes fixed on him. Lu Yuan sketched the dream in simple terms: a void-like expanse, a distant, uncanny swirl of color, and finally, those two characters coalescing. Danger. Old Mogan's brow creased at the word. After a long silence, he said, to be honest, I don't know what it means. His voice carried a weariness. After the island mission, the anomalous dreams should have dissipated. Those night watchmen infected by the dreams were sent to the provincial clinic and at least survived. He looked at Lu Yuan with a complicated expression. By rights, the influence of those dreams ought to have ended. I did not expect you to experience one again. Lu Yuan said nothing. He was not especially alarmed. The word danger felt more like a warning than a threat. Since entering that void-like dream, his sanity experience had increased while the cap had not diminished. If it could be maintained continuously, having such aberrant dreams might not be entirely undesirable. Old Mogan sighed, clearly misunderstanding the nature of Lu Yuan's worry. All right, don't dwell on it. His tone softened. I've requested reinforcements for Jelamu port. They've sent the battalion commander stationed in the province. He will arrive tomorrow. When he arrives, we should be able to piece together what happened in Jelamu port. As old Mogan finished speaking, a line of gray-white text flickered at the edge of Lu Yuan's vision. Jelamu port status, 1:45:50. Lu Yuan stared at that prompt, even more perplexed. This experience, could it be shifting according to the future? Lu Yuan wondered inwardly. Or is everything pre-programmed, waiting for me to trigger it step by step? He steadied himself, gave old Mogan a nod, and rose to take his leave. He'll go check on something. Old Mogan waved him off. Go ahead, call if there is any trouble. The base library was empty save for Lu Yuan. He found a corner to sit in and by habit scanned the lamp overhead. Well, Mo Shui had left. The sudden quiet felt unfamiliar. Lu Yuan lingered for a moment, shook his head, and took from his pocket the book Mo Shui had given him before departing. Guide to the Path of Knowledge. The pages were yellowed, the corners curled, it was clearly aged. He opened to the first page and found a preface written in the ancient imperial tongue. When you open this book, you have chosen the most arduous road upon the transcendent path. Along this road, only knowledge and sanity will keep you company. You will confront the truth of the world and bear pressures that ordinary minds cannot fathom. May you remain lucid amid darkness and preserve yourself on the brink of madness. Lu Yuan read the passage and arched an eyebrow. The most arduous road. Yet with a golden boon, perhaps it was not so unassailable after all. He read on. The book's old imperial phrasing was dense and abstruse. Lu Yuan had to repeat several paragraphs before he could barely discern their meaning. The volume chiefly addressed transcendent practitioners of the knowledge path, how to preserve their sanity on the journey, and it appended a basic meditation method. Within its pages was a skill called Shoyu which could accelerate the restoration of sanity while slowing its loss, precisely what he needed. Lu Yuan studied intently. Hours slipped by, and he became increasingly absorbed, almost forgetting his surroundings. After an unknown interval, there came a knock at the door. He looked up. Lu Yuan stood in the doorway, as elegant as ever, a faint smile at his lips. His green eyes seemed especially deep in the light. Forgive the intrusion. He inclined his head slightly. I've come to bid you farewell. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Farewell. I'm returning to my clan. Lu Yuan stepped inside, surveyed the shelves, and chose a chair that looked relatively clean. He sat with a natural ease that never lost its grace. I've reached a critical point. A further delay would be unwise. You are going to advance. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. I've been stalled at the second stage for a long time. Now the time has arrived, and I must seize it. He paused and explained, advancement requires the clan's succession ritual and certain special resources. It cannot be accomplished in just any place. The path I walk was born of my clan. His tone was calm, as if making casual conversation. My clan dwells on the empire's eastern frontier. Ancestral legacies have been preserved to this day, so to advance I must return. Lu Yuan nodded and did not press further. He had never given thought to succession rights or special resources before. In hindsight, it made sense if Jelamu Port could suffer resource monopolies. The internal hierarchies of the empire's transcendent paths would be all the more tightly controlled. The higher one climbs the transcendent path, the harder the road becomes. Lu Yuan sighed. The smile at his mouth dimmed. Resources and luck are both indispensable. Without them, walking alone is likely to end in losing one's way. He regarded Lu Yuan with a touch of feeling in his green eyes. Take your knowledge path with reverence. Maintaining humility is crucial. Lu Yuan inclined his head. I will. Lu Yuan said no more, rose, and casually brushed invisible dust from his clothing. I cannot do much for the matters at Jelamu Port, he said apologetically. Take care of yourself. Lu Yuan smiled and shook his head. The base still has Han Si and Ma Li. I wish you every success. Let us hope so. Lu Yuan smiled, regaining his composed grace. Until we meet again. He offered a slight nod and then turned to leave. His silhouette remained erect, his pace unhurried, as if he were bound not for a perilous ascension, but to attend some aristocratic dinner. Lu Yuan stood at the doorway and watched that figure recede down the corridor. Another person gone, but perhaps that was for the best. He considered his present predicament with a headache. The entity in his dream likely occupied a tier far above ordinary beings, and yet seemed free of hostility. A danger warning from such an existence could not be treated as mere illusion. If I see that color again tonight, I must leave at once and try to take Han Si and Ma Li and old Mogan with me. Though will they agree? Lu Yuan had no better plan for now. He could only proceed one step at a time. He returned to his corner and resumed poring over the guide to the path of knowledge. After most of the afternoon, he finally grasped the principle behind one meditation technique. Closing the book, he attempted to follow its instructions: regulate his breath, empty his mind, marshal his sanity. At first there was no noticeable change, but as his breathing steadied, Lu Yuan perceived a subtle shift. Something in his mind quickened, and the tension that had knotted his spirit loosened. Most importantly, the repair rate of his sanity barrier appeared to quicken, if only slightly. After a moment, a gray-white line of text surfaced at the edge of his vision. Acquired passive skill Shoyu Guard. Shoyu I-010. Current effect: a modest increase to sanity recovery speed. This effect strengthens as the skill ranks up. Before Lu Yuan could further contemplate the newly acquired skill, old Morgan's voice came from afar. The Ascension Society members have arrived. Lu Yuan, come with me. Old Morgan looked at Lu Yuan, who was engrossed in a book. So soon? Lu Yuan replied, somewhat surprised, as he closed the book and followed old Morgan out of the library. Deep within the base, in a concealed room, the members of the Ascension Society were already waiting. A middle-aged man in a gray work uniform appeared quite ordinary, yet his demeanor was cold. His gaze swept over old Morgan and Lu Yuan, without any pleasantries, getting straight to the point. Where are Marcus and the judge? His tone was somewhat stiff. I need to check their condition before discussing the cooperation details. Old Morgan paid no mind to his attitude and nodded slightly. Follow me. In a private room near the medical facility, Marcus lay on a specially designed hospital bed. His condition was somewhat better than Lu Yuan had imagined. At this moment, he was covered in a special green ointment, emitting a faint herbal scent presumably used to stabilize Marcus' vital signs. The mechanical device on his chest occasionally rotated, emitting a faint clicking sound, proving that he was still alive. But that was about it. Marcus' eyes were tightly shut, his breath weak, and there were large burn marks remaining on his mechanical skeleton. If most of his internal organs hadn't been replaced with machinery, he would have likely been a corpse. A member of the Ascension Society stepped forward and bent down to inspect him. His fingers pressed a few times on the device on Marcus' chest, seemingly confirming something. After a moment, he straightened up, his expression softening slightly. Fortunately, he is still alive. He turned to old Morgan, his tone carrying a hint of surprise. Moreover, the items are intact. It seems you Night Watchers are quite trustworthy. Old Morgan remained silent, merely nodding slightly. In fact, it wasn't just the Night Watchers being trustworthy. Upon hearing Lu Yuan mention that Marcus had a vial of medicine hidden inside him, they had already attempted to take it. Unfortunately, the structure of Marcus' body seemed to be intentionally defensive. To open the space near his chest cavity, there were only two options. One was for Marcus to willingly open up something even old Morgan couldn't do. Marcus' body was made of a very special material that effectively prevented any extraordinary measures. The other option was to forcibly break it, but given Marcus' current physical condition, he would likely die after opening it halfway. Coupled with the events in the inner city, this matter was temporarily delayed. Next was the judge. The situation of the judge was much worse. He was placed in a small room next door, lying directly on the floor with only a makeshift grass mat underneath. The Night Watchers had no better solution. After all, Marcus could still be considered a person, while the judge could only be regarded as a machine with a brain. However, to facilitate treatment, the Night Watchers had disassembled most of the mechanical components from his body. Only some core components that couldn't be removed remained, with bare metal intertwined with flesh, creating a shocking sight. But since the flesh made up such a small proportion, only a simple application of medicine was given. The judge's body occasionally twitched, at least appearing not completely dead. The member of the Ascension Society crouched down to examine him closely, his brow furrowing. Such extensive modifications, and it was discarded so quickly. His tone carried dissatisfaction, as if complaining about the poor quality of the asset before him. Does the thing inside want to go on strike? He stood up, knocked on the judge's helmet, waiting for a response that never came. It seems adjustments are still needed. Lu Yuan stood by silently, not speaking, but inwardly raised the danger level of the Ascension Society another notch. Returning to the room near the previous conference area, the Ascension Society member took out a document from his pocket and handed it to old Morgan. You guaranteed the safety of Marcus and the items, so since we are collaborating, this is our sincerity. Old Morgan took the document and quickly flipped through it. Lu Yuan leaned in for a glance, finding the contents to be much more detailed than he had imagined. The location of the island, the structure of the seal. Even some information about the heirs was recorded, though key areas were redacted. But overall, it appeared the Ascension Society had conducted a thorough assessment during their previous expedition to the island. Old Morgan flipped a few pages before suddenly stopping. This format of intelligence seems somewhat familiar. Old Morgan's voice carried a hint of surprise. The Ascension Society member sneered. Did you just realize? Otherwise, do you think the Ascension Society could obtain such intelligence? He looked at old Morgan, his expression cold. Without consent from anyone, how could the Ascension Society dare to reach out? He paused before continuing. Indeed, the intelligence is from your Night Watchers, there's no need to doubt it. So how do we negotiate the cooperation? Old Morgan did not respond immediately, merely gazing quietly at the document in his hand. The Ascension Society member seemed to be prepared. Moreover, our Ascension Society can make greater concessions after internal discussions. He extended one finger. First, we will allow you to know the usage of this vial of blood. He extended another. Second, sharing part of the results. He withdrew his hand, his tone indifferent. Of course, we understand you are currently short-handed, so no personnel are required for now. Just keep it confidential for the time being. Old Morgan remained silent for a moment, then raised his head to look at the man before him. I need to assess the safety of your project. Old Morgan spoke with a calm tone. At least this document isn't sufficient. The Ascension Society member raised an eyebrow, seemingly not expecting old Morgan to make this request. But he only fell silent for a moment before nodding. All right. Old Morgan's expression did not change, but Lu Yuan could sense that old Morgan was suppressing his emotions. Given the current situation, there was indeed no other option but to cooperate. The Ascension Society was backed by high-level officials from the Empire, even able to call upon the intelligence of the Night Watchers. Old Morgan, as one of the decision-makers in the Grimport Night Watchers base, had not received any news at all regarding this incident. Most critically, if the plan failed, the entire Grimport would be equivalent to provoking such an existence. This was absolutely not permitted in the Empire. Old Morgan felt a bit weary. Why did these people show no sense of reverence? However, since it had come to this, he could only find a way to gain some benefits while trying to grasp more information. Deal. Old Morgan did not hesitate further. The Ascension Society member nodded and turned to walk toward the door. I will take the people and items now, and someone will contact you regarding the follow-up matters. After saying this, his figure quickly vanished at the end of the corridor. After the Ascension Society members left, Old Morgan turned to Lu Yuan. There is some very bad news. The 3 spies identified by the Night Watchers have, after last night's incident in the inner city, 2 have gone missing, and 1 is dead. However, I have reported their information to the headquarters, and after reinforcements arrive tomorrow, there will be a focused search, and you will receive an explanation. Lu Yuan expressed no objections. However, the so-called spies he had never seen at all. Since joining the base, he had only interacted with Old Morgan and Mary, the 2 Night Watchers responsible for internal affairs. The others were Hans Valentine, those who charged ahead. Also, starting tomorrow, we need to screen the residents of the inner city, and I need your help. No problem. Lu Yuan nodded, as he also wanted to clarify what Dr. Blin and the Deep Sea Church had done. Of course, there was one more thing, which was to fill up the current status of Grimport, this experience bar. This thing was not really a skill. What would he obtain after filling it up? After all these years, who knew what hidden dangers Dr. Blin and those doctors had left behind? Old Morgan sighed. The church, and we will conduct a joint screening, especially for those who have received their treatment for a long time, aiming to complete the screening of the inner city within a day as much as possible. Then you should rest for now. Tomorrow there will be tough battles to handle. Lu Yuan responded with a sound, then turned and headed back to the library. He found a spot in the corner, took out the Guide to Knowledge Pathways, and prepared to attempt to gain some experience. According to the description in the book, Guardian consists of 5 stages, each requiring a more comprehensive understanding of knowledge to progress. Even the first stage already offered quite practical effects. Although it could not temporarily compensate for the lack of offensive means, it could indirectly increase the frequency of using time grant. Setting aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Lu Yuan began to immerse himself in study. However, he couldn't tell if it was due to some restriction or other reasons, but this time the ancient Imperial language in the book seemed to be twisting and turning. Guardian I-0, 1-0, 110. Feeling a bit dizzy, Lu Yuan ultimately chose to give up. It seemed this was not something to rush, he could only take it slowly. Late at night, Lu Yuan closed the book, lay down on the simple bed in the corner of the library, and closed his eyes. That night he did not dream and slept deeply. In the morning, Lu Yuan opened his eyes. He sat up and instinctively glanced at the edge of his vision. There were no prompts, no experience points. Lu Yuan felt a slight disappointment. However, upon reflection, not having any strange dreams was not entirely a bad thing. He sensed his condition and found that his sanity had recovered significantly, much better than he had anticipated. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text floated quietly: Sanity, 29, 70, 41, 70. Did I really recover this much in just one night? Lu Yuan was a bit astonished. He knew that when the ink blessing was active, even light sleep only restored 4 points. Normal sleep would likely restore around 6 to 8 points. Lu Yuan's gaze fell on the Guide to Knowledge Pathways on the table. It was the effect of Guardian. Moreover, even at the entry level there was this degree of enhancement. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze silently, making a decision in his heart. It seemed he needed to thoroughly understand this book as soon as possible. The potential of Guardian was far greater than he had imagined. He stood up, did a few simple stretches, and walked out of the library to the upper level. The corridor here was very quiet, and before he reached the corner, he saw Old Morgan coming out of the meeting room, looking somewhat grave. Awake. Old Morgan glanced at him. Just in time, the reinforcements are about to arrive. Come with me to meet them. At the base entrance, a light drizzle fell. The sky was gray, and the air was filled with a damp scent. Old Morgan stood under the porch, gazing at the distant street. Lu Yuan stood beside him when a sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Hans, and the bandage on his left arm had been changed. He looked to be recovering well. Where's Mary? Old Morgan asked without turning around. Still resting, Hans replied. Her condition has stabilized, but she still needs a few days of quiet recovery. That's good. It seems your medical skills are indeed impressive, which is a bit wasted in Grim Harbor. Old Morgan continued, looking at Lu Yuan. Once the screening is complete, how about you go to the nearest bronze city? Moi. Lu Yuan was a bit surprised. He did not expect Old Morgan to say this suddenly. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Your background is somewhat unusual. When you joined the Night Watchers, an investigation was conducted, but no information related to you was found. You should know you have an Eastern appearance. It would be impossible for there to be no records near Grim Harbor, Old Morgan said with a smile. Therefore, if you are directly transferred to headquarters from Grim Harbor, it is highly likely that your files won't stay hidden. There would need to be some maneuvering. As long as your file is handled by the Bronze City and kept there, it will be impossible for anyone to trace it later. Do you have any doubts? Lu Yuan asked calmly. Sewers, Ink Islands. These are enough to prove you are not an anomaly and are very reliable, with a very low assessment of threat to the Empire. Old Morgan slightly shook his head, took out a silver badge from his pocket, and continued, so hold on to this badge. It contains quite a few points, and can also prove you are a formal member of the Night Watchers. Haha, take it, Lu Yuan. At this moment, Hans walked over and patted his shoulder. You are very talented. Staying in Grim Harbor is just a waste, and Bronze City is also a good place. Once the screening is over, leave with the reinforcements who come. Lu Yuan looked at Hans, and old Morgan remaining silent for a long time before finally nodding. Does Mary know? Everyone knows this is the result of internal discussions. Hans smiled and continued, the moment you stepped onto the path of the extraordinary, we were already discussing whether to send you to headquarters. However, old Morgan disagreed at that time, which led to the subsequent assessments. Considering your file, going to Bronze City first, and then transferring to headquarters would be more suitable for you. Take it, Lu Yuan. Old Morgan held out the badge in front of Lu Yuan. This is what you deserve. Lu Yuan finally accepted the badge, which felt heavy in his hand. The silver and white theme with a crescent moon hanging above and herbs and medicines displayed below. Sensing that Lu Yuan would also be leaving, the three of them fell silent, standing under the porch waiting. The rain fell steadily, creating a soft sound on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared at the end of the street. A middle-aged man draped in a gray long robe walked slowly through the rain. Lu Yuan noticed that he wore a badge on his chest where the moon intertwined with a golden longsword, which was quite different from the ordinary Night Watcher's badge. He's here, old Morgan said in a low voice. Lu Yuan and Hans instinctively straightened their bodies. The aura of the arriving person was restrained to the extreme, yet standing there he resembled a mountain, steady, heavy, and exuding an unshakable feeling. Raindrops fell on him but slid off automatically, just an inch away, not even dampening the hem of his robe. Even Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon him, it would be deflected, making it hard to see clearly. He was a high-level, extraordinary being. The man approached the porch, his gaze sweeping over the three, ultimately landing on old Morgan. Without any pleasantries, he began questioning. Before coming here, I checked the situation. The losses are severe. His voice was very calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Old Morgan remained silent, merely watching the man before him. According to the information you relayed, although it primarily concerns the Viscount. The man's tone paused, but what were the Night Watchers doing? The doctors in the inner city have all disappeared. Those in the outer city are all dead. The casualties on the church side are severe, and the Holy Armored Army has suffered over half of its losses. He looked at old Morgan, his gaze sharp. Old Morgan, do you know? The Seekers have also become aware of this matter, and they have caused a ruckus at headquarters. Grim Harbor, as the latest developed port, has only been operational for a few years, and such incidents have already occurred, so you are to be punished. Old Morgan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yes. Lu Yuan stood by, not uttering a word. He could understand old Morgan's predicament. The losses this time were indeed severe, but had anyone else been in charge, the outcome would hardly have been any better. Moreover, the Deep Sea Church had been operating for many years, and with the Viscount being the actual controller of the inner city, it was quite a feat to stabilize the situation. However, principles are principles and responsibilities are responsibilities. As the head of the Night Watchmen of Grim Harbor, old Morgan must bear the brunt of the losses. However, watching the man, Lu Yuan understood that once the punishment was mentioned, there would be no further details. The so-called punishment was likely just a show with little substance. The man withdrew his gaze, his tone softening somewhat. However, let's discuss your punishment after this. I primarily have 3 matters to address. First, to respond to your request, I will help you thoroughly investigate the Deep Sea Church's backup plans. If there are pollutants exceeding a certain threshold, I will take action to eliminate them. Second, to assess the current situation of Grim Harbor and decide whether to divert Imperial resources to assist in its reconstruction. Third, to take away the Viscount. Old Morgan, you must remember this. The man's voice was low as he continued, regardless of who comes to question you later, you must firmly deny any knowledge. If the Empire's leaders find out about the Viscount's actions this time, although he won't die, he may lose his identity and pass it on to his son. You must not get involved. The current situation of the Empire is grim, and anyone connected to such matters must not be tainted. Old Morgan nodded. I understand, and the Viscount has already been secured, ready for transfer at any time. Good. The man paused and looked at old Morgan. Is there anything else? Old Morgan was not polite. He took out a folded map from his pocket and handed it over. Please take a trip to these locations. The man took the map, unfolded it, and frowned slightly. These places. Do you suspect there are issues? Just a guess, old Morgan replied, but with my abilities I cannot confirm. Moreover, if it turns out to be true, the consequences could be severe. The man fell silent for a moment and then stored the map away. The headquarters is taking this seriously, he stated, and I was specifically instructed to bring some items. He provided no further explanation and turned to walk into the rain. Wait for my news. His figure quickly vanished at the end of the street. Lu Yuan watched him leave. Who was that? A direct member of the headquarters, Alan Kraus, old Morgan replied in a low voice. A peak level 4th tier extraordinary, a one more step, and he will reach the 5th tier. He belongs to the powerful faction in the entire Western Empire. Lu Yuan noted this name in his mind. After the supporter left, old Morgan turned to Lu Yuan. The screening point in the inner city has been set up. You should head over now. Lu Yuan nodded without asking further questions. Inner city, a temporarily constructed screening point. The light rain continued to fall, but the line of people had already reached the street corner. Inside the tent, a fist-sized orb was placed on a simple table. The orb emitted a soft glow with something appearing to flow slowly on its surface, looking quite peculiar. This was the screening tool used by the night watchman. According to Old Morgan, this object was crafted from various metals combined with special materials highly sensitive to the extraordinary and pollutants. Any issues would cause the orb to react. The church's clergy were responsible for the first checkpoint, allowing residents to touch the orb one by one. Lu Yuan was in charge of the second checkpoint. As a knowledge pathway extraordinary, he could sense the presence of other extraordinary beings, so he merely stood by to observe, preventing any members of the Deep Sea Church from hiding within the crowd. He also took note of whether anyone among them had unknowingly stepped into the extraordinary realm. The process was simple. One after another, residents approached to touch the orb. The orb showed no reaction, and the clerks nodded to let them pass, while Lu Yuan scanned to confirm. Observation target Grim Harbor resident status healthy next. Observation target Grim Harbor resident status healthy next. Observation target Grim Harbor resident status healthy. This process was quite monotonous. Next, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, her expression somewhat tense. She reached out to touch the orb. The orb showed no reaction. No problem, you can go. The clerk waved his hand. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. Lu Yuan's gaze swept over her, but this time the text appeared slightly slower. Observation target Grim Harbor resident status extraordinary believer plump analysis. The individual has involuntarily stepped into the extraordinary realm with weak life force fluctuations within source unknown. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed. This was different from before. This woman had stepped into the extraordinary. Wait a moment. Lu Yuan spoke, stopping the woman. Please stay here and wait off to the side. The woman was taken aback, fear evident on her face. Did I do something wrong? But the orb showed no reaction. It's just a routine recheck. There's no need to be nervous. The clerk glanced at Lu Yuan, but did not ask further, indicating for the woman to go to the waiting area. It might just be an isolated case. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze and continued the screening. Next, observation target Grim Harbor resident status healthy normal. Next, a young man stepped forward and touched the orb. The orb showed no reaction. Lu Yuan looked at him. Observation target Grim Harbor resident status extraordinary believer plump. Another one. Stay. Next, status extraordinary believer plump. Stay. Lu Yuan's expression gradually darkened. Not everyone had issues, but the number of those who did was increasing. 1, 5, 10, 20. He began to question those who were held back. Have you been ill before? Yes, I had a cold last year. Who treated you? Dr. Blinn. Who treated your illness? I think it was a doctor with the surname Evans from the inner city. The one responsible for my area is Dr. Roberts. His medical skills are excellent. I remember he was a disciple of Dr. Blinn. What was his name? The answers varied, but there was a common point. All these doctors were from the group in the inner city that had disappeared. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Had these individuals unknowingly stepped into the extraordinary, and all as the same type of extraordinary believer? He didn't know what this signified, but it was certainly not good. Lu Yuan dared not raise an alarm. He immediately requested to pause the screening point and hurried back to the base. Old Morgan was in the conference room, handling documents. Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, he looked up. What's the matter? Lu Yuan closed the door and lowered his voice. Some of those who passed the orb test have extraordinary auras. Old Morgan's hand stopped, and he looked up at Lu Yuan. Are they from the Deep Sea Church, or what? They're not from the Deep Sea Church, but they have extraordinary fluctuations about them. Lu Yuan continued. I screened fewer than 50 people, and at least half of them exhibited extraordinary fluctuations. This is abnormal. Moreover, they all have one thing in common. They were treated by those doctors from the inner city. Old Morgan's expression changed instantly. Old Morgan suddenly stood up, scattering the documents all over the floor. Are you sure? Yes, Lu Yuan nodded. Old Morgan remained silent for a moment, his expression growing extremely grave. Take me there. The two hurried to the screening point. Old Morgan approached the residents who had been left behind, his murky eyes squinting slightly as he focused his senses. After a moment, his complexion turned ashen. There are indeed extraordinary fluctuations. Old Morgan's voice was a bit hoarse, tinged with disbelief. Moreover, I have never encountered this kind of extraordinary before. Lu Yuan stood beside him, watching Old Morgan's reaction, feeling increasingly uneasy. How many people had the group of doctors truly saved during their years in Grim Harbor? Old Morgan remained silent for a long time as the situation before him exceeded expectations. The path to the extraordinary was not so easily tread, especially by those who stumbled into it cluelessly. The vast majority would become fodder for the things lurking on the path to the extraordinary. The knowledge route was relatively better. Even if one was truly targeted, the threat after losing control wasn't substantial. But the group of people before him were definitely not those who had stepped onto the extraordinary via the knowledge route. Old Morgan turned around and took out a communication crystal from his pocket. Hans. The voice of Hans quickly came through the crystal. Old Morgan. Immediately mobilize everyone available and seal off the inner city. Old Morgan's tone was icy and unquestionable. All of them, no one is allowed to leave during this period. Even if he is an Imperial Baron, anyone within the inner city must be gathered and confined. Hans paused for a moment. Understood, I will get there as soon as possible. Just as the communication ended, another crystal in Old Morgan's possession suddenly lit up. It was from the church. Mr. Morgan, the Archbishop is looking for you. Hurry to the inner city. Old Morgan frowned, put away the crystal, and turned to Lu Yuan. Follow me. The rain was getting heavier. The streets were sparsely populated, mostly patrolled by night watchmen and the wholly armored army. The air was thick with the stench of burning corpses, pungent and heavy. However, due to the heavy rain, many corpses could not be dealt with in time and were temporarily left on the roadside covered with oilcloth. Throughout the journey, Old Morgan walked hurriedly and spoke not a word. Lu Yuan followed behind him, equally silent. The rainwater hit his face cold and piercing. But colder than the rainwater was the growing unease within his heart. Grayish-white text continually appeared before his eyes. Environmental perception detected a continuous increase in surrounding pollution levels. Suggestion, leave the polluted area as soon as possible. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. The aberrant creatures around had all been dealt with. Where was the pollution coming from? Before Lu Yuan could think it through, they had arrived at the inner city. In front of the Viscount's residence, a priest in a white robe was already waiting at the door. Lu Yuan recognized him. It was Andrew. However, Andrew at this moment was completely different from Lu Yuan's memories. His complexion was pale, and there was a visible unease in his eyes as if he had been frightened by something. Mr. Morgan. Andrew quickly approached, speaking rapidly. The Archbishop suddenly had a violent emotional fluctuation, and he stopped researching the array in the dome, urging me to quickly contact you and the Ascension Society's people to come over. He is waiting in the Viscount's residence. Old Morgan and Lu Yuan exchanged glances. Lead the way. Andrew nodded and quickly entered the residence. Lu Yuan followed behind, noticing that Andrew's steps were somewhat chaotic and his demeanor was no longer composed. Something must have gone terribly wrong to unsettle this arrogant priest. The Viscount's residence meeting hall. As they pushed the door open, Lu Yuan saw several familiar figures. The Viscount sat in the corner, his expression calm. Despite his status being akin to that of a prisoner, he still maintained an upright posture. The Archbishop stood by the window holding a glimmering scripture, his lips constantly moving, as if he were murmuring something. His complexion was poor, and his expression revealed a kind of. Lu Yuan couldn't quite pinpoint it. Was it panic? Fear? There was also a man in golden armor present, standing beside the Archbishop with a solemn demeanor. That was another captain of the Holy Armored Army stationed in the inner city named Raymond. Lu Yuan could feel the aura emanating from him, even stronger than that of Zivadin. Old Morgan entered the meeting hall, scanning the faces of everyone present before finally resting his gaze on the Archbishop. What happened? The Archbishop stopped his murmuring. He slowly turned around, raised his head, and looked at Old Morgan. In his eyes there was no longer the past authority and certainty. The gaze of the angel. The Archbishop's voice was hoarse. Has moved away from Grim. Before he finished speaking, the Viscount abruptly stood up, his face full of disbelief. How could such a being as an angel possibly avert its gaze? Archbishop, are you mistaken? The Archbishop did not reply. He merely looked at the Viscount, his eyes carrying an indescribable weight. The Viscount's voice fell abruptly silent. He stared into the Archbishop's eyes, searching for any trace of jest. But there was none. The Viscount became stiff, all over his mouth moved, but in the end he couldn't say anything. Silence ensued. Old Morgan remained quiet for a moment. What do you mean? The angel will always watch over its most devout followers. The Archbishop held the scripture tightly, his voice strained. So there is only one possibility. He paused, his voice growing heavier. The presence here transcends the angel. Even an angel cannot cross that boundary without a specific vessel. The fate of Grim Harbor was already sealed the moment the angel turned its gaze away. The meeting hall fell into a dead silence. Lu Yuan stood at the door, listening to the Archbishop's words, his brow slightly furrowed. He recalled the feeling he had when he first entered the church. That sense of being watched. At that time he was unsure of what it was, only knowing that the owner of that gaze was immensely powerful. And now that gaze had vanished. The reason for its disappearance was that there existed things here that even such beings were unwilling to look upon. Old Morgan remained silent for a moment before taking out the communication crystal. Alan, something big has happened in the inner city. Come over immediately. On the other end of the crystal, Alan Klaus' voice quickly came through, but his tone was heavy. Your information is a bit outdated, Old Morgan. I have checked all the locations marked on the map. Most of the things inside have already hatched and left. A small portion that remains has been killed by me and should not have been activated in time. And I also have something to tell you. Are you in the inner city? I will arrive shortly. The communication cut off. Lu Yuan noticed that Old Morgan's action of putting away the crystal was a beat slower than usual. Just then the communication crystal lit up again. It was Hans. Old Morgan. Hans' voice came through the crystal, his tone extremely grave. Grim Harbor. is shrouded. We can't get out. The expressions of everyone present changed. The archbishop's hand gripping the scripture trembled slightly. The viscount remained silent, his expression complex. Raymond's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the door was pushed open. A burly man walked in. He was dressed in gray work clothes similar in style to the Ascension Society member who had previously come to take Marcus away, but his aura was entirely different. This was an ascender maintaining a complete human form. There were no exposed mechanical parts, no signs of aberration. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged worker. But Lu Yuan could sense that this person was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. A high-ranking member of the Ascension Society. A Great Ascender. The Great Ascender's state was also not good. He held a mechanical structure badge in his hand, continually attempting to restart it, but each time ended in failure. Blood like deep blue is a coordinate. We have all been deceived. The Great Ascender spoke, his voice deep. The location of Grim Harbor has already been locked in. He raised his head and scanned the faces of everyone present. There is something in the deep sea coming towards us following the coordinates. Old Morgan asked in a deep voice, how long? The Great Ascender fell silent for a moment, and the mechanical badge in his hand attempted to restart once more, still failing. It's hard to say, but based on the degree of interference with the signal. His voice dropped lower. If things go quickly tonight. Lu Yuan stood in the corner, his heart racing when he heard the words, tonight. He recalled the scene during their return journey. The being that could easily tear apart the Abyss Hunter, why hadn't it made a move? Why had it instead acted like a guardian, escorting them back to Grim Harbor? It was not out of mercy. It was because of the vial of blood in its possession. That thing had never been protecting them, but rather ensuring that the vial of blood could safely reach Grim Harbor. The blood was the coordinate. And he and Marcus had personally brought the coordinate into this city. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the meeting hall was pushed open once more. Alan Klaus walked in. His complexion was grim, his brows furrowed. The rain has issues, Alan said, his voice heavy. From the moment I stepped into the harbor, I felt that this rain was continuously mixed with pollution. Initially, I thought it was residue from the battle, but now it seems not, as the pollution concentration is rising. Alan's gaze swept over everyone present. I suggest we immediately organize a retreat. Before Alan could finish speaking, old Morgan let out a bitter smile. Grim Harbor has been sealed off since you entered. As his words fell, hurried footsteps could be heard from outside the door. A soldier of the holy armor rushed in, drenched, and with a look of terror. There's been an incident at the screening point. His voice trembled as he gasped for breath. The group that was left behind. They are undergoing large-scale mutation. The crystal communication is disrupted, we can't connect. Captain Ziwadin sent me here to seek help. Captain Ziwadin and Hans are trying to suppress it, but there are too many, they can't hold it. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. Old Morgan and Alan exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, Alan turned and walked away. Lead the way, everyone, get ready for battle. The group immediately followed, with Lu Yuan among them. The rain was heavier than before. Large raindrops pounded the ground, splashing up white mist and stinging their faces. In the distance, faint screams could be heard mingled with the clashing of metal and some kind of wet tearing sound. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text quietly flickered. Environmental perception detected a sharp increase in surrounding pollution levels. Warning, exceeded safety threshold, evacuation is advised. Lu Yuan furrowed his brows, closely following behind. The unease in his heart grew stronger. It was not only the mutations occurring at Grim Harbor, but also the warning that had come from the strange colors in his dream 2 days ago. Danger. Moreover, that feeling of being watched returned. It felt like a thorn in his back. Yet Lu Yuan could not find the source. At that moment, the screening point had descended into chaos. Before getting close, Lu Yuan saw 2 completely different scenes. One side was an evacuation. The night watchman and the holy armor were escorting those residents who had not yet mutated out. The crowd was in utter disarray, some were crying, some were pushing, and many were trying to break through the blockade to escape. Everyone just behave. A soldier of the holy armor struck the back of a man attempting to flee with the hilt of his sword, shouting, "Running around will only get you killed faster." On the other side, a battle had already commenced. In the center of the screening point, several blood-red meat trees shot up from the ground, the tallest one towering over 2 people. Ziwadin wielded a golden great blade, battling one of them. Each strike could sever multiple branches made of flesh and blood, and holy light exploded amidst the downpour, illuminating half the sky. Hans directed the dark sentinels to provide cover fire, alchemical crossbow bolts piercing the bloated bodies, producing dull thuds. Yet the pierced bodies continued to grow. Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon those things. They were trees made of flesh and blood. Human torsos were now swelling into tree trunks, their skin riddled with squirming veins pulsating like blood vessels. Their limbs twisted and extended, transforming into branches that spread outwards. Their heads were pushed to the highest point. Their eyes still moved. Their mouths opened and closed, emitting muffled groans. The person was still alive. The moment Alan saw the meat tree, his footsteps abruptly halted. His pupils constricted and his face turned ashen. Fleshy. His voice was low, filled with disbelief and anger. Damn it. What has the Deep Sea Church done? Old Morgan walked up to him, lowering his voice to ask, "What is fleshy?" Alan did not respond immediately. His gaze swept over the crowd before his voice became suddenly cold. That is something even the Empire dares not touch lightly. Now they have become followers of Fleshy. If Fleshy is awakened and comes for us, it won't just be Grim Harbor, the Empire will pay a heavy price elsewhere too. His gaze instantly turned icy. Not a single follower of Fleshy is to escape. Kill all those infected by Fleshy. Not a single one left. Everyone was left in shock. Old Morgan fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding. In the next moment, the blades of the Night Watchman and the holy armor began to reach for those people. Those who had not yet fully mutated. Still looked human, still screaming, still pleading for help. But was there still time? The answer was no. A thunderclap struck from the sky. The rumble of thunder intertwined with the torrential rain, deafening. The mutation began to accelerate. At this moment, Lu Yuan witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. The bodies of those residents started to swell and grow. They wailed as their forms twisted, rooting themselves like trees. And growing. Their skin ripped apart, exposing the bloated flesh beneath. Limbs twisted and extended frantically, spreading in all directions. Their heads were pushed to the highest point. They were still alive. Some were terrified, some were screaming, some were begging for mercy. "Save me! Save me!" A middle-aged woman's voice came from the crown of a meat tree, her face twisted, tears mingling with rain. But her body was already beyond her control. Every movement she made accelerated the pollution. More and more meat trees began to root and grow. One by one, trees made of blood and flesh shot up from the ground. Those who had not been contaminated were impaled by the thrashing branches, frantically consumed. The devoured did not disappear. Their heads would be hung on the branches, becoming part of the meat tree. The meat trees hung more and more heads. 5, 10. Those heads were still alive, their mouths opening and closing, producing indistinct moans, as if praying, yet also singing. The rain fell on the meat trees, causing them to grow even faster. Roots burrowed from the ground, penetrating walls, buildings, and everything they could invade. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text quietly flickered, detected large-scale mutation fluctuation, extraordinary followers, fleshy characteristic followers of fleshy will grant you powers akin to eternal life, freeing you from the fleeting suffering of humanity, achieving eternity. Warning: this mutation is irreversible. Sanity 3,870. Lu Yuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Is this the power granted by Fleshy? No wonder those meat trees were still alive, still conscious. But they could no longer be called human. Even if he wanted to help them find release, it would be difficult, as they could not be killed. Their branches instinctively thrashed, allowing them to indiscriminately seize every life they could consume nearby. In the distance, screams could be heard. It was not just here. Lu Yuan looked up, gazing into the distance. Fires erupted simultaneously throughout the inner city. Screams were also coming from the outer city. The skyline began to twist. Meat trees rose from the ground in the rain. It's not just the screening point. Alan's voice came from beside him, filled with suppressed anger. The entire Grim Harbor has been sown with them. A brief silence followed. Alan turned around, sweeping his gaze over everyone present. Retreat. Old Morgan was taken aback. What? Grim Harbor can't be held anymore. Alan's voice was cold, without a hint of hesitation. Right now, go back and gather your people at the back door of the inner city. At most an hour. He paused and added, whether we can get out, we will see. Old Morgan's expression changed instantly, and his murky eyes rarely revealed a hint of seriousness. Leaving meant abandoning the people here. The port the Empire had painstakingly developed would vanish into nothing, but not leaving meant death. The Archbishop's lips quivered slightly. The gaze of the angels had already shifted away, and the extraordinary path of the followers, seeing no faith, was simply a joke. At this moment, the Archbishop's heart began to waver. Even if he managed to escape this time, his power would significantly decline. Yet no one opposed at this moment, because everyone understood that facing an outbreak of this scale, staying meant only a dead end. A golden long sword appeared in Alan's hand. The runes on the blade lit up, radiating a scorching glow. With just one sword, a meat tree blocking their path was cleaved in half, clearing a way for everyone. Go! In the next moment, the group scattered. Lu Yuan followed behind Old Morgan, passing through the curtain of rain, heading towards the base. Behind them, the meat trees continued to grow. They kept spreading. The rain gradually intensified. The gray text continuously appeared, but Lu Yuan frowned and chose to ignore it. After all, there was no other option at the moment, and as long as he kept his composure, everything could be negotiated. Lu Yuan followed behind Old Morgan, traversing the streets of the outer city. Alan walked at the front, his golden longsword occasionally swinging out to sever the bloody branches that obstructed their path. The branches that fell to the ground continued to writhe, oozing a viscous liquid from their severed ends, as if they were consciously inching towards the nearest night watchman. However, they were kicked away, rolling a few times on the ground before burrowing underground. As everyone left the inner city, distant screams echoed behind them, gradually fading. The meat trees within sight had also become sparse. It was evident that the outer city was much safer at this moment. Why retreat? Old Morgan asked as he walked, his tone heavy. With your strength, dealing with these things shouldn't be difficult. Alan's voice came from ahead without missing a beat. Plump believers only appear in two places. The first, the kingdom of life. Alan's voice was calm, as if stating a fact. Crossing the eastern border of the empire, and traveling 1,000 miles further, there lies a strangely constructed city. People there do not die. Lu Yuan frowned slightly upon hearing this. They do not age nor do they die, Alan continued. Their bodies constantly grow and heal. Any injury will be restored. That is the domain of the plump ones. Old Morgan fell silent for a moment, not speaking. Lu Yuan could sense that Old Morgan's breathing had grown heavier. What about the second place? Old Morgan inquired. The sacrificial rites. Alan's voice suddenly turned cold. The plump believers are an absolute delicacy for the bizarre. Endlessly growing and healing flesh. He paused. The food that certain beings crave the most. Lu Yuan's pupils constricted slightly. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally understood what those doctors had done. The Deep Sea Church used doctors to sow the seeds, transforming ordinary people into plump believers, ultimately making them the final link in the sacrificial rites. Grim Harbor was from beginning to end a massive ranch. What was raised inside were not cattle or sheep, but mutated humans. Wait. Old Morgan suddenly spoke, a hint of confusion in his tone. Plump. Why can this name be directly mentioned? Alan severed a branch that was closing in without looking back. Plump is not something you can call upon. Only under the current circumstances can this name be mentioned. His voice became grave, and it must directly refer to that existence without the slightest deviation. Otherwise. Alan paused. We will all become its believers, so if we can leave alive, do not ever mention this name. Moreover, the plump ones are extremely protective of their believers. Alan's voice resounded again. If what happens here reaches his ears. Silence. A long pause. The Empire cannot bear that. Alan severed a thick branch, blood splattering onto his robe. So even if it involves total sacrifice, the appearance of the plump ones must be reported. Our primary goal now is to leave alive, and secondly, we must completely eradicate the Deep Sea Church. They actually managed to obtain things related to the plump ones. The threat is just too great. Lu Yuan listened, gazing at Alan's back, understanding in his heart. But can this group of people survive to escape? Would it have been better if he had left here earlier? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, casting aside these unrealistic what-ifs from his mind. Now he could only place his hope on Alan and his own golden finger. Hope that it could play a role in the so-called barrier. Just as Lu Yuan was distracted, a red half-amanthic blood vessel suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The blood vessel fell straight down from the sky. It passed through the rain curtain, weaving through the bloody branches. It fell toward a distant direction. Lu Yuan instinctively looked at Old Morgan and Alan. Both of them could definitely see that blood vessel in their line of sight, yet neither reacted. Lu Yuan looked around the street, confirming one thing. Could it be that only he could see that thing? He remained silent, quietly noting the direction in which the blood vessel descended. Night Watchman Base. By the time the three arrived, the meat trees surrounding the base had already closed in within 100 meters. The blood-red branches swayed in the rain like countless arms reaching toward the sky, attempting to grasp any living being within reach. At the entrance of the base, a battle was underway. Mary stood at the forefront, wielding an enchanted longsword, the runes on the blade flickering. A silver halo erupted from her, enveloping the several night watchmen behind her. The glow was dimmer than usual, but still stubbornly burned in the rain. One night watchman threw an alchemical grenade. Boom. The explosion detonated on the surface of the meat tree, splattering flesh and leaving behind a charred wound. It was effective. However, the wound was healing at a visibly rapid pace. Another night watchman raised a mithril torch, attempting to ignite the approaching branches. The flames licked the surface of the flesh. But something strange occurred. The mithril flame could not be lit. The life energy contained within that flesh was too dense, overpowering the burning of the mithril. The silvery flame struggled for a moment before ultimately extinguishing. Mithril is useless. A night watchman's voice was filled with terror. Mary gritted her teeth and continued to swing her sword. Retreat into the base. Delay as much as possible. Dozens of civilians trembled in fear behind the night watchman, some crying, others praying softly. Old Morgan quickly stepped forward. Take all the night watchmen and retreat. Mary was taken aback, turning to look at him, and quietly asked, "These people, those who wish to follow, come along." Old Morgan's voice was soft, but clearly reached everyone's ears. Those unwilling to leave should hide in the deepest part of the base. He paused. Perhaps there is still hope. Old Morgan's expression was serious, and combined with the suddenly rising meat trees around, Mary understood that the night watchman code clearly stated that there was only one possibility for abandoning one's duty. Mary's lips moved, but in the end she said nothing. Alan stood by silent. Lu Yuan noticed that his fingers were slightly tightening. On the hilt of the golden longsword, his knuckles turned white. "Pack your things, we'll depart in 5 minutes," Old Morgan said in a deep voice. The night watchman began to quickly gather weapons, ammunition, and holy water. Mary's injuries had not yet healed, and now she was fighting again. Her condition was not good, and she had to be supported by a night watchman. Among the civilians, some wanted to follow while others stood dazed and unmoving. Taking advantage of the moment when everyone was packing up, Lu Yuan looked at the blood vessel hanging in the sky. It seemed to connect to his clinic. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan made a decision. He'll go fetch something and be back soon. Without further explanation, he turned and ran. Hurry, old Morgan said in a deep voice. The clinic was not far from the base. Lu Yuan crossed 2 streets, and the red blood vessel became increasingly clear in his sight. He pushed open the familiar door. The clinic was still relatively intact, and the meat tree had not yet spread to this place. The room was dim, with rainwater seeping through the window cracks, forming small puddles on the floor. Lu Yuan cautiously approached the drawer. The end of the red blood vessel was connected to the inside of the drawer. He pulled it open. The parchment lay quietly inside, pressed under a few medical books. It looked exactly the same as the first time he saw it. The blood vessel hung from the sky, its end sinking into the surface of the scroll, resembling some kind of bizarre umbilical cord. Lu Yuan stared at the scroll, his brows furrowing. He remembered the first time he touched it. His rationality plummeted as chaotic whispers filled his ears, nearly driving him to the brink of losing control. The sensation of nearing madness was still fresh in his memory. Yet his intuition told him that this item was crucial. Very crucial. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, preparing himself mentally. It should be fine if he didn't look. He was just taking it away. Gritting his teeth, he reached out his fingertips, touching the parchment. Nothing happened. No contamination, no mental impact, no anomalies. It felt like an ordinary piece of parchment. Meanwhile, the red blood vessel began to dissipate. Starting from its end, it seemed to be pulled by some force, swiftly retreating into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. Lu Yuan froze at the sight. Was the scroll waiting for him to take it? There was no time to ponder. Lu Yuan tucked the scroll into his bosom, then rummaged through the drawer to find the envelope and golden shield that Lawson had sent earlier, hastily stuffing them into his pocket. He turned and ran out of the clinic. When he reached the entrance of the base, Hans was rushing over from the direction of the inner city. Blood was seeping through the bandages on his left arm, followed by a few watchmen. The people from the inner city have retreated, Hans reported quickly, his tone heavy. Waiting and the Holy Armor Army are heading to the back door to assemble. He paused for a moment and added, the situation is dire. The inner city is spreading towards the outer city. Old Morgan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the returning Lu Yuan without further inquiry. Let's go. The group began to make their way toward the back door of the inner city. Alan led the charge. The golden sword in his hand seemed alive, each swing radiating a scorching light. The blood and flesh branches before him could not withstand even a single clash. Cut through. Burn. Forge a path. Lu Yuan followed in the middle of the group, witnessing the combat prowess of this peak 4th-tier powerhouse. With sheer force, he carved a bloody path through the thicket of the meat tree. Those branches lunged at him frantically, attempting to ensnare and devour him. But wherever the golden sword light passed, everything turned to ashes. The outer city streets had become unrecognizable. The branches made of flesh and blood twisted and entwined together. They obscured the sky. The originally gray sky was now shrouded by a layer of red webbing. Those branches continued to grow. They continued to spread. Lu Yuan could even hear a low rhythmic sound. It resembled a heartbeat. By the roadside, the corpses that had not been burned in time were slowly being wrapped by the roots of flesh and blood. The skin cracked, muscles melted, and bones were absorbed. The meat tree was consuming them. Then something eerie occurred. Those who should have died were revived in a twisted manner. Their heads hung from the meat tree's branches, eyes open, mouths moving. These corpses were not just ordinary residents. There were also the followers of the Deep Sea Church who had died in the previous battle. Their bodies were devoured and fused by the plump meat tree, then revived in this manner. We did it. One of the hanging heads let out a hoarse laugh, a fervent expression on its face. We succeeded. Mother, dearest mother, I will soon see you. That voice echoed in the rain, filled with mad devotion. Other revived heads began to respond, their voices rising and falling. Mother, mother, for mother. Their voices formed a strange resonance, spreading outward. What was even more terrifying was that those ordinary residents who had been consumed by the meat tree had their heads hanging from the branches and were beginning to be affected. Their expressions, once filled with terror and pain, gradually turned confused. Then came fanaticism. Mother. A woman's head, which had been crying for help, began to mechanically open and close its mouth, murmuring along with those followers of the Deep Sea Church. The expansion speed of the meat tree was visibly accelerating. Those revived followers of the Deep Sea Church were somehow hastening this process. Speed up. Alan's voice came from the front, filled with suppressed anger. Don't stop. The group quickened their pace. Some civilians fell behind, left in the rear. Cries of anguish echoed. No one turned back. The group finally reached the back door of the inner city. In the distance, Lu Yuan spotted the crowd gathering there. It was far more than he had imagined. Zai Waiting and the captain of the inner city's watchman Coleman stood at the forefront, followed by the remaining watchman warriors bloodied from battle. Beside them were the Ascendancy members. The Grand Ascendant stood there, his expression grave. Next to him, two machines resembling judges were continuously attacking the void ahead, their intricate gears spinning rapidly and the weapons on their metallic arms unleashing a fierce barrage. There was also a team of holy armor soldiers, the support from the Ascendancy, their golden armor stained with blood, yet they maintained a disciplined formation. The Viscount was there too. He stood at the edge of the crowd, his face pale, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead. Everyone was attacking the same point. At the entrance, there was a transparent barrier blocking the way. It was invisible, but it was palpable. The mechanical roars of the Ascendancy resonated and energy weapons bombarded continuously. The holy armor's holy light condensed into beams, striking down heavily. The Grand Ascendant personally took action, extending his mechanical arm to release a beam of high-temperature energy. None of it worked. The barrier remained utterly still. Lu Yuan approached, instinctively looking at the barrier. At the edge of his vision, gray-white text began to flicker. Environmental perception detected spatial blockade formed by an unknown force. Analyzing. Error information heavily obscured. Unable to identify, Lu Yuan furrowed his brows. The translation prompt malfunctioned again. Damn it. Even before that existence approached, could it already shroud Grim Harbor? Step aside. Alan's voice came from behind. The crowd parted automatically, creating a path. Alan stepped forward, raising his golden sword high. The aura of a peak fourth-tier being was fully unleashed at that moment, a scorching light enveloping the entire sword, warping the very air. With a single slash, boom, the blade struck the barrier, and golden light erupted, illuminating half the sky. Then, nothing happened. The barrier remained completely unmoved. The barrier shrouding Grimport still flickered in and out of visibility. Alan's expression darkened. Everyone's faces changed. Even the peak of the fourth rank was useless. We can't get out. Old Morgan's voice was low as he stood beside Lu Yuan, his hand gripping his weapon, slightly trembling. Behind them, the flesh tree continued to spread, and the revived heads were frantically shouting mother. Ahead, the road was blocked. Grimport was truly sealed off. A sense of despair began to spread. Prepare defenses. Alan turned around, his voice cold and decisive, interrupting the spreading despair. All holy armored troops and night watchers spread out. Establish a defense line at the back. Buy us time. Do not let those things approach here. Understood. Ziwadin responded immediately, swinging his great blade. Left wing, follow me. Right wing is mine. Raymond called out to the remaining holy armored troops to spread to the right. Everyone maintain distance. Do not engage in unnecessary battles. The two judges beside the Ascendant also joined the battle at the Ascendant's signal, opening fire at the encroaching flesh tree. Flames and holy light intertwined, forming a temporary defense line at the back. But everyone knew this was merely a delay. There were too many flesh trees. Breaching the defense line was only a matter of time. Hans had joined the defense, wielding a silver great sword, continuously fending off the flesh tree vines spreading from the west. He had already cut through countless vines, yet more kept surging forth. Don't let them get close. Hans shouted, slicing through several vines with his sword. Hold the line. Mary was positioned at the center, holding her gun, the muzzle continuously spewing fire, repelling the aberrations attempting to break through the blockade. Her face was drenched in rain and smoke, but her gaze remained calm. From a distance came the rumble of collapsing buildings as yet another area was consumed by the flesh tree. Just then, the sound of wagon wheels rolling over the stone road echoed from afar. A black caravan charged out from the inner city, the wheels stained with blood rolling over the rain-soaked bluestone pavement, producing a dull thud. It's the church, someone shouted, their voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. The crowd ahead automatically parted to make way. The white-robed priest descended from the carriage, accompanied by deacons holding scriptures. They radiated a faint glow, and wherever the holy light passed, the impurities in the air seemed to dissipate slightly. Their arrival diluted the despair that had permeated the crowd. The caravan halted and the carriage door opened. The archbishop stepped down, his purple robe billowing in the rain. Lu Yuan noticed that his demeanor was completely different from when he was at the Viscount's mansion. The nearly broken old man who had learned that the angel's gaze had shifted was gone, replaced by a determined resolve. His face was still pale, but his gaze had regained composure, as if he had made a certain decision. The archbishop's eyes swept over the flickering barrier before glancing at the spreading flesh tree behind him. Step aside, let us handle it. His voice carried an undeniable authority. Alan glanced at him, asked no further questions, and quickly retreated to make space. His attacks were ineffective against the barrier. All he could do now was watch what the church would do. Lu Yuan's hand still clutched the parchment in his bosom. When Alan attacked the barrier earlier, Lu Yuan had already gripped it. But nothing happened. No system notifications, no changes, nothing. It felt like an ordinary piece of parchment. Lu Yuan did not know what it was waiting for, but there was no other choice at present. He would first observe the Archbishop's method. If it was still useless, he glanced at the scroll in his arms. Then he would have to open it. The Archbishop did not delay, gesturing with his hand. One of the larger carriages opened its door, and 6 deacons filed out. They carried a white, ornate coffin, walking forward with extreme solemnity with each step. The coffin emitted a soft glow, contrasting sharply with the surrounding darkness and bloodshed. "What is that?" someone whispered. No one answered. The coffin was placed down, and the lid was slowly pushed open. Inside lay a statue of an angel. Pure white wings, closed eyes, and hands clasped in prayer. Every inch radiated a sacred aura. Simply lying there made the air around feel heavy. Lu Yuan felt an invisible sense of oppression emanate from the statue, a sensation reminiscent of his first walk into the church, yet stronger and more tangible. At the edge of his vision, grayish-white text quietly flickered. Detected high-level sacred item, angelic vessel, dormant traits, container of holy power capable of briefly holding the will of an angel, angelic vessel. Old Morgan's voice was hoarse as he murmured, "He plans to use the vessel to summon the angel's power." Lu Yuan recalled the Archbishop's previous words. Angels could not cross that boundary without a specific vessel. So he brought the vessel. This was also the grim porch's last trump card. The Archbishop walked up to the statue, taking out a silver dagger from his bosom, his expression solemn. He cut open his palm, blood dripping onto the pure white stone surface, the crimson and white intermingling, a shocking sight. The priests formed a circle, opening their scriptures, and began chanting ancient prayers in low voices. The prayers were in a language Lu Yuan could not understand, but every syllable seemed to carry a peculiar power, making the air feel heavy. The surface of the statue began to crack with the rising of the incantations. Those cracks were not damage, but rather signs of awakening. Golden light seeped out from the fissures, growing brighter and more intense, until the statue's eyes slowly opened. They were eyes without pupils, radiating pure golden light. Lu Yuan instinctively held his breath. A phantom peeled away from the stone body. Golden wings spread out, towering several meters high, emanating a scorching holy light. The radiance was so brilliant that those below dared not to look directly at it. The phantom hovered in midair, gazing down at the crowd with a divine and awe-inspiring presence. The black mist permeating the air was momentarily subdued by the holy light, and the heads that had been shouting "Mother" fell silent for a moment, as if even they were awed by this power. "It's an angel," someone gasped in a low voice. The crowd's gazes tightened on the golden phantom. Whether they could survive now depended entirely on the church. The angelic phantom flew towards the barrier before them, golden hands pressing against the flickering barrier. The holy light surged. The barrier began to tremble under the illumination of the holy light, emitting a low humming sound. A crack slowly tore open. It worked. A voice from the ascendant crowd called out, filled with suppressed excitement. The crack widened 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. Lu Yuan felt old Morgan beside him let out a sigh of relief. In the distance, Alan, who had been watching, slightly relaxed his furrowed brow. Some in the crowd began to show expressions of survival after a disaster. "We can get out. We can escape." Just as joyful expressions surfaced, a large amount of black pus erupted from the crack with a loud crash. The pus surged like a living creature, wildly spreading along the crack, and the moment it touched the angelic phantom, the golden light began to corrode. "No." Alan's expression changed drastically. The angel emitted a silent scream. The phantom twisted and deformed, dark spots appearing on the golden wings as if they were being burned. It struggled to break free, but the black pus clung to it as if it had a life of its own, continuously eroding it. The Archbishop's face turned pale in an instant. "No." He suddenly bit his tongue, a mouthful of blood spraying onto the scripture in his hand. The holy light around his body began to surge wildly, continuously being directed to the statue. "Sir, your body can't take it," a priest exclaimed. The Archbishop ignored him. "Blood vessel